This time, few people knew that Song Yunjia was sent to the People's Hospital. Even Xiao Tianzi didn't know it until midnight. In the middle of the night, he got up. Gu Chang'e, who was sleeping beside him, moved but did not wake up. After waking up, he tucked Gu Chang'e with the quilt before getting out of bed. Outside the room, the butler was waiting for him with his coat in the hand. Seeing him, the butler said, "Mr. Xiao, she is in the People's Hospital. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Well, the butler was blamed and couldn't figure out how to explain for a moment. Seeing that the butler could not explain, Xiao Tianzi glanced at him unhappily, went downstairs and went out. The driver was already waiting at the door. After Xiao Tianzi got in the car, the senior Rolls-Royce car pulled out of the Xiao family. In a curtain of darkness, the car drove to the People's Hospital without stopping. Song Yunxian was not in the People's Hospital and did not want to take care of her sister. She stood in the flower hall, wrapped in a woolen shawl, and silently watched the night outside French windows. She received Xiao Shue's call. After she picked up the phone, the one on the other end said, "Xiao Tianzi left the house very anxiously just now, and I don't know why. Has Gu Chang'e been awake?" Xiao Shui shook her head. No. If Gu Chang'e knew that Xiao Tianzi was going out in the middle of the night after waking up, she would certainly try to follow him. However, she did not follow, which showed that she didn't know where Xiao Tianzi was going, nor did Xiao Tianzi left at midnight. However, if she later learned that Xiao Tianzi visited Song Yunjia in the middle of the night and concealed it from her, how would things develop? The thought amused Song Yunxian. Xiao Shui on the other end of the line didn't understand her thought. "Yunxian, do you know why Xiao Tianzi went out?" "Because..." She had a pause and smiled before continued to talk. "Song Yunjia is hospitalized." "What happened to her?" "She fell off the stairs." "Fell off the stairs?" Xiao Shui did not understand why Song Yunjia suddenly fell off the stairs, and why Song Yunxian knew it so well. Song Yunxian didn't want to conceal it from her, so she said, "She wanted to return to the Song family and I refused. She was in a bad mood. She fell off the stairs while she was absent-minded for a moment. But if she exposes your rejection to the public, it can ruin your reputation." Song Yunxian knew her reputation would be damaged. She inherited the Song enterprise but maltreated her brother and sister, which made the public think she was a vicious person. But business people wouldn't think so. They all knew that only by unscrupulous means could they succeed. Moreover, you couldn't be soft-hearted. The enemies left by your tender heart might leave you with nothing shortly. No one wanted to leave a hidden danger for themselves. Everyone did it. Xiao Shui called her for a short time, but Song Yunxian did not forget to seize the opportunity to ask the question she had always been concerned about. "Gui and Miao Miao." "Yunxian, don't worry. I heard that Gu Chang'e had been looking for a chance to ask it in a circumlocutory way, and Xiao Tianzi would relent soon." Song Yunxian nodded. Because it was late, Song Yunxian didn't mean to chat with Xiao Shui for too long. However, Xiao Shui asked her before they ended the call, "Yunxian, should our magazine report on Song Yunjia's being hospitalized on a big page?" "No." Song Yunxian curved her lips as a smile floated up to her face. "This time, I don't want you to report the news of Song Yunjia's hospitalization, but want you and Xiao Hong to use every connection of the Fanqing magazine to block the news from the public for a while." Xiao Shui didn't know why would Song Yunxian want to do so. Song Yunxian said excitedly, "After this message has been blocked for some time, you will find things will become more interesting." Xiao Shui couldn't guess Song Yunxian's thoughts at all, but she felt that Song Yunxian would inflict heavy losses on Xiao Tianzi this time. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt lost while looking at the ended phone in her hands. From a small town, the Qingqing town, she had seen the ups and downs in Yunqing, but she still couldn't see her only ally clearly. She started to feel puzzled. Was this girl who could hold almost everything in her hands the same girl from a small town just like her? She knew so much and planned so carefully. Everything Song Yunxian had done was beyond Xiao Shui's reach. If it hadn't been for her careful planning, it would have been so difficult to defeat Xiao Tianzi and tear off the hypocritical mask on his face. It happened because Song Yunxian was by her side. She followed Song Yunxian and wanted to see how far Song Yunxian could reach. Sitting on the bed and holding the phone in her hands, she was staring at the darkness through the crack of the curtains. The intricacy of Yunqing was beyond her expectations. However, she was willing to go forward with Song Yunxian step by step. If Song Yunxian was with her, she could finally realize her wish. The sound of footsteps in the corridor of the People's Hospital gradually became clear. Song Yunjia was half awake and half asleep. The sound of the door opening came from her ears. And then there came the nurse's voice. "Mr. Xiao, Yunjia is in this ward." "Mr. Xiao? Xiao Tianzi?" After realizing the one who was entering the room was Xiao Tianzi, she tried to open her eyes, but the eyelids were too heavy to lift. Xiao Tianzi's voice echoed in the room. How was she when she was admitted? Just minor skin trauma, but... The nurse who was asked was hesitant and didn't finish her sentence. Hearing the nurse's muttering and mumbling, Xiao Tianzi frowned and continued to ask, "But what?" The nurse answered with embarrassment. "But the maid of the Song family who sent her here said she went insane." "Insane?" Xiao Tianzi's eyebrows frowned tightly, making his face look somber. Why is a healthy person mentally ill? Being asked, the nurse forced herself to answer, although she still felt awkward. It was a maid of the Song family who sent her here. The maid said after she returned the Song family with her luggage. Yunjia cried while holding a picture of the dead. Moreover, she seemed to be cursed. She ran around on the second floor of the Song family, and no one could stop her. Then she accidentally fell from the second floor and fainted. Xiao Tianzi grabbed the point of the nurse's words. Why didn't Song Yunxian send her to the hospital? The maid said that Song Yunxian was pregnant and frightened by her sister. She passed out as well. Xiao Tianzi only frowned and said nothing more. Finishing her last sentence, the nurse spoke after a second thought. The maid also said. She didn't finish her sentence as if she was considering whether she should say it. Xiao Tianzi and she had been colleagues and were familiar with each other. Seeing her sullen look, Xiao Tianzi became a little impatient. As colleagues, we have experienced all these storms together for so many years. What was that you could not tell? Hearing Xiao Tianzi's words, the nurse pushed herself and said. The maid said when she acted insanely, she was calling Guchanga and said that it wasn't her who had killed Guchanga, so Guchanga should look for. Look for whom? Xiao Tianzi asked with fierce eyes. Seeing the fierce in Xiao Tianzi's eyes, the nurse swallowed hard and said in a low voice, "Look for Miss Gu." Xiao Tianzi's expression instantly became displeased. Fortunately, there was no one else in the ward. When the nurse saw Xiao Tianzi's displeased face, she felt a little scared. Guchanga was abnormally strange. She also participated in the operation where Guchanga died. After the surgery, she got promoted by the hospital, but she felt unsettled all the time. Especially in the recent time, rumors had spread around and Song Yunjia had been acting like being cursed and behaved abnormally. Thinking of this, she felt odd and thrilled. Xiao Tianzi had never believed in ghosts. He heard the nurse say that and frowned at her. When did you believe in such supernatural things? But look at Yunjia. Not only has she been declining in her career, but she is also almost insane now. These all started after Guchanga died. The more she thought, the more she was scared. Hearing her words, Xiao Tianzi also felt ominous and scolded. Enough. Stop. I think you're too tired. You'd better ask for a leave from the dean and go home to rest. Knowing that Xiao Tianzi didn't want her to talk about these things, the nurse raised her hands to cover her face. Maybe I'm tired. Excuse me for my leaving. The nurse opened the door and left. Xiao Tianzi stayed in the ward and saw Song Yunjia lying in the bed with a pale face. He felt unreasonably flustered. He had never believed in the supernatural. But it was true that Song Yunjia had been unlucky, said by the nurse. As a lady growing up in an upper-class family, it was unbelievable that Song Yunjia was defeated by a bastard from a small town. Moreover, not only Song Yunjia, but he also felt it was hard to fight with Song Yunxian. Did Song Yunxian really come from a small town? The crease between his eyebrows wrinkled deeper and deeper because of the thought. At this time, a shallow moan came from the bed. Suddenly, He recovered from contemplation and turned to look. He saw Song Yunjia open her eyes slowly. He walked quickly to Song Yunjia's bed. Yunjia, you woke up. Seeing Xiao Tianzi appearing in front of her as soon as she opened her eyes, Song Yunjia was a little over-emotional. Tianzi. Knowing she was excited, Xiao Tianzi tried to calm her down. Are you uncomfortable? I'll call you a doctor. Song Yunjia moved a little. She got a sore body as if her bones were taken apart. Her forehead was extremely painful, like being stuck with needles. She raised her hands to rub her forehead. I have a headache. Seeing she was going to press her wound, Xiao Tianzi quickly held her hand and stopped her from touching it. Your forehead is hurt. It's not serious. You don't have to worry too much. You drove me out of the Xiao's house, didn't you? Why come to see me now? Xiao Tianzi was surprised and confused. I drove you out? Song Yunjia was aggrieved. She lowered her eyes and nodded. It was you. Xiao Tianzi's eyebrows frowned even tighter. Who said I was going to kick you out? Gu Chang'e told him that Song Yunjia wanted to return to the Song family. Why was Song Yunjia's statement completely different from Gu Chang'e's? Who was lying? Although he had loved Gu Chang'e for many years, he knew it well that Gu Chang'e was scheming and planning something. Not to mention Song Yunjia. She was always calculating. No matter Gu Chang'e or Song Yunxian, there were innumerable twists and turns in her mind, so you couldn't believe everything she said. Since she didn't get Xiao Tianzi's answer, Song Yunjia lifted her head and looked at him with tearful eyes. She asked, wasn't you? It would be a relief if it were not Xiao Tianzi. She could prove that Gu Chang'e was trying to destroy their relationship. In this way, Xiao Tianzi would be weary of Gu Chang'e. She carefully observed Xiao Tianzi's facial expression. Even though her eyes were staring at Xiao Tianzi's face, she still could not find the expression she wanted to see on his face. She wanted to see the expression that showed Xiao Tianzi hated Gu Chang'e's scheme. No. Such expression didn't appear on Xiao Tianzi's face at all. In an instant his eyes changed. And then he opened his mouth to defend Gu Chang'e. Certainly. I was not thoughtful before and I'm sorry that it happened. Seeing the instant change in his sight, Song Yunjia asked, did Gu Chang'e lie to me? Xiao Tianzi frowned. Yunjia. He wanted to explain, but Song Yunjia didn't give him a chance and said, did Gu Chang'e lie to me? Didn't you want to kick me away at all? Did she deliberately destroy our relationship? Song Yunjia uttered all the guesses and questions in her heart. Xiao Tianzi only pinched his lips and said nothing. Song Yunjia's guesses were true. It was indeed a conspiracy of Gu Chang'e. However, since Gu Chang'e was hiding him from her scheme, she must be very anxious. Otherwise she would not do so. He needed to discuss this with Gu Chang'e face to face later. Song Yunjia stared at Xiao Tianzi tightly and wanted to get an exact answer from him. Xiao Tianzi just comforted her by holding her shoulders. I will tell you after I have clarified the details of the matter. You have just woken up now and it is better to rest more. I don't want to rest. When Song Yunjia thought of the endless darkness after closing her eyes, she was irritable and disoriented. Noticing her abnormality, Xiao Tianzi frowned slightly and asked, why? Why what? Why not go to rest? Song Yunjia raised her hand to cover her forehead. She had a headache and it was painful, but she just didn't want to close her eyes and rest. Because as long as she closed her eyes, everything that came up in her mind was about Gu Chang'e. It was all about Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e had been dead, but as long as Song Yunjia closed her eyes, she could see her in her mind. She didn't want to close her eyes or see her again in her dreams. Xiao Tianzi saw her covering her forehead and knew she was in a bad mood. What's the bother? Not wanting to tell him that she often dreamed of Gu Chang'e, Song Yunjia had to say her biggest problem at present. If the Song family refuses to let me go back, I will be homeless. Xiao Tianzi calmed down and thought that Song Yunjia's situation was indeed getting worse. He pondered for a moment and relieved her. You can live in Zhao Yang's house temporarily. Both Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian were senior executives and shareholders of the Song enterprise. Zhou Jian previously stated that he would not participate in the internal competition of the Song enterprise, and chose to take a long vacation, as if he renounced his rights. Song Yunjia couldn't ask for Zhou Jian's help. However, there was Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang kept pinning his hopes on Song Yunjia. As long as Song Yunjia could rise again, Zhao Yang would definitely be willing to support her. Hearing his suggestion, Song Yunjia shook her head with a bitter smile. Now I'm not working in the Song enterprise, but Zhao Yang and Song Yunxian are still in the company. Even if Uncle Zhao is willing to lend me his house and offer pecuniary aid to me, will Song Yunxian let Uncle Zhao off if she knows it? Xiao Tianze was surprised. Song Yunjia had rarely thought about such long-term issues before. Now she had a long-term vision, but Xiao Tianze was a bit uncomfortable. When did you start thinking so much? When I started fighting with Song Yunxian not long ago, she explained. Everyone thinks that Song Yunxian is just a bastard who came back from a small town. But Song Yunxian is now taking charge of the entire company. How can I think less? Now she was not only thinking much and long-termly, but also had to consider 10 steps further when taking one step to leave herself a way out. Without this, she could not imagine what she would look like next. Yunjia, I know you don't want to involve Zhao Yang, but it's too late for you to break up with Zhao Yang now. It was really too late. Song Yunxian had set to harm Zhao Yang. In the hospital, Xiao Tianze and Song Yunjia hadn't reached an agreement. Meanwhile, Song Yunxian had found out how many real estates were there under Zhao Yang's name, and where they were. She did everything quickly and meticulously. Even Zhao Yang didn't know that Song Yunxuan's appraiser had assessed his properties. Mei Qi handed over the information from the private detective to Song Yunxian. The appraiser has evaluated all properties of Zhao Yang. His total assets have exceeded 500 million, of which 150 million are the profits of Song's shares. Have you checked how many real estates he has in Yunqing? Mei Qi nodded and motioned her to open the file. There is detailed information. Is it credible? Absolutely true. Song Yunxian nodded after she got Mei Qi's guarantee. Then let the company's accounting check. Mei Qi raised the lips. Okay. Every time the company's accountant checked, something dirty would be revealed. When Song Yan was in charge of the Song enterprise, whenever checking accounts, the executives in the company would have a variety of different emotions. Some were anxious, some were indifferent, and some were delighted in the misfortunes of others. Executives had thought the new boss wouldn't check accounts so soon. They never expected that Song Yunxian would move faster than her father. When everyone was unprepared, she asked the accountant she trusted most in the company to audit the vast accounts of the Song enterprise with people from the best accounting firm in Harbor City. Zhou Jian took his breath away when he was informed that Song Yunxian launched the audit. Zhao Yang's face turned pale after he got the news. The Song enterprise was too large to complete the audit in a short period of time. Song Yunxian was not in a hurry. She asked her accountants to check slowly and carefully. Those who were waiting for the results were all anxious like ants on the hot pot. Song Yunxian knew all of her employees were anxious. This was exactly the effect she wanted. When Zhao Yang received the news, he was dumbfounded. Holding the flawed account checked by the accountant, Mei Qi went to invite Zhao Yang. Mr. Zhao, Manager Song wants to see you. Knowing the affair clearly, Zhao Yang pretended to be calm and asked, "What's the matter?" Manager Song checked the account a little bit and found something wrong. So she wants to ask you a favor. Zhao Yang became angry immediately. When you find something wrong with the company's accounts, why do you only doubt me? Why don't you check other people? It is a false accusation. Seeing Zhao Yang pull a long face and scold, Mei Qi thought he couldn't play it cool. However, Mei Qi still wore a smiling face. Manager Zhao, you may not know the ins and outs of the matter. Why don't you go and meet Manager Song? She will explain everything to you. Zhao Yang frowned and wanted to say something more to refuse. Mei Qi's expression became cold for a moment and there was a threat in the smile. Do you want Manager Song to call the police for you? Zhao Yang's face became pale in an instant. The servants of the Zhao family helplessly watched Zhao Yang leave with Mei Qi. When Xiao Tianze called the Zhao family, he got the servant's answer. Manager Zhao was invited by Miss Song. Xiao Tianze frowned. After ending the call, he said to himself coldly, "She's still one step ahead." Hearing his soliloquy, Song Yunjia knew what Song Yunxian had done and didn't feel unexpected. She just became discouraged. Song Yunxuan's methods are unfathomable. I sometimes guess whether my body will be dismembered if I fall into Song Yunxuan's hands. Hearing her ridiculous words, Xiao Tianzi was angry. What are you thinking? She is just a girl with a few tricks. When did you become so unconfident in yourself? Song Yunjia pulled up the corners of her lips. Tianzi, do you know that I think my sister is abnormally clever? Do you think? She hesitated as if she knew her ideas were too ridiculous. However, after a short pause she continued, do you think Yunxian is not Yunxian at all? Don't you think she is your father's daughter? Xiao Tianzi asked. If Song Yunxian was not Song Yan's daughter, she couldn't compete with Song Yunjia even if she was capable. But Song Yunxian and Song Yan had a paternity test before. She was Song Yan's biological daughter. Xiao Tianzi looked at Song Yunjia with strange eyes. Song Yunxian and your father had done the paternity test before. She is your sister. No, I'm not talking about this. Song Yunjia looked up at him with a strange look and said in a bit dark voice. I mean, do you think any ghost possesses Song Yunxian? Hearing what she said, Xiao Tianzi frowned suddenly and scolded. Nonsense. Song Yunjia was not the first one who had said a ghost possessed Song Yunxian. However, the more people said so, the more Xiao Tianzi felt these people were abnormal. He also felt inexplicable irritability. Song Yunjia didn't want to shut up and continued to speak like being cursed. A ghost possessed Song Yunxian. And this ghost is not anyone else but that bitch, Gu Chang'e. Song Yunjia's words always sent shivers down Xiao Tianzi's spine. Even though he had never been afraid of Gu Chang'e's death before, he still felt it a taboo as it was repeatedly mentioned by others. He frowned unpleasantly. He tried to let Song Yunjia shut up. Yunjia, you must have been frightened. Song Yunjia nodded vigorously. Yes, I was frightened. I was totally frightened by Gu Chang'e, this insidious bitch. I'm scared. I'm scared. She was incoherent when she said that. Xiao Tianzi also became very upset because of her words. Song Yunjia saw him by her bed. She stretched out her hands to grasp him. Tianzi, believe it or not. Anyway, I saw the ghost of Gu Chang'e. She said it with certainty. However, the more she was for sure, the more annoying and disgusting Xiao Tianzi felt. He had always hated those weird and supernatural statements. Now Song Yunjia insisted that it was because of Gu Chang'e's ghost. He felt fidgety. Song Yunjia talked about Gu Chang'e. She became more and more excited. Xiao Tianzi had no way but to shift the topic. He managed to get her to focus on the current disadvantaged situation from Gu Chang'e's things. Instead of talking about Gu Chang'e's ghost, you'd better think about what to do next. Don't you want me to live in Zhao Yang's house? Xiao Tianzi did have this plan. However, Song Yunjia just now said that Song Yunxian wouldn't let Zhao Yang help her. Thinking it over, he thought it would be better for them to ask Zhao Yang first. He took out his phone to call Zhao Yang. It was after a few beeps before the person on the other end of the line picked it up hesitantly. Xiao Tianzi learned that there was something wrong with Zhao Yang's speed of answering the call. As expected, he just showed his identity. Zhao Yang said immediately, I'm sorry. I'm busy right now. I'm afraid I can't help you. He said this so carefully that people around him didn't know that he was talking with Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi was not a fool. He immediately understood the situation of Zhao Yang. He hung up the phone without saying extra words. Song Yunjia saw Xiao Tianzi hang up. She asked him, what did Zhao Yang say? Xiao Tianzi didn't answer her, but he shifted the topic directly. You live in my 3-story villa. There is a small garden in front of it. The hourly worker will clean it 3 times a week. It's very convenient for you if you live there. A 3-story villa? There were many real estates under the name of Xiao Tianzi, but most of the valuable real estates were bought by Gu Chang'e during her lifetime. Those plots or properties that hadn't cost much in the past had grown exponentially after her death. However, those investments with far sight had become Xiao Tianzi's convenient wealth. You know it, the Champs-Élysées area. He told her the address. Song Yunjia remembered this community at once. Isn't it the dowry that Gu Chang'e prepared for Miao Miao? She was very impressed with the 3-story villa in Champs-Élysées area. Gu Chang'e had already chosen the best location for her daughter to build a villa, when the Champs-Élysées villa district was just developed. Besides, she had mentioned it many times that if the child was a daughter, she would give that villa to her as a part of dowry after the child's birth. Gu Chang'e was born in a rich family. She was also a talented businesswoman who was socially active. She would definitely move carefully every step on the way. At that time, this property had been given to Miao Miao. But now, Song Yunjia was about to live in the villa that Gu Chang'e prepared for her daughter. Considering in this way, she suddenly had a bit inexplicable pleasure. Gu Chang'e had been clever for a lifetime. In the end, all her efforts were to work for others. She raised her lips and agreed to Xiao Tianzi's proposal. Okay. I will move to that house after I leave the hospital. But, Xiao Tianzi demanded, you can't let anyone know that you live in the Champs-Élysées. Song Yunjia's eyes were slightly raised. She was little indignant inside. You just don't want Gu Chang'e to know, do you? Yunjia, I hope you can agree. Song Yunjia straightened her lips. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and jealousy. The anger also gradually spread from the bottom of her heart. Gu Chang'e was a vicious woman with a pure appearance. She had actually deceived Xiao Tianzi for so many years. Moreover, Xiao Tianzi treated her so well. God was really unfair. Gripping the quilt with her fingers, she seemed to try to crush the quilt in her hand. Xiao Tianzi didn't want to continue talking anymore. He was about to leave. I'll send someone to handle the discharge procedures for you. You'd better cultivate yourself after arriving at the Champs-Élysées. Don't worry about other things outside. Song Yunjia neither nodded nor shook her head. Xiao Tianzi knew that she was upset. Taking his eyes off, he was to leave. Song Yunjia suddenly said at this time, you arranged me in your daughter's house. What about your daughter? Where is she? Xiao Tianzi was to say that Miao Miao was in Italy. Song Yunjia immediately looked at him with a strange expression. Have they been killed to let Gu Chang'e have children at ease? This question was sharp, but it was also a fact. There wasn't a proper reason even if Gu Chang'e's child was born. Besides, it was hard to judge whether the child could inherit Xiao Tianzi's large fortune. The 2 children left by Gu Chang'e were the key. Only by removing the 2 children left by Gu Chang'e, the child of Gu Chang'e might become the biggest winner in the Xiao enterprise. Xiao Tianzi liked Gu Chang'e so much. He probably killed his 2 children for Gu Chang'e. There was a haze flashing through Xiao Tianzi's eyes as he was asked this question. His expression became serious and cold. Turning around slightly, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Yunjia. You are thinking too much. Song Yunjia was aggressive. She asked him with a sneer. You have fallen in love with Gu Chang'e without a sense of reason. You even removed Gu Chang'e for her, let alone the 2 bastards left by Gu Chang'e. A cold light rose from Xiao Tianzi's eyes. They are not bastards. Their father is me. You mean you won't get rid of those 2 children, will you? No, he answered resolutely. Song Yunjia continued to ask him. I've heard that those 2 children haven't been heard for a long time. No one knows whether they are alive or not. They are fine. They are in room. Song Yunjia heard his words. There was a slight change in her eyes. Hasn't Gu Chang'e ever known that the 2 children are in room? I don't plan to bring those 2 children back. She doesn't need to take care of them. So there is no reason for her to know. Song Yunjia didn't reply. Xiao Tianzi turned to leave after he finished his words. Song Yunjia had been seated in the bed for a while before raising her hand to get her phone. She called Zhao Yang then. At this time, Zhao Yang was in the small conference room of the Song enterprise. Song Yunxian sat on the main seat with her hands folded. Although Zhao Yang turned the phone into a vibration, the whispered phone kept him a little restless. A low chirp rang in the silent conference room. Song Yunxian glanced at him and said, Uncle Zhao, don't you answer the phone? Zhao Yang had planned to ignore the phone, but it was brought up by Song Yunxian. He had only to smile to pretend that he had just heard the ring. Is my phone ringing? He reached out his hand to get the phone. Glancing at the number on it, he stopped smiling and to cut off the call. Song Yunxian said before he could cut off the call, "I've been listening to it for a long time. Uncle Zhao, you should answer the phone first." The cold sweat slowly exuded from Zhao Yang's head. Song Yunxian didn't mean to let him answer the phone right here. She said, "Uncle Zhao, you can answer the phone outside." Being told this, Zhao Yang got up from his seat and went outside to answer the phone. He went out from the conference room and just connected the phone. There came the voice of Song Yunjia. "Uncle Zhao, I have something very important to tell you." Zhao Yang glanced back at the door of the conference room with carefulness, worried about someone overhearing. Seeing no one at the door, he asked her with a low voice, "What's the matter?" Outside the conference room, Zhao Yang's expression on the phone seemed a subtle change. In the conference room, Song Yunxian looked very light and relaxed. Mei Qi had arranged everything, including the call that Zhao Yang was answering now, which was also under his control. "Manager Song, you can guess who is calling the old fox. Probably it's my eldest sister Song Yunjia." She didn't even need to think about it. She knew that the call was from Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia was desperate now. She could only rely on Zhao Yang and Xiao Tianze. Xiao Tianze was overseen by Gu Chang'e, so he would not help Song Yunjia in a flagrant way. Zhao Yang was different. Zhao Yang could help Song Yunjia at any time. Now Song Yunjia had nowhere to go. Zhao Yang could provide a good place for Song Yunjia to live. However, Zhao Yang's help might be immediately stopped by Song Yunxian. She smiled and waited for Zhao Yang to return after answering the phone. Mei Qi saw her and relax. He said, "Zhao Yang's phone has been installed with eavesdropping equipment. Would you like to listen to their conversation now?" "No, it's not too late to wait for him to leave." Mei Qi heard the voice from his phone. Inside came the voice of the call that Zhao Yang answered. Song Yunxian noticed that Mei Qi gradually knitted his brows as he listened to the call. She asked him, "What's it on the phone? You'd better listen to it in person." Mei Qi passed the phone to Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian got it. The phone was against her ear. Song Yunjia's voice came from inside, making her feel familiar. Song Yunjia's voice was sensible. As long as Gu Chang'e knows the news of the two children, Gu Chang'e will definitely strike them. "I see that Xiao Tianze treats them well with blood relationship. Thus, the relationship between Gu Chang'e and Tianze will definitely become bad if Gu Chang'e kills the children. You must send someone to room to find the two children's residence as soon as possible. I will have a chance to be with Tianze as long as there are conflicts and cracks between Gu Chang'e and Tianze." Every single word of Song Yunjia was clearly passed to Song Yunxuan's ears. Song Yunxian frowned. Her eyes became cold. Song Yunjia was incorrigible. She was so vicious that she even wanted to make use of the two children's life to cast a bone between Xiao Tianze and Gu Chang'e. Xiao Tianze hadn't returned yet, and it made Gu Chang'e step back and forth in the living room. As months passed by, her mood began to become more and more grumpy because of her pregnancy. She even waited under the clock every night to wait for Xiao Tianze. She knew that her waiting under the clock and keeping an eye on him at every moment would make Xiao Tianze feel annoyed. However, the thing that Song Yunjia declared a war against her made her born self-confidence begin to collapse bit by bit. Hasn't he returned yet? After walking back and forth 2 times, she turned to ask the nurse at home. The little nurse nodded and spoke with a little uneasiness. "No. What do you mean by no?" She suddenly stopped, turning back to the little nurse and scolded. "Can't you call Tianze since he hasn't come back yet? Can't you ask him when he will be back, what social activities he is engaging in, or if he needs to have dinner after coming home? Shouldn't all these things be done by you servants?" But, after having been scolded, the little nurse's eyes were wet with tears and she just stood there humming and hawing. She knew well about Xiao Tianze's temper and character. All the nurses in the family had been told clearly about it when starting the job. They were not allowed to ask too much about their head's whereabouts because they were not entitled to do so. And Xiao Tianze hated others asking him where he went. Xiao Tianze didn't like the feeling of being watched all day long. But what? Spill it. But what? Gu Chang'e was in a fret and had nowhere to vent her anger. so she could only vent her anger on the servant. Being scolded like this, the poor little maid could only hunch her shoulders and cry. Seeing her crying, Gu Changel felt somewhat comfortable in her heart. She dismissed her impatiently. Get lost. I don't want to see you now, garbage. Her problems of scolding the nurses and servants at home began to get worse. When Xiao Tianzi came back, he heard Gu Changel scolding the nurse with reckless abandon. The nurse turned to leave. No sooner had she wiped her tears off than she saw Xiao Tianzi coming in. Seeing the trace of tears on the nurse's face, Xiao Tianzi frowned slightly. The nurse dared not to say anything. She greeted Mr. Xiao and then left in a hurry. It was quite common for Gu Changel to scold the servants at home, and everyone was clear about Gu Changel's identity. She was the woman liked by Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi doted on her, and he prized her even more since she had been pregnant. Even though the servants in the family were resentful of her scolding the servants, they all chose to swallow their anger. In this family, every single person was quite aware that Gu Changel was the woman of the house. Even if they had complained and wept out their grief to Xiao Tianzi, it would have been of no use. The reason was that Xiao Tianzi liked Gu Changel, so he was definitely on her side. How could he be on the servant's side? As soon as Xiao Tianzi entered, he saw that Gu Changel covered her chest with her hands and grimaced. The trace of displeasure in his heart quickly turned into worry. He stepped swiftly to Gu Changel. What's wrong with you? My chest hurt because of the anger. He reached out and helped Gu Changel to stand. The expression on Gu Changel's face was pitiful. She was a mincing girl who was slim and born to be delicate. It seemed that she was bound to be among the top concerns from the time she was born. What made you angry? Coldness flashed by Gu Changel's eyes and the expression on her face became soft after a moment of coldness. I asked the servants to call you, but they all made excuses and refused to make the call. You know that I don't like people at home calling me. But my chest hurt. I'm afraid. Gu Changel covered her chest with her hands and looked up at him pitifully. You know I'm in poor health and I'm more afraid that I will suddenly get sick after having been with you. So I want to see you when I'm not feeling well. In that way, I'll be relieved even if I die. Xiao Tianzi helped her to sit on the sofa and his eyebrows frowned tightly. Why do you always say such unlucky words? I don't mean that I want to follow you around or fling myself at you. I just worry that. This time Xiao Tianzi promised before Gu Changel finished her words. Don't worry. I'll be home on time in the future, is that okay? Only now did Gu Changel nod and smile at him. She liked Xiao Tianzi and wanted to cling to him tightly for fear that Song Yunjia might come to take him away. But just because of this, Xiao Tianzi would probably get bored of her. The best way that she could have Xiao Tianzi firmly under her thumb was that she protected the baby in her belly well. And she must give birth to the baby by any means. She had many things in her mind, but no one could understand her. She felt annoyed, but she couldn't tell all about her feelings to Xiao Tianzi. Because if she had told Xiao Tianzi all about it, Xiao Tianzi would have been tired of her. And Song Yunjia should be blamed for all these. If Song Yunjia hadn't stepped into their relationship, she wouldn't have had to be alarmed or think about it over and over again. Xiao Tianzi doted on her, so he did not make a fuss about her scolding the servants. Gu Changel didn't have the appetite to finish her meal. But she still asked Xiao Tianzi with concern after he came back. Have you eaten out? I have had enough when I was socializing. You can never have enough when drinking and social intercourse. Would you like me to cook something for you? Xiao Tianzi saw her looking at him tenderly, so he reached out to touch her cheek, smiling. No need. Go to bed, Changel. But she wanted to say something else. Yet Xiao Tianzi looked down at her lower abdomen, reminding her, you should go to bed early for the good of the baby in your belly. Reminded by him like this, Gu Changel felt sweet in heart and nodded. She took Gu Changel's hand and prepared to return to the bedroom together with him. Yet Xiao Tianzi just followed her to the bedroom door and then let go of her hand. You sleep first. I still have something to deal with. What things? How long will it take? Shall I go to the study with you? I won't make a sound. I just want to stay with you. Gu Changel looked at him sincerely. Xiao Tianze actually hated women staying with him when he was working, but Gu Chang'e was the only exception. Right from before, Xiao Tianze always liked Gu Chang'e accompanying him. Gu Chang'e looked a bit like Gu Chang'e. Yet her characters were totally different from Gu Chang'e's. She was tender and affectionate. She was as clingy as a kitten, but she made others unable to tear themselves away from her. Yet Gu Chang'e never acted like this. Her reason always came before her emotion. She hadn't even said one word to her husband when she was in the office. The expression in the bottom of her eyes changed slightly because of recalling Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e saw the catch, so she held his hand and leaned herself on him. Do you want to go to the study now? Xiao Tianze's thoughts were pulled back by her gentle voice. He nodded, smiling. Yeah, let's go. Gu Chang'e followed Xiao Tianze to the study as she wished. As she passed the window, she took a look out of the window. The swimming pool originally built to change Gu Chang'e's fate now had been filled up, and it even turned into a small flower garden. In winter, the transplanted flowers had turned into bare branches. The light in the yard poured on them, making their shadows all odds and ends, looking somewhat pitiful. Looking at the flowers, she couldn't help being proud. All she got now was snatched from Gu Chang'e. She had snatched what Gu Chang'e took away from her in double. She even wanted to wipe out all that left by Gu Chang'e. She narrowed her eyes. There was a vicious haze at the bottom of her pupils which could not be dissipated for a long time. Song Yunxian changed her mind at the time when she bugged that phone call. She sent Zhao Yang away and let him leave. And she immediately chartered an airplane in the airline and used their privilege to make them pass the security check within an hour. When everything was ready, they would fly to room. Chu Machin arrived at Yunqing Airport 10 minutes before she took off. He followed her onto the plane without a word. Song Yunxian wore black leather with 3/4 sleeves and clean slim blue jeans underneath. Her long hair was tied up in a ponytail, looking clean and tidy. She was in good spirits and she was also serious. Chu Machin took a thoughtful look at Mei Qi, who was gearing up tirelessly, and then he walked straight to Song Yunxian. Complicated emotions streaked across the bottom of her eyes. Where are you going in such a quick flight? To Italy. Are you going to look for Xiao Tianze's son and daughter? His eyes were cold and sharp. When Song Yunxian was looked by Chu Machin like this, her heart even contracted a bit. He had always been worried about Gu Chang'e's son and daughter. If he knew that she went to look for those two children, what reply would he give her? Would he stop her? She couldn't figure out what was in Chu Machin's mind, yet she was determined to go to room. I have an important business to negotiate. I'm going with you. His words were firm and cold, which indicated that he could not be refused. Seeing his cold expression, Song Yunxian knew that he would insist on going with her no matter what she said. It was better for her to let him follow her, if knowing that it was no use stopping him. Anyway, she had planned everything that she was going to do. She had prepared perfectly in every part of the plan. Even though Chu Machin now interfered, it would not make a big difference. She nodded. Okay, let's go. Chu Machin didn't appear surprised. He just stared at her face and wanted to see through something from her face. Yet Song Yunxian had always been a person who could control facial emotions. She smiled lightly and kept the nervous long-distance flight to herself well. Nothing but the relaxing smile on her face died quickly when turning her back towards Chu Machin. It was replaced by cold and sharp eyes and lips pursed to a line. She was nervous. Very nervous. She also knew that the point of the mission is to bring the two children back to her. Her fingers clenched into fists. Mei Qi came over to remind her to board the plane. She asked Mei Qi at the time, "How are things going with Song Yunjia?" Mei Qi lowered his voice and spoke to her at a volume that only the two of them could hear. Song Yunjia dared not to act rashly. She handed the matter over to Zhao Yang, who is still thinking about how to deliver the news to Gu Chang'e. Don't stop him, but make sure to delay the time when she receives the message. Okay. I see. Song Yunxian frowned, saying with determination, "We must find Miao Miao and Gui before Gu Chang'e does." She had to find them before Gu Chang'e did. Otherwise there would be hell to pay. Zhao Yang was not very clear about the relationship between Song Yunjia and Gu Changle. However, he could realize that the two women were at loggerheads only by what Song Yunjia told him this time. Song Yunjia stated very clearly, Xiao Tianzi still has feelings for the two children left by Gu Chang'e, which means that the two children are of great use to us. Hearing her words, Zhao Yang had a vague idea of what she wanted to do, but he just felt that his guess might not be accurate, so he wanted to hear Song Yunjia say it herself. Song Yunjia's voice was a little low, but every word she said was clear. I want Gu Changle to kill those two little bastards. The words were with biting cold. She said the words with such fierce anger. It seemed that she hated their guts. Hearing this, even Zhao Yang felt that the Song Yunjia seemed to be someone he had never met before. Yunjia, aren't you and Gu Chang'e friends? Everyone in the outside world knew that the eldest miss of the Song family and Gu Chang'e were good friends, and she could also be seen as the matchmaker of her marriage. Now it seemed that Song Yunjia had had a grudge against Gu Chang'e since a long time ago. Sure enough, Zhao Yang's question right overstepped Song Yunjia's line. Song Yunjia sneered. She and I are not friends at all. So you are. We are rivals in love. Gu Chang'e and I have been rivals in love since a long time ago. Her thoughts were clear and bold with a total lack of inhibition. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yang also thought that Song Yunjia didn't need to have any scruples. Now there was nothing left of Gu Chang'e, and Gu Chang'e's husband had got entangled with the adopted daughter of the Gu family. As long as Song Yunjia confronted Gu Changle, she wouldn't need to have any scruples. Song Yunjia finally asked him to send the news to Gu Changle as quickly as possible. No matter how hard Zhao Yang thought, he could not figure out a way to pass on the message to Gu Changle without letting her smell a rat. Gu Changle was not a fool. Now that Song Yunjia knew the two children born by Gu Chang'e had a place in Xiao Tianzi's heart, then Gu Changle must have known it. Gu Changle was pregnant. In order to let her children inherit the whole Xiao enterprise, she would surely kill the two children left by Gu Chang'e by any means. But she wouldn't act rashly. If she knew that the news of the two children was conveyed to her by Song Yunjia's men, she would definitely think that Song Yunjia wanted Xiao Tianzi to detest her by deliberately luring her into making a big mistake. Therefore, he could not use someone who was too ostentatious to convey the news to Gu Changle. After thinking for a while, he called his subordinates. Gu Changle was very suspicious. You mustn't let her know that you are from the Song enterprise. Then how can I deliver the message to her? You find your own way. What I want is the result. Zhao Yang's voice sounds a bit fractious. On the other end was the messenger he entrusted. The man wanted to discuss with him about how to convey the message to Gu Changle, but he had hung up. The man on the other end had no choice but to hang up the phone. After speaking with the consignor on the phone, Zhao Yang sat on the sofa in the living room and waited for the news. Besides him, Song Yunjia was also waiting for the news. Song Yunjia had not been discharged from the hospital, but she was filled with anxiety after nurse's daily round. She tested Zhao Yang to ask about the result every few minutes. At the first few times, Zhao Yang even called her to persuade her not to worry. But later, Zhao Yang stopped responding to her after receiving her messages one after another. Song Yunjia held her mobile phone. Her face was pale, yet she was waiting for Zhao Yang's news excitedly. In her eyes it was a flawless frame-up plan. She knew where Gu Chang'e and Xiao Tianzi's two children were. She had already asked Zhao Yang to go to room one step ahead to find out where the two children lived. After the message reached Gu Changle's ears, she would lead Gu Changle's men to find Gui and Miao Miao smoothly in all sorts of ways. At that time she would definitely make her move on Gui and Miao Miao as she couldn't hold back anymore. As long as she got the evidence and handed it over to Xiao Tianzi after Gu Changle killed Gui and Miao Miao, then the descensory love between Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changle would implode. She waited for Zhao Yang's good news, and she also waited to see Gu Changle be detested by Xiao Tianzi. Gu Changle played tricks and so did she. She'd like to see how long Gu Changle could, a calculating bitch, keep winning. Gu Changle was accompanying Xiao Tianzi to work on documents in the study. Xiao Tianzi worked on the documents quite seriously while she sat on the nearby sofa flipping through a magazine quietly. Although she wanted very much to sit beside Xiao Tianzi and chat with him, yet she knew that neither did Xiao Tianzi want to talk to her, nor did he want to say a word. Seeing his long eyebrows corrugate, Gu Changel knew that things happening in the Xiao enterprise made Xiao Tianzi displeased. In terms of business, she was far inferior to Gu Chang'e. There was little she could do to help Xiao Tianzi. That was the reason why she insisted on staying in the study while he was working on documents. In this way, he could see her only by looking up. She knew that Gu Chang'e was shrewd in business. When Xiao Tianzi came across something he could not deal with in business, he could deal with it perfectly after Gu Chang'e gave him some directions. This was the only thing that Gu Chang'e admired Gu Chang'e for. Gu Chang'e envied that Gu Chang'e was resourceful in business. However, she was also glad that Gu Chang'e was resourceful. Just because of this, Gu Chang'e made Xiao Tianzi unhappy, and then he was tired of her and ran out on her. No capable man in the world was willing to live under the glory of his own woman. Every single man wanted to strengthen himself and make his mark. When Gu Chang'e was alive, she was always the dominating one in the relationship, and it always made men beside her unhappy. Xiao Tianzi rubbed the middle of his eyebrows. Seeing Gu Chang'e, the expression in his eyes became calm. While Gu Chang'e was still alive, he worked with Gu Chang'e when dealing with matters of the company. If having some difficulties, he would discuss with Gu Chang'e. But now what he saw was no longer Gu Chang'e but Gu Chang'e when looking up. He looked at Gu Chang'e, slightly distracted. When looking up and saw that he was looking at her, Gu Chang'e wore a shy look. "Why are you looking at me?" "I ran into some sticky business." Gu Chang'e smiled. "Can I help you think of a solution?" Xiao Tianzi didn't want to talk about business with her. He just smiled and looked down at the closely written characters on the documents. "You don't understand these. Turn in if you are tired." It was true that she didn't understand these. Compared with Gu Chang'e, she knew too little about business. She felt unhappy, yet she could not show it. She could only sit on the sofa with a pillow in her arms and meditated. Before she thought of anything, a nurse was knocking at the door. Xiao Tianzi and Gu Chang'e were both interrupted from their thoughts at the same time. Xiao Tianzi said first, "Come in." When the nurse heard that she was allowed to enter, she turned the handle and came in. "Mr. Xiao." After signing his name on the document at hand smoothly with his pen, Xiao Tianzi looked up and asked her, "Yes." The nurse's eyes fell upon Gu Chang'e, saying respectfully, "Miss Gu is wanted on the phone." "Me." Gu Chang'e was sitting on the sofa and felt somewhat surprised when hearing from the nurse that she was wanted on the phone. "Who called me?" "He didn't tell me." Gu Chang'e's intuition told her that it was an important call. She raised and smiled at Xiao Tianzi. "I'm going to take the call first."
Xiao Tianzi nodded. Około.
After telling Xiao Tianzi about it, Gu Chang'e raised and walked out of the door. When she had just came out of the door, she frowned and asked the nurse, "Did he really not identify himself?" The nurse nodded. "Yes, Miss Gu." Gu Chang'e was not happy, but she walked faster downstairs to answer the call because she thought that the call was weird. She identified herself as soon as she picked up the receiver. "This is Gu Chang'e." "Who is that?" "You don't need to know who this is, Miss Gu. You just need to believe what I'm going to tell you." Gu Chang'e frowned and felt that the other end was keeping her guessing deliberately. "If you have something to say, just spill it." When the other end was asked to speak plainly, he told her directly according to what she said. "Gui and Meow Meow are now in room Italy." The words panicked Gu Chang'e, which also made her clench the phone more tightly. "Come again." "What I said is what Miss Gu has been dreaming of. Do what you need to do, Miss Gu. In case anything bad happens." "Who is that?" She had really been dreaming to know where Gui and Meow Meow were, and get rid of these two children. However, she would feel suspicious if someone sent her the information actively. Obviously, the man didn't want to reveal his identity. When being asked, he spoke in a low voice. "You don't need to know who this is, Miss Gu. You only need to know that I won't harm you. I don't trust you." Gu Chang'e was not a fool. Now Song Yunjia was in desperation and itched to drag someone into the mire. What's more, she wanted to sow dissension between Gu Chang'e and Xiao Tianzi. At this time she had to be very careful about making the move on Gu Yi and Meow Meow. Otherwise she would lose all that she owned. Now a man came to send a message to her. But as for who was the person that deployed him to send the message, it remained unknown. She highly doubted the veracity of his words. On the other end, the man did not make any redundant explanation. He just sighed lightly. If Miss Gu doesn't trust me, so be it. With this he hung up the phone. Actually, Gu Changle was going to bluff him, but out of her expectation, he gave up so quickly. Without explaining, he just hung up the phone. Gu Changle called him hastily. Hello. Wait. Though she shouted as fast as she could, busy tones still inevitably rang in the receiver. He had already hung up. She felt a little annoyed. She held the receiver and complicated expressions appeared in her eyes. She didn't know whether the news was true or not. It would be great if it was true. If it was true, she could send someone to room immediately to find out the whereabouts of the two children and then kill them. However, if the message was not true, she could be busted while making her move. Then the relationship between Xiao Tianze and her would break down at once. The reason was that Xiao Tianze still valued the two children left by Gu Changge. But if she didn't act, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would be wasted. What should she do? In the Gu's mansion, the nurse waited silently for Gu Changle to speak. After ending that call, Gu Changle fell into silence, frowning. Obviously, it was an important issue that made her feel tangled and difficult to choose. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Gu Changle suddenly said, "Bring me my phone." Upon hearing the instruction, the nurse immediately turned to her room to get her mobile phone. Gu Changle had a personal mobile phone that Xiao Tianze didn't know. Xiao Tianze didn't know that there were many helpers and collaborators of Gu Changle in this phone. These were all plans that Gu Changle secretly kept from Xiao Tianze. She could do everything with money. She hired personal bodyguards but prevented them from coming to work at the Xiao's house. But at critical moments she could order them to do what she wanted. For example, she wanted to search for Gu Yi and Meow Meow in room at this time. The nurse passed her cell phone, and she gave the nurse a meaningful glance. The nurse understood it and said, "If Mr. Xiao leaves the study, I'll tell you, Miss Gu." The nurse behaved tactfully, so Gu Changle felt she was pleasing to her eyes. Gu Changle brought the cell phone to the bedroom. After closing the door, she made the call. "I've already known where the two children are hiding. Please give the order, Miss Gu." "They are in room. You go to room to find the two children and bring them back." The other end was confused. "Bring back? If they are not obedient, let them never come back." The one nodded. "Yes, Miss Gu." Gu Changle nodded. "I hope you could cope with this matter well. If you can do it, you will get more benefits. Miss Gu, please trust me. We'll do our best." "Do your best." Gu Changle frowned with displeasure. "That is not what I want to hear." Hearing Gu Changle's angry tone, the one on the other end corrected right away. "We assure you of that, Miss Gu." The anger of Gu Changle subsided a little. She replied lazily, "You have made a promise. I wait for your good news. Miss Gu, trust us. We will do it absolutely clean and neat." Good. She was glad about the promise from the other end. What she wanted was they do it clean and neat. Only by cutting the grass and pulling up the roots could she never endure it. She put down her cell phone, looked at her new nail art and smirked. "Gu Changge, the two children you left will go to hell and meet you soon." It was dark at night. Song Yunxian was sleeping on the airplane, wearing a blindfold. However, she did not sleep well. She had just fallen asleep, and a dream like the reality appeared in her mind. Not far from her, Meow Meow kept stretching the hands and shouting to her, "Mom! Mom! Mom! Don't leave me." Such a little child was crying like a small animal. She wanted to reach out to pick her up and pat her on the back to comfort her. However, after reaching her hands out, she found that she could not hold the two children anyway, even if they were clearly in front of her. Gu Changle approached them with a smirk on her face from a distance. The smirk was unpleasant. Gu Changle bent down slightly, reached out and held Meow Meow. She held the child and walked away. No matter how Meow Meow cried and struggled, Gu Changle would not let her go. She wanted to catch up and snatch the child. However, suddenly the land under her feet became the roof of a high-rise building. Gu Changle held Meow Meow and stood on the edge of the rooftop. She looked at Gu Changle in fear. Gu Changle wore a weird smile on her face, which were vicious and twisted. Gu Changle slowly loosened her hands which was holding Meow Meow and looked at her. After seeing her pale face, Gu Changle smiled lightly and loosened her hands thoroughly. Meow Meow fell from the top of the building. Her scream ran through the world. "Mom! Meow Meow!" She shouted in fear. "Meow Meow! Meow Meow!" She shouted and tried her best to reach out her hands to grab the child. But she could hold nothing. "Meow Meow! Meow Meow! Meow Meow! Yunxian? Yunxian?" A voice sounded beside her while she was screaming. That voice was at her fingertips. She opened her eyes and felt the light suddenly appear in front of her. Chu Machen's handsome face appeared in front of her. There was worry and solemn in his eyes. Seeing Song Yunxian open her eyes, he asked, "What's wrong?" As she looked at him, Song Yunxian became more and more sober. She realized where she was while staring at Chu Machen. She was on the plane. To room Italy. A moment ago. It was just a dream. Fortunately, breathing softly, she felt relieved. Fortunately, it was only a dream. Fortunately, Meow Meow wasn't really thrown down from the tall building. If it had been true, she would have gone crazy. The child shared the same blood with her. Meow Meow was Gu Changa's youngest daughter. She had been on the top of Gu Changa's heart since she was born. She could not allow anyone to hurt her child. Breathing slowly, she raised her hand and touched her forehead to find a thin layer of sweat on it. Because of her nightmares, the flight attendants brought tissues and water. Chu Machen held the water for her, comforting her. He also took the tissue to wipe the thin layer of sweat from her forehead. "Did you have a nightmare?" Song Yunxian nodded but didn't want to explain her dream. Chu Machen didn't want to let the topic go. "You just called Gu Meow Meow." Song Yunxian pressed her lips and said nothing. Some things could be explained while some couldn't. For example, she shouted Meow Meow in her dream. She couldn't give a reasonable explanation. The more she explained, the more Chu Machen would suspect. What she had experienced was too supernatural. If she had said it, most people would have thought she was mentally ill and had hallucinations. Only she knew that it all happened. Although now she related to the Song family, and she was the daughter of the Song family. But her spirit and soul were Gu Changa's. It was normal that she was worried about Meow Meow because she was Meow Meow's mother. She held the cup and drank some water. Chu Machen, sitting beside her, stared at her with cold eyes. "Your purpose of this trip is to find Gu Yi and Meow Meow. Why are you looking for those two children?" "Can I refuse to answer the question?"
No.
Chu Machen didn't want to budge and his attitude was firm. But Song Yunxian still didn't want to explain clearly. "I could only tell you that I won't hurt them. I cannot guarantee anything else. If you find those two children, I hope you can give them to me." Song Yunxian frowned and refused decisively. "That's impossible. They were her children. When she was very young, her father, Gu Cheng, had taught her a lesson. Her father had said, 'Keep precious things by yourself,' because only by keeping them in one's own hands, he could do his best to protect. One couldn't count on others to truly protect his precious things. It was just a futile expectation." The young Gu Changa summed up his father's words. It was best to rely on yourself, not others. Gu Yi and Meow Meow were so important to her that she wanted to protect them by herself, and believed that only she could keep them from harm. Song Yunxian said nothing. Chu Machen's expression became colder. "Why are you so interested in Gu Changa's two children? I have promised not to hurt them." But Chu Machen wanted to say something more. However, Song Yunxian looked at him and said with solemn eyes, "I hope you can trust me." Chu Machen was shocked by the seriousness in her eyes and didn't talk for a long time. There is a slight confusion in Song Yunxuan's eyes. "I like children very much. Gu Yi and Meow Meow are the kinds of children I like. I will treat them as my children and I will never hurt them. You have no blood relationship with them, and you have no reason to raise them. I want to take care of these 2 children for Guchanga. You have nothing to do with Guchanga. I respect her as a businesswoman. Chu Machin stared at her as if he wanted to read her mind from the bottom of her eyes. Song Yunxian just let him see, not dodging his gaze. She had no other thoughts. Her only idea was to be able to protect the 2 children. So she was not afraid that Chu Machin looked at her with scrutiny. Can you see my thoughts in my eyes? She smiled slightly. His expression was still sullen and he said coldly, your eyes can always lie. Yes. Guchanga's eyes were deceptive. No one could see her thoughts in her eyes. Even Chu Machin was no exception. There was a strange quietness on the plane to room, and Chu Machin's words were rare. Song Yunxian silently calculated when they could arrive room. She had asked the Xiao family in Harbor City to contact the upper-class families in room to search for Gui and Miao Miao extensively. Room was big. Even if they searched these 2 children at the fastest speed, it would take half a day or even more than a day. She hoped that they could find Gui and Miao Miao before the plane landed. However, she didn't know if those great families in room would fulfill her wish. She slowly sighed as she looked at the sky outside the cabin through the glass. Feeling a little tired, she leaned back on the chair and pulled down her blindfold again. She needed a good rest so that she could deal with everything after getting off the plane. After all, it was challenging to find Gui and Miao Miao. In the process, someone would definitely hinder them by hook or by crook. Song Yunjia was still in the hospital. Xiao Tianzi had hired new servants and nurses to take care of her day and night to show his concern. She didn't sleep all night, holding her cell phone in her hands and waiting for Zhao Yang's reply. But there was no news from Zhao Yang. She couldn't help but call Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang quickly answered the phone and told her, Gu Chang'll have known it. So what did she do? Anyway, as long as she knew it, there was half chance that Gu Chang'll would be hooked. At this time, she just had to wait quietly for the news of the 2 children's accidents coming from across the ocean. Then she could have a good laugh at Gu Chang'll. Gu Chang'll had been living a complacent and delightful life beside Xiao Tianzi for too long. The 2 children left by Gu Chang'e were thorns in her flesh. But in Song Yunjia's opinion, the 2 children left by Gu Chang'e were the best weapon against Gu Chang'e. Xiao Tianzi valued these 2 children, so they are of great value. Song Yunjia might use the 2 children left by Gu Chang'e to achieve her aim. While she was gripping the cell phone, her eyes lightened. After so long, one thing finally made her see hope. She didn't want Gu Chang'e to continue to be so complacent. Next, she would see Gu Chang'e's status in Xiao Tianzi's heart decrease little by little. Finally, she would be abandoned by Xiao Tianzi. Oh! Because of working late, Xiao Tianzi entered the bedroom at 1 o'clock in the morning. Gu Chang'e had asked servants to remind him several times. However, he didn't want to stop working and take a break. The servant could only keep serving him coffee. By the time he returned the bedroom after finishing his work, he had thought Gu Chang'e was asleep. However, he opened the door and found Gu Chang'e sitting on the bed holding her knees. Why don't you sleep? She was in poor health and pregnant. He advised her to rest early, but she just refused to obey. After seeing him return to the bedroom after work, Gu Chang'e moved on the bed and reached out to him. Come here. Be with me. She was always used to being petted like a kitten, and Xiao Tianzi was used to spoiling her. Seeing her reaching out to him, Xiao Tianzi held up his glasses before walking over to hold her hand. He sat on the edge of the bed, while Gu Chang'e's body leaned softly in his arms. Both were very quiet, but their thoughts were completely different. When holding Gu Chang'e, Xiao Tianzi was thinking how many days the baby could survive. Her physical condition was not good, and letting her give birth to this child would be life-threatening. Abortion in early pregnancy was their best option. However, Gu Chang'e pinned all her hopes on this child. If he had suddenly advised her of a miscarriage, she would have got emotional. He was thinking about how to talk to Gu Chang'e all the time. At the same time, in the arms of Xiao Tianzi, Gu Chang'e was calm and satisfied on the surface, but her heart was impatient. The people she sent out had not yet reached room. When would they find news about Gui and Miao Miao? Xiao Tianzi was suspicious and thoughtful. If he had changed their address from time to time when he took care of them, they would have been particularly hard to find. It would be harder for her to do what she wanted. Not knowing what she was thinking, Xiao Tianzi kissed her forehead after holding her for a while and pulled her out of his arms. It's late. You should sleep. Would you stay with me? I'll take a bath. You sleep first. Xiao Tianzi let her go. Gu Changel nodded and turned to lay down. She pulled the quilt to her chest and turned to watch Xiao Tianzi enter the bathroom. She squinted as she looked at Xiao Tianzi's back. Why did this man, who was very gentle to her, care about the two children left by Gu Chang'e? He hated Gu Chang'e so much. Now that Gu Chang'e was dead, shouldn't he dislike the two children accordingly? It was reasonable that he liked Gui because Gui was his son. However, Miao Miao looked so much like Gu Chang'e. Why did he treat her like the apple of his eye? It was strange. She frowned. The more she thought, the more resentful she felt. She also hated Gui and Miao Miao even more. Everything was ready. Her men should act promptly. Otherwise, if Xiao Tianzi had known that Gui and Miao Miao's whereabouts had been leaked, it would have been hard to succeed. She frowned and closed her eyes. However, in her heart, she was praying that the two children would die as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would be restless. There were many famous attractions in Rome. However, when she got off the plane, Song Yunxian didn't have any mood to see Rome's various attractions. She did not come to Rome for sightseeing. She wanted to find Gui and Miao Miao in the shortest time. Mei Qi, who followed her, knew clearly that Song Yunxian had a vital mission this time. After Song Yunxian got off the plane, Mei Qi quickly arranged the hotel. Song Yunxian was not in the mood to go to the hotel to rest. While in the car, she asked Mei Qi the phone number of the great family they had entrusted. Mei Qi called them. After taking the mobile phone, she had thought she would hear the language of Italy. However, the dialect of Harbor City came from the other end. Miss Song, whereabouts of those two children haven't been found for now. I advise you to be calm and patient. You are. She thought the voice was familiar. Her brain worked quickly, rummaging through her memories for all the information about the voice. Are you Lucia? The woman over the other end smiled slightly. I did not expect Miss Song to remember me. I am deeply honored. At her time in Harbor City, she had had many dealings with Lucia. They had competed several times, but the outcome was inconclusive. However, the support from the Xiao family still made Song Yunxian win a little. At present, 3 of Harbor City's 4 most powerful families had relations with Song Yunxian. Among them, the Xiao family helped her the most. With the background and their help, Song Yunxian was fighting freely in Yunqing. Before leaving, she asked the Xiao family to go to Rome to arrange everything well. However, after her arrival, she was received by Lucia. This really surprised her. Seeing the change on her face, Mei Qi was worried. Manager Song, is there anything wrong?
No.
Stay calm. She comforted Mei Qi. At the same time, she continued dealing with Lucia. Why did Miss Lu get my call? No one had told her before that Lucia would be involved in this matter. And Lucia appeared without any reason now. She wanted to know why. It would be better for Miss Song to come and meet me with Family Sophia if you want to know why I am involved in this matter. Family Sophia. Song Yunxian frowned a little and repeated the name in her mouth. She had heard the name many times. It was proper to say the exalted name had long resounded in her ears. Family Sophia was one of the most powerful families in Italy. They did business but were very low-key. When she was young, she followed her father to Italy for business negotiations. And it was with Family Sophia. She remembered that the head of the family was a white man in his 50s at that time. He was tall and stern and was a wise and resourceful man like her father. The negotiation was smooth. They returned early. But just a few days after returning home, she heard that the head of the family had died. After his death, the family fell into chaos because the line heir and the collateral relatives fought for the property. The forces of all sides clashed. Gu Chang also took advantage of this opportunity to gain a lot of benefits in business in Italy. After that, Gu Cheng helped one of the young people to settle down as the family's ruler. Speaking of that, the Gu family was closely related to family Sophia. However, Gu Cheng's death caused the relationship between family Sophia and the Gu family to be completely cut off. Family Sophia had been honesty and keeping promises, and they had an oral covenant with the Gu family, because the Gu family once helped the new head of family Sophia. When the Gu family was in trouble, family Sophia would provide great help. Once the member of the Gu family had died, and more than 3 generations, this oral covenant would automatically lose efficacy. After Gu Cheng's death, Xiao Tianzi changed the Gus to the Xiao Enterprise. Family Sophia made it clear that as long as Gus was changed to the Xiao Enterprise, they would no longer have any business with the Gu family, and would not provide any personal help. Xiao Tianzi was jealous of the Gu's huge assets and wanted to own them as soon as possible. He naturally didn't care about allies like family Sophia. He did not care about the complete severance of family Sophia and the Gus. Today, Song Yunxian recontacted the family in Italy and found that Lu Xia also had a great relationship with this family. She thought about it and was curious indeed. She intended to meet with Lu Xia. Mei Qi was worried. When Lu Xia was in Harbor City, she wanted to watch in safety while others fight. But you broke her plan. Now, in room, do you think Lu Xia will retaliate against you? I don't think so. She was confident about it. And after ending the call, she instructed the driver to go to the villa where Lu Xia was. Lu Xia was in a villa of family Sophia. The villa was luxurious and the surrounding gardens were carefully managed. In the white fountain pool with statues, clean and clear fountain water flowed out. Since got off the plane, Chu Machin had been staying with her and did not leave when she went to Lu Xia. After the car left the airport, a car from family Sophia came to guide the way. They followed to the villa before they opened the door and got off. When Mei Qi opened the door for Song Yunxian, the servants who had been waiting in front of the villa for a long time came to lead the way with smiles. As a powerful family, the servants were all beautiful girls with blonde hair, blue eyes and long legs. Song Yunxian followed the servant into the house, but Mei Qi was blocked. Chu Machin was also stopped. However, a servant went downstairs and spoke a few words to the servant who stopped them. Chu Machin was allowed to enter. Song Yunxian had thought that she would see the smart and capable Lu Xia waiting for her in the villa. But what she never expected was that Lu Xia had changed unexpectedly in just a few months. The previous Lu Xia had a slim body and cold eyes. Her slight staring was forbidding. And Lu Xia at present was changed in the dressing style. She wore a loose European lace dress and a white blouse on the outside. Hadn't been trimmed for several months. Her original short hair had exceeded the ears and reached the shoulders. She greeted Song Yunxian with a smile. Please have a seat, Miss Song. Song Yunxuan's surprise appeared on her face. Lu Xia was like a new person, still beautiful but more tender. She was like a beautiful young woman after marriage. She started to wonder why Lu Xia appeared in family Sophia and why she had such a change. All of these should be closely related to Lu Xia's white assistant. She remembered that Lu Xia's white housekeeper was called George. George. She frowned and looked at Lu Xia. There is something different with you, Miss Lu. Lu Xia looked at her slightly. She said with a smile on her lips. Well, where is the difference? Song Yunxian moved down her sight slowly from Lu Xia's face. She finally stopped in Lu Xia's abdomen. Miss Lu, you don't stay in your Lu family in Harbor City. Instead, you appear in this foreign country. What's your purpose? The smile on Lu Xia's lips narrowed slightly. Her eyes changed silently. She lowered her voice. You seem to know everything. Song Yunxian shook her head. No, you can believe that I know nothing. Lu Xia was unhappy inside, but she couldn't spill anything. She only said, I can help you on this thing, but... Song Yunxian took the initiative to speak before Lu Xia could tell the conditions. Don't worry, Miss Lu. The Xiao family and I will try our best to help you whenever the Lu family needs assistance. Whenever. Whenever. No matter who is the opponent. No matter who the opponent is. Song Yunxian gave exact answers to Lu Xia's 2 questions. Song Yunxian would reassure Lucia because Lucia could indeed help her most now. In room, only family Sophia could search for people without restraint. Lucia was a key figure now. Lucia got a satisfactory answer. She nodded and looked at Song Yunxian. Miss Song, I believe you will keep your word. Please remember what you've promised me today. Miss Lu, don't worry. I, Song Yunxian, will do what I say. Though Chu Machin couldn't get anything from their words, he was sure that they made a covenant according to those words. Song Yunxian promised Lucia's covenant. In return, Lucia promised to help Song Yunxian to find Gui and Miao Miao. They were both clever people. They understood each other's meaning and needs. Lucia got up after finishing the conversation. I'm a bit tired. So, excuse me for not entertaining you. Miss Lu, have a good rest and take care of yourself. Song Yunxian stood up. She said goodbye to Lucia. Machin and I will go now. We will see you the other day. Lucia nodded, then turned around to go upstairs. Song Yunxian and Chu Machin turned to walk out. The beautiful maids of family Sophia led them out. Lucia went up to the second floor. She withdrew the curtains in the bedroom, watching the two get into the car and leave. Behind her, the door was opened slightly. Lucia didn't turn around, but she knew that it was George who had come in. She drew the curtains and turned to George. The former white assistant had totally changed now. Only the tenderness towards her in his eyes remained unchanged. Xia, I don't like you calling me like this. But I like it. He came over, hugging her from behind. He put his big hand on her belly, his lips on her neck. He said, "This is a surprise to me. My body constitution is not suitable for having a baby. I probably die with 2 lives. Don't worry. I will save you first." His lips moved to her shoulders along her neck. Lucia felt a bit unbearable. She raised her hand to push him. However, George grabbed her hands. He sighed. "The little master in your mind has been dead for so many years. Why don't you forget him? But I still don't like to be counted by a subordinate. I've always been with you to protect you. For so many years, haven't you ever been touched at all? Is it good for me that you control the Lu enterprise?" She frowned. Her voice suddenly sharpened a lot. George was shocked by her harsh voice. He then smiled. He was not angry with her at all. "I know it's very hard for you during the pregnancy. You may have a temper. It doesn't matter. I can stand it." "George, stop saying anything. I won't let you go back to Harbor City whatever you say. You should take care of yourself and welcome our first kid in room." Lucia straightened her lips. She got angry with George's words. However, she couldn't resist. The Lu enterprise changed so fast that Lucia couldn't take any action. George even suppressed all news about changing the leadership of the Lu enterprise soon after he betrayed Lucia, which made no one outside suspected that there was something wrong with the Lu family. The Xiao family and the Hua family both had no idea what happened to the Lu family. Today, Lucia finally saw a little hope as she saw Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian was a person who had experienced a lot. Besides, she could do anything to get what she wanted. Song Yunxian was such a clever person that she could make it clear what might have happened without extra explanation. It was the biggest surprise for Lucia in months to meet Song Yunxian today. She expected Song Yunxian to help her. Song Yunxian sat in the car back to the hotel. She unconsciously turned an antique jade ring on her middle finger. Chu Machin realized that he had seen it before. It was a ring with stories. "Where did you get this ring?" Chu Machin asked her. She stopped turning the ring. She got it from the finger and raised it, asking, "You mean this symbol that makes the entire airline executives show great respect?" Chu Machin squinted his eyes. "You really have been calculating." Song Yunxian smiled. "I have been calculating all the way, including that card game. I got this ring from the Zhang family in Harbor City." Chu Machin's eyes were a little dim. "That place is famous for making fake antiques." "Not really. This ring is almost the same as the real one. The entire airline obeys me." She deepened her smile. There was a fondness for this ring in her eyes. A fake ring could help her to fly to room without any delay. This ring had already exerted its most useful value. However, Chu Machin was obviously unsatisfied with it. I can't understand what you want to do anymore. You will know it soon. There was a deep coldness in Song Yunchuan's eyes. Indeed, she would soon let everyone know what she wanted to do. She hoped to destroy the Shao enterprise. She wished Gu Chang'e and Shao Tianzi to die without peace. She wished Song Yunjia to see who she was. She wished everyone who had killed Gu Chang'e to pay for it. She must protect Gu Yi and Miao Miao before these plans could be carried out. They were her kids. She couldn't let them be harmed in any way. When they returned to the hotel, there was a guest who had been waiting for them for a long time. This person was no one but Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo had been waiting for them in the hotel for a long time. Xiao Luo greeted Song Yunxian as soon as Song Yunxian went back. Sister. Luo. She walked over and hugged Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo had grown taller. He had also become more mature in Harbor City in the past few months. She had always been believing that Xiao Luo would become the best heir of the Xiao family. She tried her best to help Xiao Luo in Harbor City last time. Now Xiao Luo came to room. He would help Song Yunxian to find Gu Yi and Miao Miao for sure. The whereabouts of those two children. We're looking for them. Xiao Luo started to explain before Song Yunxian finished. I've sent someone to check out several wealthy districts that Shao Tianzi had visited. The two kids must be in those rich areas if Shao Tianzi arranged them in room. We can find them as long as we check the residents in these rich areas. I hope that it can be done as soon as possible. Sister, don't worry. We will find them soon. Xiao Luo had the confidence to find Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Song Yunxian also believed in his strength. They stayed at the hotel all day. A doctor came to give Song Yunxian a physical check in the evening. Chu Machin was beside the doctor. He explained after seeing Song Yunxian frowning. You are pregnant now. You are so tired that I'm worried about you. This is a Chinese medicine doctor. He can take your pulse. A Chinese medicine doctor. Song Yunxian sat on the sofa under the guidance of the doctor. Then she stretched her arms to show the doctor. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, looking elegant and polite. Song Yunxian was a little nervous in her heart. She only allowed her doctor to check herself when she was in Yunqing. After all, pregnancy was a cover. She never expected it to be pierced so quickly. However, Chu Machin now asked a doctor she didn't know to check her out. It seemed that he had doubts about her pregnancy. She put her hand on the small square pillow prepared by the doctor after a short of hesitation. The doctor's fingers were on Song Yunchuan's pulse. His expression didn't change much, but people could know that he was serious and focused when he checked her pulse. Song Yunxian was a little upset. She was not at ease even though she looked calm on her face. If this Chinese medicine doctor had been professional, it would have been easy for him to see from her pulse that she was not pregnant. What would Chu Machin do to her after the doctor told this fact directly to him? Her mind was in a whirl. The time passed by. Song Yunxian felt that her heart lifted when the doctor retracted his hand. She wanted to know what the doctor would tell Chu Machin. The doctor slowly held the glasses on the bridge of his nose. He then glanced over Song Yunchuan's face and spoke to Chu Machin. There is nothing serious with Miss Song. Chu Machin looked at Song Yunxian. A little surprise flashed in Song Yunchuan's heart, but she didn't express it on her face. The doctor didn't pierce her false pregnancy. Was Xiao Luo buying him in advance? Confused in her heart, she got up and went out after the doctor left. Chu Machin was sitting on the sofa in the living room. He gently asked her when he saw her going out. It's so late, where are you going? Luo is next to us. I'd like to talk with him. Xiao Luo called Song Yunxian's sister. Chu Machin should already know that Xiao Luo and Song Yunxian were brother and sister. Even if Chu Machin didn't say it out, Chu Machin had no reason to stop them when they met. I'll be back in a moment. She opened the door and went out after she finished speaking. She exhaled and calmed her nervousness when she pulled out the door. Now it was the key period. The fake pregnancy could not be pierced. If Chu Machin had already been suspicious, There would have been a second and third temptation after this. The best way to hide this secret was to ask Xiao Luo to help her. Afterward, all the doctors that Chu Machin found must have been met Xiao Luo in advance. She walked to Xiao Luo's door as she considered it. She knocked at the door gently. Xiao Luo opened the door soon. Xiao Luo was surprised to see Song Yunxian coming here so late. Sister, why are you here? There's something I want to tell you. Can I come in? Sure. Xiao Luo seemed to welcome her at any time. They were biological siblings who had got a paternity test, though Song Yunxian did not disclose this fact to the public. However, the Xiao family in Harbor City had already known the truth. Xiao Luo knew that he should owe it half to this sister as he could be in charge of the Xiao enterprise. So he respected and obeyed his sister. Xiao Luo closed the door after Song Yunxian entered the room. The new housekeeper of the Xiao family was with Xiao Luo. Now Xiao Luo saw Song Yunxian here, so he asked his housekeeper out. Xiao Luo made tea for Song Yunxian after she sat on the sofa. Song Yunxian got the cup and thanked him gently. Xiao Luo laughed. Sister, when did you start to be so polite to me? You'd better call me Yunxian while we are in front of outsiders. But you promised before that I can call you sister. You hadn't inherited the Xiao family at that time. Now you are in charge of the Xiao family. You should perform as a master of a big family. How can you always call me sister? However, Xiao Luo was stubborn. Even if I am the master of a big family, you are still my sister. I don't want to change it. He was so stubborn that Song Yunxian didn't think that he would understand it soon. She had to come straight to the point. Actually, I'm here tonight to tell you something in advance. Tell me something in advance? Song Yunxian nodded. She said with a soft sigh, You are clear about the relationship between Chu Machin and me, so I will not go round the corner. To be honest, I'm not pregnant. Xiao Luo's expression didn't change much. Song Yunxian could see through Xiao Luo's expression that Xiao Luo had already known that she was not pregnant. You know it? She asked him. Xiao Luo nodded his head. Yes. How? In fact, grandfather has always been paying close attention to you. He has sent someone to watch you since you came back to Yunqing. Whenever something happens, the Xiao family will receive news. Oh, I see. Song Yunxian groaned. Xiao Luo was still a little worried. Sister, please excuse us. We are afraid that you will be harmed by the Song family, so we. The Xiao family was a big family. Its strength in Harbor City was self-evident. It was better for her to stay in Harbor City than in Yunqing. She could be guaranteed not to be hurt by anyone as long as she was protected by the Xiao family. At least the Hua family and the Lu family would no longer hurt her. However, it was different when she was in Yunqing. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. Song Yunxiang, Song Yunjia and Song Yuning had joined together to deal with her in the past. Now, instead of dying in Harbor City, she safely returned to Yunqing. Song Yunjia and Song Yunxiang would inevitably try hard to drive her out of the Song family. It was normal for Xiao Jianqing to worry about her. Xiao Luo knew that Song Yunxian was a clever girl, but he was not sure about her current attitude. He was wondering if she opposed that the Xiao family secretly paid attention to her situation in the Song family. Xiao Luo was a bit worried to wait Song Yunxuan's reaction after he said it out. Song Yunxian pursed her lips. Then she turned her eyes on Xiao Luo's face with a smile. Thank you. What? Xiao Luo was a little confused, thinking that he had heard something wrong. Song Yunxian saw him in a daze. She repeated with a smile, I said thank you. Thank us. Xiao Luo didn't know why Song Yunxian suddenly said that. However, Song Yunxian smiled. She explained in calm, My situation in Yunqing is indeed not so good. I am grateful that you and grandfather can send someone to protect me secretly. So, shouldn't I say thank you? No matter how much the Xiao family knew about what she had done in the Song family, they did it out of concern for her. After all, she was the eldest granddaughter of the Xiao family. Xiao Jianqing would somewhat be fond of her. She understood this. It was normal for her to appreciate the Xiao family. What she most expected to know today was not just Xiao Luo's confession to her. And Lucia. The Xiao family knows everything about me. What about Lucia? Xiao Luo frowned. It was obvious that this question was hard for him. Song Yunxian didn't rush to ask him, but she finished her own affairs first. Chu Machan suspects that I'm not pregnant. He has been looking for doctors to have me checked up recently. You know how to help me, don't you? Xiao Luo nodded. You can be assured that I will bribe every doctor and will not let them spill the beans. I feel relieved. Actually, the things about Lucia, I just heard about it recently. Xiao Luo frowned. He looked at Song Yunxian. Sister, have you seen Lucia? Yes. She had seen Lucia. Lucia looked well from her look. However, Lucia definitely kept something in her heart. Besides, her life was not very satisfactory. You saw her in room? Xiao Luo asked her. She nodded. I was taken to the villa of family Sophia as soon as I got off the plane. I saw Lucia there. Shouldn't Lucia be in Harbor City? Why is she in room for no reason? Xiao Luo sighed softly, saying, Actually, the Lu family now exists in name only. His words made Song Yunxuan's heart sink suddenly. Sure enough, her guess was right. You make it clear. Song Yunxian asked. Xiao Luo didn't mean to conceal it. He told Song Yunxian everything he recently knew about the Lu family. The Lu family has basically changed its owner now. The master of the family is no longer Lu Xia. Who is that? She twisted her eyebrows. She felt that the issue was critical. It's George. Song Yunxian went silent. Xiao Luo continued. Sister, you have seen George, the white assistant beside Lu Xia. Speaking of this, it's so serious that the Lu family has changed its owner, but it was concealed very well. Now, only the Xiao family and the Hua family know it. I don't believe that Hua Ting will start attacking the Lu family at this time. He dare not. Xiao Luo said frankly. In Harbor City, the Xiao family, the Lu family and the Hua family, the three families have been suppressing each other. If one party is at a disadvantage, the other two parties will inevitably loot a burning house without the covenant agreement. Then why doesn't Hua Ting start right now? In fact, she already had an answer in her mind, but she didn't want to say it out immediately. Her answer might be wrong. It was better for Xiao Luo to say. The reason is that it is George who is the head of family Sophia. Song Yunxian looked more serious. She had felt weird when she saw Lucia in the villa of family Sophia. The hints that Lucia had told her made Song Yunxian feel that the person whom Lucia and Song Yunxian joined together to deal with was not simple. She just couldn't believe that Lucia was about to offend George openly and fight against the entire family Sophia. Xiao Luo saw her in deep contemplation. He felt a little strange. Sister, what are you worried about? Song Yunxian didn't come to herself until she was called by Xiao Luo. She replied subconsciously. Nothing. It was not appropriate to tell Xiao Luo that she was against family Sophia. Besides, what she most wished to do now was to find Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Lucia's issue needed a long-term plan. She would deal with it after she found Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Otherwise, nothing will be achieved on both issues. Xiao Luo looked at her reaction just now and found that Song Yunxian had concerns in her mind. He was about to ask her in detail, while the door was suddenly knocked lightly. He stood up. I'm going to open the door. There may be some news of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Hearing that, Song Yunxian also stood up from the sofa. Just as Xiao Luo opened the door, an Italyan young man in a black suit at the door told him the news in fluent Italyan. Song Yunxian was excited. Gu Chang'e was good at languages of 8 countries, including Italyan. She could understand what this Italyan said. However, Xiao Luo changed his eyes after he saw the excited expression on Song Yunxuan's face. Sister, can you understand Italyan? Song Yunxian shook her head. No, but just now you seem to be able to understand what he was talking about. He said so much. I think Miao Miao and Gu Yi have been found, so I feel happy. This explanation was very reasonable. Xiao Luo didn't continue asking. He just spoke a few words to the foreign youth in front of him in Italy. Then Xiao Luo turned to Song Yunxian. Let's go and see Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Song Yunxian opened her mouth slightly because of this sudden good news. She couldn't help giving a big smile. Okay. It was not easy to get Gui and Meow Meow's news. She couldn't wait to see those two children. As long as she saw these two children, she could slowly plan to take their custody from Xiao Tianzi. It was too late, but they didn't intend to change their plan. 3 bulletproof Mercedes-Benzes drove out of the hotel garage. They drove towards the rich quarter of Room's western suburbs under the darkness. In the Xiao family in Yuncheng, Gu Changel was very anxious. She dropped the cup in her hand on the table, severely screaming at the phone. It has been a whole day. Why can't you find those two bastards? Miss Gu, room is very large. I don't need you to tell me that room is large. We need enough time to find those two children. Enough time? She sneered with vicious eyes. Does it mean that you cannot find them until Tianzi knows that I'm seeking for them? The person on the other end became silent because of her anger. Gu Changel couldn't help making an ultimatum over the phone. I'll give you 3 more hours. You must find the whereabouts of those two bastards even if you turn over room. The person on the other end didn't reply. Gu Changel didn't get an answer. She was even more angry. Have you got it? I'm asking you. Are you deaf? Why don't you answer me? She yelled at the phone like a crazy woman. The person on the other end couldn't understand why she was so angry. Only Gu Changel knew that this was related to her future. The news that she sent someone to room to find Gui and Meow Meow would soon be known by Xiao Tianzi. She must kill those two children before Xiao Tianzi brought those children to other places. As long as they were killed, she could deny killing them even if Xiao Tianzi hated her deeply. The dead told no tales. She could do it once and for all. The night had fallen and a bright moon was hanging in the sky over the suburb. Song Yunxian, who sat in the advanced bulletproof car, looked out of the window quietly. Yet her heart was leaping inside. She was looking forward to the moment when she saw Gui and Meow Meow. These two kids were related to her, so it made sense for her to miss them. It was just that the truth was not as good as she expected. The car stopped outside a manor in a brownstone district in Room. No sooner had Xiao Lu got out of the car than a white man in a suit rushed out of the manor in a hurry and whispered in his ear. When Song Yunxian got off, she saw that Xiao Luo's face clouded. She realized something was wrong. She quickly walked over to Xiao Luo and asked, "What's going on?" Xiao Luo looked bad and his voice was not too high. He frowned unconsciously. "A minor accident." "What minor accident?" Xiao Luo told her there was a minor accident when they arrived at the place where Gui and Meow Meow lived, so it was obvious that something happened to Gui and Meow Meow. She felt somewhat anxious in her heart, but she tried her best to keep calm and cover her inner thoughts. Only Song Yunxian and Xiao Luo walked out from the bins. Though Chu Machan followed them here, he had no intention to get off. Even when the car reached the front of the manor, he just watched the expressions on Song Yunxuan's face through the bulletproof glass of the car. He had always been feeling strange and wondering why Song Yunxian put so much energy on Gui and Meow Meow. Even if she gave him a convincing reason, he still didn't believe it. He wanted to know what kind of feelings Song Yunxian had for the two children. Song Yunxian questioned closely, which made Xiao Luo unable to hide anymore. He confessed. Gui was inside, but Meow Meow. What happened to Meow Meow? She suddenly frowned. Only by now did Xiao Luo open his mouth. Meow Meow is missing. Hearing this, Song Yunxian strode into the manor straightly. How could Meow Meow disappear? Shouldn't Gui have taken good care of Meow Meow? Since Xiao Tianzi had arranged for them to be here, he must have arranged for some servants to take charge of their daily life. A little master was missing at home. What incapable servants! Her brain was in a bit of mess. Hearing that Meow Meow was missing, even her fingertips were trembling. She knew that she should keep calm and wait for the two children to appear in front of her. But now she was afraid that she couldn't bottle up her inner feelings. She was worried about Meow Meow. She was really worried about Meow Meow. Seeing that she was pale, Mei Qi, who was following her around, couldn't help suggesting her. Manager Song chid Gui was well, so Miss Meow Meow should be fine. Please don't worry too much. Meow Meow has always been a very good child. Normally, she won't leave her brother's side. So something must have happened as she is missing now. Go and find her, she ordered Mei Qi. Mei Qi saw her discomposure, whispering, Manager Song, you are being too emotional. Song Yunxuan's eyes were filled with anger because of her worry and anxiety, and she sounded a bit impatient, which could be seen as long as you paid a little attention. Mei Qi also felt strange about her attitude towards the two children, and he knew that it was not proper for Song Yunxian to be this emotional under such a circumstance. That was why he reminded her to act properly. Reminded by Mei Qi like this, Song Yunxian became a little quiet. Mei Qi was by her side and advised her by using a voice that could only be heard by the two of them. No matter what happened, just relax, Manager Song. But meow meow. She wanted to say something else. Mei Qi cut her off and said, I went to see little child Gui just now and I found that he was not a bit worried. Mei Qi didn't finish his words. Actually, by this, Song Yunxian could understand and became quiet even though Mei Qi didn't go on. He said that Gui was not even a bit worried. Yes, Miao Miao was Gui's younger sister. If Miao Miao had been missing, Gui would have been very anxious. But when everyone found Miao Miao was missing, Gui didn't show any sign of worry. It meant that Gui knew where Miao Miao was and that she was safe. When thinking of this, her mood became calm. After having searched every room of the manor, Xiao Luo came out to speak to her. I've had every room searched, but there is still no sign of Miss Miao Miao. Were you being so rude that you scared little child Gu? Xiao Luo was a little stupefied and didn't know where to start. Song Yunxian passed him and went straight through the living room of the manor to Guyi's bedroom on the second floor. It's better for me to ask him in person. No kid can stand up to fear. Mei Qi walked behind Song Yunxian. Xiao Luo also followed Song Yunxian into Guyi's room in puzzlement. The few servants at home felt quite frightened as a group of tall white men in suit burst into the manor. Servants huddled their shoulders in silence as if these men had been from the mafia. At the front, a white man took Song Yunxian to Guyi's room. When they were about to open the door, the white man planned to kick it. Song Yunxian frowned suddenly and grumpiness showed in her eyes. Being looked by her like this, he panicked and retracted his leg, which was going for the door. Then he opened the door respectfully. The room was very large in a classic luxurious decorative style. All the furniture inside was of famous brands. The floor was graced with a wool carpet in light white. A 6 or 7-year-old little boy dressed in a small blue and white baseball uniform was sitting on the floor and playing with blocks. Beside him was the dominoes which were arranged. The child was sitting against the door of the room. When hearing the door was opened, his movements of playing the blocks came to a stop and the look inside his pupils turned a bit black. But there was no fear in his eyes. After a second, he looked down and continued playing with the blocks. He had no idea who entered. But as he or she had brought so many people, he or she must be hostile to them, brother and sister. Dad put them in room and hadn't contacted them for a long time. Apart from the call from the nurse at home every night, he hardly kept in touch with any relatives. He felt that he and Miao Miao had been abandoned. They were abandoned by their father in this huge manor. Since the death of their mother, their father no longer liked him or Miao Miao. Dad put all his concerns on Gu Changle, their little aunt. He lowered his long eyelashes and held the blocks in his hand. He stacked the blocks without any fear or anxiety. Song Yunxian walked inside and waved to the people behind her to tell them not to follow. She looked at Gu Yi and approached him step by step. Her shoes stepped on the soft carpet without a sound. Gu Yi seemed to pay no attention to the person who entered while playing with the blocks in his hands. Read more chapter on 6P novel. Gong. In his heart it didn't matter who entered. He and Miao Miao no longer enjoyed their mother's protection, and their father seemed to exile them to such a strange place. Though Gu Changle was their aunt, yet she was their mother's stepsister. Gu Changle had no blood relationship with them. Now Gu Changle lived with his father, so she must have seen him and Miao Miao as the thorn in her flesh. He was still small and there was something that he could not understand or see through. However, he was clear that he could count on no one to protect him and his younger sister. If someone had wanted to hurt him or his younger sister, He would have had to only depend on himself. He was several years older than Meow Meow, and he was Meow Meow's elder brother. He should protect Meow Meow. From an early age, their mother loved Meow Meow so much. He remembered that when their mother was in hospital because of a car accident, she bore the pain and told him to take good care of his younger sister. He would take good care of his younger sister. He would not let his mother down. He put the last piece of block on the tall tower stacked by him. Behind him came a man's voice, which asked him in raw Chinese language, "Where is Gu Meow Meow?" Gui retracted his hand. "I don't know." His reply was light, without any emotion. The white man behind him became a little anxious. Song Yunxian took a breath and then she said, "It's none of your business now. Get out." Her words were with displeasure and stateliness. Being suppressed by such stateliness, the man became speechless immediately. Yet Gui was stunned when hearing the voice. Then he quickly turned around and looked at her surprisedly with his eyes wide open. "Why are you here?" The people behind Song Yunxian stepped out as she said. Mei Qi was so considerate that he closed the door gently. Gui was quite shocked. Seeing Song Yunxian squat to look at him, he felt strange at first, but then he acted quickly and hid vigilance at the bottom of his eyes. "How can you be here?" He was quite vigilant and didn't believe that she was a good person just because he knew her. Song Yunxian raised her eyebrows slightly and a smile appeared on her lips. "We know each other. Will you please stop looking at me with such vigilance? You brought so many people to catch Meow Meow." He looked at Song Yunxian coldly. The smile on Song Yunxuan's lips rose slightly. There was no sign of displeasure on her face, yet there was appreciation and satisfaction for the child. Sure enough, her son didn't let her down, though he lost his mother's protection. But as an elder brother of Meow Meow and a son of Guchanga, he did not show any humbleness or fear. Even though he was facing the enemy and in a passive situation, he was still at leisure and calm. It was not easy for him to be this calm at such a young age. She looked at the blocks which had been piled up beside him. It was a small castle. There was even a pretty princess standing by the window in the upper palace of the castle. "These are not your blocks." She was sure. "They're mine." Gui remained calm. "These are the birthday presents Guchanga gave Meow Meow on her birthday. To be exact, they are the last gift Guchanga left for you and your sister." Sorrow flashed by Gui's face, which was like white porcelain. Then he clenched his fists and stared at her. "Who are you? Why do you know so much?" Song Yunxian bent her lips and her eyes were tender and kind like the moon. "Don't worry. I won't hurt you." She touched Gui's smooth face, saying, "Little E, tell me where your sister is." Gui stared at her tightly. He had no intention to tell her where his younger sister was before he made sure that she was a good person. Seeing his strong wariness, Song Yunxian smiled. "You don't trust me?" Undoubtedly, Gui did not believe her. Song Yunxian confronted him, smiling. "What can I do to make you believe me?" "Let them leave my home," Gui stated firmly. Song Yunxian nodded in agreement. "Okay." She knew that Mei Qi was just outside the door without moving, so she called out to him. "Let them extract and stand by." Mei Qi answered, "Yes, Miss Song." Mei Qi was her best right-hand man who could always handle things well. He waited outside the door. Song Yunxian didn't mind him hearing her conversation with her son. The men outside the door were all gathered by Xiao Luo, and a small part of them were brought by Chu Machin. Hearing Mei Qi's words, they all turned around and extracted from the manor. And they gathered at the bulletproof car outside the manor and waited for Song Yunxian to come out. After all the men outside left, Song Yunxian said, "Now can you tell me where Meow Meow is?" Gui didn't respond. Instead, he got up from the floor and walked to the French windows. Then he drew back the curtain a little and peeked through the break. Sure enough, lots of people were standing outside. They were all the people that retreated from the manor. Seeing that he was not willing to tell her, Song Yunxian did not push him but waited in silence. After a long time, Gui turned his head to look at her at the window. "You have to tell me, what do you want? You said that you would tell me where Meow Meow is if I let them retreat." Song Yunxian got up from the floor. When I see Meow Meow, I'll tell you in detail. Yet Gui looked at her coldly. Will you answer my question when you see Meow Meow? Hearing Gui's words, Song Yunxian couldn't help bursting into laughter after all. The kid could read people's mind at such a young age. He knew clearly that Meow Meow was his last chip. If he had wanted to know more, he would have had to seize every opportunity, and he could not tell where Meow Meow was easily. Little E, I hope that you can trust me. She walked towards Gui and wanted to continue negotiating with him. However, just at the moment, an intense beam of light came through the window suddenly. Song Yunxian was shocked, and almost subconsciously, she threw herself on Gui to push him onto the floor. The light of headlights stayed at the window for a few seconds and then it was gone. Outside the window there was a flurry of footsteps. Mei Qi's voice also came through the door. Manager Song, you need to hurry. Why? She frowned and asked the people outside unhappily. Mei Qi's voice sounded tense. Some other people came over, not on our side. Song Yunxian frowned tightly and looked at Gui in her arms seriously. Tell me where Meow Meow is now. Gui pursed his lips. He was not sure whether the second group of people were enemies or allies. If the second group of people had been on his father's side, he could not tell Song Yunxian where Meow Meow was. Because compared with Song Yunxian, he trusted his father more. Seeing Gui still hesitated, Song Yunxian pursed her lips. Just at this time, Mei Qi opened the door and urged Song Yunxian. Hurry! They are armed. Song Yunxian didn't have much time to think, so she picked Gui up from the ground and planned to take him outside. I hope Meow Meow will be safe. She held Gui in her arms and walked outside. Mei Qi walked in front of Song Yunxian to clear the path for her. Gui made a struggle. Yet Song Yunxian held him firmly in her arms. She didn't know who the second group of people were. But if they had been here to take Gui and Meow Meow away, she would definitely have had a conflict with them. There could even be crossfires. She instinctively held Gui in her arms and naturally wanted to protect him. Being held in Song Yunxuan's arms, Gui recalled the feeling of being held by his mother for a moment. Sometimes his mother would subconsciously press him into her arms, as if she wanted to protect him with her body, in case that some outsiders would hurt him. Just at the moment Song Yunxian was going to take him out of the room. From the living room came a flurry of footsteps. Yet Gui suddenly said, Meow Meow is under the carpet covered by blocks. Song Yunxian was stupefied. It seemed that she didn't catch what he said. Seeing that she didn't move, Gui repeated, Meow Meow is under the carpet covered by blocks. Only by this time did Song Yunxian look at Mei Qi. Mei Qi nodded knowingly and walked to the place where Gui was sitting and stacking blocks. Sure enough, he saw a crack on the carpet under the blocks after pushing the blocks down. As soon as Mei Qi lifted the carpet, he saw a square board. Mei Qi pulled up the board. There was a girl in a pink skirt who was shrinking inside the shelter, looking at Mei Qi in horror with her big eyes. Seeing that she was going to cry because of fear, Mei Qi gently reached out to hold her in his arms, took her out of the small place and comforted her. Don't be afraid. We are here to protect you. Meow Meow obediently lay on Mei Qi's shoulder. Seeing that his younger sister was so easy to deceive and quite cute, Gui lowered his eyes. His younger sister had always been a princess of their mother. She was completely naive and innocent. In the face of danger, she would not be vigilant as long as she was pacified. No wonder his mother wanted him to protect her. Song Yunxian didn't see the look in Gui's eyes. Seeing Meow Meow lying on Mei Qi's shoulder like a lamb, she smiled and said, Let's go. Two groups of people confronted silently outside. On Xiao Luo's side there were family Sophia and Chu Machen, while on the other there was another force of Atali. Obviously they feared family Sophia. Xiao Luo looked at the other group, frowning. After the subordinate of family Sophia had negotiated with the other group, he came back to tell him, They are sent by the woman of the Xiao family. Xiao Luo took a disgusting look at the guys on the opposite side. You want to grab people from our hands? On the opposite side, everyone's face was drawn. They were hired by Gu Changle to capture the two children. They were in a hurry but still one step behind. If these two children had fallen into the hands of other forces, They would have fought against them to capture the two kids. But the other side was family Sophia. It still needed to be considered whether they should take risks to capture those kids. While they were thinking hard about the next move, Song Yunxian had got on the advanced bulletproof car with Gui in her arms along with Mei Qi, who was holding Miao Miao in his arms in convoy with several bodyguards. A bodyguard whispered a message to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo gave a cold look at the person in front of him and turned around to get in the car. Let's get out of here. Hearing Xiao Luo's order, the subordinates all retreated as well. The latter group of people watched Xiao Luo and his men leaving and could not do anything. After they had left, they rushed into the manor to look for the two kids and questioned the servants. After getting on the car, Song Yunxian put Gui onto the seat next to her. Miao Miao was afraid and kept whimpering. Song Yunxian was worried and whispered to Mei Qi. Then she reached out her hand and signaled Mei Qi to give her the kid. Mei Qi handed her the kid he was holding in his arms. Song Yunxian carefully held Miao Miao in her arms and gently wiped the tears on her cheek with her fingers, coaxing her in a very soft voice. Miao Miao, there. Miao Miao looked at her and wanted to ask her something. Yet she was terrified a lot by what happened just now, so she just kept crying and burping. Seeing that her daughter was so cute, Song Yunxian smiled and let Mei Qi hand over a bottle of warm water. Then she put the straw into Miao Miao's mouth. Drink some water, then you'll be okay. Miao Miao drank the water like a lamb. Gui frowned and watched this next to them. Seeing that Miao Miao had almost drunk enough, Song Yunxian took back the bottle and let Miao Miao sit on her lap, saying, "Don't be afraid, Miao Miao. Sister Yunxian will take you to another place to live in. But I haven't told my daddy." Her eyes were red and full of tears. "Daddy will worry about me and my brother." Song Yunxian held her in her arms and stroked her thin back, smiling. "Your father is very busy now. When he is free, I will take you to see him." When the two kids met Xiao Tianzi again in the future, Xiao Tianzi would no longer be distinguished as he was today. He would never be able to hurt Guchanga's son or daughter anymore. "Why does Sister Yunxian come to visit me and my brother?" Song Yunxian thought hard for a moment and then explained. "Do you want me to tell you the truth?" Miao Miao's big eyes were fixed on her and she nodded. "Yes, I want to hear the truth." Song Yunxian looked at the Gui beside her and found that Gui was also staring at her. Obviously, both kids were concerned about the question. She lowered her eyes and then she looked at Miao Miao, replying with a smile. "Your mother asked me to pick you up." The answer stupefied Gui. Yet Miao Miao opened her little mouth. "Mommy, read more chapter on VIP novel. Gong." Everyone except Miao Miao knew that their mother had passed away. Gui knew it and everyone in the Gu family knew it. Except Miao Miao. The death of Guchanga had always been hidden from Miao Miao. Gui hid it from her and so did Xiao Tianzi. So Song Yunxuan's lie did not arouse Miao Miao's suspicion. And she even grabbed Song Yunxuan's coat excitedly and asked her in her bright eyes, "Where is Mommy? Does she come back? Are you taking me to see Mommy? Does she miss Miao Miao?" She had a series of questions and she wanted to see her mother very soon. But Gui next to her was staring at Song Yunxian furiously. He didn't know why Song Yunxian told such a lie, but he knew clearly that he could not expose it even though it was a lie. Because if it had been exposed, the one who would have grieved the most was Miao Miao. Song Yunxian seemed to notice Gui's anger and turned to look at him. Then she looked back and let Miao Miao look out of the window. "Your mother can't see you now. She entrusted me to take care of you. Live with me in the future, okay?" Miao Miao didn't reject Song Yunxian in the first place. Now hearing that she would be living with Song Yunxian, she was quite happy. She nodded hard. "Okay. Miao Miao, please listen to me if you live with me, okay?" "Okay." Her voice was soft and waxy. Song Yunxian couldn't help kissing her soft face lightly. "That's my girl. Daughter, my dear daughter. I would do everything I could to protect you. I would never allow the bitch Guchangle to lay a finger on you." Outside the window, the view of the street passed by rapidly. Song Yunxian held Miao Miao in her arms tightly, and her heart became a lot calmer. It was such good news that they found Gui and Miao Miao. Next, she could focus on dealing with Guchangle as long as she took Gui and Miao Miao back home smoothly. But what would Xiao Tianzi react when he found that his son and daughter were gone in Rome? She was really curious about Xiao Tianzi's reaction. Gu Changel was tossing and turning in her dreams. In a daze she heard Gu Yi and Miao Miao crying. She felt a faint excitement, touching her belly with both hands. Good boy, it'll be all yours. As long as Gu Yi and Miao Miao died in Italy, all Xiao Tianzi had would be yours. My unborn child. I will help you get all of this, as long as you are born safe and sound. She murmured. The excitement between words was revealed in the night, as if she had gone mad. When Xiao Tianzi stood at the bed in the bedroom, that was exactly what he saw. He frowned and thought that she was having a strange dream. He reached out one hand and pushed her gently. Changel! Gu Changel did not wake up immediately but continued indulging in the dream and muttered repeatedly in a low voice. It'll be all yours. All yours. Everything Gu Changga once had will be yours. Xiao Tianzi bowed slightly. His ears went close to her, hearing what she was murmuring. The look on his face became a little gloomy. He intended to push her. However, at this moment, a maid suddenly ran to the bedroom door in panic. She opened the door in a hurry without knocking. Bad news. Mr. Xiao. Before she finished, Xiao Tianzi's brows frowned impatiently. What's the matter? Calm down. You don't know how to knock a door properly, do you? Changel is still asleep. Gu Changel was disrupted by the noise of the maid. She sobered up a bit. She frowned and raised her hands to rub her eyes. Xiao Tianzi didn't pay attention to that if she had woken up. He asked the maid, "What's going on?" Being asked like this, the maid was a little bit timid at first, but she opened her mouth eventually. A maid in Italy. Just made a call. On hearing of this, Xiao Tianzi's face changed all of a sudden. What? The maid heard his volume going up, becoming a little scared. She blurted. They said that the young master and the young lady were missing. Xiao Tianzi's face suddenly changed. Gu Changel heard this news feeling a little happy. Her tense nerves relaxed a lot right away. Gu Yi and Miao Miao were missing, which suggested those people had succeeded. She squinted her eyes and felt that the future would be so bright without these two kids in her way. However, right when she was secretly excited, Xiao Tianzi slowly moved his eyes on her face. Gu Changel felt that she could not act too indifferent, so she tried to turn around and comfort Xiao Tianzi. However, when she turned around, she found that Xiao Tianzi's eyes were right on her. She freaked out in her heart, fearing that Xiao Tianzi noticed something wrong about her. She immediately opened her mouth. Tianzi, let's go over and check it out right away. Maybe your servants made a mistake. The maid denied immediately. They didn't, madam. The young master and the young lady are indeed missing. They searched everywhere in the house but didn't find them. Xiao Tianzi's eyes darkened, and his gaze on Gu Changel became even colder. Gu Changel was frightened by his sight. She stiffened a little before speaking. Why do you look at me like this? Xiao Tianzi was silent. Gu Changel became very angry at once. Are you suspecting that I am the one who did something to those two kids? Xiao Tianzi did not deny. It's true that he liked the woman in front of him and even abandoned Gu Changga for her before. But it didn't mean that he wouldn't doubt her. Especially associating with the dream she just had, Xiao Tianzi thought she was more suspicious. Gu Changel knew that arguing with him at this time was useless, so she asked him in a crying voice, I have been with you for so long. You know exactly who I am. Have I ever touched anything that you cherished without your permission? Indeed, she had never done anything like that these years. Even if Xiao Tianzi didn't like Gu Changga, it was after he nodded in agreement that she joined Song Yunjia, as well as others to discuss how to defeat Gu Changga. When Xiao Tianzi was silent, Gu Changel cried even louder. Is that what you are thinking of me? That I am so vicious and hurt my own sister's children? Xiao Tianzi pursed his lips slightly. When he heard what Gu Changel said, there was a momentary impulse which prompted him to refute her words. Shouldn't she know it the best? When she heard Gu Changga, she didn't hesitate at all. Now facing these two children, she started to cry as if she had been the weaker one. There was an anger hidden in his heart, aiming at Gu Changel. However, Gu Changel knew exactly what he wanted to do. She lifted his hand slightly, covered her lower abdomen and said, I am also a woman who is pregnant. I know how hard my sister gave birth to Gui and Meow Meow. How can I expect something bad to them? Xiao Tianze watched her delicate appearance. Then he looked at her belly. He turned around and stepped out. Book a ticket. I'm going to room. The maid followed his instructions to call the airline for a ticket immediately. When he left, Gu Chang'e put away the previous pitiful and weak look. She drew a tissue from the cabinet next to her and wiped her eyes gently. She smiled. Good job. She was highly satisfied. As long as Gui and Meow Meow were gone, she would be at ease for good. Xiao Tianze was going to room. Naturally, Gu Chang'e wouldn't stay out of this under his suspicion. After she got dressed, she hurried downstairs. Xiao Tianze was just on his way out. Gu Chang'e stepped forward and grabbed his sleeve. I'll go with you. Her eyes looked firmer than ever. However, Xiao Tianze narrowed his eyes suspiciously while looking into her eyes. You want to come? They are my sister's children. I am worried if something happened to them. I'd rather you stay at home. Xiao Tianze threw her hand away. He went outside. Gu Chang'e immediately froze. Xiao Tianze had never treated her in such a rude manner. Until now. She was a little angry, but she didn't know where the anger came from. She thought for a while. It had to be those two kids. It was because of those two damn kids that Xiao Tianze treated her like this. If it had been something else, Xiao Tianze would have never been so ruthless to her. Being upset for a long time, she felt much happy again. After all, no matter how important these two kids for him were, now both of them had gone. Just thinking about the disappearance of these two kids, she felt cheerful right away. Right, there was no one who would get in her way from now on. Except Song Yunjia. She turned around leisurely, putting his trip to room out of her mind, and went back to sleep in the bedroom. Now she could have a great sleep. When Song Yunjia was also completely removed, she would be at eternal ease in the Xiao family. Xiao Tianze managed to fly overnight. However, when he arrived in Italy, he still got no good news. Before he got on the plane, he had ordered his people in room to get Gui and Meow Meow back as fast as possible. Now that his plane had landed, there still wasn't any news from Gui or Meow Meow. His anger fired up immediately. In the living room, he swept the good tea brought by the maid over the carpet. The maid went deathly pale. Xiao Tianze rarely leaked his anger, but this time he did it without any concealment. Everyone in the family could see that he was extremely angry now. And Meow Meow have always been no trouble at all. How could they suddenly disappear? The maid was so nervous that she wanted to tell the truth to him. She turned to the housekeeper, but the housekeeper used eye contact to shut her up. The maid could only say nothing and let Xiao Tianze misunderstand that Gui and Meow Meow got lost by themselves. Xiao Tianze had received no answer. He began to observe the facial expressions of these maids. The maids were all trembling because they feared to spoil the truth by accident when Xiao Tianze asked. After the observation of their facial expressions, Xiao Tianze said, Isn't there always a CCTV at home? When he sent Gui and Meow Meow to Italy, he felt uneasy and installed a CCTV at home. It was easy for him to see them at any time from home. However, the housekeeper replied, The CCTV accidentally broke down when the young master and the young lady went missing. Shut up. Xiao Tianze suddenly interrupted the housekeeper's words and looked at him. I don't think it's the CCTV that was malfunctioning. It's you that was malfunctioning. The housekeeper waited for a moment before he said, Sorry, Mr. Xiao. I don't know what you mean. I don't believe my daughter and son would go missing for no reason. Call the police. I will ask the police to thoroughly investigate it. Now. When the housekeeper heard that Xiao Tianze was about to call the police, his face suddenly became a lot panicky. Xiao Tianze saw his face change. He knew there must be some secrets hidden in his kids missing. When his assistant who came along with him was calling the police, he said gloomily to the housekeeper, I hired you as my housekeeper to take care of my children, not to hide things from me. I wonder if you can understand it or not. The housekeeper had been a private housekeeper of rich people for many years. He knew that they were not stupid. He was considering whether he should tell the truth in his mind. When Xiao Tianzi saw that the housekeeper was hesitant in his deliberations, he continued, "If I call the police and they find out that there is something tricky in it, I will ask them to punish you as hard as possible at any cost." As expected, the housekeeper's resolve began to waver. When Xiao Tianzi saw that the housekeeper was going to cave in, he gave him a final blow. "Now tell me the truth. I'll put the past behind us." As long as Gu Yi and Miao Miao could be back, he could deal with this housekeeper later. He knew exactly what he should do now. He must get his children back first. Having no clue about who had them, his irritability was severer than he previously thought. He stared hard at the housekeeper. A thin layer of sweat emerged on the housekeeper's forehead. The housekeeper pondered in his heart whether to tell Xiao Tianzi the truth. "Are you really gonna keep silence?" Since the housekeeper refused to speak, Xiao Tianzi motioned his assistant to call the police. Seeing this, the housekeeper requested Xiao Tianzi to stop in Standard Italien immediately. "Then tell me everything," Xiao Tianzi said after the housekeeper trying to stop his assistant. Obviously, telling the truth was not easy for the housekeeper. But Xiao Tianzi's intimidation also scared him very much. If those two kids had come to a bad end, Xiao Tianzi would have made him spend the rest of his life in prison. He didn't want that, of course. After thinking about it for a while, he began to talk about the ins and outs of the missing. His pronunciation was very smooth. Xiao Tianzi could understand him. His assistant aside, who specialized in Italian, also translated for him a sentence by a sentence. "Mr. Xiao," the housekeeper said that after dinner before long, the young master and the young lady went into the room to play with blocks. Would they have vanished into thin air when they were playing with blocks in their room? Mr. Xiao, he said that during that time a few bulletproof cars drove in, and then several people equipped with weapons got off those cars. Xiao Tianzi raised his eyebrows. "Did you see who is taking the lead?" The housekeeper shook his head and spoke a bunch of Italian words. His assistant translated. He said that the person who took the lead did not get off, so he could not see who it was. Xiao Tianzi became speechless and frowned, immersed in thought. According to the housekeeper, Gu Yi and Miao Miao were taken away by a group of Italians. He had no enemies in Italy, neither did Gu Chang'e. Italian locals had no reason to do that. Unless somebody hired the Italian regional force to take Gu Yi and Miao Miao away. In order to find this person who hired the Italian forces, he must find the Italians who took Gu Yi and Miao Miao away first. He put his gaze on the housekeeper. His eyes were much darker with the strong pressure. "Is the CCTV really broken?" The housekeeper understood Xiao Tianzi's words. His eyebrows were wrinkled and tangled. Xiao Tianzi just stared at him like that. After a while, the housekeeper finally opened his mouth. "It's fixed now. Where is the video of the CCTV? Take it out." The housekeeper was still hesitant to do what he said. Xiao Tianzi kept up the pressure. "Call the police and they will help us to find it." One betrayer in his family was quite annoying. What's worse, the betrayer he had caught was still unwilling to obey. The housekeeper was afraid that Xiao Tianzi would call the police. He blurted out, "Don't call the police. I'll get it right away. Go. I'm waiting." The housekeeper stood up and went to the room upstairs to get the video. He came back soon. Xiao Tianzi asked his assistant to pick it up and play it immediately. The assistant picked it up and found a device to play it. It was at 2010. Several cars drove into the yard. Then there got off many white young men in black suits from the car. Each of them was very strong. They didn't look like that kind of civilian with no fighting power. Xiao Tianzi looked carefully at the people in the scene. His eyes were as sharp as eagles. The housekeeper noticed that. He wanted to step back quietly. However, he was called out by Xiao Tianzi's assistant. "Do not move." He had to stand still obediently. Xiao Tianzi did not pay any attention to the housekeeper. He backed up the video a bit on the 8:15 p.m. segment and zoomed in the scene. A small badge was captured from a white young man in a black suit. Next second, the video was shut down with a snap. The assistant was confused. After Xiao Tianzi closed the video, he turned to the uneasy housekeeper. You haven't told me who asked you to lie to me. The housekeeper's face changed. Xiao Tianzi's eyes were still sharp. You'd better say it now, or you'll regret. The housekeeper pinched his lips. It was obvious that he was unwilling to cooperate with him. The assistant asked Xiao Tianzi, Mr. Xiao, do you need me to call the police? Xiao Tianzi shook his head. No. Take a few people to talk to him. Then call the police after that. His assistant nodded. Yes, Mr. Xiao. The housekeeper's face turned pale, murmuring something emotionally in Italyan. But for Xiao Tianzi, the words the housekeeper warned him about civil rights was nothing but nonsense. Since he refused to reveal who was behind the scenes, Xiao Tianzi could only make him speak in his way. Such a person even would not tell the police the truth. Only after suffering might he understand what was his best choice. Xiao Tianzi was thinking, who the hell did this to his children? He felt that his commercial competitors would not practice such a method, because the risk was too high. The most suspicious person was Gu Changel. He frowned. At this very moment his mobile phone rang. He took the phone out and found out that the caller ID on the screen was Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia. His eyesight went darker slightly. After a short silence he picked up the phone. As soon as he answered the phone, Song Yunjia said, I heard something happened to your family? Who told you that? You're informed so well. Song Yunjia was not getting along with Gu Changel well, so she couldn't hear it from Gu Changel. The only possibility was that Song Yunjia had always been paying close attention to the internal affairs of the Xiao family. She might even have eyes inside the Xiao family. Song Yunjia hemmed and hawed. I called your house, and the housekeeper said that you went overseas. Xiao Tianzi didn't say a word. Song Yunjia continued to explain. Gui and Miao Miao are overseas. You have not told me that you need to go abroad on business recently. The only possibility left is that something happened to Gui and Miao Miao, which made you hurry to go there. She was not wrong with the logic. Xiao Tianzi was in a bad mood. Xiaoyi and Miao Miao are missing. Song Yunjia heard this and went silent. Xiao Tianzi couldn't see her facial expression at the moment through the telephone wire. If Xiao Tianzi could have seen that, he would have found a happy look on Song Yunjia's face right now. In this world, in addition to Gu Changge, no woman would care about the lives of Gui and Miao Miao. Women around Xiao Tianzi could not wait to see that these two kids went missing as soon as possible. Song Yunjia was one of those women, but she had to pretend that she cared on the surface. She asked with concern, Have you heard any news of them by now? Not yet. You'd better call the police. If he had called the police now, Gu Changel's people couldn't have taken Gui and Miao Miao abroad. If these two kids hadn't been taken out of the country, it was obvious that Gu Changel would have killed them to end the trouble. As long as these two kids died, she would stir up between Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changel. Gu Changel would become a complete vicious woman in his heart. At that time, she would have had the opportunity to be with him. Thinking in this way, she felt her future was much brighter. Xiao Tianzi listened to Song Yunjia's proposal. After long, he said, If I call the police, do you think what would happen to my children? Song Yunjia freaked out in her heart. She had a fear that her thoughts were seen through by him. She did want Gui and Miao Miao to be killed. However, she mustn't let Xiao Tianzi be aware that her real attitude towards this matter was taking pleasure in his children's misfortune. Thinking of this, she hastened to say, I was too anxious to notice that it might be a kidnapping. If it is, you'd better not call the police. If the police have been alarmed, those people may hurt Yi and Miao Miao. Listening to what she said, Xiao Tianzi suddenly asked, Who do you think the person behind the scenes is? This question really gave Song Yunjia quite a scare. This was exactly what she was afraid that Xiao Tianzi would suspect her. Now only guiding Xiao Tianzi to think that the person to blame was Gu Changel could be considered as a success. She gave a forced smile. Why do you ask me this question? I'm not the one in your family. I know nothing. She disowned herself for all of this. However, if he had thought about it carefully, he would have known who was the most suspicious one she suggested. Xiao Tianzi did not mind pointing it out. You mean it's Changel? Song Yunjia felt joy when Xiao Tianzi had successfully suspected Gu Changel. However, she acted as if she had been a bit panicked. You have been with Changle for so long. Don't you know who she is? How could this be done by Changle? Meow Meow and E are her sister's children. A woman who had hurt her own sister. What else isn't she able to do? Xiao Tianzi asked Song Yunjia back, then he continued. Speaking of this, Changle and I are the same since I had hurt my wife. Song Yunjia felt something wasn't right in his words. She tended to say something but Xiao Tianzi interrupted. I'm quite busy now. Gotta go. Okay. There followed the busy tone the moment Xiao Tianzi hung up the phone. Song Yunjia held her mobile phone in hands for a long time before she came back to earth. She was successful. She succeeded in shifting her doubt to Gu Changle. Good for Gu Changle. She laid hands on those two kids so quickly. Next, Song Yunjia had to be more cautious. Once Gu Changle had removed Gu Yi and Meow Meow, she would proceed to deal with Song Yunjia. If Song Yunjia hadn't used the kids missing to bring Gu Changle down, she would have been defeated by Gu Changle completely. She would suffer a dead failure. After all, although her strategy was good, it was also with the highest risks and the highest returns. Only there was no chance of a comeback. She put down the phone and looked at the decorations in the room. After pondering for a while, she called the hospital pharmacy. In this situation, she also had to use extraordinary methods. They flew back home overnight. Gui looked at the sky outside through the window. The winter sky was cloudless. The sun shone down from the sky to the flat ground of the airport, and it seemed that the land was glinting. When he turned his head, he saw Meow Meow embraced by Song Yunxian on her lap. Meow Meow slept soundly in Song Yunxuan's arms without any alertness. He frowned, unable to tell whether the young woman in front of him was an enemy or a friend. He and his sister were in a tough situation at the Xiao family at present. He did not believe Song Yunxuan's intervention was to help them. A long time ago, Gu Chang'e had taught him, people are creatures that value interests. As long as interests drive them, human beings will dare to do anything. Without benefits, few people will do extra things, let alone show extra kindness. At the moment, Song Yunxian found them and took them home. Although Song Yunxian helped them escape from the persecution of Gu Changle, it didn't mean she wanted nothing. He lowered his eyelashes and turned to look at the view outside the window. After Song Yunxian lulled Meow Meow to sleep, she turned to glance at Gu Yi. Gu Yi fixed his eyes on the scenery outside the window. She didn't think the scenery outside the window looked good. She knew that Gu Yi was not looking at the scenery, but thinking. She gave birth to this son, so as a mother, she could still guess a few of his thoughts. Gu Yi looked young, but there were a lot of things in his head. He grew up under the instruction of Gu Chang'e from an early age. Gu Chang'e was a very enlightened mother. She told business stories in different ways to her young children. Under the influence of a long time, Gu Yi thought more than his peers. Other people thought that the children of wealthy families should be regarded as an apple of the eye and be taken good care of. They did not know that these children would be more vulnerable than ordinary people when they lost their asylum and faced twists and turns alone. When Gu Chang'e was young, her mother died. As her father, Gu Chang took great care of her. However, in the end, it was unavoidable for her to see clearly the warmth and coldness in this world. Many women thought about squeezing her out of Gu Cheng's heart. Many women wanted to give Gu Chang a son, and deprive her of her status as the eldest daughter of the Gu family. She had seen these sinister struggles since she was a child, so she didn't want her son to live in fairy tales. This kind of education had created the Gu Yi today, who could cope with any sudden change calmly. He did not become a panicked child after losing his mother. He always remembered his mother's instructions and entrustments. He had been doing his best to protect his sister. Song Yunxian was satisfied with this child and believed that he had a promising future. If one could have faced crises with composure at his young age, he would have been no mediocre but gone far. The plane landed slowly. After the plane landed smoothly, she looked at Gu Yi next to her and asked him, "Now you are back to Yunqing. Are you happy?" Gu Yi looked at her and did not answer her question directly. "Can you guarantee Meow Meow's safety?" Hearing his question, Song Yunxian smiled. "I can guarantee the safety of both of you, As long as you are with me. Gui nodded. I won't run around. You seem to intend to believe me. Gui did not deny. There is no better way. This child saw things very thoroughly, and Song Yunxian liked him more. He was right, there was no better way. At this moment he returned to Yunqing, his hometown, and was not greeted by the care and smile of Gu Changel, his aunt. It was Gu Changel who wanted to kill them by various means. Song Yunxian felt amused as she thought of Gu Changel. She was curious about Gu Changel's feelings and reactions when she knew that those who took Gu Yi and Miao Miao away were not hers. She might panic. Gu Changel slept well. She didn't care what Xiao Tianzi had encountered in room. She thought that Gu Yi and Miao Miao had already been in her hands anyway. She could kill them at any time. However, judging from Xiao Tianzi's reaction and attitude, she believed that Xiao Tianzi had already suspected that she had involved in the incident. He also suspected that she hurt Gu Yi and Miao Miao. This made her unhappy. If Xiao Tianzi had found her persons based on the clues and then found she was behind the scenes, things would have become difficult. Maybe Xiao Tianzi would have completely broken with her. She thought things were risky. She should collude with her employees in advance. No matter how much money she would spend, she must seal those people's mouths and never let them reveal a word against her. She called and asked a servant, frowning, "Have you called Tianzi?" The servant shook her head. Gu Changel got angry immediately and wanted to swear at the servant. However, she suppressed her anger and spoke, "Go and call Mr. Xiao. Ask him if he has found the young master and the young lady. And tell him that I am too worried to eat." Hearing Gu Changel's instruction, the servant nodded and went downstairs to call Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi's suspicion of Gu Changel was a terrible sign. She needed to be more cautious about dealing with it. Before getting news of Gu Yi and Miao Miao's death, she couldn't make any mistake. The servant went to call Xiao Tianzi and came back soon. Gu Changel sat on the bed and looked at the ring on her ring finger. "What did Tianzi say?" "Mr. Xiao was in a bad mood and told me not to call again." It was expectable that Xiao Tianzi was in a bad mood. It didn't matter even if he didn't allow the servant to call. Gu Changel could personally call and ask how things were going. He would never end his relationship with her entirely because of suspicion without factual basis. She knew that Xiao Tianzi liked her. With a little coaxing of the man, she could dispel his doubts about her. "Is there any news from the young master and the young lady?" The servant shook her head. "No. Are they still searching?" "They have called the police." Gu Changel's brows frowned slightly. She didn't keep asking and let the servant go. After the servant left, Gu Changel called her employees. "Xiao Tianzi has already called the police. If you can't bring those two children back, get rid of them quickly to avoid trouble." She clearly ordered to kill the two children as soon as possible, but there was no answer from the other end. In her opinion, since the children had been in their hands, it was only a matter of time to kill them. But there was no word from the other end of the phone at this moment. She was displeased. "Why not speak?" He answered difficultly, "Miss Gu." As soon as she heard his hesitant attitude, she knew that things might not be good. What was even more unexpected was the next sentence over there. "Miss Gu, it was not us who took Master Gu Yi and Miss Miao Miao." Gu Changel froze in an instant. "It wasn't you?" she asked unconsciously. Then she received the confirmation. "It was not us. It was family Sophia. Now that you've known who took these two bastards, you should take them back immediately." The one over there was embarrassed. "Miss Gu, things are not as simple as you think. They didn't dare to rob people from the hands of family Sophia. If it had been another family, they would have taken the risk. However, they even didn't dare to think of robbing people from family Sophia, because to rob people from them was to commit suicide. Living in Italy, no one would stupidly fight family Sophia on their sphere of influence. I don't care what you do. You have to bring me Gu Yi and Miao Miao back." Obviously, he could not respond to this unreasonable request. "Miss Gu, it is impossible. I have already paid. You can increase the price as long as you find the two bastards." She was insane. If Gu Yi and Miao Miao had returned safely to Yunqing, the evidence would have been found out that she had sent people to kidnap them. The day Xiao Tianze received the evidence was when she was driven out of the Xiao family by him. Just thinking about these things was scary enough, so how could she watch them happen? She would use all means to save the situation. She believed that there was nothing in the world that cannot be solved by money. If so, use more and more money. Her unreasonable demands made the other side headache. When hearing her demand to catch Gu Yi and Miao Miao, the other side hung up to calm her down. Gu Changel instantly felt betrayed. She threw her phone to the ground. The maid outside the door was frightened and stopped when hearing the sound in the room. Recently, Gu Changel had become more and more irritable, and the servants didn't know if it was because of pregnancy. She often lost her temper against the servants. The servants had been miserable for a long time. It was only because the Gu family's salary and benefits were better than other employers that they were willing to stay. However, they had been annoyed, facing a hostess like Gu Changel every day. Gu Changel felt suffocated. She put all her hopes on catching Gu Yi and Miao Miao. However, the people she hired failed. Not only did they fail, but they knew who got Gu Yi and Miao Miao but didn't dare to grab them, which made her even angrier. If this had continued, she would have been trampled under Song Yunjia's feet. What should she do? What should she do? She raised her hands to wrap her head. Xiao Tianze's stare at her after hearing Gu Yi and Miao Miao's disappearance came to her mind. His eyes were full of doubt and distrust. When did Xiao Tianze no longer spoil her? No matter what happened, shouldn't he trust her unconditionally? Did he doubt her because he didn't love her anymore? The more she thought, the more afraid she was. She picked up the phone that had just fallen to the ground. However, the cell phone had no signal. She smashed it too hard just now, so her phone was broken. Everything had been going well so far. Song Yunxian returned to the company for a meeting. In addition to Zhou Jian's long-term leave, Zhao Yang also took a leave. This surprised her. However, Mei Qi said, "It seems Manager Zhao has figured it out." With a smile on her lips, Song Yunxian felt a bit pleased that Zhao Yang suddenly asked for a sick leave. Elderly people should enjoy a life full of children and grandchildren. Uncle Zhao has made enough money in the company these years to live a comfortable life in his later years. It is not worth looking for troubles to help Song Yunjia. In fact, if Zhao Yang had not budged, Song Yunxian would have transferred him to a new position. Zhou Jian might have reminded Zhao Yang, so Zhao Yang withdrew from the Song enterprise at this time. Song Yunxian thought this was the best. At least she could save a little time and labor at such a critical moment. Mei Qi and Song Yunxian returned to the office after hearing reports from various departments at the meeting. Song Yunxian called Gu Yi and Miao Miao as soon as she returned to her office. Gu Yi and Miao Miao didn't live in the Song family, but a new villa she bought. As a young and well-behaved girl, Miao Miao would become happy as long as Song Yunxian coaxed her. However, Gu Yi was different. Although he lived in Song Yunchuan's house, Song Yunxian had no way to guess what was in his mind. Mei Qi and Song Yunxian visited them every afternoon. Every time they met, Miao Miao stuck to Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian felt very happy. After all, she hadn't treated her children with so much attention before. Now that she was a different person, it was improper for her to pay too much attention to her children, which was really ironic. Song Yunxian was happy because of the arrival of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. At the same time, Xiao Tianze was in a mess because he had lost Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Gu Changel was annoyed and sent people to watch all the movements closely in room. 3 days had passed, and the police in room had not given Xiao Tianze any feedback. Even though Xiao Tianze had a good temper, he felt upset and irritated when he could not receive any report from the police. Gu Changel demanded that her employees must find Gu Yi and Miao Miao as soon as possible, putting more pressure on them. To find the 2 children, she could triple her reward. She didn't realize the anxiety until saying this. She checked her assets at the bank and frowned. At this time, she had no one to trust. Those who were helping her charged a lot of commission. If this situation continued, she would lose her foothold at the Xiao family. Song Yunxian had Mei Qi as an advisor. Song Yunjia had Zhao Yang secretly mastermind the scheme. No one provided advice for Gu Changel. She couldn't let the current situation go on, but finding a confidant was not easy. She thought for a long time and couldn't find anyone she could trust. She was helpless, but she could only follow the developments and take a step at a time. After 4 days of peaceful life, Song Yunchuan's heart settled. Mei-chi started reminding her to do something else. After the weekly meeting on Friday, Mei-chi passed the phone to her. A call from the prison. Song Yunxian lifted her brows slightly. Since it was from prison, it probably had something to do with Song Yunxiang. After the last incident, although Song Yunxiang's attitude towards her had improved, he was still reluctant to have more contact with her. She didn't know why Song Yunxiang called her actively this time. However, after thinking a little about his bargaining chips, Song Yunxian knew his purpose. You just say I'm not available. She shook her hands, motioning Mei-chi to end the call. Mei-chi was a little confused, but she obeyed her order. Mei-chi said apologetically to Song Yunxiang, I'm sorry. Manager Song is in a meeting. I will tell her when the meeting is over. Song Yunxiang said anxiously, please inform her this call and tell her that it was her elder brother after the meeting. I will. Don't worry. Mei-chi hung up after talking. Song Yunxiang was at a loss, listening to the busy tone from the phone. He had suffered a lot after he was sent to prison. The opportunity to make a call was precious. However, he failed to get in touch with Song Yunxian through this call. He was ill at ease. Spinning a pen among her fingers habitually, Song Yunxian said to Mei-chi with a relaxed expression, what do you think about Song Yunxiang's impatient call? It must not be because he was wronged in prison. Song Yunxian chuckled. That's not the case. The last time I went to visit him, I bribed some officials to take care of him a bit. What does he want? The smile on the corner of Song Yunchuan's mouth widened gradually. It's probably about father's legacy. She guessed that the little legacy left by his father was Song Yunxiang's only negotiating chips at present. However, they were perfect chips. At least she had a great interest in them. Song Yunxian deliberately ignored Song Yunxiang one day before visiting him in prison. Hearing that someone came to visit him, Song Yunxiang quickly followed the jailer. His condition was much better than the last time Song Yunxian visited him. Last time he had a lot of bruises on his face and could not move lying on the bed because he was beaten up. This time he was fine. The scars on his face had disappeared. Although he was thinner, his complexion was not bad. Seeing her, Song Yunxiang called her affectionately, sister. Hearing this title, Song Yunxian smiled but said nothing. When she was in the Song family before, Song Yunxiang never called her sister so sincerely. The suffering in prison turned him a sweet talker now. Sitting at one end of the long table, Song Yunxian smiled and looked at him. Brother, you look well. Thank you. I've been fine recently. I didn't do anything special. Just said hello to people I know. Song Yunxiang was a little awkward. When he was in the Song family before, he was priggish and looked down on Song Yunxian. But now it was this little girl who stepped on his head, intimidatingly. Although he was upset, he knew that he could not make a comeback under the circumstances. At this moment, the only way to live a comfortable and safe life until being discharged was to beg Song Yunxian. He counted on Song Yunxian to bribe prison warders so that he could suffer less in prison. What do you want me to do? Song Yunxiang had figured it out. When asked by Song Yunxian, he bluntly said, actually, I want to discuss with you the little shares I own. The light flashed slightly at the corner of Song Yunchuan's eyes. Really? Song Yunxiang nodded. I'm in prison, and those shares are not very useful. So I want to entrust you to manage them for me. Song Yunxian lowered her eyes, but she felt a lot of joy in her heart. Song Yunxiang took the initiative to make concessions. She no longer had to worry about how to get them from him. It was better. Will you do it for me, Yunxian? Song Yunxian raised her head and looked at Song Yunxiang with a smile. Since you trust me, I am willing to help you. Song Yunxiang nodded and said in a pun, thank you for doing these for me from now on. Song Yunxian understood what he meant. He hoped that Song Yunxian would not only manage the shares for him, but also do something to make him comfortable during his time in prison. Song Yunxiang's move was equivalent to bartering his shares for his safety in prison. After all, Song Yunxiang was still afraid of death. If Song Yunjia had not conspired to find someone to beat him so severely that he couldn't get out of the sickbed in prison, Song Yunxiang would not have voluntarily handed over his shares to her. She needed to express her great gratitude to Song Yunjia. After she and Song Yunxiang reached an agreement on the shares, Song Yunxian asked Mei Qi to contact the lawyer immediately to draft a share transfer contract. And in the afternoon of that day, the news of the share transfer was spread. It was natural that Song Yunjia got the news. As soon as she got the news, Song Yunjia tried to contact Song Yunxiang in prison. Song Yunxiang didn't want to answer her call. Song Yunjia refused to give up. She went to prison again in person and tried her best to bribe officials to meet with Song Yunxiang that night. When she saw Song Yunxiang, she asked angrily, "Brother, did you transfer your shares to Song Yunxian?" Song Yunxiang hated her a bit. He had been increasingly feeling that Song Yunjia was not as useful as Song Yunxian since Song Yunxian analyzed it for him last time. Small wonder that Song Yuning had changed sides. Even if they had been enemies before, she chose to ally with Song Yunxian. From the present situation, it looked like Song Yuning had long known that Song Yunjia was unreliable. Song Yunjia always valued interests a lot. Knowing that Song Yunxiang also preferred Song Yunxian, she became so angry that her lung was about to explode. Sitting opposite, she stared angrily at Song Yunxiang. "Brother, what are you thinking? No matter how I persuaded you in the past, you were not willing to give me your shares. Now you secretly transferred your shares to Song Yunxian? What benefits does Song Yunxian give you? Why are you willing to give up your last assets?" She lost to Song Yunxian again and again. Her eldest brother also favored Song Yunxian. That frustration was like her face was smacked, endangering her dignity. She couldn't understand why Song Yunxiang made the same choice as Song Yuning, preferring Song Yunxian. "Brother, you must give me an explanation today." Song Yunxiang coldly looked at her. "How could you let me explain?" Song Yunjia was surprised. "What do you mean?" Song Yunxiang responded with a sneer. "Don't you know what I mean? Do you forget everything you did?" Faced with Song Yunxiang's question, Song Yunjia felt a little chilly. Indeed, she had played some tricks to force Song Yunxiang to hand over his shares. However, Song Yunxian also played some games for this purpose, didn't she? What was wrong with this? She was in the right and self-confident in her mind, but she didn't dare to tell Song Yunxiang so directly. She could only act silly with a confused expression. "Brother, I have no idea what you are saying. If you don't know what I mean, then just don't come here to judge my decision." Song Yunxiang was unwilling to talk with her anymore. He was about to stand up after saying this word. Song Yunjia found that he was to leave. She stopped him immediately. "Brother, wait." Song Yunxiang heard her calling. He frowned at Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia looked serious. "Anyway, I don't agree that you transfer the shares to Song Yunxian. Does it matter if you disagree with me?" Song Yunxiang's words made Song Yunjia look somber and cold instantly. Song Yunjia narrowed her eyes. She looked at her eldest brother fiercely. It seemed that she would offend him openly. "Brother, what happened to you? You were never played tricks by that bitch Song Yunxian before. You are the same as Yuning. Song Yunxian just gave you a little sweetening, but you are so grateful to her. You even give your important things to her. Are you too crazy?" Song Yunxiang figured it out suddenly. The reason was that a criminal who had only been sentenced for 3 years in prison was dead. This criminal had spent 2 years in prison. Seeing that he could have been free in a year, however, he suddenly slipped in the bathroom and then died because his head knocked on the stairs. No one said anything, except that the inmate at her upper berth told him that the dead one, who had got a light sentence, was an heir to a wealthy family. But unfortunately, people outside didn't wish him to get out of prison. Seeing that he was about to be released from prison, they had no way but to play some tricks. Song Yunxiang knew from the beginning how the business circle had intertwined interests in the dark. He was the master of the Song family when Song Yan was alive. He never expected that he would be reduced to this point. However, now he was in prison. He wouldn't have realized that how gloomy his life would be if he hadn't made it clear what to do. Now Song Yoonja was angry at him. He didn't rush to judge Song Yoonja because of her attitude towards him. He just asked her, "You know that I was beaten in prison before." Song Yoonja's tone wasn't good. "Why do you mention that thing suddenly? Let's not mention the past. How unlucky it is to mention it. Of course you don't want to mention it, but I always remember that thing. I was suffering from it and I'm still hurt." Song Yoonja looked a little embarrassed. She vaguely realized that Song Yoonchang had known that she got someone to beat him. Now he was implying something. Was he settling accounts with her or blaming her? Song Yoonja had thought that Song Yoonchang would gradually talk with her about this. However, Song Yoonchang didn't have such patience. He directly said, "I know that it was you who sent someone to beat me." Song Yoonchang's words astonished Song Yoonja. Song Yoonja immediately jumped up from the seat. She didn't confess. "Brother, what are you talking? How could I do such a thing? I grew up with you. However, you would believe that bitch Song Yoonxian rather than believe me." Her eyes became red because of anger. Song Yoonchang looked at her angry look. He said slowly, "How do you know that Song Yoonxian told me? Now I'm in a rivalry with Song Yoonxian. Everyone in Yunqing knows it. Except for this little bitch, who would frame me with such a shady way." Song Yoonchang gasped. He held back his displeasure in his heart. "It's not Yoonxian who told me. Are you still covering up for her?" Song Yoonja looked at Song Yoonchang. She looked inconceivable, as if Song Yoonchang had done something unforgivable. "Song Yoonxian is clearly provoking the relationship and trust between us. You actually fell for her trap easily. Could you be sober? It is me who grew up with you, not Song Yoonxian." Song Yoonja thought that her eldest brother was stubborn on this issue. However, Song Yoonchang was looking at her firmly. "Yoonja, you were not such a person before. Brother, you weren't like this before either." Song Yoonja wanted to add something, while Song Yoonchang suddenly got up from the chair. Song Yoonchang turned around and walked inside. "You can leave now. I have decided on the shares. I won't change my decision, no matter what you say." Hearing her eldest brother's words, Song Yoonja simply wanted to step forward immediately to drag him back. However, she only took 2 steps before the correctional officer came to stop her. "Miss, the time is over. Please go back now." Song Yoonja was stopped. She had no alternative, even if she was terribly angry. She could only go back from prison with anger. These things were unknown to others, but Song Yoonxian knew them clearly. Mei Qi transferred the call from the correctional officer to Song Yoonchuan's private phone. After a few greetings, the person on the other end started to tell Song Yoonxian about Song Yoonja's visit. "Miss Song, today Song Yoonja, your eldest sister, came to visit your eldest brother. My sister also cares about my brother. She should have talked a lot during the visit." "Yeah, but they have talked too much. I don't remember their conversation clearly since I wasn't there." Song Yoonxian smiled faintly. Hearing those words, she continued, "I saw your wife the day before yesterday. We met at a jewelry store, and we both took a fancy ruby necklace. It's gorgeous. I think your wife looks good on it. Therefore, I decided by myself and sent it to your wife as a birthday gift." "Birthday gift?" The man on the phone slightly raised his voice. Song Yoonxian smiled slightly on her lips. "Yes, I've heard that your wife's birthday is in June. It's only March now. It's a little early to send the gift. Hasn't she worn it yet?" The man on the phone fell into silence for a while. Then he changed his languid tone and attitude. He immediately said to Song Yoonxian, "I was not present when Song Yoonja was talking to Song Yoonchang, but there is a regulation in prison. The whole process must be recorded when the visitor talks with the prisoner. Therefore..." Song Yoonxian heard him pause for a while. She gave a knowing smile. "I'm waiting for your record." The man on the phone had a hollow laugh. "I'll get it for you soon. Officer Liu, please go back and ask your wife whether she is satisfied with the necklace. If not, we can choose another one." Officer Liu was a little embarrassed. "Miss Song, you are so generous. Just a birthday gift between friends. It's not expensive." You are so courteous. Song Yunxian said it without a leak. Officer Liu could do nothing but accept it since he had received the gift. Of course he had to get things done. Song Yunxian received the video from the prison the next morning. Meiqi helped her play it. Song Yunxian looked at the relatives sitting on both sides of the prison table. She narrowed her eyes slightly. We are sisters, but she has no sense of shame to such an extent. Anyway, you are rivals after all. It's better for you to ignore the fact that you are sisters at this time. Meiqi was watching this video beside her. Song Yunxian said nothing. She looked at the video. Her eyes became deeper. They saw Song Yunjia scolded Song Yunxian little bitch with undisguised hatred. Song Yunjia couldn't help sneering. Meiqi looked at her by her side. What's up? Song Yunxian shook her hand as if she was watching a joke. Do you know what kind of woman Song Yunjia was before? It's said that she was an elegant, generous, and beautiful woman in the Song family. Besides, she is a premier celebrity in Yunqing. Meiqi had expertise in the women. Song Yunxian heard Meiqi's evaluation of Song Yunjia. She smiled. You also know that it's a rumor. Do you know what she looks like in real life now? Meiqi turned his eyes on the video recorder of the LCD screen. Song Yunjia's face turned black because of anger, let alone elegance and generosity. When she scolded Song Yunxian, her face was covered with anger. Her twisted face looked ugly. She was indeed a well-deserved beauty unless she hadn't had this expression. It was a pity that her resentful face couldn't leave a good impression on others. Song Yunxian looked at the video. She casually asked Meiqi, what will people think of her if people in Yunqing see this aspect of Song Yunjia? Meiqi heard Song Yunxuan's question. He lowered his eyes silently. He answered beyond question, you go even farther than her. Other people might not understand what he meant when they heard this. However, Song Yunxian knew it clearly from Meiqi's words that Meiqi was judging her. She didn't even have to think about it, but she knew whom Meiqi was comparing her with. What do you mean? She knew what he meant, but she pretended that she hadn't seen it. She wished to hear Meiqi's explanation. Song Yunxian wished him to explain it clearly to her what he meant. Meiqi didn't mean to keep silent about this question. When asked by Song Yunxian, he was eager to explain it. You know Guchanga, so I needn't tell you anything about her life. Compared with her, you go even further than her. What do you mean? Shrewdness and means. Song Yunxian nodded. I accept your evaluation. She didn't hate Meiqi's comment on her. She didn't need to be compared with Guchanga at all because she was Guchanga. Guchanga had been able to be successful in the business circle. Today she could make it too. No one could stop her. Whether it was Xiao Tianzi or Song Yunjia. She must let them know the pain of losing everything. Otherwise, how could they understand how painful she was before she died? Song Yunxian had been closely keeping an eye on Xiao Tianzi's development. The Song family seemed to become more stable because of Zhao Yang's resignation. Song Yunxian spent most of her energy on Gui and Miao Miao. On the weekend, Song Yunxian invited the magician to show the magic to Gui and Miao Miao. Miao Miao was very happy to see it, while Gui was not interested in those dazzling magic. Meiqi was looking at the two children with Song Yunxian. He fell into silence slightly after seeing Gui's expression. Song Yunxian observed Meiqi's expression when he looked at Gui. She smiled slightly. Why are you always looking at Gui? Can you see anything from him? I think he is very similar to her mother when she was a child. Meiqi was a tutor of some renown in the business circle. What he taught was from the means of fighting inside the house to worldly wisdom in the business circle. He had lived with Guchanga for a few years. It couldn't be said that he had made her, but he had helped Guchanga greatly. Now seeing Gui being so reticent, Meiqi remembered Guchanga. Gui is as obedient as Guchanga when she was young, isn't he? Meiqi smiled slightly. He shook his head. You think he is obedient? Aren't he obedient? Saying that, Song Yunxian reached out her hand to touch Gui's hair. However, Gui leaned his head away before Song Yunxian could touch his hair. Song Yunxian smiled. He is indeed not obedient. Meiqi nodded. His mother was not obedient when she was a child either. Song Yunxian knew that Gu Chang'e was not obedient. If Gu Chang'e had been well behaved, there would have been no business talent, nor would she have inherited everything from Gu Chang and controlled the Gus perfectly. Gu Chang'e looked obedient. In fact, she was just pretending to be obedient. Many rivals had suffered setbacks because of her mask. Gu Chang'e would definitely love her son if she was alive. Song Yunxian nodded. Yes, Gu Chang'e was alive. Just as Mei Qi had said, she liked this child. If she could, she would have pushed the child forward and let him inherit everything Gu Chang'e left. Only this child was eligible to inherit everything. He could protect his sister better once he inherited the Gus. He could well protect this beautiful little girl in Song Yunxuan's arms. Song Yunxian withdrew her hand. Hugging Miao Miao, she gently fixed Miao Miao's supple long hair. Song Yunxian asked Miao Miao, "Do you like this magician today?" Miao Miao was watching the handsome young man in an old Chinese-style gown performing the magic of taking coins across the sky. "If you like him, I will send him to perform magic for you every weekend. Is it okay?" Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Miao Miao immediately nodded vigorously to express her willingness and excitement. Song Yunxian raised her lips when she saw Miao Miao happy. However, Gui suddenly said, "I'm wondering how long we have to stay here." He stared coldly at Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian was not irritated by his cold expression, but she answered calmly, "You can live here until the Gu family comes to pick you up." Gui's eyes sparkled when he heard the words, "the Gu family." Then he lowered his eyes, stopping asking, "The Gu family?" People used to call the place where they lived as the Gu family before their mother passed away. However, everyone said that it was the Xiao family after their mother died. The Gu family became the Xiao family, though nothing inside had changed. However, their feelings and affections had changed. They lost their mother, and their father gave all his care and attention to Aunt Gu Chang'e. Everyone felt sorry for them when people saw them. He felt that the Gu family would never come back. The Gu family without their mother was no longer the Gu family anymore, but the Xiao family. Some bad people who wished to get rid of them lived in the current Xiao family. Gui gradually softened his attitude because of Song Yunxuan's words. Song Yunxian didn't visit them for a few days after seeing Miao Miao and Gui on the weekends. She just called to ask about the situation every night. Mei Qi thought that there was no need for her to meet Gui and Miao Miao secretly anymore. She explained cautiously, "Now it is not only Xiao Tianze who is looking for these two children, but also Gu Chang'e and Song Yunjia. We can breathe a sigh of relief for a while as we have got the children." Song Yunxian was a little surprised to hear Mei Qi saying that. She turned around to look at him. "I thought you would persuade me to be more careful at this time." Song Yunjia deliberately guided Xiao Tianze to suspect Gu Chang'e after the children disappeared. However, Gu Chang'e is still having someone to look for these two children in room. Song Yunxian shook her head. "It seems that everything is within our expectation on the surface. However, Gu Chang'e will suspect more people if she cannot find them. It's hard to say whether I will become one of her suspects at that time." Mei Qi considered for a while before he nodded. "You are right. Therefore, in order to prevent others knowing that Gui and Miao Miao are here with us, we'd better not visit Gui and Miao Miao frequently, so they are not easy to find." She always believed that there was no airtight wall in the world. She would have had to ensure that no one followed them if they had wanted to completely hide the fact that Gui and Miao Miao were with them. It would have been exposed immediately if she had been followed while visiting Gui and Miao Miao. Besides, Xiao Tianze might take her to court for a sentence with unwarranted charges as soon as he found that Song Yunxian had taken away Gui and Miao Miao. When it comes to this, child abduction is a felony. Mei Qi played jokes with her. Song Yunxian nodded with a smile in her eyes. Yes. However, she had to do so for Gui and Miao Miao. Gui and Miao Miao had been continuously sought after. Xiao Tianze didn't get any news from his children under several inquiries. The police in room had searched the whole city. Even the immigration bureau had been investigated. Gui and Miao Miao, two young children, seemed to have evaporated overnight. Xiao Tianze gradually began to be irritable. Only Gu Changle and Song Yunjia were a little relieved. Gu Changle was thankful that those two children couldn't be found. The child in her belly could inherit everything from Xiao Tianzi properly. Song Yunjia was thankful that the two children were missing. No matter who took them away. As long as the children were gone, Xiao Tianzi would doubt Changle sooner or later. Once Gu Changle was accused of such a crime, she would break with Xiao Tianzi soon or later. It would be the best time for Song Yunjia to replace Gu Changle when Gu Changle broke up with Xiao Tianzi. In order to express her concern for Gu Yi and Miao Miao, she called Xiao Tianzi every day. It was just that every time she called Xiao Tianzi and got the message still seeking. After a long time, not only was Xiao Tianzi tired of hearing this answer, but also Song Yunjia had been upset listening to this reply. You can't find them? Song Yunjia smiled sarcastically after she hung up. Of course you cannot find them. They must have died and been buried somewhere. Where do you find the two bodies in such a big place? Gu Chang's two children were finally killed. She felt happy when she thought about it. She went to the wine cooler on the first floor of the villa. She got a drink for herself. No one had lived in this villa before. No one would come here except that the hourly labor came over to clean it. After she came in, Xiao Tianzi found 2 nurses to clean and prepare 3 meals in order to take care of her. It was much better than the apartment where she had once lived alone. She also lived comfortably. She would find some good wine to drink in the cabinet in front of the bar when there was nothing to do at home. The maids at home saw her drinking in front of the wine cabinet. They wouldn't disturb her. The maids didn't come to ask her until the evening. Miss Song, what do you want to have for dinner? Song Yunjia shook the red wine glass in her hand and said, steak medium cooked. The maid immediately went to the kitchen to prepare dinner after hearing that. She felt very bored in such a big villa. Although it was relaxing to live like this, it also made people feel decadent and powerless. She had intended to be against Song Yunxian in the Song Enterprise. It caught her completely off guard that the medical accident which had been covered for many years was just dragged up. It even broke her reputation. Now she could only live as a house lady under the fence, just like a constricted turtle. The red wine in the wine glass looked like blood. She curved her lips and got the glass closer. Leaning her neck, she drank the whole glass of wine. It was not bad now. No one except Xiao Tianzi knew that she was hiding here. Xiao Tianzi would choose to have another child with another woman for long-term consideration after he gave up seeking for those 2 children. Gu Changle was the best choice for him to have a baby. However, this woman's ambition was too big to carry. Not to mention her sickness, she would have died in production if she had had a baby. Xiao Tianzi wouldn't have let her give birth to a baby if he had cared about her. Xiao Tianzi might choose her Song Yunjia. She was a good choice for him. She was in good health. Besides, she was obsessed with him. How long could Gu Changle have been complacent if Xiao Tianzi had let Song Yunjia have a baby? Song Yunjia kept drinking. Soon there was just half a bottle of wine left. The maid beside her came to remind her after preparing the dinner. Miss Song, the dinner is ready. Please come here for dinner. Song Yunjia turned to look at her, but she had a double vision when she saw the maid. She had a wine hiccup and then smiled vapidly. I won't have it. Help me go upstairs to sleep. The maid stunned for a while. Then she saw Song Yunjia staggering and standing up. The maid hurried to support her as Song Yunjia was about to fall. The hostess seemed to have a leisurely life, but she looked tired. She was paralyzing herself with alcohol. She was really pathetic. Song Yunxian didn't pay much attention to the situation of Song Yunjia. However, it was Xiao Tianzi's delay in room that caught Xiao Shue's attention. Xiao Shue called Song Yunxian. She told her, Xiao Tianzi seems to be very serious this time when looking for Gu Yi and Miao Miao. After hearing that, Song Yunxian raised her eyebrows slightly. Yeah. After all, they are Gu Chang's children. He cannot explain it to the Xiao Enterprise if the children are missing without reason. Though the Gu Enterprise had been renamed to the Xiao, there were still Gu Chang's remaining forces which had not been wiped out. Those men would have been burning with rage if having heard that the 2 kids left by Gu Changa went missing. There would have been rumors inside the Xiao enterprise very soon. The rumors would have been that Xiao Tianzi didn't care about his 2 children left by his dead wife, and that he spent all his time on the sister-in-law. At that time, what would have been the look on Xiao Tianzi's face if the rumors had been so nasty? When thinking of this, Song Yunxian sneered. Hearing her sneering, Xiao Shui frowned and asked her, "Gui and Miao Miao. They are with me." Before Xiao Shui had finished her words, she answered actively. Xiao Shui was on her side, so she didn't hide anything from her. Moreover, the hatred between Xiao Shui and Xiao Tianzi couldn't be erased in a day or two. And being honest to Xiao Shui benefited Song Yunxuan's future. And it also let Xiao Shui know where Gui and Miao Miao were. Knowing that Gui and Miao Miao were in Song Yunxuan's hands, Xiao Shui was relieved. That's great. As long as Gui and Miao Miao were in a safe place now. If they had stayed in Xiao family, they would have been killed by Gu Chang'e sooner or later. When you were with Gu Chang'e, what did she react when she heard that the 2 kids were missing? Xiao Shui smiled lightly. What do you expect her to do? She appears to be caring about the safety of Gui and Miao Miao, but actually she was over the moon on hearing the news. She was desperate to see Gui and Miao Miao disappear as quickly as possible. Having been in the Xiao family for so long, Xiao Shui was clear about what problems they had with each other. Neither could Gu Chang'e bear the 2 kids left by Gu Chang'e, nor could she stand Song Yunjia being arrogant and hot in front of her. Now that the children had been missing, which meant that she had pulled out a thorn in her flesh, she was definitely in a good mood. Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Song Yunxian comforted her gently. Leave her alone. You only need to take good care of yourself in the Xiao family. Xiao Shui and Xiao Hong were very good partners in Fanqing magazine. They had been discussing how to run Fanqing magazine to make it bigger. It reassured Song Yunxian. Now in the Xiao family, Xiao Shui could not set foot in Gu Chang'e's plan. Even if she could have set foot in it, she would have had to wait for the right time. Now the only thing Xiao Shui needed to do was to lead a peaceful life. You take good care of yourself. I'll call you another day. Xiao Shui nodded with a bit uneasiness. Miao Miao is easy to coax as she is too young. If he does not cooperate, don't blame him. His temper and character are different from Miao Miao's. They are just kids. I'll take good care of them. After hearing her guarantee, Xiao Shui ended the call trustingly. In fact, she didn't know why Song Yunxian liked these 2 children this much. In other words, she didn't know how could the 2 children be useful to Song Yunxian. She had been in Yunqing for quite a long time, yet she could not see through all the conflicts in Yunqing. Now under such circumstances, she only expected Gui and Miao Miao not to be involved in too much. She only expected that they could live a safe life. No sooner had Song Yunxian ended the call from Xiao Shui than she received a call from Chu Machin. Are you free tomorrow? His voice was as steady as ever, without extra feelings. Song Yunxian was a little curious. You want to invite me to dinner? Yes, when will you be available? Anytime but breakfast time. Then I'll wait for you at Pujiang this evening. Pujiang Sightseeing Restaurant. Thinking of the restaurant, she bent her lips slightly. It could almost be said that she and Chu Machin remained an odd couple. The outsiders all knew that she was the quasi-daughter-in-law. In fact, the relationship between Song Yunxian and Chu Machin was not very good. At least they were not as tender and passionate as the time when they were madly in love. And they did not always meet each other. If she had been some other guy's quasi-fiancé, then it would have been quite normal for them to be together every day. But as a fiancé, she only spent a few days with Chu Machin every week. She thought it was time to have a good talk with Chu Machin. Even though Chu Machin had always liked her, her indifference would have eventually drove the man away. She was going to keep the appointment the next day. But Xiao Tianzi was bogged down. He had been looking for Gui and Miao Miao for a whole week, yet no progress was made. Room police had expressed sympathy and apology to him, and they told him that as the 2 children were missing out of no reason and no kidnappers called to blackmail him, then most likely the 2 kids had been killed. Or, if with some luck, the 2 kids had been taken away from room. As long as the 2 kids had been out of room police would not have been able to continue looking for them. As there were so many countries around the world, looking for them was like fishing a needle in the ocean. It was extremely difficult. Because of the statement, Xiao Tianze booked a plane ticket and flew back on that day. Xiao Shui went to meet the plane. When she saw Xiao Tianze, she felt that he had lost so much weight. Is there still no news from Yi and Miao Miao? Someone must have planned this, thus I can't find them. And the Rumen police also could do nothing with it? Sitting in the stretch Bentley, Xiao Shui asked Xiao Tianze while frowning. Xiao Tianze raised his hand to cover his forehead and his eyes were full of tiredness. Yes. Xiao Shui turned his gaze in worry. Then we can only trust to luck. Shui, do you think that Chang'e did this? Xiao Shui couldn't help but be stunned on hearing Xiao Tianze's sudden question. Then she collected her wits and replied to him. Brother, how could you suspect elder sister Chang'e? You have such a good relationship with her, how could she? She is not really related to Gu Chang'e and so is the two children. Moreover, she is pregnant, so it's normal for her to harm those two kids as she hates to see them. Xiao Shui was speechless on hearing that. She had always known that Xiao Tianze loved Gu Chang'e dearly. She was thinking that Xiao Tianze would never suspect Gu Chang'e of killing the two kids. Now it appeared that she was wrong. And she was way off. Xiao Tianze actually suspected Gu Chang'e, and his private feelings did not affect his judgment. Xiao Shui pursed her lips without talking because she didn't know what to say. Though Xiao Tianze suspected Gu Chang'e, yet as a younger sister, Xiao Shui could not have made too much comment on Gu Chang'e in front of her elder brother as long as he still had feelings for Gu Chang'e. Seeing that Xiao Shui still remained silent, Xiao Tianze turned to look at her. What do you think? Do you think Chang'e did it? Xiao Shui felt embarrassed. I don't know. Xiao Tianze turned away. Xiao Shui's answer actually meant that she suspected Gu Chang'e. Since she felt suspicious, it meant that his guess was right. He should have a good talk with Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e knew that Xiao Tianze had returned. She sent Xiao Shui to meet the plane for the reason that she was pregnant. She drank some tonic at home, waiting for Xiao Tianze to return. Since Xiao Tianze suspected her, he would probably question her when he returned. So she should be prepared for the questions he might ask then. She was not sure about Xiao Tianze's attitude towards her. She just bet that Xiao Tianze still liked her. If Xiao Tianze had liked her at heart, he should have believed her. She was waiting in the living room. Sure enough, it wasn't long before she had heard servants walking inside. Gu Chang'e slightly raised her eyes, glancing at the servant. Yes. Mr. Xiao has returned. Adjusting the expression on her face, Gu Chang'e stood up to wait for Xiao Tianze's arrival. As soon as Xiao Tianze entered the living room, Gu Chang'e pretended to be surprised and quickly stepped over to him. Welcome home, Tianze. Though Xiao Tianze had only been out for a week this time, it was obvious that he lost some weight. Gu Chang'e wore a surprised look outside while feeling a little shocked inside. Losing this much weight indicated that the search of Gu Yi and Miao Miao these days had worn him out. Thinking of how well he treated Gu Yi and Miao Miao, she felt her heart was burning with wrath. Gu Chang'e had already been dead, and she was pregnant with his baby. Did he really need to exert this much effort? She gnashed her teeth and asked him hastily. You've just returned, so please be seated and have some rest. I had the chicken soup cooked. Xiao Tianze wore a poker face. After having sat down, a servant brought over the chicken soup. Seeing that Xiao Tianze wasn't moving, Gu Chang'e took the small spoon in the fine soup pot, scooped a spoonful of chicken soup and planned to feed him. Yet Xiao Tianze raised his hand to stop her. Being stopped by Xiao Tianze, Gu Chang'e felt unhappy at once and the tenderness and happiness in her eyes were gone. What's wrong? I've just come back. Don't you have any questions? Is it about Gu Yi and Miao Miao? Xiao Tianze looked at her. Yes. You are their aunt. Don't you worry at all. Gu Chang'e realized that Xiao Tianze was going to come to the topic. She put the spoon back into the soup pot, took her hands back and clasped them. Then she took a breath as if she was trying to calm down. I'm their aunt and I care about their safety. But I assume that you would tell me about it if there's any news, she said, looking at Xiao Tianze with worry and anxiety in her eyes. Now that you didn't tell me anything when you returned, so undoubtedly, There isn't any news of them, is it? Gu Changel responded quite well. Xiao Tianzi remained silent for a while. After having handed the coat to a servant, Xiao Shui, who came back together, sat on the sofa in the living room and watched their talk. Gu Changel also brought Xiao Shui along to curry favor with him. I've been worried about Yi and Miao Miao every day and night, and I couldn't fall asleep several nights because I feared that something might happen to the two kids left by my elder sister. I'm their aunt and I'm so worried that I couldn't fall asleep. If you don't buy it, you can ask Xiao Shui. She turned to look at Xiao Shui. Xiao Tianzi also fixed his eyes upon Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui lowered her eyes. Gu Changel was really hard to cope with. If she had simply lied, then that would have been fine. But she also dragged in a witness. Now she was dragged down, she would have naturally said that Gu Changel worried about Gu Yi and Miao Miao very much if having been asked by Xiao Tianzi, so that she could avoid a heated argument with Gu Changel. Xiao Shui was annoyed at Gu Changel's small trick. Yet Xiao Tianzi did not ask Xiao Shui about this. He knew well in his heart that now the mistress of the Xiao family was Gu Changel. Gu Changel said that she was worried, and the reason that she dragged Xiao Shui into this was that she wanted Xiao Shui to lie too. There was no need to ask Xiao Shui. Gu Changel was sure that Xiao Tianzi wouldn't ask Xiao Shui. Sure enough, Xiao Tianzi just took a look at Xiao Shui and stood up. Let's go back to the room. Gu Changel slightly frowned and clenched her fingers. It appeared that Xiao Tianzi would interrogate her fully. Moreover, he took her back to the room to interrogate her in case that Xiao Shui might help her. She exhaled and steadied the expression on her face. Seeing that he turned around and went upstairs, she got up and followed him upstairs. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Xiao Shui lowered her eyes and seemed to think about something on seeing them go upstairs one after the other. She thought that Xiao Tianzi's love for Gu Changel was enough to tolerate her. Now it seemed that things didn't go as she expected. Xiao Tianzi still had feelings for the two kids left by Gu Changel. Moreover, the two kids seemed to be his bottom line. Now it appeared that Xiao Tianzi still loved Gu Changel. However, if Xiao Tianzi had still loved Gu Changel, how could he have got entangled with Gu Changel's younger sister? She could not understand these, so she just raised and went upstairs. A servant was going to follow her. Xiao Shui was a bit angry. Don't need to follow me upstairs. But Miss Xiao. The servant felt a surge of embarrassment. Xiao Shui turned to look at her, and found that the servant was the one having the best relationship with Gu Changel. It was Gu Changel's confidant. She probably feared that she might want to listen in as she followed her upstairs. Gu Changel was really calculating. And it seemed that Gu Changel did not believe her right from the beginning. Even though she curried favor with her later, she still guarded against her. She was annoyed and could not drive the servant away. She could only turn her gaze back and went upstairs in silence. After they had entered the room, Gu Changel closed the door and walked to him, petting his face. You lost some weight. It's only been a week. Her fingers petted his face lovingly. But before long, Xiao Tianzi raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. And he grabbed her hand so hard. Her wrist hurt while being grabbed like this, so she frowned and looked at him. You're hurting me. Xiao Tianzi didn't beat around the bush and came straight to the topic. Did you do it? Gu Changel played dumb. What are you talking about? Did you make Yi and Miao Miao disappear? Xiao Tianzi's eyes were full of anger. Gu Changel looked at him and felt shocked by the anger on his face. Xiao Tianzi had been very nice to her since he courted her, and never did he lose his temper with her. He pampered and spoiled her. He almost treated her as a goddess. But now, the man stared at her with anger in his eyes while grabbing her wrist. She felt sad and she also felt a surge of anger. She flung her hand sharply, hoping to take back her wrist from Xiao Tianzi's hand. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tianzi held her wrist hard this time, as if he had expected that she would try to break away from him. He clenched his fingers very hard. She struggled, but she did not free herself from his hand as wished. Let go of me. Let go. She continued struggling to take back her wrist disobediently. Xiao Tianzi's eyes were fixed on her and his words were gloomy. Where are Yi and Miao Miao now? You can do nothing but to be aggressive to me. Her voice became shrill and she struggled hard to pull her hand out of his shackles. Let go of me. Let go. The more she struggled, the harder Xiao Tianze grabbed her. Gu Changle's hand hurt while being grabbed and her eyes were flooded with tears because of anger and grievance. She whimpered. Yi and Miao Miao were from you and Gu Changge. Now they are missing, you actually blame me. It's because you didn't take good care of your children. Why do you interrogate me? How could I know where the 2 kids are? I know you had always been wishing to get rid of them because you don't like them as they were born by Gu Changge. Don't frame me. Though I don't like them, I've never thought of killing them. Gu Changge tried to defend herself. Besides, I didn't know where they lived after they had gone to Italy. So how could I possibly harm them? A glint appeared in Xiao Tianze's eyes. He never told Gu Changge that the 2 kids lived in room. Not until Gu Yi and Miao Miao were missing did Gu Changge know that they were in room. It was truly possible that it was not pulled off by Gu Changge. If it had been Gu Changge who did it, he hoped to persuade Gu Changge to hand over the 2 children. However, if Gu Changge hadn't been the person behind it, he would have had to think about who had it in for his 2 children. It had him thinking for a short while. He loosed his grip on Gu Changle's hand a little. Just at the moment, Gu Changge managed to free herself from his hand with great effort. But because she struggled too hard with such great strength, Gu Changge fell onto the ground as she did not maintain her balance. She was pregnant and the doctor had always reminded her not to bump into anything. If she had bumped into anything, it would have been possible that she might lose her baby. So she had always been very careful. But this time she fell bodily on the floor. Not until now did Xiao Tianze realize in a panic that she was still pregnant. Changge. Seeing her falling onto the ground, Xiao Tianze immediately rushed to help her up. He tried to help her up from the floor. Gu Changge felt that she was finished when falling onto the floor. If she had lost the baby because of this, then she would have been finished. But after falling, Gu Changge didn't feel any pain in her belly, so she felt a little relieved. When she was helped up from the ground, she blinked and let the tears in her eyes roll out deliberately. You don't believe me. She looked at Xiao Tianze in despair and repeated her words to him in tears. You don't believe me. I've never laid a finger on the 2 kids, but you don't believe me. Seeing her crying so hard that looked quite pitiful and aggrieved. He also felt that his attitude towards her might have been too bad. He opened his mouth trying to comfort her. There. How are you feeling? If there's something wrong with you, I'll take you to the doctor. He wanted to help her up from the carpet and put her onto the bed. Yet Gu Changge grabbed his arms hard and didn't want him to pick her up. Why don't you believe my words? I didn't take Gu Yi and Miao Miao away and I have no idea about their whereabouts at all. Why do you suspect me? I have already had your baby. Why do you suspect me this much? She felt aggrieved and released all her questions and grievances on him. Looking at Gu Changle's pitiful face, Xiao Tianze was speechless for a while. In his mind, the only person he could suspect was Gu Changge. Only Gu Changge had the motive and reason to hurt Gu Yi and Miao Miao. As long as she had got rid of Gu Yi and Miao Miao, Gu Changge would have completely owned the Xiao family, and nothing would have been able to threaten her. Gu Changge questioned closely. She insisted on getting an answer. After looking at the persistent expression in her eyes for a while, Xiao Tianze said, I'm sorry. Finally, she forced Xiao Tianze to say sorry, and only by then did Gu Changge stop grabbing his hand in satisfaction. Then she frowned and fell into his arms painfully. Xiao Tianze was worried about her after all. Seeing her faint, he picked her up in a hurry and asked a family servant to call the family doctor. Hearing the flurry of footsteps of the servants outside, Xiao Shui walked out of the room and looked down from the 2nd floor. In the living room, the servants followed a doctor in white who came in. Xiao Shui slightly raised her eyebrows and recognized that the doctor downstairs was Gu Changle's regular doctor. The servants led the doctor into the room and they talked to the doctor on the way. Dr. Gao, hurry. Miss Gu is so painful. Hearing the servant's words, Xiao Shui turned her gaze back, turned around and entered the room. Since Gu Changge was in great pain, she probably had argued with Xiao Tianze. Because of Gu Yi and Miao Miao, the 2 who worked hand in glove with each other actually had an argument. How ironic. Xiao Shui called Song Yunxian to tell her about it. Song Yunxian knew very well in her heart about it, and she was in a better mood while meeting with Chu Machin the next day. Chu Machin invited her to meet in the restaurant. When she arrived, Chu Machin had already been waiting. It was a French restaurant and its Western meal and steak were very popular. As soon as Song Yunxian sat down, a waiter came over to her and handed over the menus respectfully. Without even looking at it, Song Yunxian pushed away the menu. "I'll have the same as the gentleman's." The waiter folded up the menu and left. Chu Machin unfolded the white napkin. While unfolding the napkin, Song Yunxian talked to him. "We haven't had dinner together for a long time. How are Miao Miao and Yi doing under your care?" Song Yunxian raised her eyebrows slightly and looked up at him unpleasantly. "Do you ask me out just to inquire about how the two kids doing? Or what do you think I'm doing?" Thinking for a while, Song Yunxian smiled. "I was thinking that it was because you missed me. You will lead a good life even if I leave you alone, but Gui and Miao Miao are different." Chu Machin did not look at her eyes or expressions. He just fixed his eyes on something held in his fingers. Gui and Miao Miao are still small. If no one cares about them, they may be in danger. Song Yunxian raised her head slightly. "I have promised you that I will never hurt those two kids." "I don't really believe your promise." Hearing his words, Song Yunxian changed her tune and smiled gently. "Even if you don't believe it, I will not let you take care of the two kids. Then don't let anyone else know that the two kids are in your hands. You don't have to remind me of this, I know." "Good." Chu Machin became more and more indifferent to her. When they were eating, the atmosphere was tense and cold. No matter how romantic it was around them, they still took no notice of it. Chu Machin held a knife and fork in his fingers, and he cut the steak in a graceful and elegant way. Song Yunxian had the whole dinner in silence. After the meal, she wiped the corners of her mouth and put the napkin on the table. Then she looked up to him. "If you still ask me out for the two kids next time, then please put your foot down." With this she raised and left. Seeing her come out of the restaurant, Mei Qi hurriedly walked to the car and opened the door for her. After having sat down, Song Yunxian frowned and punched the front seat. She seemed to be quite unhappy. Seeing that she frowned tightly through the rearview mirror in the driver's seat, Mei Qi didn't ask her why she was unhappy. Because even if he hadn't asked, he could have guessed that Song Yunxian might probably have been angry because of Chu Machin. Originally, Song Yunxian only wanted to take advantage of Chu Machin. However, she gradually realized that she cared more and more about Chu Machin's opinions. She cared about Chu Machin and her status in Chu Machin's heart. Those two kids did not make her jealous. Guchanga did. She felt contradictory jealousy. She was jealous because she cared. Guchanga was dead. Song Yunxian wanted Chu Machin to give up Guchanga and love her wholeheartedly. Now it seemed no matter what she had done, Chu Machin would have only regarded her as Guchanga's substitute. It was clear that they shared the same soul. But Chu Machin just didn't know how to be flexible about it. He was foolish. Or he was a so-called one-woman man. In a bad mood, Song Yunxian went to bed after a shower. With her eyes closed, Chu Machin appeared in her mind again. She nipped her fingers trying to fall asleep as soon as possible, but she just couldn't. At this very moment, a maid gently knocked on her door. "Miss Song." Song Yunxian opened her eyes and sat up from the bed. A voice outside called out, accompanied by a soft knock on the door. "Miss Song? Are you asleep?" "Not yet." On hearing of that, the maid immediately replied, "Miss Song, a call from the rose garden said Miss Miao Miao." "What happened to Miao Miao?" She got out of bed at once and walked over to open the door. She looked so worried that the maid answered quickly, "Miss Miao Miao is having a fever. Have she seen a doctor? If she doesn't get better, see another one. If that doesn't work, send her to the hospital. Get me a car. I'm going there." Song Yunxian turned back into the room to get dressed. The maid turned to the housekeeper. The young housekeeper ordered other servants to prepare a car right away and waited for Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian saw the young housekeeper behind her and gave her an order. "Go with me." The housekeeper nodded and followed her into the car. "How did Miao Miao catch a fever? Why haven't you told me till now?" She questioned the housekeeper unhappily. The housekeeper also felt remorse. She explained, Miss Meow Meow did not show any symptoms before, so the servants did not pay attention. Fire them. Song Yunxian said impatiently in a cold tone. The housekeeper was slightly startled and did not understand what Song Yunxian meant. Miss, what do you mean? Replace all the servants in the rose garden and find a batch of responsible ones. I hired them to take care of these 2 children. If they couldn't do their job, why should I keep them? Looking at her indifferent look, the housekeeper knew that she was really angry, so she nodded. Tomorrow, all of them will be replaced. Meow Meow can't handle it more, okay? The housekeeper hastened to nod. Yes, Mississippi. Song Yunxian went to the rose garden, where the 2 children lived late at night. Walking into the door, she saw the servants shrinking their shoulders and holding their breath one by one. Song Yunxian frowned. She went upstairs to Meow Meow's room. Meow Meow's face flushed with her eyes closed on the princess bed in the room. Song Yunxian touched her forehead by her hand gently. It was burning. Gui was watching over her beside. Song Yunxian felt sorry and talked to Gui. I'm sorry, my people didn't take care of Meow Meow. Gui did not respond to her apology. He just looked at Meow Meow's face, frowning and waiting for her to wake up. After a while, the housekeeper came and talked to her. Miss Song, the doctor is here. Song Yunxian stood up and waited for the doctor to come in. This new doctor was a female one, wearing a pair of glasses. She was tall and slim, looking very tender. Her surname was Gao. Song Yunxian particularly sent the housekeeper for Dr. Gao in the on-call room of the children's hospital. Dr. Gao was her former family doctor of the Gu family. She was responsible for the health of Gu Yi and Meow Meow. Gu Chang'e paid her the highest salary among family doctors of all families in Yunqing when she was alive. Dr. Gao was also a discreet person, knowing what could speak out and what couldn't. Song Yunxian asked her to come over but only noticed her that there was a child who was having a fever. Dr. Gao had never imagined that the sick child Miss Song talked about turned out to be the youngest daughter the Xiao family was looking for. Gao Min instantly froze. Song Yunxian let the housekeeper close the door and spoke. I hope that Dr. Gao can bring this child's fever down first. Gao Min pursed her lips, getting a little shocked that the youngest daughter of the Xiao family appeared in the Song family. But when she heard Song Yunxuan's words, she immediately put away the puzzled look on her face. She took out the medical objects such as a stethoscope and a thermometer from the medical box. Song Yunxian looked at how Dr. Gao diagnosed next to her. After Dr. Gao finished, Song Yunxian asked her, What's the reason for the high fever keeping going up? This child's body has always been weak. Having too much antipyretic medicine has been a burden on her body. Not only did the fever remain, but it also made her illness worse. I suggest rubbing her body with alcohol, which may cause a good outcome. Gao Min took out the alcohol and some cotton wool from the medical box while talking. The housekeeper picked up the alcohol, tending to wipe Meow Meow by it. Song Yunxian reached out her hand. Let me do it. The housekeeper had to pass her the alcohol and cotton wool. Meow Meow was already 5 years old. It was inappropriate for Gui to be here. Song Yunxian spoke to the housekeeper. Bring the young master to bed. Dr. Gao and I will be here. It's all right. The housekeeper took Gui back to bed. Gui knew Dr. Gao, so he consciously glanced at Dr. Gao when he left. Dr. Gao seemed to understand what he meant at that glance. She nodded with a smile, showing that she would take good care of Meow Meow. After the housekeeper and Gui were gone, Song Yunxian began to use the alcohol and cotton wool to wipe Meow Meow's body. Dr. Gao was there for them too. Song Yunxian wiped Meow Meow's body with medical cotton wool moistened with alcohol while talking to Gao Min. I know, it must be strange that Meow Meow and Gui are in my villa. Dr. Gao got used to the disputes inside the giant families. She did not say a word. Song Yunxian knew that silence meant she was right. She slightly raised her eyes and shifted her gaze from Meow Meow's arm to Dr. Gao's face. Are the Xiao family having ants in their pants now? She was clear about the Xiao family's current situation, but she asked Gao Min intentionally. Gao Min had to answer her. Mr. Xiao is worried about his daughter. His daughter is here with me. Do you think what will happen? Will I help him take good care of her? Song Yunxian said this without much emotion. Gao Min twisted his eyebrows. After a long silence she replied, I believe Miss Song will take good care of these two children. I can't take care of them alone. These two children will live with me for a long time. I hope you could take care of them with me. Miss Song. It's my pleasure. Gao Min's attitude fitted exactly Song Yunxuan's wishes. Song Yunxian was satisfied with Dr. Gao's reaction and took her gaze back. She continued, the context is too complicated. I won't explain. If Dr. Gao agrees, I hope you can take responsibility for their health as their private doctor. I will offer you an excellent salary. On hearing this, Gao Min nodded. Miss Song, you have my word. I will do my best to look after these two children. Gao Min was a wise woman. Song Yunxian had never doubted about this. Now that Gao Min had made such a promise to her, she was sure that Gao Min would not tell it to outsiders. Song Yunxian had been wiping Miao Miao's body alone until midnight. Gao Min offered to help, but Song Yunxian refused. Now that there wasn't much she could do, Gao Min could only watch them by the side. Song Yunxian wiped Miao Miao's body very carefully. As a girl who had not been married yet, the way she took care of this child made Gao Min feel a radiant mother nature. She was very gentle. She cared for Miao Miao as if Miao Miao had been her own child. Gao Min once worked as a family doctor in the famous Gu family. She was also responsible for the health of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. At that time she was paid a high salary. She always thought that Gu Chang'e would take care of these two kids herself. However, she didn't usually witness much parent-child interaction. Gu Chang'e was a businesswoman. She was often busy with work all day. Gu Yi and Miao Miao usually played at home by themselves. But now, seeing Song Yunxian taking care of Miao Miao in such a way, Gao Min had a strange feeling. She felt that Song Yunxian had a deep feeling towards Miao Miao. In the middle of the night, Miao Miao's fever went down. After testing the temperature of Miao Miao with a thermometer, Gao Min was relieved. Miss Song, Miao Miao's fever has been allayed. She will get better tomorrow morning after some sleep. Thank you, Dr. Gao. Gao Min smiled. There's no need to thank me. Since I am already the family doctor of these two children, it is my duty. Dr. Gao, what happened tonight? Miss Song, I promise I will never tell anyone. Song Yunxian nodded. She asked the housekeeper to send Gao Min back and paid a double consultation fee. When Gao Min left, Song Yunxian crouched by the Miao Miao's bed and touched Miao Miao's forehead with her fingers gently. Indeed, the fever had been brought down. She smiled and kissed Miao Miao's forehead. Good girl. The fever has gone. It's all right now. Mom was so worried. She spoke in a low voice. No one could hear what she said except for herself. She was relieved because Miao Miao's fever was gone. Xiao Tianze was freaking out because he hadn't heard any news of his children for a long time. Xiao Tianze's conversation with Gu Chang'e didn't help much. He couldn't find a clue from Gu Chang'e's words. He suspected that Gu Chang'e was the one behind the scenes. But no matter how hard he investigated, he couldn't find any proof of it. He had been in a relationship with Gu Chang'e for many years. If there had been no evidence, he would have had no way to turn on her. After Gu Chang'e was diagnosed that she and her baby were okay, he went to the Xiao Enterprise the next day. Due to the news that Gu Yi and Miao Miao had gone missing, there was an uproar inside the Xiao Enterprise. Yunqing media also reported on the disappearance of these two children. Yunqing police did not file a case to investigate the whereabouts of the children, because the children were missing en route. It was good news for Song Yunxian. However, it just added Xiao Tianze much pressure. He wanted to find Gu Yi and Miao Miao as soon as possible. Even if he couldn't find them, he just wanted to make sure if they were okay. The missing of Gu Yi and Miao Miao reminded everyone in Yunqing of Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e had been dead for almost half a year. However, everyone remembered her. After all, this woman had appeared frequently in major domestic financial magazines, and was also hailed as a talented businesswoman by entrepreneurs. No one expected that she ended up like this after death. Not long after her ashes were buried at sea, Her 2 children were inexplicably missing abroad. What's even more bizarre? Recent rumors claimed that Gu Changel was now pregnant. This rumor had not been confirmed, but it had become more and more widespread. People in Yunqing speculated about who was the child's father. Most of them thought that the child's father was no one but Xiao Tianze. All the gossip caused the Xiao Enterprise to be in the crosshairs. Xiao Tianze felt that the Xiao Enterprise was currently devastated by public opinion. But he could not come forward to clarify everything. Because all the rumors were actually true. He was upset and drank a lot. Song Yunjia called him now and then. He hung up without saying much. She was not his concern. This evening Song Yunjia called again. Unexpectedly she received the attention of Xiao Tianze. Where are you now? Right at the Champs-Élysées. I'll come over now. Wait for me. Such a short sentence made Song Yunjia's heart excited for a good while. She took a bath and put on makeup in her room. Seeing the pretty face in the mirror, Song Yunjia felt that her plan had been slowly pushed forward. Xiao Tianze had already been tired of Gu Changel. Indeed, Gu Yi and Miao Miao were the keys to defeating Gu Changel. Anyway, Xiao Tianze cared about other people's opinions. Now that Gu Yi and Miao Miao had gone missing, it certainly put a lot of pressure on him. Gu Changel didn't help him but still made trouble for him. In front of the mirror, she gently applied the blush on her cheeks. Her beautiful and delicate face instantly looked even much better. A maid outside knocked gently on the door. Miss Song, Mr. Xiao's here. Song Yunjia smiled. She stood up in a good mood. I'll be there soon. Xiao Tianze came over tonight. She might be able to take this opportunity to make him hate Gu Changel a little more. She turned around and started to move out in a champagne-colored bustier dress. Her slim waist and long legs were outlined attractive body curves. The maid was waiting for her at the door, and she was stunned when she saw Song Yunjia's dress. Then she followed behind Song Yunjia to meet Xiao Tianze. Xiao Tianze was in a bad mood. When he arrived at the Champs-Élysées, he only took a sip of tea and went to the counter of the wine cabinet, looking for the good wine. Song Yunjia walked downstairs and saw his back. She felt her heart fluttered. A throbbing sensation spread quickly from the bottom of her heart. She squinted her eyes and put on a worried look. She walked over. Are you going to drink? You drank a lot of wine in the wine cabinet. Xiao Tianze opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite and poured it into a glass. He poured himself a drink and poured one for Song Yunjia. Would you like to join me? Song Yunjia smiled. Of course I'll join you. She took the goblet with red wine and shook it gently. She raised her delicate neck and drained the goblet. When a man drank, he was either happy or unhappy. In these days when Gu Yi and Miao Miao were missing, Xiao Tianze mustn't come over to drink because he was happy. An unhappy man was her perfect prey. And alcohol was an indispensable catalyst. How could she let such a good opportunity go? She would like to accompany Xiao Tianze for drinking. Even she might have to do it till midnight. Xiao Tianze drank one glass after another. Seeing him drinking too much, Song Yunjia also poured him drinks. Xiao Tianze began to talk while drinking. I haven't heard any news of Yi and Miao Miao up to now. Don't worry too much, maybe it's... Song Yunjia wanted to think of a good reason to comfort Xiao Tianze. But when she said it, she realized that the 2 children might be doomed. Xiao Tianze also knew that there wasn't much she could say, so he laughed in self-deprecation. A lot of people think that the 2 children are mostly going to be with their mother. When Xiao Tianze mentioned Gu Changge's death, Song Yunjia felt somewhat uneasy. Gu Changge was killed, and now it was her children's turn. Even if Song Yunjia had committed countless murders, she still felt a chill. Xiao Tianze drank down a glass of wine, placing the glass heavily on the counter. Do you think Yi and Miao Miao are still alive? Song Yunjia had no answer. She lowered her eyes, hiding the cold light in her eyes, and spoke in a low voice. Tianze, things change, you'd never know. I'm sorry for your loss. My loss? Xiao Tianze sneered. Yi and Miao Miao are just 2 kids. But after all, their mother is Gu Changge, not Changel. In the middle of her words, Xiao Tianze shot her a scathing look. You mean that Changel was the one who hurt these 2 children? Song Yunjia was frightened by his look. She pursed her lips. I was just making that up. I didn't mean that Changel harmed them. Don't get me wrong. She took the initiative to confess. Xiao Tianzi let her get away with it. However, Song Yunjia could see it that Xiao Tianzi frowned as he turned around. She knew that Xiao Tianzi was suspicious of Gu Changel. Xiao Tianzi started to suspect Gu Changel from the first minute. He knew the two children were missing. Changel is currently pregnant. You should take good care of her. Don't ignore her for this matter. Song Yunjia pretended to be kind as if she had been worrying about Gu Changel. However, every word she uttered tended to turn Gu Changel and Xiao Tianzi against each other. Yi and Miao Miao are your flesh and blood. So is the baby of Changel. Since Yi and Miao Miao are missing, you should look after Gu Changel even better, Tianzi. She took Xiao Tianzi's arm gently and spoke to him tenderly. You must cheer up for Changel. Xiao Tianzi was originally displeased by his suspicion of Gu Changel. Now he was advised by Song Yunjia to take care of Gu Changel, which was even more irritating. He jerked his arm that grabbed by Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia was swayed by him, getting a little dazed. Xiao Tianzi spoke coldly. You should go to bed. I'd like to stay with you for a little while. Go to sleep. Xiao Tianzi's tone was extremely unpleasant. Song Yunjia had to leave. Tonight, she got dressed up meticulously, wearing exquisite makeup and a champagne-colored dress that could show her figure the best. But she didn't catch Xiao Tianzi's eye much. What she had done seemed to be in vain. Now Xiao Tianzi rushed her to her room to sleep. She felt more unwilling. Her eyes stayed on Xiao Tianzi for a while. She was not willing to move. Xiao Tianzi felt that she had yet to leave, pouring himself a drink. You refused to go to bed. Maybe I should leave. Song Yunjia stunned and immediately remedied. No, I'm just worried that you drink too much, which is bad for your health. Go to sleep. Leave me alone. Song Yunjia sighed and went upstairs with unwillingness. When she went upstairs, she deliberately slowed down, looking back at Xiao Tianzi, who was still pouring and drinking. When she reached her bedroom, she whispered to the maid. Tianzi is in a bad mood. Don't disturb him when he's drinking. The maid nodded and asked, Do I need to prepare some sober-up tea, Miss Song? Song Yunjia frowned. Her voice became a lot colder. Don't do unnecessary things unless you are told to do. The maid was reprimanded and hastened to apologize. I'm sorry, Miss Song. I shouldn't. All right. Go back. Song Yunjia gave her a cold glance and slammed the door. The maid lowered her head, apologizing. Until the door shut, she slowly raised her head and looked at the closed door in front of her. Song Yunxian's home received a call. Song Yunxian was sleeping with Miao Miao in Rose Garden. The call from home was put through here. The housekeeper gently opened the door and spoke to Song Yunxian. Miss Song, here comes a call from the Champsellesia. Song Yunxuan's eyes lit up and reached out her hand thoughtfully. The housekeeper came over and handed the phone to her. In her arms, Miao Miao slept soundly. The SD doll Song Yunxian bought for her also lay in the bed with her. Song Yunxian put the phone in her ear by one hand and pulled the silk quilt up for Miao Miao by the other hand. A voice came through. Miss Song, Mr. Xiao is drunk. Well, did Song Yunjia say anything? Mississippi Yunjia asked us not to make sober-up tea. Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing on hearing the maid's words. Her voice softened a lot instantly. Since Song Yunjia commanded you to do so, you do what she told you. I don't think you need to guard a drunk man in the middle of the night. It's just that when Song Yunjia brings Xiao Tianzi back to the room, you should help them. The maid understood Song Yunxuan's meaning and nodded. Miss Song, don't worry, I will. Song Yunxian was highly satisfied with the maid in the Champsellesia. As soon as she had hung up, she spoke to the housekeeper. Transfer 500,000 to her account. The housekeeper heard it and immediately transferred the money. Song Yunxian put her hands on Miao Miao's back. Miao Miao frowned and seemed that she was not sleeping well. Song Yunxian smiled and patted gently on this child's back. Miao Miao felt that someone was patting her on the back and calmed down right away. Song Yunxian looked at Miao Miao. Her smile was even warmer. Miao Miao spent more time than Gui with her mother when she was little. At that time, Guchanga saw Meow Meow asleep at night. After she came back, she would go to bed gently and sleep with her daughter. When Meow Meow was half asleep, Guchanga would pat her back gently and coax her to sleep. Now coaxing her in this way was still useful. She patted Meow Meow's back gently while thinking about what might happen at the Champs-Élysées tonight. Xiao Tianzi went to Song Yunjia's place, trying to drown himself. Song Yunjia had originally thought that she could take this chance to impress him. Now with such a good opportunity, would Song Yunjia let it go? Tonight was destined to be a beautiful night. Whether it was for Song Yunjia, for Xiao Tianzi, or for Song Yunxian. Looking at the wine glass in front of him, Xiao Tianzi saw double. He was in a daze and saw a face appearing between the wine glasses. It was a young girl with short hair and snowy skin, wearing a white sweater and light blue jeans. However, a pair of brown pupils were cold and indifferent, as if they were not interested in anyone. He reached out, trying to touch her cheek. The girl frowned. Her figure was getting farther and farther. He wanted to catch her. He wanted her to stay. But the distant figure became out of reach. Unga. Don't go. He reached out his hands, trying hard to grab the distant figure. However, his outstretched fingers could not touch her. He instantly felt a sense of despair rising. The sight in front of him began to blur. He kept mumbling, Changa, don't leave me. Don't. As soon as Song Yunjia went downstairs, she heard Xiao Tianzi muttering Guchanga repeatedly. Every time she heard the name of Guchanga, she felt chill. Contrary to Song Yunjia, although Xiao Tianzi had personally killed Guchanga, he could still whisper Guchanga's name when he was drunk. She didn't understand what Xiao Tianzi wanted to do. She walked towards him, pushed his shoulders gently and called him with her eyes frowning. Tianzi, wake up. You got drunk. She shook his shoulders, trying to wake him up. After his body was shaken, Xiao Tianzi looked up at her with a pair of affectionate eyes. Song Yunjia couldn't help but be fascinated. Suddenly, her soul seemed to be taken away by his eyes. She stared at Xiao Tianzi dully. She loved Xiao Tianzi. She was driven to distraction by this love. She had known Xiao Tianzi in years. She took every step carefully. She had thought that after Guchanga's death, Gu Chang'e could not live long, and she could soon be Xiao Tianzi's wife. However, the reality was not her imagination. The current reality deviated from her expectations. The deviation was severe. Gu Chang'e didn't die. Even worse, she was pregnant. Both she and Xiao Tianzi knew that Gu Chang'e's health condition wasn't suitable for delivering a baby. However, as a doctor, Xiao Tianzi did not let Gu Chang'e have an abortion in the early stage of her pregnancy. He let Gu Chang'e rest to prevent miscarriage. Until now, Gu Chang'e had thought that the child in her belly had become her biggest trump card. Relying on this trump card, Gu Chang'e dared to hurt Gu Yi and Meow Meow. Xiao Tianzi's indulgence towards her caused the death of Gu Yi and Meow Meow. However, it was because of this that Song Yunjia had the opportunity to get rid of Gu Chang'e as soon as possible. Now, if she had found the evidence that Gu Chang'e killed Gu Yi and Meow Meow, it would have been enough to incite Xiao Tianzi to evict Gu Chang'e from the Xiao family. However, Changa. Xiao Tianzi looked at her with the obsessed eyes which she had never seen before. Changa. He raised his finger. The slender fingers touched her cheek lightly. Feeling that he really touched her skin, Xiao Tianzi curved his thin lips and showed a happy smile. Changa, you are here. Tianzi. Song Yunjia frowned, not understanding what Xiao Tianzi was doing now. Xiao Tianzi did not respond to her. He held her cheeks with both hands and slowly moved his lips towards hers. Song Yunjia felt that her heartbeat accelerated a lot in an instant. She watched Xiao Tianzi's face getting closer. She felt that her breathing was about to stop. Xiao Tianzi's face enlarged in front of her eyes, getting closer and closer. Then his hot lips touched her lips. They twisted and turned. The heat of the lips spread to the body's skin. Song Yunjia moaned lightly. Her clothes were pulled off her shoulders by his flexible fingers. Her white shoulders were exposed to the air. The romance was scattered. Song Yunjia felt that her world had become romantic. She had been looking forward to having more contact with Xiao Tianzi for a long time. She had hoped that one day their relationship would be closer and go beyond friendship. The day had finally arrived. She enjoyed it, squinting her eyes and holding his shoulders with her hands. She gently took off his clothes. The lights were bright in the living room, but Song Yoonja didn't care. As long as Xiao Tianze was hugging her at night, she was not afraid of anything. She didn't care anything else. Panting came from the living room. They were too absorbed to notice a flash on the second floor. Song Yoonja clutched Xiao Tianze's back tightly and became more and more obsessed with Xiao Tianze's rhythm. The whole room fell into lust. A bright moon in the sky outside the window emerged from behind the dark clouds. Song Yunxian moved gently, trying to leave Miao Miao alone, who was asleep. As soon as she was about to get out of bed, she noticed that her nightdress had been hooked. She turned to see that although Miao Miao was asleep, her small hands were still grasping her nightdress. Seeing Miao Miao's manner, she couldn't help but bend her lips and smile. Then she loosened Miao Miao's small hand which were holding her nightdress, put it under the quilt and left the bedroom. As soon as she stepped out of Miao Miao's bedroom, the housekeeper stepped forward and called her softly, "Miss Song, it's here." Hearing the housekeeper's words, Song Yunxian turned slightly. The housekeeper handed the phone. Just glancing at the photo on the phone, Song Yunxian laughed. These two people can't bear being lonely. The housekeeper didn't respond. She knew Song Yunxian was talking to herself and didn't need others' reactions. After seeing the pictures, Song Yunxian turned back to the bedroom. Save the pictures and send them to Fanqing magazine. Tell Xiao Hong and Xiao Shui to come to the Song Enterprise tomorrow. Yes, Miss Song. The housekeeper nodded. After ordering, Song Yunxian opened the door of Miao Miao's bedroom and entered. As she looked at Miao Miao, who was asleep on the bed, her eyes were much softer. She walked over gently, lay down next to Miao Miao again and hugged the little child. She felt content in her heart. She went from Qingqing town to Yunqing and from Yunqing to Harbor City. She went through a lot of ups and downs. She had been pursuing the strongest goal. She wanted to get enough power to defeat Xiao Tianze. And now her efforts would soon bear fruit. Feeling happy, she raised her hand and smoothed the long hair of Miao Miao. Then she closed her eyes and fell asleep beside Miao Miao. The next morning would be the best. She would have a good sleep and welcome this long-awaited morning with the best spirit. The next morning, the sun did not rise as promised. It was fine the night before, but in the morning the weather changed. The weather was gloomy, and the cold wind was blowing around the street. After breakfast, Song Yunxian stood in front of the large French windows and looked at the withered trees and flowers in the garden. The housekeeper came. Miao Miao and Gu Yi's piano teacher has arrived. Song Yunxian didn't look back, still watching the scenery outside the windows intently. Let the teacher take them to practice the piano. The housekeeper left after hearing Song Yunxuan's instruction. Gu Yi and Miao Miao's lives in the rose garden were not inferior to those in the Xiao family. Song Yunxian provided the two children with the best quality of life. It was because she felt guilty and wanted to compensate them. As their mother, she should have seen them grow. However, she was killed by Xiao Tianze and Gu Changel in the hospital because of her wrong judgment. She made her two children lost their mother. The two children were harmed after losing their mother's asylum. Gu Changel regarded the two of them as thorns in her flesh, anxious to get rid of them as soon as possible. All she could do was to protect the two children. Then she would take back everything that initially belonged to them from Gu Changel. She looked at the scenery outside the window. It occurred to her that something interesting must be happening in the Champs-Élysées at this moment. It was interesting in the Champs-Élysées. Song Yunjia woke up with many kiss marks all over her body on the bed. Seeing the woman lying next to him, Xiao Tianze instantly felt somber. With eyes still heavy from sleep, before she could recognize the expression of the man in front of her, she heard the man said coldly, "Remember to take birth control pills." One sentence wiped out all the affection of Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia froze watching him get up from bed, put on clothes and trousers and opened the door to leave. Suddenly she picked up the pillow on the bed and threw it at him. The pillow didn't hit Xiao Tianze but just hit the door, falling on the ground next to his feet. His eyes were solemn. Before he could turn his head, he heard Song Yunja crying and questioning him. How could you do this to me? Hearing her questioning, Xiao Tianzi slowly turned his head back and placed his eyes on her face. Her face was bathed in tears. A pair of beautiful eyes were also filled with tears. Last night, she was delighted and thought that her wish for many years had finally come true. She thought Xiao Tianzi would become her boyfriend the next morning. Even if not, he should not have let her take birth control pills heartlessly. She had known him for so many years and had had so many feelings for him. Why could she only get a sentence to ask her to take birth control pills in return for her affection for so many years? As she recalled Xiao Tianzi's words, tears rolled out of her eyes unstoppably. I was drunk last night. But you called my name, she argued. Regardless of the shame of being naked, she threw back the covers, got out of bed, walked to him and forced him to look at herself. Look at me. It was you who called me by my name and did this kind of thing to me. How could you say such a sentence to me the next day? I don't remember calling your name. He was drunk, but Song Yunjia's name did not exist in his memory. The name he called was not Song Yunjia. It was my name that you called. She stared at him stubbornly, her eyes full of tears. You called my name. If you didn't call my name, you wouldn't do such things to me. Her voice was a bit loud, but her tone was very stubborn. Standing still in place, Xiao Tianzi appeared calm on the surface, but his mind had already messed up. He never thought of touching Song Yunjia. In the case that he had already had Gu Chang'e, if he had touched Song Yunjia again and Gu Chang'e had known it, there would have been a storm. In these troubled times he must stop Song Yunjia from spreading what happened last night. Xiao Tianzi had made up his mind. His eyes, which were looking at Song Yunjia, slowly softened. I drank too much last night. I know, Song Yunjia nodded while her eyes still glued to him. But this is not the reason, is it? In Song Yunjia's view, Xiao Tianzi at this moment wanted not only to get rid of her anyway but also to seal her mouth, preventing her from telling what happened last night. However, if it hadn't reached Gu Chang'e's ears, what would the last night have meant? She knew what she wanted presently better than anyone else. She wanted Xiao Tianzi to recognize her as his girlfriend. She didn't want to stand behind Xiao Tianzi and be invisible anymore. She wanted to be like Gu Chang'e. No, not like Gu Chang'e. Although Gu Chang'e was standing next to Xiao Tianzi, she was also invisible. She wanted to be different. She wanted to stand next to Xiao Tianzi and to make everyone know that she was Xiao Tianzi's wife. She wanted everyone to see her as a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Tianzi. She worked hard for such a day she had been expecting and could pay any price. Realizing that she did not want to forget what happened last night, Xiao Tianzi said, What do you want? You are treating me like a prostitute on the street now. I didn't think in that way, Xiao Tianzi denied. But the look on his face was not gentle at all. He clearly knew that last night was an accident because he really drank too much. If he still had had a little consciousness at that time, he would never have done that to Song Yunjia. Yunjia, this matter has to be settled. What do you want to do? Xiao Tianzi wanted Song Yunjia to make a request. As long as he could cover up this matter and not let Gu Chang'e know, he was willing to fulfill her request as long as it was within reason. Song Yunjia was not a woman whose brain was burnt out overnight. From Xiao Tianzi's reaction, she knew that he didn't want the things that happened last night to leak out. To gain Xiao Tianzi's favor, she was willing to say, You can rest assured that I won't tell Chang'e about last night since her health is not good. With such a guarantee from Song Yunjia, Xiao Tianzi felt relieved. However, Song Yunjia's next sentence made him anxious again. Staring at him, Song Yunjia said after a light sigh, Although I won't tell Chang'e about it as a suspicious woman, Chang'e will soon be able to know the news that I live here. You also know that she can quickly and accurately find people's whereabouts. This literally meant that Gu Chang'e would find her soon. However, thinking about it more, he could associate Gu Yi's and Miao Miao's disappearance with Gu Chang'e. Squinting his eyes, Xiao Tianzi was displeased as he thought of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Song Yunjia's words unintentionally reminded him of the things he didn't want to mention the most in recent days. He suspected that Gu Chang'e had hurt Gu Yi and Miao Miao but could not find evidence. Without evidence, Gu Changle would not admit that she did it. He could not know the whereabouts of Gu Yi and Miao Miao from Gu Changle. The two kids' disappearance had made him extremely anxious. What should he do at present? Continuing searching for them? Or just giving up? He hesitated. Seeing him frowning and lost in thought, Song Yunjia knew that her words had worked. She gently locked the door before returning to the bed to find her dressing gown and put it on. She intended to have a heart-to-heart talk with Xiao Tianzi. I know you are in a mess now. Not because of you, Xiao Tianzi took the initiative to explain. As long as Song Yunjia promised not to tell the outside what happened last night, he could rest assured. He was very restless because of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Song Yunjia was very smart to shift the topic to Gu Yi and Miao Miao gradually. Are you thinking of Gu Yi and Miao Miao? Xiao Tianzi didn't answer. However, his deeper frowns were another form of his admission. Song Yunjia slightly raised her lips and smiled. She said while tying her belt, Tianzi, since you can't find them, just don't force yourself to search. What do you mean by force? Xiao Tianzi frowned, turning back to look at her with an angry expression. Song Yunjia raised her eyebrows slightly and was surprised a little. Gu Yi and Miao Miao were born by Gu Changge. Do you still have feelings for Gu Changge? Xiao Tianzi's eyes suddenly became hazy for a moment. Seeing the haze that appeared in his eyes, Song Yunjia felt relieved. Judging from his drunken performance last night, she had thought that he murmured Gu Changge's name after getting drunk because he couldn't let go of Gu Changge. From the present situation, it seemed that he didn't like Gu Changge so much. On the contrary, from the emotion in his eyes, Xiao Tianzi hated Gu Changge very much. Since he hated Gu Changge, how could he like Gu Changge's children? Everyone was the same. Love me, love my dog, and vice versa. Since he didn't like Gu Changge, it was natural that he didn't like the two children much. He was now desperately looking for them just because of pressure from public opinion. She believed that Xiao Tianzi would have given up looking for Gu Yi and Miao Miao if there had been no pressure from public opinion. She walked to Xiao Tianzi and raised her soft arms. Her fingers gently climbed his shoulders. Like a seductive siren, she whispered next to his ear. You have tried your best. After searching for so long, you have become thinner. You should almost announce the bad news of those two children. The two words, bad news, made Xiao Tianzi's expression even stiffer. Song Yunjia pouted slightly. I know you still have feelings for those two children. However, you are young. Even if you lose the two children born by Gu Changge, you can find another woman and have two more. For example, Changle. She took the initiative to mention Gu Changle. Xiao Tianzi coldly looked at her. You know her health condition is not suitable for childbirth. What about me? As she successfully shifted the topic to herself, Song Yunjia became more eager. I love you so much. I can give you a baby. I can do what Gu Changle can't do. You should look back at me. I have done so much for you. I even took the risk to help you kill. I know. Her fierce speech was cut off by Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi took her fingers off his shoulder, walked away from her, and opened the door. He stopped his steps before going out. Don't take birth control pills. It was an apathy sentence. However, it made Song Yunjia lifted a coquettish smirk after he left. She dropped her gaze viciously and flirtatiously, and touched her belly with her fingers. Her smile grew bigger and bigger. I knew there would be such a day. She gently touched her lower abdomen as if she had been pregnant with Xiao Tianzi's child. I will soon be pregnant with his child. By then, I would like to see how Gu Changle fights me. Gu Changle can take Xiao Tianzi from Gu Changge. She also could take Xiao Tianzi from Gu Changle. The winner took all. There was no promise or creed to comply with. Xiao Tianzi left the Champs-Élysées with his head in a mess. Taking out the car key and handing it to his hand, the maid called his attention. Mr. Xiao, it is raining outside. Xiao Tianzi went out to look at the sky, and it was gray. Thin rain and snow fell from the sky. It was freezing when the wind blew across his face. He stared at the car key in his hand before stepping away from the Champs-Élysées. After finishing the lunch with Gu Yi and Miao Miao, Song Yunxian received Meiqi's call. You should come back to work in the song enterprise. It is not good for you to stay in the rose garden all the time. Meiqi added more deliberately, your every action is under surveillance. Do they know my daily schedule? Song Yunxian asked him. Hearing the question, Meiqi became earnest. If I say yes, are you going to scold me for my negligence? You're right. Song Yunxian admitted directly and frankly. Meiqi said more resignedly. Manager Song, do not make jokes. Xiao Tianzi announced the death of Miao Miao and Gu Yi. Song Yunxian frowned. Meiqi asked again. Did you order Xiao Hong and Xiao Shui of Fanqing magazine to meet you yesterday? She did order her housekeeper to do so last night. Are they there now? They have been waiting for you in the office for a long time. Send them to the rose garden. Hearing the instruction, Meiqi fell silent. Song Yunxian couldn't get Meiqi's response before he said, if you do so, you will reveal that Miao Miao and Gu Yi are still alive. That's what I want. Meiqi couldn't figure out Song Yunxian's purpose. Nevertheless, he believed Song Yunxian had her plan. So he didn't continue to ask her to explain. In fact, even if he had asked Song Yunxian to explain repeatedly, he would have had no way to know the reason as long as Song Yunxian didn't want to. After getting Meiqi's response, Song Yunxian ended the call, locked the phone, and put it on the table next to her. Gu Yi and Miao Miao still were practicing piano in the afternoon. Beautiful music came from the piano room. She drank her afternoon tea in the flower room, listening to the music from the piano room. Miao Miao was young and was learning musical instruments for fun, and Gu Yi almost entirely inherited the talent and character she owned when she was a child. He was quiet and knew what he should do. Besides, he studied hard when doing what he should do. She was satisfied with this son. Although she didn't give him too much spoiling, she had made him understand the correct way of life in his future. In the greenhouse, she watched the wind and snow outside the glass windows grow. She didn't awaken from trance until someone knocked on the door of the greenhouse. The housekeeper opened the door and said quietly, Miss Xiao and Miss Xiao has arrived, Miss Song. Invite them to come in. Xiao Hong and Xiao Shui were let in. Servants went to prepare afternoon tea for them. Song Yunxian motioned them to sit beside the round table and to join her for afternoon tea. Feeling no discomfort, they sat down. Xiao Hong had received the pictures from the rose garden last night. It was expectable that Xiao Hong came to see Song Yunxian today. It was night when she received the picture. But it wasn't until this morning when she received the call to come to the Song enterprise. Xiao Hong had known Song Yunxian's habits and style since she worked for her. Song Yunxian had always been calm, as if everything had been within her expectation. Therefore, she wasn't urgent to give instructions. Her previous salary at the magazine was just fine. Sometimes Xiao Hong couldn't even save any money. However, ever since Song Yunxian had become her boss, her salary had increased again and again, as well as her savings. Moreover, Xiao Hong had changed a new house recently. Everyone expected to follow a good superior and boss. She had been in the magazine business for so many years, but she didn't think that she would have any good opportunity. She didn't think about having a meteoric rise to be the president of the company, but she actually felt that she was useful and relevant after following Song Yunxian. It pleased Xiao Hong that she was able to help Song Yunxian. Everyone wished to be needed and complimented in the workplace. Xiao Hong used to believe that she was capable, but she had never been trusted or put into an important position. Xiao Hong didn't feel that she was needed until she followed Song Yunxian. Xiao Hong was willing to be faithful to Song Yunxian just considering this point. Xiao Shui had already called Song Yunxian before. She heard the piano sound from the piano room next door after being close to the small flower room. Xiao Shui guessed that it was the piano music from Gu Yi and Miao Miao, so she didn't ask anymore. Xiao Hong didn't know about it. Song Yunxian took a sip of the coffee. Then she asked Xiao Hong, "You've received the photos, haven't you?" Xiao Hong nodded. "I received it last night." After saying that, she smiled with a little embarrassment. "It's just a little late when I received the photos. I have fallen asleep." "Is the resolution of the photos good?" Song Yunxian asked her. Xiao Hong found out the photos on the phone and then handed them to Song Yunxian. Those were not the original photos sent by Song Yunxian, but there were layouts with photos and edited text under the photos. Song Yunxian got the phone. She saw the pages of the magazine layout, the photos, and the content of the text. She was very satisfied with them. I am not worried about it because Miss Xiao can help me manage the magazine. You've done a good job. Xiao Hong gently nodded after being praised. Then she said modestly, "This is my duty. Thank you for working so hard. Manager Song, you are welcome." Song Yunxian and Xiao Hong had a few civilities, while Xiao Shui said nothing. Xiao Shui was listening to the sound of the piano from the piano room next door. Xiao Hong also noticed that since Xiao Shui listened so earnestly, Xiao Hong heard the piano sound from the next door when she entered the room, but she didn't pay much attention to it. Now Xiao Hong heard the piano sound again, so she asked Song Yunxian, "Manager Song, is anyone playing the piano next door?" Song Yunxian didn't duck the question. She nodded frankly. "There are 2 children at home. They both like playing the piano. Therefore, I invited a teacher to teach them." Song Yunxian was still so young that Xiao Hong wouldn't expect that those 2 children were hers. Xiao Hong didn't ask anymore. She was about to leave after talking with Song Yunxian about some things in the magazine. However, the door of the flower house was pushed just as Xiao Hong was to leave. A little girl in a pink dress with long black hair holding a plush teddy bear walked towards Song Yunxian. "Sister Yunxian." Miao Miao called Song Yunxian happily when she saw her. Hearing Miao Miao's voice, Song Yunxian turned her head to look over, with a gentle smile on her face. Xiao Shui and Xiao Hong, who were by her side, showed different expressions. Xiao Shui knew that Gu Yi and Miao Miao were at Song Yunchuan's house, and she also knew that Xiao Hong knew nothing about it. Besides, Song Yunxian might not wish others to know about it. Now Miao Miao was here without expectation. Things got exposed completely. Xiao Shui looked at Xiao Hong with a little anxiety. As Xiao Shui expected, Xiao Hong looked shocked. Shortly after Xiao Hong went to work this morning, she had heard the news that Xiao Qianzi had shown up to announce that his 2 children had been killed in Italy. Moreover, the top searched items online today were news and photos of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. How could Miao Miao, who was supposed to have died in Italy, appear in the villa where Song Yunxian lived? Xiao Hong subconsciously felt this thing was not simple. She also noticed soon that she had been related to this issue as she had seen this child in person. Xiao Hong had questions in her heart, and she wondered whether she should ask Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian held Miao Miao up and let Miao Miao sit on her lap. Miao Miao just smiled slightly when she saw Xiao Hong. It wasn't until she found Xiao Shui that she deepened her smile. "Auntie." Her childish voice made Xiao Hong goggle at her. Xiao Hong had fluked mind that she might have recognized the wrong person. She had thought maybe this girl just looked exactly like Xiao Tianzi's daughter. Now this child called Xiao Shui aunt. Her fluked mind was also untenable. Xiao Shui was Xiao Tianzi's sister. She must be Xiao Tianzi's child since she called Xiao Shui aunt. The child who appeared in Song Yunjia's house was definitely Xiao Tianzi's daughter. Now that Xiao Tianzi's daughter was at Song Yunchuan's house, then Xiao Tianzi's son. "Miao Miao, come out." Xiao Hong heard the voice of a little boy at the door when she just thought of it. Xiao Hong turned to look over. She found a noble and exquisite little boy standing at the door. The little boy was unsmiling. He seemed to be a very gentle and quiet child. He didn't look around in the room but fixed his sight on Miao Miao, who was held by Song Yunxian. Miao Miao was called by her brother. She was a little unwilling to leave Song Yunxian. However, Gu Yi frowned and called again. "Sister Yunxian is busy now. You come out quickly." She was always obedient to her brother, and this time was no exception. She came down from Song Yunchuan's legs slowly. Then she puckered her lips at Song Yunxian and said with the grievance, "My brother is calling me out. I'll come to see you later." Yunxian reached out her hand to touch Miao Miao's hair. She said with a smile, "Okay. I'll tell you when I'm free." "All right." Miao Miao's eyes became bright when she heard Yunchuan's words. "You must tell me as soon as you finish your work." "Okay, I will." "Don't worry, Miao Miao. Sister, let's make the pinky promise." Miao Miao reached out her lovely little finger. Song Yunxian saw her doing so. She raised her lips and reached out her little finger to hook her. After making a promise, Miao Miao walked out of the room with satisfaction. Miao Miao waved with Xiao Shui before leaving. Xiao Shui smiled a little unnaturally at her. Xiao Shui was very worried that Xiao Hong would let it out after suffering such a shock. After Miao Miao went out, Gui closed the door of the flower house. He took Miao Miao's hand unhappily to guide her forward. Haven't I told you not to run around in someone else's house? But can't it be at Sister Yunxuan's house? Miao Miao was aggrieved. Gui stopped. He looked at her seriously. No. Miao Miao pouted. She tightened the plush bear held in her hand with one hand. However, Sister Yunxian is very kind to me, like Mom. She muttered in a low voice. But Gui still heard it. Gui looked at her with worry. Miao Miao, you can't judge a person by your feeling. Remember my words. Don't believe others easily in the future. Okay. Brother, you're always saying that I will meet bad guys if I believe others, but I haven't met bad guys by far. It is best to be prepared. What does it mean to be prepared? Miao Miao stared at Gui with wide eyes. Gui was frustrated when he heard his sister's question. However, considering that his sister was still young, Gui explained with patience. It means that only with full preparation, we can face the coming disaster. Miao Miao still didn't quite understand. So Gui took her forward and patiently continued to give her examples. The two children went further and further in the corridor. Song Yunxian continued to drink afternoon tea in the flower room. It took Xiao Hong a long time before she asked Song Yunxian. Manager Song, may I ask you a question? Song Yunxian put down the coffee cup. I know what you want to ask. Xiao Hong looked at Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian smiled. You must want to ask why Xiao Tian's two children, who have been declared dead, are in my house and they are still alive and healthy. Right. Song Yunxian knew that everyone who suddenly saw these two children would want to ask this question now. Because of curiosity, people were wondering why those two children lived well in other people's houses while the children's father announced that they were dead. Xiao Hong nodded. I don't understand, Manager Song. Song Yunxian thought for a while before she asked Xiao Hong. Do you know that Gu Chang'e is pregnant? The news of Gu Chang'e's pregnancy had been spreading in Yunqing. Many people were speculating about the father of the child after Gu Chang'e's pregnancy. Some people even thought that the child belonged to Xiao Tianze. I know it, but it has not been confirmed, nor has Fanqing magazine reported. There is no need to report it because this child can never be born in this world. Gu Chang'e couldn't have a baby because of her physical condition. The child would be aborted before his birth. Therefore, Song Yunxian didn't let Fanqing magazine report on this child. There was no need to publish such news. The reason was that after the publication, Xiao Tianze could let Gu Chang'e have an abortion, and then Gu Chang'e would still be a woman who was not pregnant. As long as it was confirmed, the public would only resent the newspaper media that published this false news. Song Yunxian didn't want her magazine to be regarded as a magazine that randomly published fake news. Song Yunxian hoped that Fanqing magazine would be recognized as a well-known magazine agency in Yunqing, and she could let everyone know that none of Fanqing magazine's news was false. In this way, the reputation of the magazine could be built. In addition, it would provide her with stronger help in the future. Xiao Hong did not understand what Song Yunxian said. Song Yunxian reminded her a little bit. Gu Chang'e doesn't know that she cannot give birth to this child, so she wants to help this child to win a good future. However, this good future belongs to Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Just think about it. Is she anxious to grab this good future for her children? Comment 0. Chapter 330 Zhao Yang's Call. Xiao Hong wasn't stupid. Even some clever people didn't dare to be involved in the affairs of the rich and powerful families casually. Not to mention that she was an outsider who was just an editor-in-chief of a small magazine. Xiao Shui, who was listening to them, pursed her lips. Xiao Hong immediately said, although I still don't quite understand, Mr. Song, you can rest assured that I won't say anything I've seen today. Song Yunxian was very satisfied. Song Yunxian told Xiao Hong some things in the magazine. Then Song Yunxian asked Xiao Hong and Xiao Shui to go back. Xiao Shui had a better relationship with Song Yunxian anyway. She didn't go away after Xiao Hong left. Xiao Shui looked at Song Yunxian and gently said, "I want to talk with you, Yunxian." Song Yunxian raised her lips and did not reject Xiao Shui's request. Xiao Shui had a pivotal status in the Xiao family, although she did not seem to have great importance now. However, Song Yunxian knew that Xiao Shui was the time bomb that Song Yunxian buried beside Xiao Tianzi. Now it was not time to detonate it yet. As long as it was the right time for this bomb to explode, Xiao Tianzi would be burst into pieces. Xiao Hong was still in shock. Miao Miao and Gu Yi's appearance gave her a very serious impact. Xiao Hong didn't know what had happened, but she knew that the Xiao Enterprise and the Song Enterprise inwardly had some disputes. Song Yunxian had means in scheming. She would not take the children back to her house because the two children were so cute. She felt at a loss. Xiao Hong held the steering wheel tightly while driving back. It was a mess in her mind. Xiao Shui and Song Yunxian were walking in the corridor of Rose Garden at this time. "Are you meaning to let editor Xiao see Gu Yi and Miao Miao today?" "No, this is an accident," Song Yunxian denied. She explained to Xiao Shui, "I didn't expect that Miao Miao would come into the flower room suddenly. I would let the babysitter look after her if I knew it. Although I believe that the editor Xiao will not disclose the incident of seeing Miao Miao to others, I still feel uneasy." "Why are you uneasy?" Song Yunxian looked at her. Xiao Shui raised her eyebrows. She was somewhat helpless. Xiao Tianzi has a good eye for detail. He has already known that I have a good relationship with you. If he knows that Gu Yi and Miao Miao are with you, he will definitely suspect that I unite with you to do something harmful to him. He is busy doubting Gu Chang'e and Song Yunjia now. He should have no time and energy to doubt you. Xiao Tianzi should be at a loss now. The disappearance of Gu Yi and Miao Miao was only a small starting to disrupt his life. Due to this start, Xiao Tianzi began to suspect that Gu Chang'e was by his side just to mutilate his two children, waiting to give birth a baby and inherit the huge heritage of the Gu family. Song Yunjia had to face Gu Chang'e's resentment, although she had taken advantage of the whole plan. Next, Gu Chang'e would make a huge fuss in the Xiao family, as long as she knew that Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi lived together last night. "Xiao Tianzi didn't go home last night, did he?" Song Yunxian asked Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui said yes softly and added, "Gu Chang'e didn't sleep all night." She called Xiao Tianzi but no one responded. Gu Chang'e got angry with the servant because of breakfast this morning. Yeah, how could she not get angry? Now, no kinds of costly foods will suit her taste. Song Yunxian smiled in her eyes. Gu Chang'e had always been suspicious and very possessive. Gu Chang'e went mad with envy when Gu Chang'e was Xiao Tianzi's wife. Now she finally killed Gu Chang'e and wanted to occupy Xiao Tianzi. However, Song Yunxian came and tore them apart. She had declared war with Song Yunjia. They had fought a few rounds. The outcome hadn't been decided yet. Gu Chang'e thought that she had the advantage after she was pregnant, and she let her guard down gradually to Xiao Tianzi. She also paid more attention to her baby. However, Xiao Tianzi didn't return home last night, and his phone was still unavailable. Therefore, Gu Chang'e should be terrified. It was known that every woman was able to get pregnant. If Xiao Tianzi had made Song Yunjia pregnant, Song Yunjia would have become the one who laughed the most. Gu Chang'e and Song Yunjia were incompatible. How could she give Song Yunjia such a chance? "What was Gu Chang'e doing before you came?" Being asked this question, Xiao Shui replied. She was letting the servants look for Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunxian wasn't impressed. What can the servants in the family find? Xiao Tianzi and Song Yunjia are in the small love nest of the Champ Celicia. The servants in the family will gain nothing even if they run off their legs. Xiao Shui was in a slight daze and asked her, "Yunxian, what do you mean? Give her a little hint." Xiao Shui took a sigh of relief. Gu Chang'e would definitely tear Song Yunjia away if she knows that Song Yunjia has done such a thing with Xiao Tianzi last night. Two dogs strive for a bone, and a third runs away with it. Xiao Shui, we are now the third one. Xiao Shui narrowed her eyes slightly after hearing Song Yunxuan's words. Then she nodded. I will do it now. Xiao Shui turned and left. Song Yunxian enjoyed the snowflakes flying outside the floor-to-ceiling window with the wool shawl over her shoulder. These snowflakes were scattered everywhere. It became increasingly heavier. It seemed to cover the whole Yunqing under the snow. Song Yunxian looked up at the snow falling from the sky. Her eyes were quiet and bright. Song Yunjia received a call after Xiao Tianzi left. It was from Zhao Yang, who hadn't called her for a long time. Song Yunjia was a little surprised when she received a call from Zhao Yang. "Uncle Zhao, why did you call me suddenly? I heard you are sick." Song Yunjia knew that Zhao Yang was sick and asked for a long leave. It was because of this that Song Yunjia broke all the bets and placed all bets on Xiao Tianzi. It was Zhao Yang who supported Song Yunjia with the whole heart when Song Yunjia was in the Song Enterprise. Now that even Zhao Yang had given up on her, it was naturally impossible for Song Yunjia to win the internal battle of the Song Enterprise. It was necessary for Song Yunjia to obtain the greatest benefits elsewhere if she couldn't obtain the initiative in the Song Enterprise. Xiao Tianzi was the best choice. Song Yunjia chose Xiao Tianzi and gave up the Song Enterprise. Then the people in the Song Enterprise who had supported her before were no longer important. Now Zhao Yang called her, which made her frown. Song Yunjia felt bored and she didn't like it at all. However, Song Yunjia had been in the workplace for a long time. She could wear a mask immediately whenever she wanted. She smiled with a gentle and respectful voice. "Uncle Zhao, how can you have time to call me? Do you feel better?" "Yunjia, listen to me. Song Yunxian keeps an eye on me since you've become a figurehead. I want to help you, but I can't." Zhao Yang called to tell these things to Song Yunjia. It made Song Yunjia feel that Zhao Yang was talking nonsense. Therefore, Song Yunjia interrupted his nonsense. "Uncle Zhao, please don't say that. You are sick now and you should take care of yourself. As for my affairs, I can deal with it myself. You don't plan to return to the Song Enterprise, do you?" Zhao Yang asked her. Song Yunjia hesitated for a while. Then she smiled bitterly. "Uncle Zhao, you see, it's impossible for me to return to the Song Enterprise according to the current situation, even though I want to come back. The Song Enterprise belongs to Song Yunxian completely. After inheriting the Song Enterprise, Song Yunxian held the Song Enterprise in her hands with a destructive momentum. At first, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian thought that Song Yunxian was easy to deal with. It was too late to change anything when they found Song Yunxian was not a mediocre person. They could do nothing but watch Song Yunxian expanding her power. Zhou Jian had always been a person who was good at contingency. However, he chose to go home without hesitation after seeing Song Yunxuan's talents and means. He just wanted to keep his status by playing the fool. Song Yunxian didn't embarrass him when she saw him shrink back from difficulties. However, Zhou Jian's leaving made Zhao Yang become the only one who faced Song Yunxian alone. Song Yunxian did not mean to show mercy to Zhao Yang. Song Yunxian had planned to externalize Zhao Yang. If he hadn't compromised before he was externalized, he would have lost everything. Song Yunxian intended to deal with Zhao Yang, so that she wouldn't treat him with a gentle attitude. Zhao Yang looked down on Song Yunxian at first because Song Yunxian was just a young girl. It was after seeing Song Yunqiang and Song Yunjia were defeated by Song Yunxian that Zhao Yang really felt terrible. Song Yunjia still had some resentment in Zhao Yang's retreat. She wanted to end the call with him as soon as possible after hearing Zhao Yang's maundering. Unexpectedly, before she was about to end the call, Zhao Yang suddenly said, "I have been sending someone to observe Song Yunxuan's movements secretly. This morning, I found that Xiao Hong and Xiao Shui of Fanxing magazine were invited to the Song Enterprise." Song Yunjia only knew that Xiao Shui was Xiao Tianzi's younger sister. As for Xiao Hong, Song Yunjia had never heard of it. She neither heard of it nor wanted to know who this Xiao Hong was. Therefore, Song Yunjia smiled. "Uncle Zhao, it's better not to be involved in the Song Enterprise. Song Yunxian is so cruel that she can do anything. If she knows that Uncle Zhao still cares about her so much, she may hurt you. That will be terrible." Zhao Yang felt a little confused for a moment after hearing Song Yunjia's words. Song Yunjia's meaning was to stop him interfering with problems between her and Song Yunxian. He didn't understand what Song Yunjia meant. "Yunjia, don't you want to continue fighting with Yunxian?" Uncle Zhao, I want Tianzi to help me, she said bluntly. And now I'll succeed soon. There was further development in the relationship between Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi. As long as there was the first night between them, there would be a second night. Then the third, the fourth. There would be more and more. One day, she would let herself occupy more positions in Xiao Tianzi's heart. She would become Xiao Tianzi's most important woman. Zhao Yang did not understand how Song Yunjia planned. But from Song Yunjia's words, Zhao Yang knew that Song Yunjia had put all her hopes on Xiao Tianzi. He sighed, not knowing what to say. Song Yunjia urged, Uncle Zhao, do you have anything else to tell me? Zhao Yang kept silent for a while before speaking. Since you have decided to put all your hopes on Xiao Tianzi, then the news I am going to say next will be very useful to you. Xiao Hong wasn't stupid. Even some clever people didn't dare to be involved in the affairs of the rich and powerful families casually. Not to mention that she was an outsider who was just an editor-in-chief of a small magazine. Xiao Shui, who was listening to them, pursed her lips. Xiao Hong immediately said, Although I still don't quite understand, Mr. Song, you can rest assured that I won't say anything I've seen today. Song Yunxian was very satisfied. Song Yunxian told Xiao Hong some things in the magazine. Then Song Yunxian asked Xiao Hong and Xiao Shui to go back. Xiao Shui had a better relationship with Song Yunxian anyway. She didn't go away after Xiao Hong left. Xiao Shui looked at Song Yunxian and gently said, I want to talk with you, Yunxian. Song Yunxian raised her lips and did not reject Xiao Shui's request. Xiao Shui had a pivotal status in the Xiao family, although she did not seem to have great importance now. However, Song Yunxian knew that Xiao Shui was the time bomb that Song Yunxian buried beside Xiao Tianzi. Now it was not time to detonate it yet. As long as it was the right time for this bomb to explode, Xiao Tianzi would be burst into pieces. Xiao Hong was still in shock. Miao Miao and Gu Yi's appearance gave her a very serious impact. Xiao Hong didn't know what had happened, but she knew that the Xiao Enterprise and the Song Enterprise inwardly had some disputes. Song Yunxian had means in scheming. She would not take the children back to her house because the two children were so cute. She felt at a loss. Xiao Hong held the steering wheel tightly while driving back. It was a mess in her mind. Xiao Shui and Song Yunxian were walking in the corridor of Rose Garden at this time. Are you meaning to let editor Xiao see Gu Yi and Miao Miao today? No, this is an accident. Song Yunxian denied. She explained to Xiao Shui. I didn't expect that Miao Miao would come into the flower room suddenly. I would let the babysitter look after her if I knew it. Although I believe that the editor Xiao will not disclose the incident of seeing Miao Miao to others, I still feel uneasy. Why are you uneasy? Song Yunxian looked at her. Xiao Shui raised her eyebrows. She was somewhat helpless. Xiao Tianzi has a good eye for detail. He has already known that I have a good relationship with you. If he knows that Gu Yi and Miao Miao are with you, he will definitely suspect that I unite with you to do something harmful to him. He is busy doubting Gu Chang'e and Song Yunjia now. He should have no time and energy to doubt you. Xiao Tianzi should be at a loss now. The disappearance of Gu Yi and Miao Miao was only a small starting to disrupt his life. Due to this start, Xiao Tianzi began to suspect that Gu Chang'e was by his side just to mutilate his two children, waiting to give birth a baby and inherit the huge heritage of the Gu family. Song Yunjia had to face Gu Chang'e's resentment, although she had taken advantage of the whole plan. Next, Gu Chang'e would make a huge fuss in the Xiao family, as long as she knew that Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi lived together last night. Xiao Tianzi didn't go home last night, did he? Song Yunxian asked Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui said yes softly and added, Gu Chang'e didn't sleep all night. She called Xiao Tianzi but no one responded. Gu Chang'e got angry with the servant because of breakfast this morning. Yeah, how could she not get angry? Now, no kinds of costly foods will suit her taste. Song Yunxian smiled in her eyes. Gu Chang'e had always been suspicious and very possessive. Gu Chang'e went mad with envy when Gu Chang'e was Xiao Tianzi's wife. Now she finally killed Gu Chang'e and wanted to occupy Xiao Tianzi. However, Song Yunxian came and tore them apart. She had declared war with Song Yunjia. They had fought a few rounds. The outcome hadn't been decided yet. Gu Changel thought that she had the advantage after she was pregnant, and she let her guard down gradually to Xiao Tianzi. She also paid more attention to her baby. However, Xiao Tianzi didn't return home last night, and his phone was still unavailable. Therefore, Gu Changel should be terrified. It was known that every woman was able to get pregnant. If Xiao Tianzi had made Song Yunjia pregnant, Song Yunjia would have become the one who laughed the most. Gu Changel and Song Yunjia were incompatible. How could she give Song Yunjia such a chance? What was Gu Changel doing before you came? Being asked this question, Xiao Shui replied. She was letting the servants look for Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunxian wasn't impressed. What can the servants in the family find? Xiao Tianzi and Song Yunjia are in the small love nest of the Champs-Élysées. The servants in the family will gain nothing even if they run off their legs. Xiao Shui was in a slight daze and asked her, Yunxian, what do you mean? Give her a little hint. Xiao Shui took a sigh of relief. Gu Changel would definitely tear Song Yunjia away if she knows that Song Yunjia has done such a thing with Xiao Tianzi last night. Two dogs strive for a bone, and a third runs away with it. Xiao Shui, we are now the third one. Xiao Shui narrowed her eyes slightly after hearing Song Yunxuan's words. Then she nodded. I will do it now. Xiao Shui turned and left. Song Yunxian enjoyed the snowflakes flying outside the floor-to-ceiling window with the wool shawl over her shoulder. These snowflakes were scattered everywhere. It became increasingly heavier. It seemed to cover the whole Yunqing under the snow. Song Yunxian looked up at the snow falling from the sky. Her eyes were quiet and bright. Song Yunjia received a call after Xiao Tianzi left. It was from Zhao Yang, who hadn't called her for a long time. Song Yunjia was a little surprised when she received a call from Zhao Yang. Uncle Zhao, why did you call me suddenly? I heard you are sick. Song Yunjia knew that Zhao Yang was sick and asked for a long leave. It was because of this that Song Yunjia broke all the bets and placed all bets on Xiao Tianzi. It was Zhao Yang who supported Song Yunjia with the whole heart when Song Yunjia was in the Song Enterprise. Now that even Zhao Yang had given up on her, it was naturally impossible for Song Yunjia to win the internal battle of the Song Enterprise. It was necessary for Song Yunjia to obtain the greatest benefits elsewhere if she couldn't obtain the initiative in the Song Enterprise. Xiao Tianzi was the best choice. Song Yunjia chose Xiao Tianzi and gave up the Song Enterprise. Then the people in the Song Enterprise who had supported her before were no longer important. Now Zhao Yang called her, which made her frown. Song Yunjia felt bored and she didn't like it at all. However, Song Yunjia had been in the workplace for a long time. She could wear a mask immediately whenever she wanted. She smiled with a gentle and respectful voice. Uncle Zhao, how can you have time to call me? Do you feel better? Yunjia, listen to me. Song Yunxian keeps an eye on me since you've become a figurehead. I want to help you, but I can't. Zhao Yang called to tell these things to Song Yunjia. It made Song Yunjia feel that Zhao Yang was talking nonsense. Therefore, Song Yunjia interrupted his nonsense. Uncle Zhao, please don't say that. You are sick now and you should take care of yourself. As for my affairs, I can deal with it myself. You don't plan to return to the Song Enterprise, do you? Zhao Yang asked her. Song Yunjia hesitated for a while. Then she smiled bitterly. Uncle Zhao, you see, it's impossible for me to return to the Song Enterprise according to the current situation, even though I want to come back. The Song Enterprise belongs to Song Yunxian completely. After inheriting the Song Enterprise, Song Yunxian held the Song Enterprise in her hands with a destructive momentum. At first, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian thought that Song Yunxian was easy to deal with. It was too late to change anything when they found Song Yunxian was not a mediocre person. They could do nothing but watch Song Yunxian expanding her power. Zhou Jian had always been a person who was good at contingency. However, he chose to go home without hesitation after seeing Song Yunxuan's talents and means. He just wanted to keep his status by playing the fool. Song Yunxian didn't embarrass him when she saw him shrink back from difficulties. However, Zhou Jian's leaving made Zhao Yang become the only one who faced Song Yunxian alone. Song Yunxian did not mean to show mercy to Zhao Yang. Song Yunxian had planned to externalize Zhao Yang. If he hadn't compromised before he was externalized, he would have lost everything. Song Yunxian intended to deal with Zhao Yang, so that she wouldn't treat him with a gentle attitude. Zhao Yang looked down on Song Yunxian at first because Song Yunxian was just a young girl. It was after seeing Song Yunqiang and Song Yunjia were defeated by Song Yunxian that Zhao Yang really felt terrible. Song Yunjia still had some resentment in Zhao Yang's retreat. She wanted to end the call with him as soon as possible after hearing Zhao Yang's maundering. Unexpectedly, before she was about to end the call, Zhao Yang suddenly said, "I have been sending someone to observe Song Yunchuan's movements secretly. This morning, I found that Xiao Hong and Xiao Shui of Fanqing magazine were invited to the Song Enterprise." Song Yunjia only knew that Xiao Shui was Xiao Tianzi's younger sister. As for Xiao Hong, Song Yunjia had never heard of it. She neither heard of it nor wanted to know who this Xiao Hong was. Therefore Song Yunjia smiled. "Uncle Zhao, it's better not to be involved in the Song Enterprise. Song Yunxian is so cruel that she can do anything. If she knows that Uncle Zhao still cares about her so much, she may hurt you. That will be terrible." Zhao Yang felt a little confused for a moment after hearing Song Yunjia's words. Song Yunjia's meaning was to stop him interfering with problems between her and Song Yunxian. He didn't understand what Song Yunjia meant. "Yunjia, don't you want to continue fighting with Yunxian?" "Uncle Zhao, I want Tianzi to help me," she said bluntly. "And now I'll succeed soon." There was further development in the relationship between Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi. As long as there was the first night between them, there would be a second night. Then the third, the fourth. There would be more and more. One day, she would let herself occupy more positions in Xiao Tianzi's heart. She would become Xiao Tianzi's most important woman. Zhao Yang did not understand how Song Yunjia planned. But from Song Yunjia's words, Zhao Yang knew that Song Yunjia had put all her hopes on Xiao Tianzi. He sighed, not knowing what to say. Song Yunjia urged, "Uncle Zhao, do you have anything else to tell me?" Zhao Yang kept silent for a while before speaking. "Since you have decided to put all your hopes on Xiao Tianzi, then the news I am going to say next will be very useful to you." Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Song Yunjia sensed that he was going to tell her something. She felt a bit curious and asked Zhao Yang, "What do you want to tell me, Uncle Zhao?" Zhao Yang didn't keep her guessing and said directly, "I sent someone to track Xiao Shui and Xiao Hong, and they found that Xiao Shui and Xiao Hong went to another private villa that belonged to Song Yunxian." Song Yunjia was not surprised. "You said before that Xiao Shui and Xiao Hong were editors of Fanqing magazine." "Yep. Uncle Zhao, Fanqing magazine is owned by Song Yunxian. So it's nothing unusual for Song Yunxian to talk about things with her people. But the man tracking Xiao Hong said that Xiao Hong's face clouded, and she seemed to be a bit scared." Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Song Yunxian did nothing but sneer and said with a touch of sarcasm, "I know that Song Yunxian is a person who stops at nothing to get what she wants. But is she going to make her move on her own people?" With this, she opened her mouth again and said to herself, seeming that she figured something out, "It made sense. A person like Song Yunxian would treat anyone as her target. She even framed her own elder brother and put him into prison." Thinking of what Song Yunxian had done, Song Yunjia felt unpleasant. It was sure she was unsatisfied. She and Gu Chang'e were only friends on the surface. But she had cheated Gu Chang'e for so many years and watched Gu Chang'e die on the operating table. It could be said that Song Yunjia had got the last laugh. But when the opponent changed into a spring chicken, Song Yunjia failed completely. Moreover, she had been driven by Song Yunxian to this situation. No matter how she looked at it, she was full of dissatisfaction. Hearing her sarcasm, Zhao Yang frowned. "Yunjia, this is not my point. My point is that I need you to think about why Xiao Hong panicked like this." Without thinking, Song Yunjia said, "Uncle Zhao, isn't it simple?" It indicated that Song Yunxian wanted to make a move on Xiao Hong. "I've checked it out. Xiao Hong played an important role in Fanqing magazine. Song Yunxian trusted Xiao Hong very much. Even though Song Yunxian trusted her, so what? She would still fall out with her as she always did. You can never talk sense with people like Song Yunxian. Yunjia, I suspect that Xiao Hong had seen Xiao Tianzi's 2 kids in Song Yunchuan's villa. Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Song Yunxian was suddenly taken aback. Seriously? I just feel suspicious. Zhao Yang frowned. I've sent someone to follow Xiao Shui and Xiao Hong's car before. If Xiao Hong hadn't seen anything that shocked her, she wouldn't have been this afraid. Are you suspecting that it was the two kids who shocked her? You can check it out. Zhao Yang became silent after having finished his words. Song Yunjia was quite flustered on hearing his words. She frowned tightly. If Song Yunxian had been on Gu Changle's side, then she would have suffered since Gu Yi and Miao Miao had still been alive. Gu Changle would absolutely fight against her together with Song Yunxian. She became fretted at once and couldn't help walking back and forth in the room. Yet Song Yunxian didn't feel nervous at all. Xiao Shui called her shortly after she left. I have arrived at the Xiao family. Song Yunxian nodded. Mind your words when you talk to Gu Changle. Okay, I see. Although Xiao Shui was still young, yet she could handle things properly. Song Yunxian could rest assured. When Xiao Shui arrived at the door, she saw some servants rushing into the room. As they walked too fast, they almost knocked into Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui seized the opportunity to stop her and asked, Why are you in such a hurry? The servant did not dare to hide anything from her and even hoped that she could offer some help. Miss Gu is looking for Mr. Xiao. Looking for my elder brother? Xiao Shui raised her eyebrows. The servant nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, Miss Xiao. So has she found my elder brother yet? Xiao Shui naturally asked the servant in front of her. Sure enough, the servant was embarrassed. She shook her head and felt frustrated. We have searched lots of places but we still haven't found Mr. Xiao. My elder brother sometimes went to his estate. You may go and try your luck there if you know where they are. Xiao Shui pretended to say this unintentionally, and then she went past the servant. The servant blinked and thought for a while when seeing Xiao Shui leave the room. Then she walked quickly back into the room. Inside the room, Gu Changle put her hand on the belly that was bulging and waited for Xiao Tianzi to return. Seeing that Xiao Shui came back during office hours, Gu Changle frowned and asked her, Why do you come back during office hours? Xiao Shui didn't panic at all. After the summing up meeting this afternoon, the chief asked me to go to the field and I went back after it. Many people went back home directly after having finished the work in the field. Most people didn't think that it was a problem. And Gu Changle also accepted her explanation. With this, Xiao Shui intended to go back to her room. But Gu Changle was quite vexed, so she stopped her on seeing her leaving. Wait a second. Gu Changle was used to calling people in this manner in the Xiao family. And she didn't show more politeness when treating Xiao Tianzi's younger sister. Hearing Gu Changle calling her, Xiao Shui stopped and turned around to look at her. Anything else? Looking at her, Gu Changle asked impatiently, Do you know where your elder brother is? Xiao Shui was slightly stupefied and then asked in reply, Isn't my brother in the Xiao enterprise? Hearing her answer, Gu Changle knew that she didn't know anything about it. She turned her gaze back and dismissed her. You may return to your room and have a rest. Xiao Shui itched to return to her room and have a rest. She didn't want to see Gu Changle's face at all. Her face annoyed her so much. This woman worked hand in glove with Xiao Tianzi, neither of which was a good egg. After Xiao Shui had returned to her bedroom, a servant who was next to Gu Changle approached her and said, Miss Gu. Gu Changle recognized the servant at the first sight. Then she frowned and looked at her. Didn't I ask you to find out Tianzi's whereabouts? Have you found it? This was the maid she sent to look for Xiao Tianzi. She came back too soon, which indicated that she found nothing. She was about to scold her by using the abusive words in her mind. But the servant said one step ahead of her. Miss Gu, we went to search everywhere that Mr. Xiao might have gone but we still haven't found him. Do you think that Mr. Xiao might go to a villa of his own? Why would he go to his villa out of no reason? Gu Changle frowned, feeling that the servant's words were ridiculous. However, after having repeated the servant's words, she suddenly changed her countenance. And it got cold and ugly. Seeing the change of her countenance, the servant felt a little flustered. Gu Changle opened her mouth and spat out 3 characters. Song Yunjia. She gnashed her teeth to say the 3 characters. It seemed that her hatred towards the person named Song Yunjia made her eager to skin her and eat her alive. Seeing her saying the name coldly, the servant felt confusing. After having spat out the name, Gu Changel turned to tell the servant, "Go to the Champs-Élysées. All of you go to Champs-Élysées now." None of the family servants knew well about the Champs-Élysées. Now the family servants were no longer the servants hired by Gu Changga, so they felt very strange about the Champs-Élysées estate. When thinking of this, Gu Changel told the address of the Champs-Élysées to the family servants. And she bawled at them, "Now! Go and find him right away. If you find Song Yunjia there, throw her out at once." After having heard Gu Changel's orders, the family servants turned out in full strength. Gu Changel's chest heaved because of the anger and she followed the servants, intended to go to the Champs-Élysées with them. But just after having walked 2 steps, she felt a pain and covered her belly with her hand. The servant who walked slowest looked back and saw that Gu Changel covered her belly. Then she ran to her in shock. "Miss Gu, what's wrong with you?" Her voice drew much attention of the servants who had already gone out of the room. All the servants knew that the mistress in the family was Gu Changel. In order to lead a comfortable life here, they all wanted to win the favor of Gu Changel. Now they heard that Gu Changel was not feeling well, they all turned back to Gu Changel immediately. Seeing that the servants who had been told to go out all returned because of this, Gu Changel frowned and reproached, "I've told you to go to the Champs-Élysées, aren't you deaf?" After having been yelled at so fiercely, the servants naturally did not dare to return. Then they all went to the Champs-Élysées to do business according to the orders. Only the servant who helped her up was looking after her. "Miss Gu, are you all right?" Gu Changel was frightened by the sudden pain in her belly. She knew clearly how important the child was, so she paid much attention to it and was always careful. Now she felt a pain in her belly. She immediately told the little maid who was taking care of her, "Go and send for Dr. Jiang." After Gu Changel had been pregnant, Dr. Jiang was her regular doctor. She worked in a nearby hospital and was a renowned gynecologist. After Gu Changel had become pregnant, the Xiao family gave Dr. Jiang a large sum of money to make her the family doctor in the Xiao family and look after Gu Changel 24 hours a day. After having been looked after by the doctor for a few days, Gu Changel felt that she was an eyesore because Gu Changel thought Dr. Jiang disturbed her and Xiao Tianzi's life. So she found an excuse and drove Dr. Jiang out. Nominally, she meant that she needed no one to take care of her belly, and Xiao Tianzi could go back and continue with his work. In fact, she just thought that Dr. Jiang was a beautiful woman and so it would have been risky if she had always stayed with Xiao Tianzi. There had already been a Song Yunjia standing between her and Xiao Tianzi, so she didn't want anyone else like Dr. Jiang to fight against her. Xiao Tianzi still spoiled her. She wanted Dr. Jiang to go back to work and Xiao Tianzi agreed. He only told Dr. Jiang that she must come as soon as possible when Gu Changel needed her. Even if she had been delivering someone's baby at the moment, she must have rushed out of the delivery room immediately and gone to the Xiao family to check on Gu Changel if Gu Changel had not been feeling well. The requirement was quite demanding. But as the reward was so high, Dr. Jiang agreed at last. After having received the message from the Xiao family, she hurried there. But when she arrived at the gate of the Xiao family, she saw Xiao Shui of the Xiao family push the door open and stood in her way with a smile. She stood right in her way so that she could not enter the Xiao family. Xiao Shui stood right in the doctor's way. Dr. Jiang adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses on her face and then said anxiously, "Miss Xiao, how is Miss Gu?" Xiao Shui smiled briefly and had no intention to move away. "Dr. Jiang, you are my elder sister Changel's family doctor. Moreover, you have always been in control of my elder sister Changel's physical condition. So why do you throw the question at me? I heard that Miss Gu suddenly had a sore tummy." A bit of sweat even oozed out of Dr. Jiang's head. Gu Changel was in poor physical condition, and Xiao Tianzi offered a high reward for the doctor because of this. The reason was that he wanted her to take good care of Gu Changel. But now Xiao Shui blocked her way, which was really killing her. Dr. Jiang begged her helplessly, "Miss Xiao, Miss Gu is in poor physical condition. I'm afraid that she might suffer a miscarriage, so I want to check on her as soon as possible." Okay, Dr. Jiang. Xiao Shui nodded smilingly. Hearing Xiao Shui's reply, Dr. Jiang thought that she would step aside and let her pass at once. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shui remained still. Seeing her still stand at the door without moving, the sweat on her forehead became even more. Miss Xiao, it's really urgent. Since it's urgent, then I won't beat around the bush. Xiao Shui's words made Dr. Jiang slightly stunned, and then she looked up at Xiao Shui thoughtfully. Miss Xiao, what do you mean? Xiao Shui didn't directly explain her words. She took a slight step forward, put her lips close to Dr. Jiang's ear, and then said something in Dr. Jiang's ear. Hearing this, Dr. Jiang's countenance froze because of a great shock. After Xiao Shui had finished her words, she didn't put her lips away and continued to ask her, Dr. Jiang, did you catch what I've just told you? Jiang Minjing looked a bit grave and remained speechless for a while. A servant's voice came through the door of the villa. Why Dr. Jiang hasn't come yet? Where is Dr. Jiang? She has to be here as soon as possible. Inside the villa, the servant was so agitated like ants on the pot because of worrying Gu Changle's condition. But just outside the door, Dr. Jiang did nothing but look at Xiao Shui without saying a word. Xiao Shui had just said something in her ear, which was very brief. You tell Gu Changle that she can't have the baby at all. Jiang Minjing was a renowned gynecologist in a nearby hospital, and she became the dean of the Department of Gynecology and Obstetrics when she was only in her 30s. Many rich men's wives named her as the one they wanted to handle their medical cases. As long as such an authoritative gynecologist had said that she would have lost her baby, no one would have doubted the truth of her words. Xiao Shui let her tell Gu Changle that she could not have the baby at all. However, Xiao Tianzi told her clearly that she must save the baby in Gu Changle's belly when he hired her. After a moment of silence, she bowed slightly to Xiao Shui and said, I'm sorry, Miss Xiao. I can't do as what you said. Xiao Shui frowned slightly and still stood in the way. Seeing that Xiao Shui was still unwilling to make way, Dr. Jiang bypassed her and planned to enter the villa. Xiao Shui stood right behind her and had no intention to detain her. But when she was about to enter the villa, Xiao Shui said suddenly, You don't have full assurance that Gu Changle can have her baby, do you? Dr. Jiang paused in a flash. Just like what Xiao Shui said, she did not have full assurance that Gu Changle could have the baby. Because of Gu Changle's poor physical condition, she could have been dead because of it after having born the baby. She knew it well in heart, but she couldn't tell whether Xiao Tianzi wanted to save his baby or his wife. My elder brother prefers Gu Changle. Even if something happens one day in the future, he may probably save his wife. Dr. Jiang frowned tightly. That was what she was worried about. Xiao Tianzi only told her to take good care of Gu Changle and let the baby be born safely. So she subconsciously thought that Xiao Tianzi meant to save the child. However, if Xiao Tianzi had changed his mind to save his wife during childbirth, then what would have been the significance of her taking care of Gu Changle's baby during these months? No matter how, the baby couldn't be born. So why not turn the baby into a tool that could be used to get something for its mother in the future? Jiang Minjing was a regular family doctor of rich and powerful families. She had taken care of legal wives of such families, and she had also looked after lovers who had later become legal wives. She had long been familiar with these women's tactics of fighting for the favor. Now the thing that Xiao Shui stopped her and said this to her made her mind waver irresistibly. Seeing that she paused and was deep in thought, she induced her at the very moment. Everyone knows that my elder brother likes my elder sister Changle. But the third-party Song Yunjia in the Song family always fights against my elder sister Changle to get my elder brother. If my elder sister Changle loses the baby, she will probably be laughed at by Song Yunjia. Since she will be laughed at, why don't you remind my elder sister Changle earlier that she can't have the baby? Dr. Jiang frowned and hung in the wind. Xiao Shui turned around and walked close to her. She will accept the facts sooner or later. If you tell her earlier, the situation may be much better. At least, it can let her be prepared. Dr. Jiang remained silent. Xiao Shui let out a sigh. Dr. Jiang, the bigger she hopes, the more disappointed she may be. If you let my elder sister Changle holds out such big hope that she can have the baby, Then will you feel happy when eventually seeing her disappointment? I definitely won't. Dr. Jiang flatly denied it. Seeing the slight excitement in her eyes, Xiao Shui blinked and asked her, "So now are you willing to do as what I said?" Dr. Jiang's eyes darkened for a moment, and then she nodded. "Don't worry, Miss Xiao. I hope you can help my elder sister Changle. What I want you to do is for the good of my elder sister Changle." Xiao Shui's words were affectionate and sincere. Seeing that Xiao Shui cared about Gu Changle this much, Dr. Jiang couldn't help sighing. The relation between you two is really good and enviable. Xiao Shui wore a gentle smile. Only after having heard the footsteps of the servants inside the villa did she hurry her. "Dr. Jiang, please check on my elder sister Changle now." After having been hurried by her, Dr. Jiang walked quickly into the villa. The family servant has been waiting for Dr. Jiang for quite a long time. Seeing her entering the door of the villa, the servant welcomed her excitedly. "Dr. Jiang, you finally arrived. Come with me to see Miss Changle. She seemed to be in a critical condition this time." The servant took Dr. Jiang by her arm and led her to Gu Changle's room to check on her. Hearing the sound in the villa, Xiao Shui dropped her gentle smile. She lowered her eyes, and when she looked up again, there was no tenderness in her eyes. All that left was coldness. Song Yunxian received a call from Xiao Shui. After having received the call, Song Yunxian said something to her which mainly meant that she wanted Xiao Shui to try to avoid Gu Changle's attention when she was in the Xiao family these days. Even if Gu Changle had had a dispute with Xiao Tianzi, Xiao Shui shouldn't have interfered too obviously. Xiao Shui kept in mind what Song Yunxian told her. Yet after Zhao Yang told Song Yunjia about his suspicion, Song Yunjia immediately sent someone to Song Yunchuan's rose garden to investigate. The reason that it was called the rose garden was that there was a garden and a flower house in this villa. There were all kinds of roses in the garden and the flower house. When it came to flowering, the rose garden would be extraordinarily beautiful. The residents here felt pleasant to see the flowers, and their mood had become much better. In the early years, many people went to the rose garden to see the flowers. This estate was originally owned by Gu Chang'e from the Gus, and the roses inside were brought in from all over the world by the people dispatched by Gu Changle. The gardeners who were hired from abroad had been living in the rose garden since a long time ago. It was said that Gu Chang had lived here for several times. Gu Chang'e was not very fond of such a beautiful place. Someone had told Gu Chang'e about the place before. Yet Gu Changle said that the rose garden was the palace for princesses. But what she needed was not a palace, but a battlefield. She regarded the business competition as the battlefield of her life. She feared no wars and overcame every difficulty along the way. She was not very interested in a beautiful place like this, so she forgot it as time passed by. Later, a business partner of Gu Chang'e's mentioned the estate to her, and said that his daughter liked it very much and wanted to take a look at it. In 2 words, Gu Changle talked the business partner into buying the estate at a high price. After that, the estate had been hyped up. After several times of changing hands, now it was in the hands of a young estate agent. Song Yunxian ran into the young estate agent by chance. When she saw that he was up to his ears in debt and wanted to sell the estate at a low price, she bought the rose garden in time. Now it became a new home for the 2 children. Gui didn't show much affection for the new home. Instead, Miao Miao liked the house with many flowers very much. After having taken over the estate, she began to take care of the flower house again. And she made many of roses in the flower house come out every month. Miao Miao liked to play in the flower house very much. Every time she went there, her eyes would blaze when she saw all colors of roses that were about to come out. When Song Yunxian was free, she would accompany Miao Miao to see the flowers. The person sent by Zhao Yang this time found that there were monitors on the walls of the rose garden and there were security guards around it, making him feel that it was tricky. Obviously, Song Yunxian attached great importance to the safety supervision here. The person sent by Zhao Yang was holding a camera, but after a long time, he still hadn't found a good angle to shoot things inside yet. Yet Zhao Yang's call kept coming one after the other, which pressed him to make some progress. "Did you see anyone inside?" Boss, there are monitors outside and there were infrared alarms on the wall. Once they are touched, I'll be busted. Think. You have to find out who's there. Zhao Yang said it anxiously, and the person who stayed there also felt anxious. He could only try to figure out a way while sweating. When he was thinking about what to do, a young woman looking like a servant walked out of the rose garden. After having greeted someone, the young woman left. After having thought for a moment, the person sent by Zhao Yang raised and followed the woman. If there had been no way to enter the villa and see for yourself who had been in it, then the best way would have been to ask the people coming out of it. As long as he had found out what he wanted from the woman, he would have completed the mission. He followed the woman all the way and watched her enter a nearby superstore. Zhao Yang was sweating anxiously over there. His face was pallid. He wanted to help Song Yunjia, and he also felt that Rose Garden was guarded because those two children were right inside. But he couldn't confirm it because he couldn't get any evidence. He was very resentful to Song Yunxian after he took a long-term sick leave forced by her. Now he told Song Yunjia this news to lend a hand. In fact, rather than saying he would help her, he was more of provoking Song Yunjia against Song Yunxian and incidentally letting Song Yunjia avenge for himself. He walked back and forth in the room, waiting for the private detective agent back. He waited for about half an hour. Before his patience was exhausted, the phone finally rang. He picked up the phone and heard the voice of the detective agent. "Boss, did your camera catch those two kids inside?"
No.
The answer from the detective agent made Zhao Yang frown heavily. "Then why do you call back?" This agent heard Zhao Yang reproaching him angrily. He comforted his boss. "Calm down, boss. Although I didn't photograph anyone in the rose garden, I got evidence to prove that there are two kids inside." Zhao Yang's eyes flashed. "What is it?" "I saw the nanny of the rose garden went to the supermarket to buy groceries. She bought many snacks for children, including a lot of chocolate candies." "This is not evidence. Song Yunxian is a girl. Maybe the nanny bought her snacks and chocolate. There are butter cookies in it." The butter cookies silenced Zhao Yang. The detective agent on the other end continued, "We have investigated. Song Yunxian hates butter cookies the most, and the young lady of the Xiao family, Gu Miao Miao, especially likes butter cookies. The nanny of the rose garden also bought a new set of Lego and several sets of high-level puzzles. I have checked it. The young master, Gui of the Xiao family, likes to play with toy blocks and puzzles best." Zhao Yang fell silent. Butter cookies, Lego, and puzzles are all things that Song Yunxian didn't like, according to the detective agent. But she asked the nanny to buy them. It seemed that Xiao Tian's children were indeed in the rose garden. If he had told Song Yunjia this news, Xiao Tianza would have caught Song Yunxian by surprise. At that time, Xiao Tianza would point out his position against Song Yunxian. Hence Song Yunxian would suffer a lot. Zhao Yang called Song Yunjia right away. He hoped Song Yunjia would inform Xiao Tianza as soon as she knew the news. However, no one answered the phone for a good while. Zhao Yang frowned, instructing the maid by his side. "Get me a car. Now." The maid left to prepare the car immediately. Before Zhao Yang left, a maid at his house picked up a phone call. She called out to Zhao Yang, "Mr. Zhao, here's a phone call from Mr. Zhou for you." "Zhou Jian." He frowned and asked the maid. The maid nodded. Zhao Yang was a little impatient, but he gave it a second thought. Zhou Jian was his old friend. Every phone call from him was to offer help. He turned back to answer the phone from the maid's hand. "Zhou." Zhou Jian heard Zhao Yang's voice and asked directly, "Do you still want to help Song Yunjia?" Zhao Yang was startled for a second, then he said, "Zhou, how can you think of me like this? I'm just like you. I have already come out of the mess of the Song family. How could I want to help her?" Zhou Jian had no emotion in his voice. He warned Zhao Yang, "When I came back today, I heard that you have been sending people to spy on Song Yunxian. I think you haven't given up." Zhao Yang got caught and was unable to deny it. Zhou Jian knew he was right when Zhao Yang remained silent. He tried to persuade Zhao Yang again. "You know that now Song Yunjia can only rely on Xiao Tianza, But it's hard to say if Song Yunjia can win with Xiao Tianzi's help. Why don't you stay out of this? Zhao Yang said with a cold look. Song Yunxian is just a chit of a girl. She is capable of nothing. Zhao Yang, you are asking for trouble if you go on like this. Zhao Yang had made up his mind to fight against Song Yunxian. He wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. Zhou, don't talk to me out of this. At this age I know things. What do you know? Song Yunxian is not a chit of a girl. She is more calculated than everyone. Zhou Jian attempted to persuade Zhao Yang, but Zhao Yang did not want to continue this conversation. To stop Zhou Jian, Zhao Yang interrupted. Zhou, I have got an urgent business today. I'll call you when I'm free. I need to go now. Zhou Jian persuaded him not to go against Song Yunxian over and over again.
Zhao Yang felt uncomfortable.
Zhou Jian and he had worked together for so many years. Zhou Jian should have supported him no matter what time it was. But now Zhou Jian had fallen to Song Yunxuan's side. The more Zhou Jian persuaded him, the more he wanted to go against Song Yunxian, because Song Yunxian caused him to lose too much in the Song enterprise. As a senior in the Song enterprise, he was unwilling to retire and wait for the annual share bonus at home. He could have climbed up and sought greater benefits. After hanging up the phone, he moved towards outside. His driver had already got the engine ready and waited for him in front of the car door. Seeing Zhao Yang coming out of the house, the driver opened the door respectfully for him. Zhao Yang got inside. He ordered the driver, "Go straight to the Champs-Élysées." "Yes, sir," the driver answered, stepping on the accelerator and driving the car out of Zhang Yang's house. The Xiao family. Gu Changel gradually recovered under the treatment of Dr. Jiang. She paled because of her previous abdominal pain. She was thin and now she was lying on a soft bed, wrapped in a white quilt, looking like a patient with excessive blood loss. Dr. Jiang was packing up the clinic box next to the bed. The housemaid was also waiting on the side. Gu Changel was a little weak. She had thought that Dr. Jiang would give some notes and leave since her condition had stabilized. Unexpectedly, when Dr. Jiang finished packing, she said to Gu Changel, "Miss Gu." Gu Changel lifted her eyelids and looked at her with some nervousness. "What else, Dr. Jiang?" Dr. Jiang was a famous gynecologist, and she was also very good at taking care of pregnant women. Gu Changel called Dr. Jiang several times when she felt pain previously. She felt relieved when Dr. Jiang told her there was nothing to worry about. This time Dr. Jiang completed the diagnosis but didn't say a word about the result. Now that she called Gu Changel, it must be time to tell Changel the diagnosis result. Asked by Gu Changel, Dr. Jiang looked over the maid on the side thoughtfully. Gu Changel understood Dr. Jiang's signal. She ordered the maid, "Leave us." The maid heard Gu Changel's instructions and withdrew from the room. When the maid left, Dr. Jiang stepped forward and leaned over to Gu Changel. She said, "Miss Gu, I'm not sure if I should tell you or not." Gu Changel smiled. "Dr. Jiang, you are my family doctor. If you found anything, you should tell me in time. Why you have such worries?" Dr. Jiang heard Gu Changel. She fell silent. From the grave look on Dr. Jiang's face, Gu Changel could tell that what Dr. Jiang was about to say might be pretty serious, or even be quite bad. Predictably, after a brief silence, Dr. Jiang said, "Miss Gu, I should tell you that you may die if you gave birth to this baby." On hearing of this, Gu Changel turned deathly pale. Her smile that was about to emerge on her face got frozen. Dr. Jiang noticed Gu Changel's reaction and spoke in a hurry. "Miss Gu, calm down. You or your baby, I hope you can think about it very carefully, which should be given up." After a moment of stun, Gu Changel narrowed her eyes and said suddenly, "Thank you for letting me know, Dr. Jiang. So Miss Gu, the sooner you have an abortion, the less harmful it will be to your body." Gu Changel wanted to have a good talk with Dr. Jiang. But when she opened her mouth, she felt that her throat was dry. It was too dry to talk at all. Gu Changel looked terrible. Dr. Jiang felt that it was time to finish this conversation. She offered to leave. "Miss Gu, you need to take a rest now. When you feel better, you can discuss this issue with me at any time." Gu Changel nodded with difficulty. "All right, I'll let you see yourself out, Dr. Jiang. Miss Gu, now excuse me. Dr. Jiang left Gu Changle's ward. Gu Changle heard the sound of the bedroom door being lightly closed and suddenly swept down the bedside lamp. The noise was a mess. The maid outside who heard the noise tended to come and see what happened next second. Gu Changle yelled loudly, "Go away! Leave me alone!" Her sharp voice made the maid stop to push the door in time. Gu Changle listened to the quietness outside before gasping for breath. She tried hard to calm down her emotions. She knew that she was not in good condition, but she did not expect that she would have to pay the price of her life to give birth to Xiao Tianzi's child. Moreover, as a doctor, Xiao Tianzi hadn't told her this consequence ever. What was the reason that he didn't explain to her how dangerous it was for being pregnant? He wanted this child instead of her? She loved him so much and had always been with him. They dealt with Gu Changge together and turned the Gu's enterprise into the Xiao's. She waited for him for 10 years. Why didn't Xiao Tianzi tell her that she would have lost her life if she had given birth to this child? Her fingers were tightly clutching the quilt beneath her. Her eyes filled with resentment and irritation. The light in her eyes brightened and darkened, and there was bitterness spreading in her heart. Why didn't Xiao Tianzi tell her? Didn't Xiao Tianzi like her anymore? Did he want to take the excuse of having a baby to kill her? Why did Xiao Tianzi do this to her? Didn't he promise that he would always love her? He had made such a promise but broke it by giving up her life for a baby and deceiving her for so long. If the doctor hadn't explained it to her at this time, she might have died in the delivery bed. The more she thought about it, the more she got annoyed. Song Yunjia's smug smile flashed in her mind all of a sudden. Was it for Song Yunjia? Did Xiao Tianzi want her to die because of Song Yunjia? Song Yunjia was also a doctor. Both of her and Xiao Tianzi were doctors. They both knew that Gu Changle's physical condition was not suitable for childbirth. But no one mentioned it to Gu Changle, and no one said to her that the child would kill her. They were united to make her die? Gu Changle thought in this way, the resentment surging in her heart. Want me to die? She was angry to the extreme and sneered coldly. Song Yunjia, show me what you've got to kill me. Her fingers were clenched tightly, and her eyes narrowed fiercely. She called the maid outside the door. How is the champ Celicia? The maid had been waiting by the door. Now Gu Changle called her. She opened the door and answered immediately. I just called Wang. She said she had not arrived there. Gu Changle was a little upset. How long has it been since she left? How come she hasn't been there yet? The maid couldn't answer and went silent. Gu Changle was burning. Zhao Yang hurried to the champ Celicia. Now that Song Yunjia calmed down at the champ Celicia, she suddenly felt it needed further confirmation that Gui and Miao Miao were at Song Yunxuan's place. As long as Zhao Yang had the evidence, she had so many ways to deal with it. She could use Song Yunxian trying to harm Xiao Tianzi as a pair of children as an excuse to provoke Xiao Tianzi against Song Yunxian. The Xiao family was an influential business family. If they had really been against the Song family, they would have made Song Yunxian suffer. Thinking in this way, she was the one who didn't need to be so anxious. Song Yunjia originally wanted to use those two children as the excuse to handle Gu Changle. Now that the two children were still alive and they were right in Song Yunxuan's house, it could be a powerful weapon to attack Song Yunxian. She hated Gu Changle and Song Yunxian so much. As long as these two children were useful, whether it was used to handle Song Yunxian or Gu Changle, it was a great weapon. Furthermore, judging from the clues that the medical scandal broke out, she found that Gu Changle and Song Yunxian had already united against her. Such two enemies needed to be removed sooner or later. Getting rid of either of them could reduce a lot of trouble. She began to think about how to seize the opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, getting rid of Song Yunxian and Gu Changle at the same time. While she was thinking about it, a maid rushed in and yelled, "Miss Song, bad news." The maid's voice interrupted her contemplation. Song Yunjia twisted her eyebrows and looked impatiently at the maid who had just rushed in. What's wrong? The two maids Xiao Tianzi arranged at the champ Celicia were young and reckless. Song Yunjia had already thought about replacing them. Now that she wasn't in charge of the champ Celicia, She could only tolerate them for now. The maid's face turned pale and flustered and her speech became intermittent. There are a lot of people outside. Song Yoonja heard this and looked towards outside the door. As the maid said, the door was pushed open the next second when the maid had just finished speaking. 5 or 6 women wearing maid uniforms came in through the door. They weren't considered aggressive, but they all wear a sneering look and their eyes were filled with disdain for Song Yoonja. Song Yoonja narrowed her eyes and recognized that the women were wearing maid uniforms of the Shao family. She figured out why they came here in her mind. Song Yoonja counted carefully. There were 6 maids in total. 2 of them were a bit older. They were in their 40s. One was Nurse Sun and the other was Nurse Lee. After all, she had lived in the Shao family for a while. These maids also knew her. Nurse Lee was generous and honest. She didn't feel like doing things to please the hostess at home. She only nodded when she saw Song Yoonja. Nurse Sun was different. She was the one who had always taken care of Gu Changel, and she was good at it. She looked out for Gu Changel's best interests. She treated Gu Changel like her own daughter. Song Yoonja was very impressed by this Nurse Sunday. When Gu Changa was still alive, Nurse Sun had worked as a maid at the Gu family for more than 20 years. At first, when Gu Changa was alive, she asked Nurse Sun to take care of the garden and other villas and do some cleaning job. Nurse Sun was not allowed to work in the main house. After Gu Changa died, Gu Changel transferred the old maid back to work in the main house. Therefore, Nurse Sun was very grateful to her. She served Gu Changel wholeheartedly. Now Gu Changel sent them to drive Song Yoonja and her people away. Nurse Sun took the lead. When Nurse Sun saw Song Yoonja, she felt disgusted. Miss Song, this is a property that belongs to Miss Gu. Please clean up and leave now. Song Yoonja was arranged to live here by Xiao Tianzi. She certainly refused to be driven out by a maid. She tickled her lips. Miss Gu? Do you mean Gu Changel? Nurse Sun looked at her. Yes. What a pity. If the Miss Gu you mention refers to Gu Changa, I will move out immediately because this is Gu Changa's property. But if you refer to Gu Changel, then there's no need for me to move out. As soon as Nurse Sun heard Song Yoonja mention Gu Changa, she became angry immediately. Gu Changa is the younger sister of Miss Changel. Now that Gu Changa had gone, Miss Changel owned the entire Gu family, let alone the Champselasia. Huh? Song Yoonxian listened to Nurse Sun keeping talking about Miss Changel and couldn't help laughing. You are really Gu Changel's good dog. You think about her all the time. Gu Changa has been dead, but after her death, how come her Gus did not become Gu Changel's enterprise, but Xiao Tianzi Xiao's enterprise? Nanny Sun's face turned blue. Song Yoonja continued laughing. Gu Changel is nothing but Gu's accessory. Everything that belonged to Gu Changa is in Xiao Tianzi's hands. You think she is a mistress in the Xiao family now, but if one day Xiao Tianzi doesn't like her, she will be nothing. Nanny Sun's face changed from blue to red. She was furious. The other maids didn't move. They just listened to Song Yoonja while observing Nurse Sun quietly. Song Yoonja said nothing wrong. Everything in the Gu family belonged to Gu Changa. Gu Changel was just an adopted daughter. After Gu Changa died, Xiao Tianzi had all her property. If it had not been that Xiao Tianzi banged with his sister-in-law, Gu Changel would have been nothing at the Gu family. All maids agreed with Song Yoonja except the Nurse Sun, who had just changed her face as if she had been hit a sore spot. This is either Mr. Xiao's property or Miss Gu's property. It's not yours. She was right. Song Yoonja choked at once. Seeing this, Nurse Sun asked the maids by her side loudly, "Why are you still standing here? Kick her out." The maids looked at each other and didn't move. Nurse Sun saw this, pushed Nurse Wang next to her hard. "Go!" The rest few young maids saw Nurse Sun went mad and had to walk towards Song Yoonja. Nurse Sun found that the rest of them didn't know how to do it unless she gave an example. So she went directly to Song Yoonja and grabbed Song Yoonja's long hair, dragging her towards outside. Song Yoonja got a sharp pain on her scalp and screamed to fight with Nurse Sun. The maids wanted to separate them, and the servants of the Champselasia also wanted to join. However, all of them were shocked by the Nurse Sun's roar. Drag her out. This crazy woman steals someone else's man. Nurse Sun cursed Song Yoonja while making the maids drag Song Yoonja out. The scene was totally a mess. Song Yoonja's scalp was aching and the anger in her heart was rushing upward too. She had lived for more than 30 years and had never been treated like this. Now her hair was dragged out by a maid. Thanks to you, Song Yoonxian. If the person who inherited the Song family were her instead of Song Yoonxian, how could a maid dare pull her hair and drag her outside? The more she thought, the more she hated Song Yoonxian. And the more grief she felt so that she couldn't help crying. She was originally an elegant and intellectual lady in Yunqing, but now she had fallen into the situation of being insulted as a slut. How miserable it was. She burst into tears uncontrollably. Nurse Sun and her people took the upper hand. They dragged her all the way from the living room of the Champsellesia to the door. Then they threw her on the concrete ground in front of the door. The ground was very hard and it was still winter. Song Yoonja didn't wear much indoors. Now she was dragged out and thrown on the ground. The cold wind instantly blew through her clothes and froze her. Even her pink lips turned bluish-purple. She didn't look as pretty as before. After the Nurse Sun threw Song Yoonja out, she looked smugly at Song Yoonja and began to spew venom. I used to think that you are a well-educated young lady, but now it looks like you are a bitch. You have been single for so many years and refused to be with a man. You just can't stop seducing Mr. Shao, right? How could a woman like you live at the Champsellesia? Do you really think you are the hostess here? Nurse Sun laughed at her loudly. Song Yoonja could not lift her head because of the humiliation in the laughter. She was mad with hatred in her heart. She couldn't wait to tear the old maid who laughed at her into pieces and feed a dog with these pieces. However, when the cold wind blew, her body trembled and the slippers on her feet fell off while she was pulled out. Stepping barefoot on the ground was as painful as being stuck by an ice pick. She shrank herself, curling up into a little ball. Tears ran down from her cheeks. Nurse Sun was satisfied with her embarrassment. She was in a good mood. She turned around and arrogantly ordered the maids, "Drag these two idiots out of here too." The two idiots referred to the two maids from Rose Garden. Also, all the things of this bitch should be thrown out. The maids were instructed to do so by Nurse Sunday. They began to move after a glance at Song Yoonja. Some of these maids sympathized with Song Yoonja and whispered to each other while lifting things. "She's so pitiful." "Pitiful," a maid sneered. "She deserves this because she tried to seduce other women's man." The maids did not dare to comment too much on Song Yoonja's affairs, and began to throw things from the bedroom. Things in the closet and bathroom were thrown out as ordered. Song Yoonja sat at the door, crying and cuddling herself tighter. At this moment, she heard the sound of a car driving into the courtyard of the villa suddenly. She raised her eyes, looking at the direction where the car was heading and hopefully, was it Tianzi? Song Yoonja turned around in anticipation. Through her teary eyes, she could see the car parked not far from her. Then a man in a black suit got out of the car. Song Yoonja's eyes were full of hope. She hoped it was Xiao Tianzi. As long as Xiao Tianzi came to see her now, he would certainly understand how vicious Gu Chang'e was. He would see what Gu Chang'e had done to her. She needed to use this opportunity to talk more about Gu Chang'e's shortcomings in Xiao Tianzi's ears. She would let Xiao Tianzi understand how bad Gu Chang'e was. She put on a pitiful look, hoping that Xiao Tianzi would have a tender affection for her later when he came over. The more pitiful she appeared, the more compassion she could get from Xiao Tianzi. The competition between Gu Chang'e and her was who could get more attention of Xiao Tianzi. She knew it clearly. As she saw the figure approach her, she was ready to stand up from the ground. She calculated how long it would take to make Xiao Tianzi step forward to help her when she pretended to fall. 3 steps away. 2 steps away. She stood up, but her body tilted and was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, the man indeed reached out and supported her. However, suddenly she saw the face of the person who supported her. Her eyes froze for a moment. The man opened his mouth. "Yoonja, I'm your Uncle Zhao." This voice made Song Yoonja's full expectations instantly subsided. Seeing that she was pretending, Zhao Yang ordered the assistant beside him. Take off your coat. The assistant beside Zhao Yang took off his coat very obediently and handed it to Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang reached over to take the coat and draped it over Song Yunjia. Yunjia, how did you get this way? The maid who went to the villa to pack her things had not yet come out. Hearing Zhao Yang's question, Song Yunjia immediately tore off the coat and threw it to the ground. Uncle Zhao, I am busy. Please leave. Seeing her attitude, Zhao Yang was stunned. Yunjia, what do you mean? Song Yunjia stared at the gate in front of her. I won't leave. Tianzi must come here. Seeing Song Yunjia's insisting, Zhao Yang frowned and whispered to her. Gui and Miao Miao are in the rose garden. Song Yunjia was surprised. Zhao Yang turned to his assistant and said, Let's go. The assistant left with him. Visit website. After getting into his car, Zhao Yang ordered the assistant, find a way to call Xiao Tianzi, in the name of the servant in the Champs-Élysées. Since Song Yunjia put all hope on Xiao Tianzi, he was willing to help her. If Xiao Tianzi really have pitied her, his support to her for long would not have been in vain. Song Yunxian finished lunch. Seeing that the snow outside had stopped, she planned to go out. She called Mei Qi and asked him to come over. The moment she ended the call, Miao Miao grabbed her clothes by her small hands and stared at her with big eyes. Are you going out? Squatting down and touching Miao Miao's hair with her fingers, Song Yunxian smiled and said, Yes, I'm going out to deal with something important. Can you take me with you? Miao Miao looked at her with a pair of eyes full of anticipation. I'm so bored at home. Hearing Miao Miao say she was bored, Song Yunxian knocked on her forehead. Why are you bored? Your brother is with you, isn't he? Miao Miao pouted. He thinks and does his homework all day. He doesn't play with me at all. You can play with your brother's puzzles and building blocks. Miao Miao shook her head. I don't like puzzles and building blocks. I have asked the servant at home to buy you delicious food. Do you want some? Miao Miao batted her eyes before she turned around to go to the servant to get delicious food. However, it seemed that something occurred to her when she just turned around. She grabbed Song Yunxuan's clothes again. If I go to find the delicious food, you will go out, won't you? Song Yunxian couldn't help but laugh when hearing Miao Miao's words. You're so smart. The little girl in front of her was her favorite daughter. She hid them in this villa presently to protect them. She had leaked the news that Miao Miao and Gui were in the rose garden to Zhao Yang. Without firm evidence, Zhao Yang dared not tell Xiao Tianzi the news. But he must have tried to reveal the news to Song Yunjia. In this case, if Miao Miao had been caught when Song Yunxian took her out, she would have never been able to bring the child back. Although she felt sorry when she saw Miao Miao's begging, she still chose to leave her in the villa so that they could continue to live together. She couldn't let Miao Miao go out. After Song Yunxian admitted, Miao Miao pouted with a sense of grievance. You used to take me out to play. The current situation is different from before. What's the difference? Miao Miao's big watery eyes were similar to the young Gu Chang's, but they felt different. As soon as he entered, Mei Qi saw Miao Miao whining to Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian was a little troubled. It seemed that she had spoiled this little girl, so she couldn't decisively refuse the child's pleading. Mei Qi was different from her, having no affection for this child. Therefore, Mei Qi could solve this problem that was annoying Song Yunxian. He strode towards them, drawing Miao Miao's attention. Miao Miao's eyes turned to his face. After a curious glance, she took back her eyes and continued to beg Song Yunxian. Will you take me out, please? Song Yunxian sighed. No, Miao Miao. Mei Qi watched Song Yunxian patiently and unusually explained to the child. He couldn't help but shake his head before he squatted down and grabbed the child by the shoulder. He turned her to face himself. Miao Miao, let me explain to you, okay? I want Sister Yunxian to explain it to me. Sister Yunxian is afraid that you will be in danger while you are out. As long as Sister Yunxian is with me, I'm afraid of nothing. No one can hurt me. Moreover, I can also protect Sister Yunxian. The child's voice was tender and cute. Mei Qi smiled softly and continued to say, Miao Miao, you should know that there were some bad guys who wanted to hurt you. But Sister Yunxian desperately saved you back. Although she was still young, Miao Miao understood what Mei Qi had said clearly. When she was in Italy, her brother had told her that someone wanted to hurt them. If Yunxian hadn't brought them back from Italy, they would have been killed. Seeing the kid pondering, Mei Qi continued, Miao Miao, those bad guys want to kidnap you. If you go out with Sister Yunxian, they will stop and hurt you and Sister Yunxian. Miao Miao pouted and didn't speak, obviously torn by conflicting thoughts. Knowing what the kid could think was limited, Mei Qi continued to explain, however, if you don't go out with Yunxian, they will not see you in Yunxuan's car and will not hurt Sister Yunxian. Miao Miao understood but became upset. However, she quickly cheered herself up and turned to ask Song Yunxian, Sister Yunxian, you won't get hurt if I don't go out with you, right? It is right, literally. Song Yunxian nodded. Getting Song Yunxuan's confirmation, Miao Miao gave up completely and waved to Song Yunxian. Please bent over. When Song Yunxian stood, Miao Miao could only grab the hem of her clothes. She didn't know what Miao Miao wanted to do. Just Miao Miao wanted her to bend over, so she bent down. Seeing Song Yunxian bend over, Miao Miao walked to her and kissed her on her face with a chirp. Yunxian was shocked by the kiss. She lifted her finger and touched the part of her face that Miao Miao had kissed. Miao Miao looked at her with a smile. Come back early. I'm waiting for you at home. Her voice was sweet, soft, and lovely. Hearing her daughter's words to herself, Song Yunxian felt a sudden warmth in her heart, and she couldn't help but be moved. She crouched down, embraced Miao Miao, and kissed her forehead. Good girl, I will be back soon. After talking, she went out with Mei Qi. The outside temperature was very low. Before going out, Song Yunxian specifically asked nannies to take care of the two children so that they won't get cold when they were outdoors. Mei Qi opened the car door for her, waiting for her to get in the car. After Song Yunxian got into the car, Mei Qi sat down in the driver's seat. The car slowly drove out through the iron gate of the rose garden. Mei Qi said to her while driving, Manager Song, is it okay that only 2 of us go to the Champs-Élysées? What's the problem? Too few. Hearing what he said, Song Yunxian couldn't help but laugh. Her voice showed her good mood. We are not going to the Champs-Élysées to fight. 2 people are enough. And she paused thoughtfully. Mei Qi looked at her confusedly. Song Yunxian continued to say, You can beat 10 people, can't you? Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Mei Qi couldn't help but laugh and said modestly, Thank you very much for your kindness. However, I can't fight 10 people. Song Yunxian ignored his lies out of humility. It was not an exaggeration to say that Mei Qi could beat 10 people. Formerly, Gu Cheng had asked Mei Qi to be Gu Chang's private tutor. Gu Cheng was of great insight. Mei Qi, whom he had found, was the best of the bunch. He entrusted Gu Chang to Mei Qi. During that time, Gu Cheng's mistresses learned that the righteous young lady of the Gu family had no protection except for a newly recruited tutor. They wanted to take a risk for their future. First of all, they needed to get rid of Gu Changa, the lady of the Gu family. To achieve their purpose, the mistresses hired people to kill her again and again, trying to create a fake scene of accidental death. Fortunately, all these tricks were suppressed by Mei Qi alone. Gu Changa liked visiting art exhibitions when she was young. Once, when Mei Qi accompanied her to visit an art exhibition, foreign mercenaries tried to shoot her from a height. They wanted to kill her in only one attempt. Mei Qi blocked the bullet for her, holding her in his arms. Then a dozen people, hiding among the tourists who were visiting the exhibition, wanted to attack Gu Changa. However, they were all stopped by Mei Qi with the bullet wound. It was an assassination that Gu Changa would never forget. Now Gu Changa met Mei Qi again. She changed her identity to Song Yunxian, but she still had full trust in him. She believed that Mei Qi had enough confidence to protect her. The two drove all the way forward. After half an hour's drive, the Champs-Élysées, the European architectural style villa, was within easy reach. It was surrounded by oriental plane trees whose leaves had fallen entirely. The weather was gloomy, and the cold wind was blowing. Mei Qi parked the car under an oriental plane tree. Song Yunxian slowly opened the car window. She could see the commotion in the Champs-Élysées through the iron fence. A black car was in the garden. There were still traces of water on the road because of the earlier rain and snow. Looking a little away, Song Yunxian could see a woman kneeling in front of the villa's house, with tousled hair and in thin clothes. What a wonderful play! Torture herself to win Xiao Tian's sympathy. Song Yunxian smiled slightly. Following her eyesight, Mei Qi could effortlessly identify the woman sitting on the floor with hair disheveled. He was not surprised. Without you, an unexpected opponent, Song Yunjia would be a hard nut to crack. This can't blame me. People want to move up as water has to flow down. Sooner or later, only one of our 4 siblings of the Song family will be the final winner after fierce competition. As the old saying went, successful and fortunate crime is called virtue. From the beginning, she and Song Yunjia were opponents. They were destined to have only this ending. The wind came in from the window. Song Yunxian felt a little cold, and there was still a wet feeling on her face. She raised her hand and touched her cheek, finding it was the water after the snow had melted. She raised her eyebrows slightly. It's snowing again. Mei Qi lifted the window glass for her. Song Yunxian was happy to remain idle. Sitting calmly in the car, she enjoyed Song Yunjia's performance of bitter love. However, the weather was not fair. It was snowing. Song Yunjia would freeze to death. Snowflakes slowly drifted down from the sky. The maids coming with Nurse Sun took Song Yunjia's clothes and toiletries from the bedroom and threw them at the door. Several pieces of clothes were thrown into shallow puddles, immediately getting wet. As Song Yunjia saw her expensive custom-made clothes were thrown into the water, the corners of her eyes jumped uncontrollably. How could these maids domineer over her? After Xiao Tian's arrival, she would undoubtedly give them punishment. Zhao Yang had called Xiao Tianzi for her. Song Yunjia hugged herself on the ground. Visit website. In the Xiao family, Gu Chengel called Nurse Sun immediately after the doctor left. As soon as her phone rang, Nurse Sun picked up the phone. Miss Gu, is Song Yunjia the bitch there? Gu Chengel hated Song Yunjia with all her soul, unabashedly using ugly and harsh words to show her anger and disdain. Nurse Sun said, Miss Gu, your guess is right. Song Yunjia is in the Champs-Élysées indeed. Hearing Nurse Sun's answer, Gu Chengel gnashed her teeth in hatred. Throw her out. We have already done that, Miss Gu. Nurse Sun had known that Gu Chengel couldn't tolerate Song Yunjia. To gain Gu Chengel's appreciation, Nurse Sun asked, Miss Gu, would you like to come and see it in person? Gu Chengel raised her eyebrows. What is she doing now? After we threw her out, she has been sitting on the ground. We are cleaning her things. She just sits there but refuses to leave? Gu Chengel asked. Nurse Sun nodded. Yes, Miss Gu. In your opinion, what should we do? She stays there because she is waiting for Tianzi's return. Gu Chengel felt her blood was rolling inside her body and became upset. If she doesn't want to leave, just let her wait at the door. Nurse Sun was worried. However, if Mr. Xiao comes back, we will be. She didn't finish her sentence. However, even if she didn't say it, Gu Chengel should know her meaning. Nurse Sun was a maid of the Xiao family, and Xiao Tianzi was the master. If Xiao Tianzi had come back and decided to help Song Yunjia, she would have been punished for everything she and other maids had done. What are you afraid of? Gu Chengel became impatient. I'm the woman Tianzi values the most. You just follow my instructions. Will Tianzi blame you because of this slut? No, Miss Gu. That's not what I mean. Nurse Sun explained quickly. Gu Chengel understood what Nurse Sun was afraid of, although she said that was not what she meant. Since she was a maid of the Xiao family, she naturally should put the master first. She obeyed Gu Chengel's order because she believed that Gu Chengel could protect them. If Gu Chengel hadn't been able to protect them, why would she have listened to Gu Chengel's instructions in the future? Gu Chengel didn't push her anymore but said, You just stay there. If Song Yunjia waits outside, let her wait until freezing. No one is allowed to help her. As for Tianzi, I will tell him myself. She reassured Nurse Sun. Gu Chengel ended the call. Gu Chengel immediately asked someone to call Xiao Tianzi. This time they reached Xiao Tianzi. He had arrived at his office of the Xiao Enterprise. After Xiao Tianzi picked up the call, the maid handed the cordless phone to Gu Changel respectfully. Hearing Xiao Tianzi's breath, Gu Changel asked her worriedly, Tianzi, where did you go last night? Why didn't you go home? She lived with Xiao Tianzi now. If she hadn't been Gu Chang's sister, she would have already married to Xiao Tianzi after Gu Chang's death. However, everyone in Yunqing knew that she was Gu Chang's younger sister. Even if Gu Chang'e had died, she couldn't marry Xiao Tianzi immediately. Her identity cannot be changed from Xiao Tianzi's sister-in-law to Xiao Tianzi's wife. However, she had regarded herself as Xiao Tianzi's wife in the Xiao family. She should have asked carefully if Xiao Tianzi had come home late. If Xiao Tianzi had stayed out at night, she should have asked him more carefully. When getting Gu Changel's call, Xiao Tianzi felt uneasy. He liked Gu Changel and felt guilty about her because of what had happened last night. So, he left the Champselacea and went to his office to figure out the solution. It was inevitable that Gu Changel would ask him carefully about last night, since he finally picked up the phone after Gu Changel had made dozens or hundreds of calls. Did something happen to you last night?
No.
Did you go to socialize? Yes, I attended a small dinner party. You were drunk, so you stayed outside and didn't go home, did you? Yes. Xiao Tianzi nodded. Tianzi. Gu Changel spoke in a more serious tone. Xiao Tianzi felt that Gu Changel would start to interrogate him in the next second. He immediately interrupted her. There will be a meeting soon. After I get home, I will explain to you what happened last night. Tianzi, you will not spend the night outside tonight, will you? Xiao Tianzi nodded as he felt guilty in his heart and heard Gu Changel's uncertain question. No, I won't. Come back home as early as you can. After finishing this sentence, Gu Changel put down the phone. Xiao Tianzi had no meeting to attend. He hurriedly found such an excuse to hang up Gu Changel's phone because he couldn't think of how to tell Gu Changel. Over the years, he and Gu Changel had been admiring each other. They had waited until Gu Chang'e died. However, after he could be with her, he had such a relationship with Song Yunjia again. What should he do at present? His heart was entangled in unease and guilt. He did not know whether he should confess to Gu Changel or continue to hide. The more he thought about it, the more troubled he felt. Song Yunxian, sitting in the car, patiently watched the bitter love drama in the Champselacea. Mei Qi, resting his head on his hand, had been watching for a long time. The intrigues between women were terrible. He felt cold as Song Yunjia sat in front of the door for so long. However, Song Yunjia was still insisting. Song Yunxian used her finger to write on the car window. She saw every word she wrote for a while. Then she wiped them off. She just did that to kill time and for fun. As he saw her writing on the car window, Mei Qi couldn't help but say, "Only children will write on the window repeatedly. I am not old." She answered firmly and affirmatively. Mei Qi couldn't rebut. Song Yunjia has been waiting at the door for a long time. Xiao Tianzi has not come over yet. Did Zhao Yang call Xiao Tianzi for her? Mei Qi began to doubt. Song Yunjia erased a word, meow, written on the car window. She said while writing another word. Zhao Yang made people call Xiao Tianzi, but whether this call could reach Xiao Tianzi is still worth pondering. Mei Qi was stunned and turned around to look at her. Manager Song, what do you mean? Song Yunxian stopped writing and smiled at him. Isn't that simple? Mei Qi asked her uncertainly. Manager Song, did you cut Zhao Yang's call to Xiao Tianzi? I bribed the person who called Xiao Tianzi. Mei Qi was astonished. You have bought off Zhao Yang's assistant. Zhao Yang thought highly of his assistant. How could the assistant betray his boss so easily? Knowing his question, Song Yunxian thought it was easy to understand. Although Zhao Yang thinks highly of his assistant, he had never thought about the assistant's real needs. Zhao Yang pays his assistant a very high monthly salary. What if the money I gave him once is equivalent to his lifetime salary?
Mei Qi was silent.
Song Yunxian turned to look at the car window and smiled. Everyone is snobbish. Smart people know what they need. After comparing, they know what to do to get a better life. As the saying went, men die for wealth as birds for food. As long as there was enough money, nothing couldn't be bought off. If there had been something that couldn't be bought off, then you should have used more money. The money in her hand was enough to put a spy beside Zhao Yang. Although this spy was a small part of the overall plan, he was critical. Manager Song. Mei Qi called her. Hearing the voice, Song Yunxian rested her eyes on him. What else do you want to ask me? How many people have you placed beside your enemies? Mei Qi's question widened Song Yunxuan's smile. Her eyes gleamed with a cunning light. You can have a guess. Mei Qi knew that Song Yunxian would not easily say it out. He didn't continue to guess either. If it is the heir of another family, maybe I can have a guess. I needn't guess if it is you, Manager Song. Song Yunxian leaned her back on the leather back of the seat. Why not guess? I can't get it. He worked among the heirs of various rich families, accepting their commissions to educate their children. Mei Qi taught them to deceive each other in this complicated society. Heirs of other families could only get a small success when they were about 20 years old. However, when it came to Song Yunxian, she could graduate with full marks. Now he couldn't figure out Song Yunxuan's tactics and means. Although she was young, Mei Qi thought that she was more complex than him. Since you are not willing to guess, we are here to wait. Will Xiao Tianzi really come? Mei Qi had some doubts. Song Yunxian was very sure. He will definitely come here. She waited. She was waiting for Xiao Tianzi to come here to see how exciting the development of this drama was. Gu Chengel waited all afternoon at home. Nurse Sun hadn't come back yet. Towards evening, Nurse Sun called Gu Chengel and told her tremblingly, Miss Gu, Song Yunjia is still unwilling to leave the Champs-Élysées. Gu Chengel was wrapped in a coat and drinking tonic on the sofa in the living room. It was very warm in the room. However, it was still snowing outside the French windows. If Song Yunjia doesn't want to leave, just let her wait there. Nurse Sun was a little worried. Miss Gu, however, it's snowing outside. It's getting colder and colder. Song Yunjia will probably be frozen to death if she continues to wait outside. So, Gu Chengel frowned. Nurse Sun lowered her voice. Or we can send her to the hospital. I think she will be dizzy because of the cold. Be dizzy. Gu Chengel sneered, and then she said with hatred, not to mention that she is dizzy. Even if she is dead, you mustn't go to collect her body for her. But if she is dead, Mr. Xiao and the Song family. Xiao Tianzi would have burst into anger if Song Yunjia had been frozen to death in the Champs-Élysées. Moreover, although Song Yunxian was incompatible with Song Yunjia and the Song family, Song Yunxian would have come here to confront Gu Chengel if Song Yunjia had really been dead. Then it would be troublesome. Nurse Sun was very worried. She looked outside to watch Song Yunjia sitting on the ground while calling Gu Chengel. Gu Chengel was displeased to hear Nurse Sun's words. Did you force her to stay at the door? No. Mother Sun said. Gu Chengel said coldly. Since you are not forcing her, it is her own problem. She is willing to freeze to death. How can others help with her? Gu Chengel said so. Nurse Sun couldn't refute it, so she nodded. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chengel grabbed her finger. Gu Chengel cursed Nurse Sun cowardly in her heart. Outside the Champs-Élysées, Song Yunxian sat in the car and looked at Song Yunjia. She was already a little sleepy. Mei Qi also wondered, when will Xiao Tianzi come? After Xiao Tianzi appeases Gu Chengel, Song Yunxian responded fluently and thoughtlessly as if she knew everything about Xiao Tianzi. Do you think Gu Chengel will let Xiao Tianzi come over? Gu Chengel can't stop him. Mei Qi couldn't help glancing at her after listening to her definitive answer. Song Yunxian had already started yawning. I'm a little tired. Remember to wake me up when Xiao Tianzi comes over later. It will be a waste if I miss such a wonderful drama.
Mei Qi nodded.
Song Yunxian closed her eyes and took a nap comfortably. Xiao Tianzi kept a cold face all afternoon. The secretary and managers who came to ask for signatures also watched Xiao Tianzi's expression carefully. The people who didn't know what happened thought that Xiao Tianzi was so sad because he lost a pair of children. They didn't know that Xiao Tianzi was just worried about how to deal with Gu Chengel when he returned home. There was no need for Xiao Tianzi to consider Song Yunjia. Xiao Tianze always knew that Song Yunjia loved him. He had pretended not to know it for so many years, thinking that Song Yunjia could gradually forget him. As a result, he failed. Now Xiao Tianze and Song Yunjia had a one-night stand. It would be more difficult to let Song Yunjia give up Xiao Tianze. Women would have ambitions once they settled down their minds and relationship. Given Song Yunjia's character, she would tell Gu Chang'e about this night one day. Xiao Tianze didn't know when Song Yunjia would tell Gu Chang'e. He just knew that Gu Chang'e would definitely set off a huge storm once she heard of this issue. Xiao Tianze would be restless if he had to decide between the two. He felt a headache as long as he thought of such consequences. Xiao Tianze raised his hands to rub his temples. He didn't know why he started to miss Gu Chang'e when she was alive. Gu Chang'e always looked calm and reserved when she was alive. But every time, her smiles made people feel bright and intimate, while people dared not to underestimate her. Gu Chang'e always seemed to be noble and no one could touch her. Even if Xiao Tianze was Gu Chang'e's husband, Xiao Tianze dared not have any excessive demands or delusions on her. Let alone Gu Chang'e, who was just a foster daughter at the time, or unworthy Song Yunjia. Gu Chang'e was a legend in the eyes of everyone in Yunqing. However, such a legendary woman eventually died early. It was because people felt that they couldn't master her that they would destroy her. He looked at the document in front of the office, pondering for a long time. Until the night was coming slowly. A secretary knocked on the door and came in. She whispered to remind Xiao Tianze. "Chairman Xiao, it's time for home." "I know it. You can go out." He didn't mean to leave after work. The secretary saw that Xiao Tianze didn't mean to leave work. She then added, "Chairman Xiao, Miss Gu called just now." Xiao Tianze frowned. He looked impatient in his eyebrows. "What's the matter?" "She wishes you to go home early." "I see." The secretary came out of the office after she got the answer from Xiao Tianze. Xiao Tianze raised his head. He turned the swivel chair to look at the big French window. Out of the window the neon lights appeared. It seemed that he overlooked the entire city with a sweeping view. However, he was not happy at all. He tightened on the armrest of the swivel chair. It was a mess in his head. Xiao Tianze had always been a calm person. He could deal with everything perfectly. However, today he could not calm down. Although he had heard the secretary's words, he didn't mean to go home at all. He just looked out of the windows on the chair. The night was darker and darker, while the neon lights were brighter and brighter in the city. His thoughts gradually ran a little far away. Knock knock. Someone is knocking on the door. Xiao Tianze's thoughts were interrupted. He frowned and said coldly, "Don't bother me." Then, accompanied by his voice, was the door opening. There was also a woman's soft voice. "What's wrong? Why do you feel so bad?" Xiao Tianze turned back suddenly. As he expected, Gu Chang'e wearing white fur appeared at the door. Gu Chang'e had exquisite makeup, but there were still dark circles under her eyes. It looked like she had waited for the whole night last night. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianze felt more guiltier for her. "Why do you come here?" Xiao Tianze adjusted his expression and greeted Gu Chang'e as usual. Gu Chang'e's belly was growing. She always put her hand on her belly because she cherished this child very much. Gu Chang'e's belly wasn't so big, but everyone could know that she was pregnant from her actions. Xiao Tianze helped her sit down on his chair. Gu Chang'e walked to the chair, but she didn't want to sit down. Gu Chang'e stood and asked him, "Will you stay here for a while?" Xiao Tianze hadn't answered yet. Gu Chang'e supported Xiao Tianze's arm with her fingers. She asked, "It's so late. Why don't you go home?" She had been waiting for a whole night last night, and she was so impatient that she even wanted to kill someone. However, Gu Chang'e's behavior was still as gentle and considerate as a flower of interpretation in front of Xiao Tianze. It was her gentle character that Xiao Tianze liked. Being asked like this, Xiao Tianze couldn't resist her kindness. He nodded. "It's indeed so late. Let's go home." Gu Chang'e successfully persuaded Xiao Tianze to go back. Xiao Tianze helped her into the elevator. Then he went to the underground garage to pick up the car. Gu Changel was waiting at the main entrance of the office building. In this spare time, Gu Changel called the person in the Champs-Élysées. You must watch the two servants in the Champs-Élysées. Don't let them call Tianzi. Miss Gu, don't worry. We have driven those two girls out of the Champs-Élysées. Gu Changel burst into anger after hearing that. She scolded. Are you idiots? Why not watch them? They will secretly call Tianzi after leaving the villa. Do you have a brain? Nurse Sun was cursed up hill and down dale. She immediately responded. Don't worry, Miss Gu. I will go and find those two girls now. Gu Changel was very worried because Nurse Sun let the two girls go. If the two girls had gone outside, they would have found a phone and called Xiao Tianzi. Then Xiao Tianzi might go to the Champs-Élysées tonight. Song Yunjia, a slut, couldn't do anything else but was good at acting and sniveling. Gu Changel definitely could not give Song Yunjia this opportunity to act. Gu Changel was upset. Xiao Tianzi's car slowly came over and stopped in front of her. Xiao Tianzi got out of the car and opened the door for Gu Changel since there was no driver or servant. Gu Changel sat on the passenger seat. She involuntarily glanced at Xiao Tianzi. Then she found Xiao Tianzi's phone in the storage box on the car. If Gu Changel hadn't wanted Song Yunjia to contact Xiao Tianzi, it would have been better to take Xiao Tianzi's phone to stop Song Yunjia's people from getting through. Gu Changel was considering in her mind. Xiao Tianzi looked ahead without saying anything. After thinking for a while, Gu Changel turned to look at Xiao Tianzi. Tianzi, will you stay with me tonight? Okay. Xiao Tianzi replied without thinking. But Gu Changel was still worried. What if someone calls you? No one will call. Everything in the company is done. I do not believe. How can I let you believe me? Xiao Tianzi asked her. Xiao Tianzi's answer made her feel very satisfied. But she didn't express any satisfaction on her face. Instead, she frowned and said with worry, You said this to me before. But sometimes you would rush over as long as someone in your company called you. You don't even think about my feelings. She looked aggrieved. Xiao Tianzi remembered that it indeed happened before. But today he would no longer be called away by the company. What Xiao Tianzi had done last night had already hurt her. Anyway, he should accompany her well today. To show his sincerity, Xiao Tianzi raised his hand to take his phone. Then he shut it down in front of Gu Changel. So, are you relieved? Xiao Tianzi asked Gu Changel. Gu Changel raised her lips and smiled happily. It's you who love me most. After she finished, she leaned over and kissed Xiao Tianzi on his face. Xiao Tianzi raised his lips and smiled. But he smiled with a little grudge. Xiao Tianzi was worried. He was worried that Gu Changel would have hated him if she had known the thing between Song Yunjia and him. Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changel went home together. Gu Changel felt relieved when she saw Xiao Tianzi turn off his phone. After returning home, Gu Changel let the servants get dinner on the table which had been prepared in the kitchen. Those were dishes that Gu Changel told the kitchen to do before Xiao Tianzi got off work. Now that Xiao Tianzi was back, Gu Changel immediately attentively waited for him to eat. Gu Changel handed the soup to Xiao Tianzi in person. This is the beef bone soup I made in the afternoon. Have a taste. Xiao Tianzi got it. You made it? Yeah, just taste it. I have been learning to cook recently. Xiao Tianzi looked at Gu Changel's soft and beautiful smile. His eyes were full of love. Xiao Tianzi liked this woman, who was gentle as water and so lovable. However, Xiao Tianzi couldn't give her a status yet. Taking the soup, Xiao Tianzi was to drink it with a spoon. But Gu Changel picked up the spoon first. She scooped a spoonful of soup, then she gently blew it on her lips and handed it to Xiao Tianzi's lips. She said, Let me feed you. Gu Changel said to feed him soup. After taking a sip of soup, Xiao Tianzi found that Gu Changel snuggled softly in his arms. The servants around them left quietly after seeing this. Gu Changel took the initiative while Xiao Tianzi didn't refuse her. Xiao Tianzi pulled Gu Changel into his arms and let her sit on his thigh to feed him soup. Gu Changel gave him several drinks after cooling them. This tender and sweet woman. Xiao Tianzi was drinking soup. His inner obsession was gradually depressed and the worries and irritability of the day dissipated slowly. On the other side, in front of the Champs-Élysées, Song Yunjia was sitting alone at the door. The snow was thicker. The temperature on her declined gradually. The whole person began to trance. The beliefs that she kept in her heart also collapsed slowly. Song Yunjia even suspected that Xiao Tianze wouldn't have come to her, even if he had received the phone call. After all, Gu Chang'e had always been in Xiao Tianze's heart for so many years. Song Yunjia was beside Xiao Tianze. Her only role was to assist him to better treat Gu Chang'e so that Gu Chang'e would not die so early. Now, Xiao Tianze didn't put Song Yunjia in his mind even if they had a night of affection. Song Yunjia hugged her legs, hugging herself tightly, with her long hair down. She buried her face in her arms, with her tears flowing out of her eyes uncontrollably. Nurse Sun came out to see if she was still in front of the door. She began to scold Song Yunjia without her name to drive her away once she found that Song Yunjia didn't leave. Of course, Nurse Sun only drove her by words without touching her. Song Yunjia was a doctor. She knew that she couldn't hold it for too long under this icy environment. If Xiao Tianze had not been here, this bitter trick would only have hurt herself, without any benefits. She was wondering whether she would leave by herself while she could move. In the distance, Mei Qi looked at his watch. He said to Song Yunxian, who was taking a nap, Song Yunjia would freeze to death if Xiao Tianze couldn't arrive here. Closing her eyes, Song Yunxian took a light nap. She had already woken up. Now Mei Qi was talking with her. She could hear it clearly. How should I say it? Song Yunjia and I are related. It will become ugly news if she dies here, she said while she was sliding on the phone a few times to dial a call. The person over there picked up quickly. Song Yunxian said, Xiao Shui. Yes. Did Xiao Tianze go back? He is downstairs. He is having dinner. Gu Chang'e. Eh? Xiao Shui hesitated as if there was something inconvenient to say. Song Yunxian smiled slightly. What are the two doing? Gu Chang'e is feeding Xiao Tianze soup. Xiao Tianze may leave later. You watch Gu Chang'e's reaction. Okay. After telling Xiao Shui, she sent a text message out on her phone. Xiao Shui received a call from Song Yunxian. She then knew what was going to happen later. As Xiao Shui expected, it wasn't too long. She heard the sound of a broken porcelain bowl in the kitchen downstairs. Xiao Shui opened the unlocked door. She walked to the railing on the second floor, looking coldly towards the kitchen below. The servants guarded the entrance of the kitchen with anxiety. Gu Chang'e's angry voice came from the kitchen. Where did you get the news? How dare you come here and tell Tianze? There was a servant's voice intermittently as if she was scared. But there was a rush in her voice. Mr. Xiao, the person who called, said. Miss Song. Miss Song froze and passed out. Hearing this news, Xiao Tianze clenched his fingers. Gu Chang'e fixed her eyes on Xiao Tianze's face. She was pleading with panic. Tianze. Xiao Tianze stared at her with a tense voice. So you already know it. What are you talking about? Gu Chang'e denied. She looked confused. Xiao Tianze looked at her confused and innocent expression. He nodded. Since you know it, I don't need to hide it. Tianze. Gu Chang'e's heart sank. Gu Chang'e knew that Xiao Tianze and Song Yunjia were together last night. She did not choose to accuse Xiao Tianze directly or clash with Xiao Tianze, but she pretended to know nothing. The reason was not because of her kindness, but because she wanted to silently and secretly kill Song Yunjia. But she stared viciously at the maid who had just rushed in to deliver the message. The little maid shrugged her shoulders and shook her body slightly. She seemed to be very afraid of being accused and retaliated against. Gu Chang'e couldn't wait to kill her piece by piece. She blamed all on this little bitch. This little bitch ruined all her plans. Damn it. Her sight was vicious like a knife quenched with venom. The little maid was a little scared. Xiao Tianze immediately turned to leave as he learned that Song Yunjia was waiting at the entrance of the Champs-Élysées in the cold. It was at this time that the little maid who came to report suddenly fell on her knees after a puff. Xiao Tianze was stunned for a moment. He stopped and twisted his eyebrows. Apparently, Gu Changel did not expect this little maid to have such a reaction. She had thought of letting the housemaid fix her after Xiao Tianzi left. Now she knelt in front of Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi would not ignore this matter. Xiao Tianzi knew Gu Changel's personality. He looked back and glanced at Gu Changel coldly. You go to sleep first. I will deal with things and come back. After saying that, he looked at the little maid again. You go to the Champs-Élysées with me. Gu Changel was supposed to take it out on the little maid after letting Xiao Tianzi go. Now Xiao Tianzi not only left but also took away the mischievous little maid. She was so crazy that she was going to be mad. Xiao Tianzi asked the little maid to follow him to the Champs-Élysées. The little maid immediately stood up from the ground and she was ready to follow Xiao Tianzi out. Gu Changel stepped forward and called Xiao Tianzi. Wait! Xiao Tianzi was called by her. He still stopped subconsciously. Gu Changel's face instantly was filled with a grieved expression. Song Yunjia is so important to you, isn't she? Xiao Tianzi looked back at her. She has been taking care of you with me for so many years. If she were not there, your body would not be recovered so soon. You are biasing her. Gu Changel got angry, and the tears in her eyes flowed out at once. Gu Changel walked 2 steps quickly. She rushed to Xiao Tianzi. She raised her hand to grab the clothes on his chest and stared at him with big tearful eyes. Yunjia was not for me from the beginning but for you. She has been with us for so many years. She has always wanted to take you away from me. Everything I do is because I want to have you. Her tears fell like long beads from the eyes. Xiao Tianzi felt distressed when watching Gu Changel. However, Xiao Tianzi thought about the situation of the Champs-Élysées just mentioned by the servant. He put away Gu Changel's fingers on his clothes and then he pushed her away. None of what you said is the reason for you to kill Song Yunjia. Gu Changel heard the words. Her eyes flickered. Her whole heart became cold. This wasn't the reason she wanted to kill Song Yunjia. She felt simply ridiculous. Gu Changel stepped back involuntarily as she was pushed by Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi went out with the little maid. Gu Changel watched him going out from the door of the villa of the Xiao family. Gu Changel suddenly asked Xiao Tianzi loudly, "How about Gu Chang'e?" Xiao Tianzi slightly paused. But he didn't stop, continued to go out after a little stagnation. Gu Changel saw that he didn't stop. She cried with some hoarse shrills. What is Gu Chang'e? What's the reason for killing Gu Chang'e? Xiao Tianzi seemed to be stuck by these words. He stopped walking suddenly. Looking back, Xiao Tianzi watched Gu Changel, with some hidden fierceness and sharpness. Gu Changel looked at his terrible sight, but she was not afraid. She smiled instead. He smiled a little coldly. Don't you feel ashamed when you ask me not to hurt Song Yunjia? I have no reason to kill Song Yunjia. Does Song Yunjia have any reasons to kill Gu Chang'e? It was Song Yunjia who provided with the plan of heart transplant by inference. When she proposed this plan, she had the idea of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, didn't she? She wants to kill Gu Chang'e, and she also wants to kill me. Xiao Tianzi couldn't refute one word as he heard what she said. Because what she said was true. Those were what Song Yunjia had thought about. Hearing Gu Changel's words, Xiao Tianzi involuntarily narrowed his eyes. Gu Changel was still unwilling to stop talking. Yet she stepped back a little as if she could not keep her balance anymore. Then she stood leaning on the corner of the table and continued saying, Now Song Yunjia denied all the things that happened before and came to fight against me. What did I do wrong? I just want to protect my own man who belongs to me. Where am I inferior to her? What did I do to harm her? After all these years, did I do anything worse than her? You did very well, Changel. With this, he was going to turn around. Yet Gu Changel shouted with her last strength. Since I did so well, why do you still want to go for her? Her voice was full of sadness and great anger. Xiao Tianzi didn't answer her this time, and nor did he stop walking. He left directly. When the little maid was leaving, she even turned to take a look at Gu Changel. She curled her lips with some sense of ridicule. And just the mocking smile made Gu Changel feel that her heart was about to burst because of sadness. She began to breathe quickly and heavily. Yet she could not get enough oxygen no matter how hard she tried. Even her eyes began to haze. She raised her fingers and put them onto her left chest. Her legs began to get weak and her whole body slowly slid down against the table. Seeing something was wrong with her, the maid next to her hurried to help her up. "Miss Gu? Miss Gu? What's wrong with you, Miss Gu?" Gu Changle's ears were full of the maid's voice. Yet her consciousness began to get weaker bit by bit. Before she had fainted, the time seemed to go back, which made her gradually recall the day on which Xiao Tianzi ran out on her to go for Song Yunjia. Thinking of this, her eyes became moist with tears involuntarily. And then tears flowed from the corners of her eyes uncontrollably. The maid shouted, wanting someone in the family to save Gu Changle. However, most of the servants had gone to the Champs-Élysées, and the people who were left at home were only her and the servant who left with Xiao Tianzi. Just at the time when the maid didn't know what to do, Xiao Shui upstairs called Dr. Jiang. Song Yunxian did not slumber anymore. Instead, she sat quietly on her seat and looked at the snow scenes out of the window. The night had fallen and there weren't any stars in the sky. Outside it was still snowing slightly. Mangabob.com. A little farther away, Song Yunjia still sat on the floor, hugging her knees. She even started to admire Song Yunjia a little bit. She could stay outside for such a long time in such cold weather. It seemed that she was ready to risk herself this time competing with Gu Changle. "Manager Song, Xiao Tianzi has arrived." Song Yunxian nodded, laying her fingers on the door of the advanced bulletproof car. Seeing her fingers laying on the door, Mei Qi frowned. "Do you want to get off?" Xiao Tianzi is nothing like Xiao Yang. He is very sensitive to the things around him and watches them very carefully and keenly. "Pull up the car a little farther away from here and let's enter and watch how things will be going." With this she got off the car. She was also holding a small monocular made of pure gold. Seeing her get off the car, Mei Qi pulled up the car a little farther away from the original place, and then got off to walk to her. By the time he came back, Song Yunxian had found a place where she could watch what was about to happen inside quietly and secretly. You know the Champs-Élysées inside out. The one that could find a place where could not be captured by the monitors of the Champs-Élysées, and could avoid being seen by passers-by, must have been a person who had been very familiar with the blueprint and the periphery of the Champs-Élysées. Song Yunxian brought 2 monoculars. However, the one handed to Mei Qi was obviously not as valuable as the one made of pure gold she played with. "This one is for you." Mei Qi took the monocular and found it was a monocular made of silver which was not big but exquisite, and it only had the size of a palm. "Where did you get such an exquisite object?" "From the Zhang family." "Is it the place where fakes are made?" "Once in a while there will be 1 or 2 genuine working." Song Yunxian picked up the exquisite monocular, uncovered it and aimed it at Song Yunjia inside the Champs-Élysées. However, the price of such an exquisite object was so high. "But why did you still buy it for collection as the price is so high, Manager Song?" Mei Qi had some doubts. Yet Song Yunxian smiled. "Because I did not shop for the object but the friendship. Do you understand?" How could Mei Qi not understand it? It was just like a commercial marriage. Song Yunxian bought something from the Zhang family, while creating a bond between the master of the Zhang family and her. Moreover, from these 2 things, it could be said that Song Yunxian and the master of the Zhang family had almost united. It was not that he didn't know the Zhang family would occasionally find several rare treasures. It was just that the Zhang family had always been giving away the rare treasures found by them. And they had never sold a single one. The Zhang family would always give away these rare treasures to the people who would be very beneficial to the Zhang family in the future. As for the gain and loss, people were negotiable but objects were not. And the Zhang family did not lose anything either because they did the business of human relations. So for all these years, the Zhang family had always been like a duck to water in Harbor City. Although the Zhang family was not as prominent as the 4 great families, yet they had accumulated quite a lot of social relations. As a result, if someone had planned to harm the Zhang family, he would have offended a lot of social forces. It could be said that as Song Yunxian had started a relationship with the Zhang family, both sides had realized mutual benefit. The Zhang family didn't lose anything and neither did she. Song Yunxian adjusted the monocular, waiting for Xiao Tianzi's arrival. She had just finished adjusting the monocular, and it had only been 5 minutes. In the distance, the high beams from the cars shone on the iron art gate of the Champs-Élysées. The lights were so bright that they were dazzling. With the reflection on the snow, everything suddenly became much brighter. Song Yunjia felt that she could hardly stand straight as her body was teetering, and that she might fall at any time. However, as she was about to fall because of the teetering, there was light coming from behind on the snow. Tianzi! She felt quite happy in her heart. She turned to look behind weakly. There were 2 cars coming into the gate of the Champs-Élysées. One is a black Rolls-Royce, and the other was a Benz bulletproof car. In the back of the Rolls-Royce sat several doctors in white, and Xiao Tianzi sat in the Benz bulletproof car in front. Seeing Song Yunjia, who was teetering on the snow in front of him, Xiao Tianzi frowned and immediately opened the door to get off. Then he strode to Song Yunjia quickly. Song Yunjia's hands and feet were freezing because of the cold, but she felt quite relieved on seeing Xiao Tianzi coming over before she went fainted. Her body teetered, and before she was able to show a happy expression on her face, she fell onto the snow. Seeing this, Xiao Tianzi immediately went over and picked her up from the snow. Yunjia! Song Yunjia passed out while her whole body was freezing. He called her again worriedly. Yunjia, wake up! Song Yunjia still did not respond. He immediately reached for Song Yunjia's wrist. After having felt her pulse, he let out a sigh of relief. Next to him were the doctors and nurses. He called in urgently. Seeing Xiao Tianzi pick Song Yunjia up from the snow, the doctors and nurses immediately rushed over. Mr. Xiao, please allow us to take the patient to the bed in the room first. The nurses behind the doctors came over with a stretcher and motioned Xiao Tianzi to put Song Yunjia on the stretcher. Yet Xiao Tianzi didn't even look at the stretcher, and went straight into the Champs-Élysées with Song Yunjia in his arms. The doctors and nurses around him could do nothing but followed behind him and entered the bedroom to treat Song Yunjia. Song Yunxian took the monocular away from her eyes and watched the group of people at the gate of the Champs-Élysées enter the villa, slightly curling her lips. Good. It's so interesting. Then she unhurriedly put the monocular back. Hearing her words, Mei Qi also took the monocular away from his eyes. Song Yunjia had the upper hand this time. He made a judgment. Song Yunxian adjusted her coat and then she walked towards the villa. Where did you park the car? Go back now. Mei Qi asked her. Song Yunjia raised her lips. There is nothing to see here. What do we stay here for? Mei Qi really could not give an answer. He could only lead Song Yunjia in front to find the car. Yet when Xiao Tianzi entered the bedroom of the Champs-Élysées villa, he frowned and fixed his eyes on Nurse Sun, who was at the door. The bedroom was in a mess and the clothes in the wardrobe had all been taken out. Song Yunjia's pajamas had been thrown onto the ground as if they had been stepped on. Xiao Tianzi knew it well that all this was done by Nurse Sun. He felt that anger was rising in his chest. The doctor who followed behind saw that he still held Song Yunjia in his arms and did not put her onto the bed, reminding him, Mr. Xiao, the patient needs treating as soon as possible. After having been reminded by the doctor like this, Xiao Tianzi put Song Yunjia in his arms onto the bed. Outside the bedroom where the servants sent by Gu Chang'e were at, one could even hear a pin drop. From the moment when Xiao Tianzi came over and picked up Song Yunjia, the servants here knew that they were screwed. If a man hadn't cared about that woman, he would not have hurried through the snow at night to save her. Nurse Sun felt very scared. She looked up at the bedroom every few seconds and prayed that nothing would happen to Song Yunjia. If something happened to Song Yunjia, Xiao Tianzi would surely make trouble for her. After the doctor had examined Song Yunjia and given her a simple treatment, he turned to Xiao Tianzi. Mr. Xiao, there is nothing serious with Miss Song. When can she recover consciousness? In about 4 to 5 hours. Hearing it, Xiao Tianzi nodded. Stay here to take care of her. The doctors and nurses were gathering at the bedside, closely observing Song Yunjia. Only after having told them to take care of Song Yunjia did Xiao Tianzi turn around and walk to the door. Nurse Sun stood with her head down and her eyes were staring at the floor, itching to make a hole out of it. Yet gradually Xiao Tian's shoes appeared in front of her eyes. She was stupefied and huddled herself even more. "Xiao, Mr. Xiao. Call the police. Send her to the NIC." His voice was cold without any warmth. Hearing the Xiao Tian's words, Nurse Sun flopped down on her knees and hastily excused herself. "Mr. Xiao, I have nothing to do with it. Miss Gu asked me to do all these and I just did as what she said." She hastily gave Gu Chang'e up in order to protect herself, hoping for a change. Yet hearing what she said in haste, Xiao Tianzi frowned suddenly and disgusted Nurse Sun even more. Xiao Tianzi remained silent for a moment. Nurse Sun thought that the trick that she gave Gu Chang'e up worked. Yet out of her expectation, Xiao Tianzi said coldly right after his short silence, "She committed homicide and libel. Send her to the police station." Nurse Sun's face turned pale at once. Before she had had a chance to speak, she was dragged out by the bodyguards and drivers brought by Xiao Tianzi. After having seen Nurse Sun be dragged out, the other maids knew that she was taken to the police station. But as Nurse Sun got them to hurt Song Yunjia, so they might probably suffer the consequences too, even though Nurse Sun had been convicted. All of a sudden, they all knelt on the floor and excused themselves one after the other. "We didn't mean to hurt Miss Song. Nurse Sun forced us to do all these. None of your business, go back home." Xiao Tianzi knew that Nurse Sun was Gu Chang'e's confidant, and all these little servants were at Nurse Sun's command. Even if he had wanted to punish them, the punishment would have been no more than pay cuts. He wouldn't have gone so far as to send them all to the police station to sue and convict simply because of Song Yunjia's faint. If he had really done this, then the headlines of Yunqing would all have been reports related to him tomorrow. Xiao Tianzi had told all the maids to go back. And then the maids immediately turned around and walked towards the door of the Champs-Élysées. They were all the servants of the Xiao family, and they had all been employed permanently. The Xiao family provided them with all the necessities of life. Xiao Tianzi went easy on them this time, which made them know what they should do after returning to the Xiao family. Although it appeared that Gu Chang'e was Xiao Tianzi's legal wife, but from the point of Xiao Tianzi's attitude towards Song Yunjia, one could tell a lot. It could be said that Gu Chang'e was not the apple of Xiao Tianzi's eye. After they had gone back, they didn't have to be so compliant to Gu Chang'e. Perhaps that the mistress of the Xiao family in the future would have been Song Yunjia, who was driven out by them today. The servants all rushed to the Xiao family one after another, and they all had different ideas. Seeing that all the servants had left, Xiao Tianzi was about to turn to stay by the side of Song Yunjia and watched over her. However, no sooner had he turned around than he saw a young maid at Song Yunjia's bedside. The maid was the one brought by him just now from the Xiao family, and it was she who told him that Song Yunjia had been bullied in the Champs-Élysées. At the moment, she was looking at Song Yunjia, who was in bed worriedly. Seeing this, Xiao Tianzi had an idea in heart and asked her, "What's your name?" "Wenwen." The little maid slightly opened her mouth. Xiao Tianzi nodded and told her, "Stay here from now on and take good care of Yunjia for me." Hearing this, the little maid Wenwen nodded excitedly. It appeared that she was eager to take care of Song Yunjia. The two servants who took care of Song Yunjia originally had already been driven out by Nurse Sun. From the fact that Wenwen tipped him off, one could tell that she really enjoyed taking care of Song Yunjia. If there had been a maid taking care of Song Yunjia carefully, Yunjia's life would have been somewhat more comfortable. Then he turned to the bed and looked at Song Yunjia's face. Song Yunjia's eyes were firmly closed and her lips were a little blue because she had been freezing in the yard for too long. He looked at her and stood by her side for a while. Then he turned around, went downstairs and waited for Song Yunjia to wake up in the living room. He was a little perturbed. Before leaving the Xiao family just now, he had a quarrel with Gu Chang'e. For all these years, he had never quarreled with Gu Chang'e. Just now, he actually treated her in that way because of Song Yunjia. But in fact he had always been loving and cherishing her. He didn't know what she would think of him after the quarrel. He raised his hand and covered his forehead. He felt that his temples were pulsating, which made him feel quite bad. Gu Changel was lying on the bed and beside her stood Jiang Minjing and a cardio brain doctor. The cardio brain doctor was an old middle-aged man. After having listened to Gu Changel's heart through a stethoscope, he took back the instrument. Xiao Shui asked the doctor, "How is she?" "Now it appears that she's all right." The cardio brain doctor drew out his business card out of his pocket and presented it to Xiao Shui with both hands. "My surname is Zhao and here is my card. There has always been a problem with Miss Gu's heart, so please contact me if anything happens in the future." Xiao Shui took over the card and saw that there was a name of a renowned cardio brain doctor on it, Zhao Rui. She has had an operation before, so will she relapse because of mood swings? Xiao Shui pretended to be worried. Dr. Zhao frowned slightly and said with some embarrassment, "Actually, in the case of Miss Gu, I can't say that she has perfectly recovered in the beginning. Though she had the world's top-class heart transplant operation, yet Miss Gu has been taking anti-rejection drugs. For her, there is no such thing like relapse." Xiao Shui frowned. "That is to say her disease has not been cleared up after all these years? She has to take anti-rejection drugs throughout her life." After having finished his words, Dr. Zhao turned to look at Dr. Jiang thoughtfully. "Speaking of which, Dr. Jiang, you have never told Miss Gu about that, have you?" As soon as Dr. Zhao finished his words, Xiao Shui felt that there was something strange and she was alarmed. "What thing?" "Dr. Jiang is an expert in obstetrics and gynecology. It's better for Dr. Jiang to tell you about it." With this, Dr. Jiang put away his stethoscope, left the medicine and then walked out with his assistants. After Dr. Zhao had left, the only people left in the bedroom were Xiao Shui and Jiang Minjing. Xiao Shui took a breath and looked up at Jiang Minjing. "Are there any problems with my elder sister Changel's pregnancy? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Jiang Minjing wore a complex expression. "Because I could not explain Miss Changel's physical condition to you in 1 or 2 words. So as my elder sister Changel's family, can I request you, Dr. Jiang, to tell me my elder sister Change's situation in detail?" Right from the beginning, she knew that Gu Changel would have faced a lot of problems if she had wanted to have the baby. Yet out of her expectation, Gu Changel's attending doctor concealed something from her. Hearing Xiao Shui's questions, Jing Minjing kept silent for a while. One could never be too careful in a rich and powerful family. Since she became a private doctor of pregnant women from rich and powerful families, she had known that she had better not share the physical conditions of pregnant women with anyone else. If she had wanted to share it, it would have been better for her to only share it with the pregnant women and someone she trusted the most. So now she didn't know whether to tell her or not. Seeing that Jiang Minjing still remained silent, Xiao Shui nodded. "If you don't want to tell me, then I won't push you. But Dr. Jiang, please be honest to my elder sister Changel. For her, the baby is very important." Jiang Minjing nodded. "Don't worry, Miss Xiao. I'll be responsible for Miss Gu's health." Xiao Shui nodded and went to tuck in the quilt. After that, she walked to the vase on the bedside table and adjusted a violet hydrangea in the vase. "Since Dr. Jiang observes her here, I have nothing to worry about. I have other fish to fry, so please take good care of my elder sister Gu Changel. When she wakes up, please be sure to tell her all about her conditions without holding anything back." Xiao Shui stated her words earnestly and seriously. Jiang Minjing nodded. "What Miss Xiao said are exactly what I must tell the patient." Hearing Jiang Minjing's reply, Xiao Shui adjusted the hydrangea again, and then she turned around and left. Not until Xiao Shui left the room did Jiang Minjing turn around. She frowned and looked at Gu Changel lying on the bed. What should she say to Gu Changel? The night was falling. Xiao Tianzi was sitting on the sofa in the living room. The clock was ticking while there was still no news about whether Song Yunjia had woken up or not. And Wen, who was upstairs, hadn't come down either. If Song Yunjia had woken up, Wen would have come and told him. He cast his eyes at the vintage clock in the living room. The pendulum was swinging inside the glass door. He lowered his eyes. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a nap, there was a voice coming from the upstairs. "Awake! Miss Song is awake." It was the maid Wen's voice. Xiao Tianzi lurched to his feet from the sofa. Then he turned to look at the landing of the second floor, and found that One was about to go downstairs. Seeing that he had got up, One stopped and exclaimed to him at the landing of the second floor. "Mr. Xiao, Miss Song has woken up." Xiao Tianze walked quickly towards the landing. It had been 5 hours since Song Yunjia became unconscious because of the cold. Sure enough, the doctor was right. He went upstairs and approached Song Yunjia's bedroom. No sooner had he walked into the room than he heard Song Yunjia asking the doctor, "Where is Tianze? I certainly saw Tianze before I had fainted." She asked the doctor in puzzlement because the first person she was eager to see when she woke up was Xiao Tianze. However, when she opened her eyes, she found that Xiao Tianze was not around at all. She remembered that Xiao Tianze always held Gu Changle's hand and stayed at her bedside until she woke up every time she became unconscious. Every time Gu Changle woke up, she could see Xiao Tianze when she opened her eyes. But why did she see a room full of doctors when she woke up? Why wasn't Xiao Tianze around? She felt somewhat anxious. Just then, Xiao Tianze entered the bedroom. The doctor next to Song Yunjia saw Xiao Tianze enter and greeted immediately, "Mr. Xiao." When Song Yunjia heard the doctor calling Mr. Xiao, she turned to look at the door. Xiao Tianze came over to her bed and said, "Awake." Seeing him coming to the bedside, Song Yunjia immediately reached out to him and put her arms around his waist. The sudden hug made Xiao Tianze slightly stupefied. Seeing this, the doctors next to them all turned away their eyes in embarrassment. Everyone knew that Xiao Tianze, his dead wife Gu Chang'e, and Song Yunjia had once been classmates and friends. After Gu Chang'e's death, Xiao Tianze hadn't had any love affairs with other women, and nor had he had the intention to make a new girlfriend. Now the light dawned when they saw Song Yunjia. In fact, Xiao Tianze had already had such a deep relationship with Song Yunjia since a long time ago. However, some of them felt suspicious about seeing their intimate relationship. They began to wonder whether Xiao Tianze and the woman surnamed Song had been together before Gu Chang'e's death. It was tacit, and none of the doctors wanted to be a third wheel here, so one of them said, "There is nothing serious with Miss Song now. So we'll leave for now, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Tianze nodded. All the doctors in the room immediately left one after the other. Song Yunjia put her arms around Xiao Tianze's waist, and Xiao Tianze could only see her hair when he looked down at her. He could not see her expressions. Song Yunjia put her face closer to Xiao Tianze's arms, trying to feel the warmth from him. She made it. She successfully let Xiao Tianze pay more attention to her than Gu Changle. From now on, she could be level with Gu Changle. Held by Song Yunjia, Xiao Tianze patted her on the back lightly, guiltily. "I'm sorry, Yunjia. Changle is a bit willful." Song Yunjia was very happy. However, before she could speak, she heard Xiao Tianze pleaded for Gu Changle. She became very depressed all of a sudden. The happy expression on her face had to disappear. She looked up from Xiao Tianze's arms, looked at his eyes and said, "Did Changle order those servants to do this? You should have thought about this." Song Yunjia lowered her eyes. She should have known that if there hadn't been Gu Changle, those servants wouldn't have bullied her. However, she did not want to show that she understood everything in front of Xiao Tianze presently. Xiao Tianze's first sentence showed his partiality for Gu Changle. She had just occupied a little bit of Xiao Tianze's heart. She didn't need to complain about Gu Changle's crimes aggressively. She had to tackle Gu Changle slowly. Gu Changle's status was slightly higher than her in Xiao Tianze's heart after all. Although she had a position in Xiao Tianze's heart, that was not stable. "I hope you can forgive Changle and don't hate her." Xiao Tianze's words made Song Yunjia's eyes droop in disappointment. She murmured, "I know you love Changle, but I didn't expect that she did that to me. I used to be kind to her and treated her like my biological sister." Song Yunjia said with full of grievances. Xiao Tianze hugged her into his arms. "Changle already knew what happened last night. It's the two of us who should be sorry for her. She is still pregnant, so don't quarrel with her. Although I won't go to fight with her, what if Changle takes the initiative to look for me? Don't worry. I won't let her come to trouble you," Xiao Tianze said without hesitation. With such a guarantee from Xiao Tianze, Song Yunjia was relieved. "Are you hungry?" I'm cold. Xiao Tianze wanted her to have some food first. Now that she said she was cold, Xiao Tianze had to pull the quilt on the bed over and wrap her up. Stay on the bed if you feel cold. Song Yunjia hugged him tighter and said, I want to hold you. I won't be cold if I hold you. Her voice was weak. Xiao Tianze had wanted her to let himself go. However, hearing what she had said, his fingers used to push her away stopped in the air. After a long time, he gently placed his hands on her back and patted her to appease her. You can hug for a while. Aha! Song Yunjia was much happier. The light in the corner of her eyes shone brightly. In the meantime, Gu Changel was anxious and angry. She couldn't sleep well. She was dreaming, tossing and turning in bed. With a scream, she bounced from the bed. Dr. Zhang, who was accompanying Gu Changel, was shocked by her sudden voice. Seeing Gu Changel bouncing from the bed, Dr. Zhang immediately went to appease her. Miss Gu? Miss Gu. Gu Changel had opened her eyes because of the nightmare just now. After hearing Dr. Zhang's question, she slowly recovered. Seeing she was scared into a cold sweat because of the nightmare, Dr. Zhang comforted her. Miss Gu, it was only a dream. Relax. Gu Changel's fingers slowly touched her stomach. She touched and asked, Is my child still here? Dr. Zhang didn't hear her words clearly and was stunned, so she asked, What did you say, Miss Gu? I said whether my child is still here. Seeing her put her hands on her slightly swollen belly, Dr. Zhang answered with complicated eyes. Yes, he is still there. The child was still there, but soon he would not be there. She was thinking about how to tell Gu Changel. Gu Changel laughed when she touched her slightly raised belly. He is still here. He is still her. It is a relief. Rubbing her belly, she murmured with joyful eyes. I only have him. I have nothing. I only have this child. She had dreamed that she was dead. Xiao Tianze and Song Yunjia killed her and got married. She had dreamed that she saw Gu Changge. Gu Changge looked at her coldly. Gu Changge's mockery echoed in her ear for a long time. Gu Changel had believed that no one would compete with her for Xiao Tianze as long as she got rid of Gu Changge. However, without Gu Changge, there was Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia knew how to seduce Xiao Tianze better than Gu Changge. Song Yunjia even made Xiao Tianze quarrel with her. Xiao Tianze had cherished her a lot before. He couldn't have left her and ignored her like he did last night. However, Song Yunjia ruined her world. Her life in the Xiao family was worse than that of Gu Changge. When Gu Changge was alive, she held the economic lifeline of the entire Gu family. Even if she had left Xiao Tianze, she would have still lived a good life in Yunqing. However, she didn't have the ability like Gu Changge's. Xiao Tianze took over the Gus after Gu Changge died. He changed the whole Gus to his Xiao enterprise. As an adopted daughter of the Gu family, she couldn't get anything except for his superficial love. Her life depended on Xiao Tianze in the Xiao family in Yunqing. Without Xiao Tianze, she would have nothing. Lying on the bed, she talked to Jiang Minjing. Dr. Jiang, please keep my child's life and my life in any case. Only by giving birth to this child can I continue to live in the Xiao family and to fight with Song Yunjia. Jiang Minjing opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Gu Changel said again, I have gone through a lot to gain my current life. I can't let Song Yunjia take it all at once. I don't allow it. As she put her hands on her belly, cruelty appeared in her eyes all of a sudden. Only this child can save me. Tianze no longer has children. As long as I give birth to this child, I can continue fighting. I will win. I will not lose to this bitch Song Yunjia. Jiang Minjing looked at her with sympathy. She talked to her as tenderly as possible. Miss Gu, it will be harmful to your body if you give birth to the child. It's the only card I have. This card will be no use if the one playing the card is dead. Jiang Minjing's words made Gu Changel's eyes roll a little. Then Gu Changel rested her sight on Jiang Minjing's face. Gu Changel's eyes were a little crazy. She stared at Jiang Minjing deadly. Dr. Jiang, what did you mean? Jiang Minjing was smart. This smart person wouldn't directly say her implication. She believed that Gu Changel could understand what she had said. Just literally. Nonsense. Gu Changle's voice suddenly became louder. Grabbing the quilt on the bed by her fingers, she took a deep breath and asked Jiang Minjing, "Are you hiding something from me? I keep things from you for your good. Miss Changle, please trust me," Jiang Minjing said tenderly and modestly. Gu Changle's anger subsided because of her attitude. "You are my most trusted doctor. If anything happened, please tell me directly. You also know that my situation is terrible now." Gu Changle raised her hands to cover her forehead. She had been worshipping Xiao Tianzi's love for her. However, she felt ridiculous when Xiao Tianzi left after quarreling with her because of Song Yunjia. She had got rid of Gu Changge but was going to lose to Song Yunjia. Since she was going to lose to Song Yunjia, why had she bothered to get rid of Gu Changge before? Seeing Gu Changle's condition, Jiang Minjing weighed her words and said, "Miss Gu, I hope you can keep calm when you listen to me later. I understand. You can say it." Under the current circumstances, nothing could defeat her unless the child in her stomach had some problems. However, Jiang Minjing's first sentence drove her crazy. "Miss Gu, the child will leave your body within a month." Gu Changle's face changed and she stared at Jiang Minjing. "What do you mean? Your body couldn't support this child. This child is about to stop growing. You will have a miscarriage soon. Don't you say I can give birth to this child?" She looked at Jiang Minjing. "You told me before that I can give birth to this child. You promised me." Although she had promised Jiang Minjing that she would stay calm, she couldn't help but go crazy after Jiang Minjing said her words. "You know, this child is all I have now. If I don't even have this child, what do I have to fight with the bitch Song Yunjia? I'd rather die." Jiang Minjing sighed. She put her hands in the pockets of her white coat and looked at Gu Changle. "If you die, you really lost." Hearing Jiang Minjing's words, Gu Changle was stunned. Jiang Minjing stooped and took a nutrient from the medicine chest. She used a syringe to extract the nutrients and walked in front of Gu Changle, wanting to give her an injection. Gu Changle was still in a daze because of her words just now, and there was no response. Jiang Minjing rubbed her arm with alcohol and prepared to give her an injection. Just when Jiang Minjing was about to pierce the needle of the syringe into her skin, Gu Changle suddenly recovered, looked at her and said, "If I live, can I fight with Song Yunjia?" "It depends on your ability, Miss Gu." Jiang Minjing smiled. Gu Changle narrowed his eyes and calmed down completely. Jiang Minjing saw her thinking about something and reminded her, "I'm going to inject you with nutrients." Gu Changle nodded. "I'm ready." Hearing Gu Changle said she was ready, Jiang Minjing pierced the needle into her blood vessel, slowly pushed the syringe, and injected the nutrient into her body. This nutrient can delay the time of miscarriage. However, you will have miscarriages at any time during the month. You must be prepared. Gu Changle reached out and gently touched her belly. She seemed to think of something and suddenly asked, "Can you know the specific date of the miscarriage?" "No, I don't." "Can you decide?" Gu Changle turned to look at her. "Decide the specific abortion time for this child." Glazed by Gu Changle, after pushing the nutrients in the syringe, Jiang Minjing said, "Yes, I can." Song Yunjia's mood was very good. Xiao Tianzi accompanied her in the Champs-Élysées for most of the night. He said that he was leaving at more than 3 o'clock in the morning. Song Yunjia opened her eyes on the bed, looked at Xiao Tianzi who was going out and called him gently, "Tianzi." Xiao Tianzi turned his head and looked at her. "What's the matter?" "You," she hesitated before saying, "Are you going to see Changle?" Xiao Tianzi did not hide his intention from her. "I'm going to see her. She is not in good health." In his heart, Xiao Tianzi's greatest concern was always Gu Changle. Gu Changle was like a needle embedded in Xiao Tianzi's heart, which had deeply penetrated his heart. And this needle couldn't be pulled out in a short time. She nodded and didn't ask him to stay. Instead, she said generously, "I know Changle hates me, but I hope she will be well. Take good care of her." Xiao Tianzi nodded lightly, turned around and went out. After Xiao Tianzi left, Song Yunjia clenched quilt and cursed a little annoyedly. It would have been nice if Gu Changle had died from a heart attack on the spot due to stimulation. It would avoid countless troubles. However, Gu Changel took Guchanga's heart when Guchanga died. It would be hard to provoke her to death. However, she would soon be out of disadvantage. Soon, she could completely erase Guchangel from Xiao Tianzi's heart. As long as she could conceive Xiao Tianzi's child, it would be simple to provoke Guchangel to death. As she thought these things, she got up and took her cell phone on the bedside table. Then, after rummaging through the address book for a moment, she finally fixed her sight on a name: Yuzhan, the director of the Department of Gynecology of People's Hospital. Jiang Minjing left after she finished her discussion with Gu Changel. As if the nutrients injected to her by Jiang Minjing really took effect, Gu Changel felt much better. She was lying on the bed with her eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling. What Jiang Minjing told her tonight echoed in her head. The child couldn't live long in her belly. Soon the child would leave her body. This was her first child, but she couldn't let this child be born safe and sound. As soon as she thought of this, she felt resentful and unwilling. She was only one step away from success. As long as the child was born, Xiao Tianzi would not be able to withstand her begging and marry her. She was so close that she could become his justified wife like Guchanga. However, everything she had been expecting was going to break like a dream. Why did things develop to such a degree? She couldn't imagine her life after being completely abandoned by Xiao Tianzi. She curled up slightly in bed and hugged the quilt tightly. At more than 3 o'clock, she heard some voice of the maids from the downstairs. She wanted to make those noisy voices disappear. However, she opened her mouth but had no strength to blame the servants to shut up. She closed her mouth and stopped talking unwillingly. She was just lying on the bed until she heard that the bedroom door was gently opened. She wanted to look back, but in a flash, she realized that no one in this Xiao family except Xiao Tianzi would open her bedroom door at night. The person who came must be Xiao Tianzi. She was full of grievances and wanted to talk to him, but now knowing that he was back, she did not immediately rush into his arms and cry. However, she gently closed her eyes and breathed quietly, pretending she was asleep. Seeing Gu Changel lying on the bed with her back to him, Xiao Tianzi thought she was asleep. After approaching, he sat by the bed and murmured, "Changel." Gu Changel did not answer. He leaned slightly to see her face. Her eyes were closed, and her delicate and beautiful thin eyebrows slightly frowned. Even though she was asleep, there were still tears on her face that could not be wiped off. Xiao Tianzi gently reached out and wiped the tears off her cheeks for her. Gu Changel's fingers under the quilt clenched a bit. Seeing that she did not wake up, Xiao Tianzi asked, "Changel, you don't want to see me, do you?" Gu Changel didn't speak nor open her eyes. She didn't know if Xiao Tianzi knew she was pretending to be asleep. However, she didn't want to open her eyes to see him at present. She felt sad and suffocated as long as she thought of him leaving her for Song Yunjia. The man she had loved for so long shifted his love to Song Yunjia in a flash. She couldn't accept it. Xiao Tianzi saw that she would not open her eyes and said, "I know you don't want to see me, but the matter between Yunjia and me is just a misunderstanding. You don't need to target her." Gu Changel finally couldn't help but open her eyes. The grievances that had been relieved in her heart also became stronger. She moved a bit and turned to look at Xiao Tianzi. Her eyes were full of tears. "Betrayal is betrayal. You are explaining because you're afraid that I will hurt Song Yunjia, aren't you?" Seeing her open her eyes and looked at him, Xiao Tianzi pursed his lips. "Changel, we are friends. There is no reason for us to hurt each other." "Shut up." Gu Changel didn't want to listen to him at all. However, Xiao Tianzi refused to stop. He looked at her and said slowly, "The three of us are allies. No one can leave anyone." "Nonsense." She raised her hand and grabbed Xiao Tianzi's fingers. "The two of us are who have been tied together. You are my man and I am your woman. We are together, aren't we? Why is Song Yunjia our alliance suddenly? The two of us have already eliminated Guchanga together. Song Yunjia is of no value for us." Her voice became a little high, trying hard to persuade Xiao Tianzi to understand the status quo. However, Xiao Tianzi was indifferent to her efforts to explain. "Changel, we have killed people. You should know that Guchanga's death is different from that of an ordinary person. If the cause of her death is revealed, we won't have a good ending. However, everyone knowing the truth has been sealed by us. What are you afraid of? Xiao Tianzi removed her hand, which was grabbing him, hold it in his hand and reminded, Yunjia knows everything we did. If she betrays us, you're making excuses. She didn't let Xiao Tianzi finish his sentence. Gu Changel sneered and looked at him with cold eyes. Xiao Tianzi, everything you say is a pretext. You have a crush on Song Yunjia because she has slept with you one night. What's even more ridiculous is that you made up such a reason to lie to me. She pulled her hand out of Xiao Tianzi's hand. She looked at him with cold eyes. What do you want to do now? Do you want to keep her somewhere else? Do you want me to accept her and share you with her? Xiao Tianzi heard Gu Changel's sharp words. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. While looking at him, Gu Changel's excitement slowly calmed down. Tianzi, do you still remember Gu Chang'e? Xiao Tianzi's eyes changed slightly. Why do you hate Gu Chang'e? Her question made Xiao Tianzi silent. His thoughts drifted away. He hated Gu Chang'e and why? It was apparent, and he had already known the reason. Gu Chang'e was a strong woman, which had made him feel the pressure. She spent most of her time on her work. She rarely talked to him softly like Gu Changel. And at such time, Gu Changel was always able to replace Gu Chang'e to make up for his pity. Gu Changel was so gentle, sensitive and caring, and she wanted to be with him all the time. He knew clearly that Gu Changel loved him from her heart, and Gu Chang'e was his qualified wife. However, he couldn't feel her love for him. Gu Changel saw that Xiao Tianzi was in deep contemplation, and did not answer for a long time. She said, You know why you hate Gu Chang'e, but you won't say it. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you. She looked at Xiao Tianzi and said bluntly and clearly, Gu Chang'e didn't care about you. She didn't love you at all. You believe that she loves someone else. So you hate her all the time. No. Gu Chang'e didn't love him. However, he could be sure that Gu Chang'e hadn't liked other men. So what's the reason? Gu Changel asked him. That's because... Xiao Tianzi was provoked and his emotion suddenly became anxious. However, when he was about to roar out loudly, he closed his mouth again, holding back what he was about to say. Gu Changel had thought that she was going to know the reason why he hated Gu Chang'e. However, she didn't expect that he pressed his words back at the critical moment. She was annoyed. Xiao Tianzi stood up from the bed, frowning and looking at her. Don't talk about the past. You should get along well with Yunjia if you want to live a good life. Gu Changel frowned. Do you mean that I should accept Song Yunjia by saying that? You can think so. Gu Changel's eyes suddenly became vicious, staring at him violently. She shouted, Impossible. I will never accept Song Yunjia. Her voice was sharp and harsh. However, hearing her opposition, Xiao Tianzi just glanced at her indifferently and walked out of the bedroom. Xiao Tianzi's reaction made her despair. She had thought that Xiao Tianzi would definitely change his mind when he saw her fierce opposition. However, she was disappointed. Xiao Tianzi asked her to get along well with Song Yunjia. Moreover, Xiao Tianzi had made up his mind. No matter how she objected, he did not intend to change this decision. She was so angry that her heart was uncomfortable. She wanted to get out of bed to chase Xiao Tianzi and continue to express her objection violently. However, when she was about to get out of the bed, the phone on the bed rang. She hesitated for a moment before reaching for her phone. The caller ID showed that it was the landline phone in the Champs-Élysées. She was stunned for a while before she picked up the phone with anger. Before she could swear, she heard Song Yunjia's sneer coming from the microphone. How are you? I win today, right? It seemed that there were tens of thousands of needles in her words. They pricked Gu Changel with a snigger. Gu Changel couldn't help but clench her phone. I think you must be very angry now. You are angry that I took Tianzi away from you, right? Raising her lips, Song Yunjia asked Gu Changel in the Champs-Élysées. Gu Changel and Song Yunjia were just connected by the phone line. However, Gu Changel shivered in anger because of Song Yunjia's provocation. Gu Changel hated Song Yunjia very much. She couldn't wait to tear Song Yoonja at once. However, Song Yoonja did not appear in front of her. Gu Changel raised her hand to hang up. Song Yoonja seemed to know that Gu Changel was going to hang up the phone. She suddenly said, "Changel, you are not too angry to know what to do now, are you?" "Song Yoonja, what's your purpose for calling me now? Are you showing off your success to a loser?" Gu Changel asked Song Yoonja. Song Yoonja smiled with arched eyes. She said with a relaxed tone, "Yes. Why don't I show off to you since I'm the winner? How long do you think you can be arrogant?" Gu Changel narrowed her eyes with a cold voice. "You see, even if you had that night with Tianza, I have been in a relationship with Tianza for more than 10 years. How can you compare it with me?" These words touched Song Yoonja's sore spot. The smile in Song Yoonja's eyes immediately became cold. "You said that you have had a relationship with Tianza for more than 10 years. Isn't there any affection between us since I have also been with Tianza for so many years?" The two women contrasted sharply with each other. Song Yoonja persuaded Gu Changel with pride. "Since you feel that you have a deeper relationship with Tianza, why should you hate me? Anyway, I'm not as important as you in Tianza's heart. I'm not a threat to you. I never allow anyone to share Tianza's love with me." Gu Changel's words, which was bossy and jealous, made Song Yoonja couldn't help sneering. "Of course you don't. But now you can't change the fact that Tianza will fall in love with me. You." Gu Changel chuckled. Song Yoonja heard Gu Changel's emotional voice. She laughed. "Changel, don't be so excited. Although your sick heart has been replaced, the heart in your chest now may be the last heart that you can get." Song Yoonja said with irresistible viciousness. "If this heart is exploded with anger, no one will give you another one. What's more, I will not do the operation for you with Tianza. We will watch you die." "Bitch!" Gu Changel screamed and scolded Song Yoonja. "You bitch!" Song Yoonja heard Gu Changel scolding because of anger on the phone. She burst into laughter. The laughter sounded arrogant and satisfied, full of a mockery of Gu Changel. Gu Changel could hardly breathe anymore as she heard this laughter. Gu Changel hung up the phone in a hurry. Then she slammed the phone against the bed. Gu Changel went to the drawer of the cupboard by the window. She put a heart-protecting pill into the mouth. "It's an outrage. It's an outrage." Gu Changel murmured these words over and over again on the bed while covering her chest after taking pills. Outside her room, Xiao Shui slightly closed the door, which was opened a little just now. Xiao Shui turned back her gaze. After returning to her room, Xiao Shui was to call Song Yunxian and tell her about the current situation of the Xiao family. Song Yunxian didn't go back to the Song family. Instead, she went directly to Rose Garden. After Song Yunxian entered the villa, the servant in the house greeted her, smiling. "Miss Song, welcome you back." Song Yunxian nodded and asked her, "Did Yi and Miao Miao go to bed? It's so late. They both have fallen asleep." Reminded by the servant, Song Yunxian nodded afterward. "Yeah, I was so attracted to the show there." It was over 10 o'clock when Song Yunxian returned home. Mei Qi told her about the latest taxation and accounting issues in the Song enterprise. After hearing those, Song Yunxian asked Mei Qi to sort out the materials. She would check it out carefully the next day in the company. Song Yunxian knew that it was late at night now, so she told the servant, "You can go to sleep now. I will have a look at Miao Miao." "Oh well. Miss Song, you also rest early." The servant in the family was called Aunt Zhang. She was in her 40s and good at taking care of children. Song Yunxian hired Aunt Zhang in Rose Garden since she had heard that Aunt Zhang could take good care of children. After letting Aunt Zhang go to sleep, Song Yunxian went upstairs to Miao Miao's bedroom. As Aunt Zhang said, Miao Miao had already fallen asleep. In Miao Miao's arms was a Pooh Bear plush toy. Miao Miao was sleeping soundly. Song Yunxian raised her hand. She gently touched Miao Miao's forehead. Then she sat by the bed and looked at Miao Miao. Watching Miao Miao like this made Song Yunxian feel very satisfied and happy. Song Yunxian hadn't watched her children like a good mother before, nor had she coaxed them to fall asleep. She had hardly sung lullabies for them. She had time now. Song Yunxian wanted to make up for the debts that owed the two children. Thinking of this, Song Yunxian bent over to kiss Miao Miao's forehead. When Song Yunxuan's lips just fell on Miao Miao's forehead, the phone in Song Yunxuan's pocket rang. Song Yunxian was shocked by the sudden ring. She hurriedly hung up the phone in her pocket to end the ringing vibration. She looked back to confirm that Miao Miao didn't wake up. Then she left Miao Miao's bedroom with her phone. Song Yunxian picked up the phone and found that it was Chu Machen who called. Song Yunxian had been busy watching Gu Changel and Song Yunjia fighting with each other these days. She almost forgot Chu Machen. The person on the phone was obviously dissatisfied that Song Yunxian hadn't contacted him for so long. Song Yunxian dialed back the call. Chu Machen didn't pick up the phone until it rang several times. "Why did you hang up just now?" Song Yunxian heard deep displeasure in Chu Machen's tone. Song Yunxian said helplessly, "Miao Miao was sleeping. Your sudden calling almost woke her up." Hearing Song Yunxuan's answer, Chu Machen kept silent for a while. Then he said, "You are in Rose Garden?" "Yes." "You come to me? Or I come to you?" "It's already so late now. We'd better meet tomorrow if there is no urgent issue." Song Yunxian felt very happy after seeing the big show in the Champs-Élysées. Song Yunxian was also a little tired. She didn't want to see anyone at night. "I'll come to you." Chu Machen hung up the phone after saying that. As the phone was hung up too neatly, Song Yunxian just heard the busy signal from the phone before she could refuse Chu Machen. Song Yunxian was very helpless since she had no idea about what Chu Machu would tell her. However, Song Yunxian had to wait for Chu Machen as he had said he would come here. Song Yunxian went to Gu Yi's bedroom to see him after she saw Miao Miao. Song Yunxian pulled the quilt for Gu Yi before she went out of the bedroom. Chu Machen said that he would come, while Song Yunxian didn't prepare anything for him. Song Yunxian just felt tired, so she took a shower first. She thought of waiting for Chu Machen to have dinner with him. Before entering the bathroom, Song Yunxian told the two servants who hadn't gone to bed yet to let Chu Machen be seated for a while after Chu Machen arrived. Song Yunxian went to take a bath first. Song Yunxian had been standing outside the Champs-Élysées to watch the show for a long time. Although she had worn a lot, she felt a little cold. After the bath was filled with warm water, Song Yunxian poured in some essential oil to take a bath. With faint bubbles on the surface of the water, Song Yunxian was soaking in the bathtub. She was completely relaxed to recall the appearance of Song Yunjia being held by Xiao Tianzi. At that time she saw through the telescope that Song Yunjia had passed out. However, there hadn't been any expression on Xiao Tianzi's face. Thinking about it for a second, Song Yunxian knew that if Song Yunjia had been awake at this time, she would have been very happy and proud. Indeed, why wasn't she satisfied? Gu Changel had been waiting for Xiao Tianzi for more than 10 years. Gu Changge had died, and now Song Yunjia could easily get Xiao Tianzi's attention from Gu Changel. What a joyful thing this was. Song Yunxian thought in the bathtub, while her body slipped in it involuntarily. Just when Song Yunxian was to slide completely into the bathtub, even her head was to be in the water. Some footsteps suddenly came from the door of the bathroom. She stunned and immediately sat up from the bathtub. Then she reached out and pulled the curtain in front of the bathtub to cover the bathtub. "Haven't you done yet?" It was Chu Machen's voice. Song Yunxian frowned. "I'm taking a bath. Why are you here? Is there anything I can't see?" His words were somewhat abusive. Song Yunxian pursed her lips. She didn't answer his question. The tall man came over. He reached out his hand and pulled the curtain without hesitation, which she had just pulled on. Song Yunxian became ashamed and annoyed. "What are you doing? I'm watching you bathing." He squatted down and looked at her face with his eyes. Song Yunxian was no longer an innocent girl. She wouldn't feel blushed as Chu Machen watched her bathe. However, she felt a little unhappy under the current situation. "I don't like being watched when I'm bathing." "Then you can turn your back." Song Yunxian frowned. She sank into the bathtub again. Song Yunxian spread some essential oil in the bathtub. There was a light cover of foam on the water. Those bubbles were not enough to cover the whole bathtub, but they could block some sight. It couldn't be seen clearly. Song Yunxian reached out to take the bath towel down from the shelf by her side. Chu Machin stretched out his hand and grabbed her wrist. "That's it. Haven't you been satisfied?" she asked him back. "I'm indeed not satisfied." Chu Machin admitted it without embarrassment. He leaned forward gently. His lips were close to Song Yunxuan's ear. "Do you know what I want to do?" His breath sprayed on Song Yunxuan's earlobe. The burning breath made her slightly tremble. Song Yunxian tilted her head with vigilance. She looked at Chu Machin. "I'm pregnant now. I don't know what you want to do." "Since you know you are pregnant, why do you run around everywhere?" Song Yunxian knew that Chu Machin seemed to know her whereabouts throughout the day. "Do you send someone to follow me? You belong to me. Can't I send someone to follow you?" Chu Machin kissed Song Yunxian earlobe gently. Chu Machin reached out his hand to the bathtub. He gently pressed Song Yunxuan's belly. "Besides, my child is in your belly. I have no reason not to take care of you." His hand rested on Song Yunxuan's belly. It made Song Yunxuan's heart tremble instantly. The fake pregnancy couldn't be hidden for a long time, could it? Would Chu Machin allow Song Yunxian to do whatever she wanted once the cover was blown? She had no idea what Chu Machin would have reacted if he had known that she had been pretending to be pregnant. But she knew that she must never let Chu Machin know she was actually not pregnant. Even if her plot had been on the edge of being exposed, she would still have had to keep him in the dark. She plunged her hand into the water to reach for his hand on her belly. Then she raised her head and gazed at him. "He doesn't like being touched by you like this. He is my child." Chu Machin curled up his lips. Song Yunxian took his hand away from her belly. "I'll turn in after the bath and I'm exhausted. You'd better get out now." Even though he was being driven out like this, yet Chu Machin had no intention of leaving. Song Yunxian raised her hand and took his hand off. Chu Machin did not resist. Song Yunxian didn't get out of the bathtub instantly. When Chu Machin saw that she still remained in the bathtub and did nothing but gaze at him, he understood something. The thing he understood was that she wouldn't have got out of the bathtub if he hadn't left. He took the big towel from the shelf and turned his back to her. "Come out when you are done." Only after having taken a breath did Song Yunxian get up in the bathtub. Just as she got out of the bathtub, Chu Machin turned around and wrapped her in the big towel. "Didn't I tell you to get out? But you didn't drive me out when I'm still here." Chu Machin wrapped her in the big towel and held her in his arms with a little effort. Then he walked out of the bathroom with Song Yunxian in his arms. She was rarely carried by someone in the arms. While she was little, Gu Cheng always let her walk by herself, which was to make her tough. At best, he would hold her hands and help her walk forward. After having married to Xiao Tianzi had been so respectful to her, as he had always been showing his love in an implicit way. Maybe it was because her personality was too dominant, so she and Xiao Tianzi's life had always been lacking romance. But Chu Machin was nothing like Xiao Tianzi. The man would do anything that Xiao Tianzi didn't do for her. The man didn't care about her dominant personality, which was probably because he believed that he would always be able to control her at any time. She was ice-cool and level-headed. She would have never made a fuss unless she had considered it necessary for her to do so. Now being held by Chu Machin, she didn't overreact. It seemed that Chu Machin would like to spend a night here. After having put her on the bed, he went to take a shower in the bathroom. Song Yunxian was lying on the bed, quiet and calm. The sound of the water in the bathroom fell on her ears lightly. She raised her hands and touched her belly, feeling that her move was not very good this time. She suddenly began to worry whether Chu Machin would have been disappointed in her if he had known that she had been pretending to be pregnant. She even began to worry about her gains and losses from the bottom of her heart. She had never been like this before. It was clear that everything went as planned, but why was she having the feeling of worrying about gains and losses now? She slipped into the quilt and listened to the sound of the water coming from the bathroom. Gradually, she almost drifted into sleep. However, after having been in the half-sleep for a while, she was woken up at last. When she opened her eyes, she found that Chu Machin had already taken a bath and was lying on the bed, wearing a white bathrobe. She was turned over by him, and then he held her in his arms. Song Yunxian wanted to remind him, I know you're pregnant and sex is out of the question now. It's just that I haven't held you for a long time, and I miss you a little. Chu Machen's voice was light and mild. Hearing his voice for the first time, she didn't guess what he meant. Do you want to ask me something? Not really. You want to sleep like this? Is it not okay with you? Chu Machen's question really befuddled her. I thought you had something important to ask me hastily when you dropped by tonight. She buried her face in his arms and didn't feel like saying anything else as she was exhausted. Chu Machen's fingers patted her back lightly. I've got no questions to ask you. Have a good sleep. Only after having heard his words did Song Yunxian close her eyes. She didn't fall asleep at once. Instead, she was wondering subconsciously in her mind why Chu Machen didn't have anything to ask her. Chu Machen had always been concerned about what she was up to. He even suspected that she would kill Gu Yi and Miao Miao when she went to Italy to look for them. Yet he didn't ask her any questions, though he knew that Gu Yi and Miao Miao were now being taken care of by her. She felt a bit confused. However, she felt quite tired at the end of the day, so she didn't continue pondering. Chu Machen was still holding her and watching her fall asleep in his arms. With his eyes half closed, he took a close look at Song Yunxuan's facial features by the dim lamplight in his bedroom. For more than one time, he doubted the identity of the young girl in front of him. He felt that she was so much like Gu Chang'e. However, they only have similarities in character. From the aspect of facial features, she and Gu Chang'e were two different styles of beauties. Gu Chang'e had such manly beauty, and it was soft like spring breeze when she smiled. But when she was serious or angry, her beauty would make people feel there was great pressure approaching out of nowhere. Yet Song Yunxian was different, who was born gentle and graceful. She was the kind of girl that men wanted to protect and love the moment they saw her. However, she was just an empty suit. Though she had such lovable appearance, yet it did not make people feel from the bottom of their hearts that she was soft or gentle. Like Gu Chang'e, she also knew that she should make clear current situations and never show mercy when she needed to take action. All these together made her so distinctive and let her get along quite well in the Song family, like a duck to water. She blazed her way forward through all the difficulties, through which she beat 2 elder sisters and elder brothers. Then she successfully got the real power of the Song family. And with the help of the springboard of the real power of the Song family, she began to develop and strengthen the Song family in an invisible way. The strength of the Song family was growing bit by bit. But clearly, it was still a long way from competing against the Chu family. But if he had wanted to keep the woman close to him, he would have had to take action to curb her development. He clutched her in his arms and rested his lips close to her ears, whispering to her gently, "What should I do with you?" He wondered whether he should continue helping her or curb her development from now on. After all, she would leave him when she became strong enough. Song Yunxuan's characters were just like Gu Chang'e's. And just like her, Song Yunxian would never be willing to yield to others. He held her in his arms and sighed softly, having no idea what to do with her. Yet Song Yunxian, who was sleeping in his arms, had no idea about what was going on in his mind. Song Yunxian had a sound sleep, but she heard her cell phone ringing busily in the middle of the night. She thought for a moment, and then she recalled that she had told Xiao Shui she must be informed of any changes in the Xiao family in time. At this time, only the Xiao family could be restless. The call was probably from Xiao Shui. She opened her eyes and looked for her cell phone. However, when she turned her head, she saw that Chu Machen, who was holding her in his arms, had her cell phone in his hand. On the screen of the cell phone was Xiao Shui's name. "The call is for me. Give me my phone." She reached for it, but Chu Machen raised the cell phone a bit higher. Song Yunxian pressed her lips and looked at him seriously. "Stop it. I have something important to deal with." Chu Machen raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing that her words had registered in his brain, Song Yunxian reached out and grabbed the cell phone from his hand. As soon as she had snatched the phone, Song Yunxian heard Xiao Shui's voice came through the phone. Gu Chang'e was very disappointed with Xiao Tianze and had a quarrel with him. What's worse, Song Yoonja called to sting her. What did Jiang Minjing say to her? I don't know yet. Song Yunxian glanced slightly at Chu Machin, who was listening to her call beside her. Well, I've already known what you told me. Meet me sometime tomorrow and tell me the details. Sleep early. You too. Good night. After a brief chat with Xiao Shui, Song Yunxian ended the call. When she hung up the phone, she turned to look at Chu Machin. Go to sleep. With this, she lay down on the bed. Chu Machin reached out to turn off the light. The bedroom was plunged into darkness. Song Yunxian thought that Chu Machin would soon ask her about what she talked about on the phone. However, after she had lain on the bed for such a long time, Chu Machin still did not ask her what the call was about. She felt a bit strange. She leaned slightly to one side to see Chu Machin's countenance. Song Yunxian wanted to see whether he had fallen asleep or not. However, she had only moved a bit and felt that Chu Machin put his big hand around her waist. Aren't you going to sleep? His voice was with rare tenderness. Song Yunxian went blank and then she nodded. Yep. Then go to sleep now and lie still. Being urged to sleep in his arms, Song Yunxian didn't say anything else. Chu Machin didn't seem to be himself today. He was quite different from the Chu Machin she saw every day before. If it had been in the past and she had answered a phone call in front of Chu Machin, then Chu Machin would have probably asked her what she was plotting on the phone. However, Chu Machin didn't ask her even one word about the call this time. She felt a bit confused. Did Chu Machin's behavior show that he acquiesced in her wild ambition and let it grow? She clutched on the quilt with her fingers, feeling somewhat complicated. Yet at this time in the Champelacia came a piece of good news which made Song Yoonja quite delighted. A family servant opened the door and told her softly, Mr. Xiao is back again. He's back. Song Yoonja felt somewhat surprised. Right before this, Xiao Tianzi returned to Xiao family to see Gu Chang'e despite that it was late at night. So why did he return at this time? Just by thinking about Gu Chang'e's reaction when she called her just now, she came to understand why Xiao Tianzi turned back. It was probably because Gu Chang'e lost her princess's temper and quarreled with Xiao Tianzi. Gu Chang'e was really stupid. She actually dared to quarrel with Xiao Tianzi under such circumstances. Did she assume that she was still the apple of Xiao Tianzi's eye? How hilarious! She was no longer Xiao Tianzi's one and only, but she still refused to see the light or think about how to retain Xiao Tianzi's love for her. She got up from the bed, put on her silk pajamas and walked to the door. Where is Tianzi? He's in the living room, Miss Song. After the servant had finished her words, Song Yoonja wore a charming smile. Then she smoothed her long hair and walked out of the door to get into the living room downstairs. Since Gu Chang'e had pushed Xiao Tianzi away, Song Yoonja's chance arrived. Song Yoonja would take this chance to let Xiao Tianzi see clearly how much better she was than Gu Chang'e. Most men did not like unreasonable and naive women. Because of Song Yoonja and Xiao Tianzi's relationship, Gu Chang'e must not only make trouble out of nothing, but also do something that made Xiao Tianzi feel more annoyed and disgusted. But this was better. The more Gu Chang'e disgusted Xiao Tianzi, the farther she would push him away from her. And the farther Gu Chang'e pushed Xiao Tianzi away, the more easily Song Yoonja would turn into Xiao Tianzi's legal wife. Song Yoonja came down from the second floor. Xiao Tianzi was sitting on the leather sofa in the living room on the first floor. When he heard someone coming downstairs, he turned his eyes to the stairs. As expected, it was Song Yoonja who was coming downstairs. He had a servant to pour him a cup of coffee. Seeing him drinking coffee, the expression in Song Yoonja's eyes changed slightly. She walked gently to the wine cabinet and extracted a bottle of Lafite made in 1982. If you are upset, then liquor serves better than coffee. Let me accompany you. She brought over 2 goblets. Then she opened the wine and poured it into the goblet in front of Xiao Tianzi. Then she poured some wine into the goblet in front of her as well. Seeing her gentle motion of pouring wine, Xiao Tianzi felt that he paid so little attention to her, that he even ignored her beautiful posture while pouring wine. Why don't you sleep this late at night? I was going to sleep after you had left. But a servant told me that you are back, so I couldn't fall asleep. She picked up her goblet and proposed a toast to him. Cheers! I'll empty my glass first. Xiao Tianze picked up his goblet and clinked hers. Song Yunjia drank all the wine in her goblet at one draught. Song Yunjia could hold her alcohol. When she first worked as a doctor, everything went so smoothly. However, every time she performed an operation, she still felt squeamish on seeing blood, flesh, and internal organs. She felt terrified. In order to overcome it, she began to drink alcohol. Later, when she got used to performing operations, she rid herself of boosting her courage by drinking alcohol. But she could still hold her alcohol. After having finished the wine in her goblet, she intended to continue pouring wine into her goblet. This time, as soon as she reached for the goblet, she touched something. It turned out that she touched Xiao Tianze's fingers holding the goblet. She was slightly taken aback and withdrew her fingers in hindsight. A flicker of panic appeared in her eyes while joy and happiness stayed at the bottom of her eyes. Everyone knew the old saying love develops with time. But during these many years with Xiao Tianze, Song Yunjia had always been claiming to be Xiao Tianze's friend without crossing the line. But now, after the night, she had such a relationship with him. It was actually like breaking a paper window which brought them closer at once. She felt a little happy, watching Xiao Tianze pour the wine into her goblet. However, she wore an indifferent face without showing happiness in her heart. After having finished 2 goblets of wine in succession, she slowly began to talk. She asked Xiao Tianze, "Did Chang'e make trouble with you? You know her temper and personality. How could she not make a fuss when something like this happened?" Xiao Tianze was somewhat vexed. He liked Gu Chang'e and was willing to connive at anything she did. But on the matter of her hurting Song Yunjia, he could not pamper her, no matter what. He had explained to her, but she wouldn't listen. He had no other way but to leave her by herself for now. Perhaps she would have understood how important Song Yunjia had been to them after some time. He drank 1 glass of wine after another. Seeing that he had drunk too much, Song Yunjia couldn't help grabbing his arm and advised him, "Even though you are in a bad mood, you shouldn't drink like this. It's not good for your health." "It doesn't matter, I don't drink often," he said, removing her hand which was grabbing his arm. Then he picked up the bottle and poured some wine into her goblet. "Didn't you say that you wanted to drink with me? Can you drink more?" "Yes," said Song Yunjia, reaching for the goblet in his hand. Then she said, "I will drink with you as long as you want to drink." Hearing Song Yunjia's words, he curled his lips, and the appreciation in his eyes grew much stronger than it was just now. He drank the goblet of wine and began to murmur, "You should know that Chang'e can't drink any alcohol because of her physical condition, so I don't drink at home. Chang'e often reminds me to drink less in social intercourses and I always listen to her. But why didn't she listen to me when I offered her advice for the first time?" Xiao Tianze must have been drunk as he talked so much at one time. Seeing that he was drunk, Song Yunjia reached for the goblet in his hand. "You've been with Chang'e for so many years and during which you've always been spoiling her. Now the reason that she is so self-willed is probably that you have been too nice to her." Now that he was drunk, then when would have been the best time to dramatize Gu Chang'e's behavior if not now? Sure enough, after having recalled his attitude towards Gu Chang'e all these years, Xiao Tianze laughed at himself. "Yunjia, you are right. I've been pampering her all these years and conniving at whatever she did. I've spoiled her." Seeing that he rested the empty goblet on the table, Song Yunjia picked up the bottle and poured him another goblet of wine. "You can totally say that again. So tell me, how should I deal with her?" Xiao Tianze's question amused Song Yunjia at once. "How to deal with Chang'e is your own business. I've got no good answer to the question. Don't you have any suggestions?" Xiao Tianze gazed at her. His eyes, which had once been soft, now appeared quite tipsy. Song Yunjia felt that there was no need for her to continue urging him to drink. So she took over the goblet held in his hand and advised, "You've drunk enough and you can't drink anymore. Let me help you upstairs to have a rest." She rested the goblet on the table and was going to help him up. However, just at the time she was going to help him up, he did something that surprised her. With a thrust of his hand, he pulled her back onto the sofa. Then he turned over slightly and sat on top of her, taking a dominating position. His eyes, which were full of intoxication, were fixed on her. You haven't told me how to deal with Changle yet. Being pinned by him on the sofa, Song Yunja felt her heartbeats quickened when seeing his face. How should you deal with Changle? She asked in reply. Yep. He nodded. Song Yunja remained silent, and she slightly lowered her eyelashes. Xiao Tianzi kept gazing at her like this without even blinking once, looking really serious and charming. Song Yunja curled up her lips and looked him in the eye. You've always been pampering her, so she is self-willed. If you stop pampering her, she'll probably not be self-willed anymore. Not pampering her? Yeah, that's right. Song Yunja nodded and felt quite satisfied with her answer. It seemed that Xiao Tianzi couldn't immediately understand how to do it. Song Yunja swept her eyes over all kinds of empty bottles on the table. Then she turned her gaze back, looked at Xiao Tianzi on top of her and asked him, You want to ask me how to stop pampering her, do you? Xiao Tianzi nodded. Like this. She put her hands around his neck and then pressed her lips on Xiao Tianzi's lips. The feeling of kissing stimulated Xiao Tianzi's body numbed by alcohol, and then a certain kind of desire burst from inside of his body. It burned almost instantly. Xiao Tianzi kissed her back with great passion. And because of the stimulation of alcohol, he became more addicted to the feeling of intoxication. Song Yunja allowed him to kiss her at his will. Her expression showed that she was indulging in it. Yeah, that was how it worked. She liked being kissed by him. After having waited for so many years, she had finally been successful in her attempt to own the man. What about Gu Changle? Just let her go to hell. The champ Celestia was full of love, while on the other side of the picture, there was pitiful gloom and loneliness in the villa of the Xiao family. Gu Changle was sitting on the bed, and her fingers moved back and forth on her belly. Her eyes looked a bit glassy. Jiang Minjing had already told her everything about her child, and instructed her on what was the best way to deal with it. Gu Changle knew what to do. She was just reluctant to lose the baby, and she felt that she didn't have the heart to do it. At this stage, she shouldn't have always quarreled with Xiao Tianzi. She should go and get Xiao Tianzi's heart back right away. And she could never let Song Yunja take possession of Xiao Tianzi's heart again. She needed to get on well with Xiao Tianzi, and she should never quarrel with him. Never. She told herself repeatedly. And after having gradually suppressed her anger, she walked out of the bedroom in slippers. She walked to the door of Xiao Tianzi's study, raised her hand and tapped on the door. Tianzi. There was no response from the study, but she knew that if Xiao Tianzi hadn't had sex with her because of having a problem with her and hadn't coaxed her after a long time, it would have highly been possible that he had hidden in the study. She used to be sulking in her bedroom and waiting for Xiao Tianzi to come and apologize to her. But now, because Song Yunja had come between them, she had to succumb to Xiao Tianzi and take the initiative to admit her mistake and beg Xiao Tianzi's forgiveness. The fight between her and Song Yunja was totally because of Xiao Tianzi. As long as Xiao Tianzi had always been on her side, Song Yunja's days would have been numbered. When she found that no one opened the door from the inside, Gu Changle raised her hand and tapped on the door again, calling him. Tianzi, it was my fault to quarrel with you just now. Please open the door and allow me to apologize. She was not reconciled to her apology. However, she had to do it under such circumstances. After having apologized, she felt that Xiao Tianzi would have almost had come to open the door if he had heard her apology. However, after having waited for such a while, she still didn't hear anyone was coming to open the door. She frowned and knocked on the door of the study again. She put her ear to the door of the study and listened to what was going on inside. There was no sound in it at all. Suddenly she turned hostile. Then she turned the handle and opened the door of the study. As she expected, there was no one inside. Inside the study it was dark. She looked at the empty room in front of her and frowned instantly. Her countenance became a little ferocious, and then she said furiously, Shuang! The servant who was called came at once. Seeing Gu Changle standing at the door of the study, Shuang understood why Gu Changle was furious. What's the matter, Miss Gu? Hearing Shuang asked her worriedly, Gu Changel turned to her. Gu Changel turned her head to her, staring at her and questioning. Where is Xiao Tianzi? Hearing Gu Changel's words, Shuang realized that Gu Changel was furious this time. She used to call him Tianzi. However, she called him Xiao Tianzi this time. It indicated that she was furious. Shuang was somewhat afraid and couldn't help lowering her voice. Mr. Xiao, shouldn't he be in the study? Gu Changel asked her in a loud voice without letting her finish her words. Why isn't he in the study? Where did he go? Being asked like this, Shuang became a little nervous. Tell me. Now. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Gu Changel's attitude became even worse. Being questioned in such an angry voice, Shuang couldn't help muttering. Mr. Xiao went out. When did he go out? Mr. Xiao left right after having quarreled with you. Where did he go? Did he tell you his whereabouts? Gu Changel's pair of eyes became terrifying. Shuang was a little afraid of Gu Changel's reaction, so she stuttered. I heard that he went. Went to? Where did he go? He went to Champs-Élysées. As soon as she spilled out the address, Gu Changel's countenance became horrible. Gu Changel's look became stormy. Shuang felt very uneasy in front of Gu Changel. After a while, Gu Changel suddenly opened her mouth and sneered. He has gone to find that bitch again. Shuang dared not to reply. Gu Changel began to shuffle out of the study, feeling down and lost. And Shuang was just in front of her. Get out of my way, she growled. Being growled at, Shuang immediately moved out of her way in fear. As she was walking back, she murmured to herself, it seems that if I don't accept her, I'll be driven out of the Xiao family. I've never expected that I should wind up like this. She sneered at herself sarcastically and felt as if a huge hole had been poked in her heart, which hurt her badly. She didn't want to cry. But thinking of the man who she had loved for so many years finally chose to be with Song Yunjia, she felt it was quite ridiculous. She thought that Xiao Tianzi would live together with her till old and gray, but it turned out to be like this. Thinking of this, she felt that her fate was not so different from Gu Chang's. Gu Chang'e was killed off guard, and she helplessly watched another woman tread her underfoot, step by step. She trailed back into her room crying and laughing. The servants beside her felt that she went crazy, but none of them dared to approach to talk to her. This night was especially long for the Xiao family and the Song family. Gu Changel stayed alone in the room, and the feeling of being betrayed consumed her. Yet Song Yunjia felt the night made her full of hope as if she had been reborn. It could be said that the first night with Xiao Tianzi was just a drunken mistake. But what about the second night? After Xiao Tianzi had woken up on the bed, he held his forehead. Seeing him holding his forehead, Song Yunjia sat up worriedly while wrapping herself up with the quilt. She reached out to rub his temples for him. You had a hangover last night, so now your head hurts, right? Being touched by her fingers, Xiao Tianzi didn't say anything for a while. He didn't know how to face Song Yunjia now. This was now the second time he had sex with her. Could he still not be responsible for her? He was vexed and then removed her fingers on his temples and then got out of bed. Seeing him go towards the bathroom, Song Yunjia didn't press him. Instead, she smiled on seeing him enter the bathroom. How long could Xiao Tianzi keep resisting? She could do whatever Gu Changel couldn't do. Gu Changel couldn't have babies, so she could never give him an heir of the Xiao family. But Song Yunjia could have babies. She could give him healthy babies. What else in the Xiao family was worth for him to yearn for? She put her hand on the quilt, looked at her right ring finger and gently stroked it. She felt that something would happen very fast. She felt that Xiao Tianzi would soon put a diamond ring on her right ring finger. She slowly lay back onto the bed and imagined her future life while bathing in sunlight. Just when thinking of the Song family, she suddenly recalled that there was another very important thing she hadn't told Xiao Tianzi yet. She got up from the bed, tugged her silk pajamas casually and walked to the bathroom. She was barefoot, not even wearing her slippers. When she opened the glass door of the bathroom, Xiao Tianzi was washing under the showerhead. Song Yunjia came in without knocking or greeting. and she saw his back at a glance. She couldn't help letting out a little cry and her face flushed. Xiao Tianzi turned to look at her, narrowed his eyes slightly and felt a bit unpleasant. Why did you come in? He didn't make her leave. She pressed her lips, wearing a worried look. I suddenly thought of something very important. What is it? Song Yunjia wanted to approach him and tell him about it. But as soon as she moved forward, she felt that Xiao Tianzi's naked body embarrassed her. She was in a dilemma over whether to step forward or not. Seeing her embarrassment, Xiao Tianzi reached for a bathrobe on the shelf next to him. Then he wrapped it around himself and approached her. Just tell me what troubles you. It's about Miao Miao and Gu Yi. As soon as she spilled out the two names, Xiao Tianzi's face clouded. Miao Miao and Gu Yi? He felt both excited and scared. He didn't know whether the news Song Yunjia was about to give him was good or bad. You found them. Xiao Tianzi raised his hand and put it on her shoulder. Because he was too excited, the pressure he applied was a bit too much. Song Yunjia nodded, frowning. My news should be accurate. Where are they? Did they get killed by anyone? Are they safe now? Song Yunjia didn't expect that Xiao Tianzi cared about the two kids this much. It was probably because the two kids were related to him that he was quite concerned about them. They are still alive. Only by one sentence, Song Yunjia stupefied Xiao Tianzi. Still alive. Some inexplicable feelings rose from his heart. He actually felt a bit happy. These two kids were born by Gu Chang'e. So tell me, are you going to save them? Of course, he replied with curt finality, without any hesitation. Gu Yi and Miao Miao are my own children. But they are also related to Gu Chang'e. If the two kids grow up and know the truth, then... She felt that the two children were potential dangers. But she couldn't directly say that she must get rid of these two kids, so she could only imply to him in this way. However, Xiao Tianzi had no intention of caring about her implying at all. There were tension and light in his eyes that could not be ignored. Where are the two of them now? I've heard that they are now in. She paused a little to see Xiao Tianzi's reaction. Now she had to know how Xiao Tianzi would react. Because even if Gu Chang'e had been got rid of and she had successfully become Xiao Tianzi's wife, there would still have been the two kids left by Gu Chang'e. She couldn't stand that there was a Gu Chang'e. And of course she had no room in her heart for the two kids either. She would have made Xiao Tianzi like her baby as soon as possible, and made her baby inherit everything of the Xiao family if she had been married to Xiao Tianzi. She must get rid of Gu Chang'e's children. So now she must know how Xiao Tianzi would react. Because only if she had done this, she would have been able to be sure about what the best time to get rid of the two children would be. Xiao Tianzi gazed at her. Where exactly? His anxiousness showed that he couldn't wait to know the answer. Song Yunjia let out a sigh and then spilled out the two kids' address. They are in Rose Garden. As for Xiao Tianzi, Rose Garden was deep in his memory. It seemed that he recalled some deep memory the moment Song Yunjia told him this place, which made him clutch Song Yunjia's shoulder even harder. Ouch! Song Yunjia cried out softly. Only by then did Xiao Tianzi realize that he was hurting Song Yunjia. He hastily released Song Yunjia's shoulder and apologized. Sorry, I've hurt you. It doesn't matter. Tianzi, are you thinking of anything? Song Yunjia carefully read his facial expressions, hoping to see what he was thinking through his face. Yet Xiao Tianzi suddenly let out of her shoulder, turned around and walked outside. I'll go to find them. His sudden move made Song Yunjia slightly stupefied. Then Song Yunjia followed him to the bedroom and offered, Let me go with you. Early in the morning. In Rose Garden, Song Yunxian raised her hand to stroke her forehead gently. Next to her was Chu Machen, who had already woken up. Seeing that she raised her hand to stroke her forehead, Chu Machen also reached out to stroke her forehead. What's wrong? Do you have a fever? No, she gave him a smile. Then she turned over and murmured, I had a dream last night. What dream? Who did you dream of? Chu Machen asked her gently. His attitude towards her showed that he had become more and more considerate to her. His change made Song Yunxian feel a little strange. However, she felt that now he was better than before when he treated her coldly. She sat up from the bed. I dreamed that. She deliberately kept him guessing. As expected, she saw that Chumachin was listening carefully to her saying who was in her dream. Chumachin seemed to expect that he was the one in her dream. But Song Yunxian just threw back the quilt and got out of bed, which broke his expectation. I dreamt about Meow Meow and E. She walked out in her slippers. She was going to see Gu E and Meow Meow without even changing her pajamas. Seeing her walk out of the bedroom, Chumachin shook his head smilingly. It was hard for him to understand why Song Yunxian liked Gu E and Meow Meow this much. The two kids were not related to her at all, but she was so nice to them. As if the two children had been related to her. He got up and got washed. Then he got dressed and prepared to have breakfast. A top manager of the Chews called him to remind him of a morning meeting this morning. He glanced at the clock and found that it was too late to have breakfast. He planned to tell Song Yunxian about it and left. But when he walked out of the bedroom, he didn't see her. Seeing him looking around, a family servant kindly reminded him, Mr. Chu, Miss Song is in Miss Meow Meow's room. Where is the kids' room? Hearing his question, the servant hastily led him to Meow Meow's room. Only when arriving at the door of Meow Meow's room, did the servant take the initiative to leave and reminded him that breakfast was almost ready.
Chu Mo Chen not dead?
Then he raised his hand to open the door of the child's room. No sooner had he pushed the door open than he saw Meow Meow sitting on the bed. Song Yunxian was combing her long hair with an ivory comb, which was like an elder sister taking care of her younger sister. Yet Meow Meow still yawned while being taken care of. Did Meow Meow still feel sleepy?
No.
If you still feel sleepy, then sleep for more time. After having smoothed her long smooth hair, Song Yunxian then gently rested her hand on Meow Meow's shoulder and asked Meow Meow to turn to look at her. Okay, I've finished combing Princess Meow Meow's hair. Meow Meow turned around looking at Song Yunxian expectantly. So when are we going swimming? After the breakfast. Actually, speaking of which, Meow Meow should study now, right? But Sister Yunxian has already promised me to take me to swim. How can you eat your words? Meow Meow blamed her, frowning. Seeing that the kid was blaming her, Song Yunxian let out a sigh and stroked her hair. Okay, I'll take you to swim after breakfast. Come on, let's have breakfast first. She took Meow Meow's little hand. Meow Meow jumped down from the bed. The two were going to walk out of the bedroom, but when the two of them turned around, they saw that Chumachin was standing at the door at the same time. Sister, you've got a visitor. Looking at Chumachin, Meow Meow raised her head to talk to Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian smiled, crouched down and said to her, Honey, please go downstairs and wait. I'll have a word with this uncle, and then I'll join the breakfast with you. Yeah, okay. Meow Meow was a good girl. Song Yunxian coaxed her away first. Then she stood up and looked at Chumachin. You have been here for long? Not really. How long is that? She walked towards him. Since you combed her hair. Song Yunxian didn't mind him peeking at them over there. She came to him and invited him. Go to breakfast with me. It should be ready. Chumachin watched her going out of the door and turned to her. I can't have breakfast here today. What's wrong? I need to attend a meeting. Song Yunxian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this answer. Then next time? Go ahead and be careful on the way. She didn't keep him for breakfast. She had always attached great importance to the company's affairs. If it had been a meeting, there would have been no need to delay being lovey-dovey. It would have been bad if he had been late. Chumachin nodded and walked towards outside. Song Yunxian walked beside him and accompanied him out. I will walk you out. She rarely had been like this, so when Chumachin heard her this, he looked at her with a slight suspicion. Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing when she noticed the doubt in his eyes. What's wrong? Is it weird? Yes, very weird. They went outside shoulder by shoulder. When they walked by the living room, they saw Gui was going to the restaurant. Gui just glanced at Song Yunxian lightly and did not say hello like always. Song Yunxian got used to it and just let that slide. Instead, after seeing this, Chumachin asked her, Why this child doesn't seem to like you? He has always been like this. Don't worry about it. Do you like him to act in this way? Children of his type don't need the protection of others, and have the ability to protect themselves when they grow up. He will be a promising man, don't you think? She asked Chumachan instead. Chumachan didn't deny her statement but spoke with a little pity. It's a pity that he's from the Xiao family. It's not pity. He is also a child of Guchanga, and he will inherit that huge business in the future. The characteristics he owned cannot be more suitable. On hearing of this, Chumachan smiled gently. They walked outside the door while talking. The car that sent Chumachan over here last night had been waiting outside the villa. Now that the driver saw him coming out of the house, he immediately got out of the car and opened the door for him. Chumachan knew the driver was bowing to keep the door open for him. But he did not get on the car immediately. He stopped in front of Song Yunxian and asked her a question. How long will you keep these two children in Rose Garden? Song Yunxian knew Chumachan was still worried about these two children. Stay as long as they can. She smiled and looked at him. Anyway, according to the current situation of the Xiao family, these children can only be sent back as bargaining chips for those two women. Even if you keep them around, you can't change the fact that they are already bargaining chips. No matter what, they stay with me is always better than staying with Song Yunjia and Gu Chengel. Chumachan couldn't argue with that. At last he asked her, Haven't you thought about sending them back? No, she responded decisively without thinking. The certainty in her tone seemed that no one could shake her. Chumachan nodded. If there is anything, call me. I will. Chumachan got in the car. Song Yunxian watched the car driving out of Rose Garden. Then she realized that she was still in pajamas. She felt cold and returned to the villa. Chumachan watched her figure in the rearview mirror shrinking bit by bit. Then he saw she shrunk her shoulders in fear of coldness and turned back to the villa. He sighed gently. He witnessed her life with these two children in Rose Garden these days, and he was suddenly hit by it. Now that she had a goal, she must have something that she had to do. Why should he try to stop her? The words of Mr. Mogu from Thailand had always been echoed in his mind. He thought of what Mr. Mogu said, and he could still feel that fear. And what Song Yunxian was doing now, just as Mr. Mogu said, was step-by-step revenge. But after she finished her revenge, would she die silently as Mr. Mogu said? Chumachan's eyes looked out of the window. His face darkened. At this moment, a familiar Rolls-Royce car raced by his window at a great speed. Chumachan frowned slightly and turned around to look at the car. He wanted to know whose car was that. However, when he turned around, he found that car had turned away. He frowned and asked the driver in front, Have you seen the license plate number of the car that just passed by? I'm sorry, Child Chu, I can't remember. The driver answered. But then he added, But that car does not belong to anyone we know. The driver knew the license plates of several prestigious business families in Yunqing. Since the driver didn't know it, there was nothing to worry about. He no longer thought of the car. He looked at his watch and urged the driver in front. Faster. I'm going to be late. The driver nodded and speeded up. It was Xiao Tianzi who sat in the Rolls-Royce car that passed by Chumachan. Xiao Tianzi also urged the driver in front, Go faster. The driver had a little cold sweat on his forehead because of the excessive speed. He explained to Xiao Tianzi, Mr. Xiao, this is already the fastest it can go. Song Yunjia patted Xiao Tianzi's hand gently, comforting him. Don't worry too much. If we get the right news, those children will stay in Rose Garden for now. She said so. However, Xiao Tianzi did not feel relieved because of it. On the contrary, he clenched his fingers of both hands and frowned slightly. Where did you get the news? Xiao Tianzi asked her. Song Yunjia didn't mean to hide. She directly revealed it. Zhao Yang has been secretly helping me all the time, hoping that I can take back control of the Song's enterprise, so he has been closely spying on Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian has no reason to kidnap the two children. He believed what Song Yunjia said. Also, he hoped the news that Song Yunjia brought was true. But he couldn't understand why Song Yunxian would take away his children who had nothing to do with her. Tianzi Yunxian is my sister. Although I haven't been around with her as long as with Yuning, I know her vicious thoughts. Song Yunjia didn't hide her detestation when speaking of Song Yunxian. Yunxian is ruthless and calculating. Although I don't know why she took Miao Miao and Yi away, there must be something in it for her. Xiao Tianzi did not say anything. Song Yunjia said again, Song Yunxian will never do things for no good. I need to remind you again. You must watch out for her. The car had been driving forward. The sun rose slowly. More and more sunlight was shining on the ground. In Rose Garden, Song Yunxian did not know that Xiao Tianzi and Song Yunjia were coming. But when she was having breakfast, she was already preparing the arrival of them. Her eldest sister Song Yunjia had never missed any chance to make her collapse. Now that Song Yunjia knew Miao Miao and Yi were with Song Yunxian, she would definitely take this opportunity to impress Xiao Tianzi. Miao Miao found Song Yunxian got nervous while having breakfast. She gently raised her hand and pulled Song Yunxuan's clothes, asking, Sister, why haven't you changed your pajamas during breakfast? Song Yunxian scooped some steamed egg that was fresh in the morning and handed it to Miao Miao's mouth. Because it is very warm in the house. I don't feel cold in pajamas. Miao Miao felt that Song Yunxian made sense and had a bite of the steamed egg. Finishing one bite, she couldn't help but ask, Then Sister Yunxian, do you still go to work today? I thought we are gonna take you to swim. So I won't go to work today. Miao Miao liked talking while eating. She coped with Miao Miao patiently, coaxing her to eat. Unlike Miao Miao, Gui was having the same breakfast as Miao Miao. Since the maid served breakfast on the table, he had been having it without a word. He was a miser with words. He would only talk when necessary. Listening to the conversation between his sister and Song Yunxian, he did not mean to interject. Miao Miao had less than half a bowl of the steamed egg and couldn't eat more of it. Song Yunxian guessed Miao Miao might be full, so she gently wiped her mouth with a tissue. At this moment, the housekeeper hurried over. She bowed to Song Yunxuan's ear and whispered, They will be here in 3 minutes. Song Yunxian nodded. The housekeeper asked her, Miss Song, what should we do? Song Yunxian was wiping Miao Miao's mouth. After the housekeeper asking, she placed the tissue on the table. Then she took Miao Miao's little hand and looked at her with a smile. Miao Miao, let's play hide and seek. What do you say? Miao Miao's big eyes winked and nodded. Okay, where should I hide? Let the housekeeper take you to hide. If I don't come to you, you will not be allowed out. Is that okay? Miao Miao nodded. Okay. Then Song Yunxian turned to the housekeeper and nodded to her, giving her a sign to take Miao Miao away first. Gui was not stupid. He knew that something was going to happen. He looked at Miao Miao being taken away by the housekeeper from the restaurant. So he also got off the chair and announced coldly, I'm full. I'll go back to my room. Seeing him leaving, Song Yunxian suddenly wanted to tease him, so she stopped him. Are you not curious about why I diverted you away? Oui. Gui asked thoughtfully and went on to the second floor. It must be my father's coming. Song Yunxian heard his answer and couldn't help giving this child a glance of praise. This kid was smarter and sharper than she thought. He was 1 in a million. Gui knew that she had deliberately sent Miao Miao away with an excuse. He was also judicious to leave after having breakfast. The 2 kids were hidden Rose Garden while the rest of the servants and Song Yunxian, the master, were extremely quiet. Song Yunxian was still eating at the table in her pajamas, and she did not forget to ask servants to clean up the bowls and chopsticks of the 2 kids first. The servants had just tidied up the bowls and chopsticks when they heard the noise coming from the door for obstruction. The maid at the door was very anxious and tried to stop the coming people. I'm sorry. You can't go in. Wait. If you must go in, please let me inform our miss. What to inform unless hiding anything shady at home? Get out of the way. Song Yunxian immediately recognized that the domineering female voice was from Song Yunjia. Song Yunxian wiped her mouth lightly with her napkin, feeling a little ridiculous. Her elder sister had changed her face so quickly, for she was like a poor homeless dog when she was outside the courtyard of Champs-Élysées. Unexpectedly, she had just received some favor from Xiao Tianzi, after which she could take him to Song Yunxuan's house to act wildly. And she seemed to turn her nose up at anyone. After wiping the corners of her mouth, Song Yunxian placed the napkin on the table and ordered the servant who was waiting beside. Clean up the table. She said this sentence just when Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi came here. Song Yunjia heard this sentence immediately from Song Yunxian, who pushed open the door of the dining room at once and ordered loudly, "Don't clean up. She's coming with getting up on her hind legs." Xiao Tianzi followed her into the dining room after she shouted this sentence. Song Yunxian had a startled and surprised expression on her face. Looking at Song Yunjia coming to order her servant, she was even more puzzled. "Elder sister, why you come here?" Song Yunjia frowned and looked at her as if she was looking at something dirty. "How come you still ask me why I come here? Do you have no idea what you did?" She looked like she was going to identify her crimes. Song Yunxian slowly showed doubts and innocence on the face. "What did I do, elder sister?" She must ask the elder sister who looked clear for everything in front of her, for she didn't know what she had done. Song Yunjia frowned. Before she spoke, Xiao Tianzi had said loudly, "Yunxian." He hadn't had any direct contact with Song Yunxian for a long time, but when he called her name, he still showed a very familiar appearance. When Song Yunxian was called a name by him, she naturally noticed him. With eyesight on his face, she asked him in confusion, "Why did you, Chairman Xiao, suddenly come here? If you want to come, why don't you inform me first?" She asked directly. Song Yunjia besides snorted coldly. "If you had been informed long before we came, you would have hidden the two kids tightly." "Two kids?" Song Yunxian frowned as if she could not understand what she was saying. She asked, "Which two kids are you talking about, elder sister? Do you still want to pretend to know nothing?" Song Yunjia glanced at the table. "They are Tianzi's son and daughter." She originally wanted to check how many bowls and chopsticks were on the table to judge by the number of which how many people were eating just now. She had confirmed that Gu Yi and Miao Miao were in Rose Garden. They chose to come in the morning was also for the reason that they might have breakfast together. The dishes wouldn't be cleaned up completely, for Song Yunxian certainly would have had no time to make preparations if they had come suddenly. It would have been proved that three people were eating breakfast at the same time if she had seized 3 pairs of bowls and chopsticks on her dining table. Then she could show Xiao Tianzi that there were indeed 2 children hidden here. She could also naturally force Song Yunxian to hand over the kids. However, when she looked at the table now, she found only 1 pair of bowl and chopsticks on the table. It was clear that it was one person eating breakfast. She frowned, feeling it was impossible. Xiao Tianzi noticed that Song Yunjia's eyes were on Song Yunxuan's dining table and asked her, "Have you found anything?" "No, but my friend said that she had seen Yi and Miao Miao appear in the courtyard of Rose Garden." "Tianzi, Yunxian must have kidnapped the 2 kids." She said it with certainty. This made Song Yunxian frown tightly, and she showed more seriousness. "Elder sister, how can you frame me casually for kidnapping someone else's kids? This is not a false accusation but a fact." Song Yunjia looked at her with a sharp and arrogant light in her eyes. "If you want to prove that I framed you, then let's search the villa." As soon as she opened her mouth, she said to search this huge rose garden. Song Yunxian frowned tightly and became a little angry. "Elder sister, you are breaking into my house. Now you accuse me of kidnapping someone else's kids and want to search my house. What is your purpose?" Song Yunjia turned to look around the living room, hoping to find some clues of kids. However, there was no clue that she found useful in the living room. The decoration of the house was gorgeous and fresh. It was an European style mingled with simple and luxurious senses. All the decoration materials and furniture were the best. Even the flower arrangements on the table were roses with crystal dew, which were just picked from the garden. "Elder sister, I can't let you search my house." As soon as she said this, she immediately aroused the suspicion from Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi. There was a slight fluctuation in Xiao Tianzi's heart, and he had more suspicion for Song Yunxian. And Song Yunjia started to make a big fuss for Song Yunxian wouldn't let her search it. "The 2 kids must be hidden in this house by you? Gui and Miao Miao are the kids of you, Chairman Xiao, and have no kinship with me. How can Chairman Xiao suspect that I kidnapped your kids when they are missing?" she asked Xiao Tianzi with every word clear. Xiao Tianzi looked at her with an unchanged expression. I just heard that E and Meow Meow appeared here. Song Yunxian was displeased. Do you believe in hearsay evidence? They are my kids, and I will not let go of any clue. But obviously this is a false clue. The villa I just bought is intended to be my love nest after marriage. How can it become a place to kidnap and harbor your kids? Every sentence from Song Yunxian was to prove her innocence. Song Yunjia felt that she seemed to try to quibble, although what she was saying was reasonable. The more she tried to quibble, the more beneficial Song Yunjia would feel in this situation. She said to Xiao Tianzi, E and Meow Meow must have been hidden in this house by her. If not, how could she try so hard to quibble with us? Xiao Tianzi cast extreme cold eyesight on Song Yunxian. She turned around and said to the 4 bodyguards who followed her, Search. Wait. The bodyguards were suddenly stopped by Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian turned to Xiao Tianzi. Chairman Xiao, although I know you, our relationship is not good enough for your people to search my home. Xiao Tianzi looked at her and said, I suspect that you are hiding my children at home. You cannot just take the word from my elder sister Song Yunjia, Song Yunxian argued. She just said that someone had seen E and Meow Meow in my house, but there is no definite evidence to prove. Are you sure to believe in her? Yunjia is my best friend. I believe her, and she does not need to cheat me. In every word, Xiao Tianzi showed full trust to Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia was very proud. The expression on Song Yunxuan's face was extremely displeased. It seems that no matter what I say, you won't go out of my house. Am I right, Chairman Xiao? Xiao Tianzi acquiesced. Seeing that Xiao Tianzi acquiesced, Song Yunxian turned her eyes to Song Yunjia. Elder sister, you broke into my house, and now want to search my house by force. This is against the law. It is also against the law for you to kidnap Xiao family's kids. I repeat that I did not kidnap the 2 kids. Song Yunjia coldly raised her lips. It's no use. We won't believe anything you say unless we search. I can let you search, but what if you don't find anything? Song Yunjia frowned. If there is no, there is no. What else can we do? Song Yunxian reached out her hand gently, and the maid next to her immediately handed the phone into her hand. Holding the mobile phone with her finger, she said lightly, Although I am not as noble as you, Chairman Xiao, I am the ruler of the Song Enterprise. My home cannot be searched for casually. I will never let you search unless you give me a deal. I will give Baoli Media to you. Xiao Tianzi's voice rang after Song Yunxian had finished speaking. Song Yunjia was immediately shocked when she heard that Xiao Tianzi had promised to give Baoli Media to Song Yunxian. After reacting, she hastily dissuaded him. Tianzi, Baoli Media is the media industry that you have planned for a long time before purchase. How can you? What can't? Since Chairman Xiao has valuable compensation, I will be reluctant to let his people take liberties in my rose garden. With her permission, Xiao Tianzi gave a glance for agreement to the bodyguards. After that, they scattered around to search Rose Garden. But Song Yunjia became red-eyed and shouted at Song Yunxian. You are looting a burning house. You came to break into my house and have already inflicted great physical and psychological trauma on me. Now you want to search for my house. Shouldn't Mr. Xiao give me some mental compensation? Song Yunjia frowned and immediately wanted to slap Song Yunxian. However, she was just about to move when Xiao Tianzi grabbed her. Song Yunxian looked at her, shook the mobile phone in her hand and reminded her, Elder sister, I advise you not to make a casual move. After all, my bodyguards are not far away. They will come in less than 5 minutes as soon as I call them. You dare to threaten me? Little bitch. Song Yunjia spoke without thinking. Song Yunxian, however, twitched to her lips and looked at her. Elder sister, you insist that E and Meow Meow are in my house. If you don't find them later, it will prove that you framed me intentionally. I didn't frame you. Song Yunxian glanced at her and turned her eyes away in a second. She flicked a finger across her phone screen. You have to pay the price for framing me this time. In a sense, Baoli Media that Chairman Xiao has always wanted is the price you will pay for framing me this time. Hearing this, Song Yunjia instantly revealed a shocked expression for being calculated. Song Yunjia had a strong intuition that she was now in a trap that Song Yunxian had prepared. And this trap had been prepared very early, specifically for her and Xiao Tianzi. She was a little uneasy. When the bodyguards were searching the rose garden, her eyes were looking at Song Yunxuan's face thoroughly. However, after allowing Xiao Tianzi's bodyguards to search the rose garden, Song Yunxian didn't care about their expressions anymore. She just played with her mobile phone. Xiao Tianzi and Song Yunjia were very nervous, waiting for the news from the bodyguards. After a while, they heard the footsteps of the bodyguards from the upstairs. The 4 bodyguards searched the rose garden at the fastest speed. As soon as they came down from the 2nd floor, Song Yunjia asked eagerly, "How's it going?"
No.
A bodyguard answered in a low voice. This answer made Song Yunjia's face instantly scowl. How could there be no one? Song Yunjia ordered the bodyguards hysterically. The little bitch must have used some tricks and hidden the 2 kids. Go and check again right now. Search carefully this time. Hearing Song Yunjia's arrogant order, the bodyguards didn't obey. They bowed their heads towards Xiao Tianzi, waiting for Xiao Tianzi's instructions. Seeing the situation, Song Yunxian looked up at Xiao Tianzi. "Chairman Xiao, they have searched one time. Do you want to search again?" After a short silent time, Xiao Tianzi said, "Search." Hearing Xiao Tianzi's, the bodyguards immediately turned to continue searching in the rose garden. Seeing that the bodyguards were all gone for searching, Song Yunjia looked at Song Yunxian indignantly. "You have known that we would come, haven't you?" Song Yunxian looked at her, frowning. "My elder sister, I am not a fortune teller. How could I know your visit in advance?" Song Yunjia couldn't say anything to refute, and Song Yunxian looked at her indifferently, waiting for her to become a laughingstock in front of Xiao Tianzi later. As a media company in H City, Bally Media was second only to Fanqing magazine. Before the rise of Fanqing, Bally's publications had accounted for most of the market share. After the rise of Fanqing, Bally was repelled in terms of finance and fashion. The person in charge of Bally Media took a different approach. When he saw that Bally Media was to be suppressed by Fanqing like other media companies, he chose to start a special column. And he invited the most famous literary writers at that time to write for the column. Because of these writers, the sales of Bally Media's magazines had increased, as well as the market share of Bally Media. As Fanqing magazine expanded, it became clear about all the secrets and gossip of the fashion and entertainment circles and the entire H City. Influenced by Fanqing magazine, people become more and more interested in gossip. And the publications of Fanqing magazine also satisfy the reader's desire for gossip. As a result, as long as Fanqing magazine reported gossip news, it would attract the whole attention of H City. Seeing Fanqing's vast influence in H City, Xiao Tianzi picked upon Bally Media. It was terrible to let only Fanqing magazine dominate. He wanted to build a media company that could compete with Fanqing magazine. He also wanted to break the public's trust in Fanqing magazine. He took a fancy to Bally Media. However, Song Yunxian seemed to have known his intention of acquiring Bally Media long ago. Besides, Song Yunxian intervened many times and negotiated with Bally Media, deliberately raising the price of acquiring Bally Media, which made Xiao Tianzi more challenging to buy Bally Media. Song Yunjia knew that Xiao Tianzi wanted to acquire Bally Media. Just last week, Bally Media suddenly panicked because Song Yunxian did not contact them for a week, so they took the initiative to contact Xiao Tianzi. They expressed to Xiao Tianzi that they were willing to incorporate Bally Media into Xiao Tianzi's Xiao Enterprise. This made Xiao Tianzi feel very satisfied. However, today they came to search Song Yunxuan's home because of an uncertain message. Moreover, they had to pay the price. The price was Bally Media. This made Song Yunjia a little difficult to accept. However, it was normal for her to be difficult to accept. After all, if Song Yunxian had got Bally Media because of this search, it would have seemed surprisingly effortless. The bodyguards brought by Xiao Tianzi were still searching. Song Yunxian got stuck in the dining room and waited for the bodyguards to give an answer. Anyway, she had negotiated with Xiao Tianzi about what price he would have paid if he hadn't found the kids. She didn't need to worry. They waited for more than 10 minutes. The 4 bodyguards brought by Xiao Tianzi came down from the 2nd floor. Song Yunjia anxiously asked the 4 bodyguards, "How is it? Do you find them?" The faces of the 4 bodyguards all showed embarrassment. They looked at Xiao Tianzi awkwardly. Not hearing the bodyguards' report, Xiao Tianzi asked coldly, "Have you found anything?" Hearing Xiao Tianzi's question, the bodyguards looked at each other and shook their heads silently. Seeing they couldn't find the people for the 2nd time, Song Yunjia knew that they lost. However, she felt that it was not reasonable at all. She confusedly looked at Song Yunxian and repeatedly asked her, "Have you hidden Yi and Miao Miao? Have you hidden the 2 children?" She asked Song Yunxian agitatedly. Song Yunxian just smiled slightly and asked ironically, "Sister, do you want to search again?" Song Yunjia looked at her fiercely, feeling completely unbelievable. It was undoubtedly that Zhao Yang told her that the 2 children were in Rose Garden. Why couldn't they find them? It was unreasonable. "I'll search again." Song Yunjia turned and wanted to go upstairs. Song Yunchuan's eyes froze slightly, full of impatience. Xiao Tianzi probably was also tired, so he reached out and grabbed Song Yunjia to stop her. "Enough!" Song Yunjia refused to give up and turned to explain to Xiao Tianzi, "The children are in Rose Garden. Let me go up and see." "It's enough, Yunjia. Stop it." Although Xiao Tianzi looked calm when he said this, anyone could see that he felt their search was a little unreasonable this time, and they couldn't take any advantage. They had come to search for the 2 kids with full confidence. They not only didn't find the 2 children they were looking for, but also lost Baoli Media, which they had planned to acquire for a long time. Like the old saying went, lost both his wife and his soldiers. Xiao Tianzi's hand rested on Song Yunjia's arm, and his voice remained calm. "Let's go." Song Yunjia's eyes were still full of unwillingness. Xiao Tianzi was apologizing to Song Yunxian. "Sorry, I misunderstood you today." Song Yunxian accepted Xiao Tianzi's apology, and she slightly hooked the corner of her lips, kindly reminding, "Chairman Xiao, I don't care about such unreasonable things. If Ma Chen were here, he wouldn't let it pass so easily. He always makes a fuss about trifles." The tone of this sentence was normal, but everyone could hear the warning included clearly. Xiao Tianzi frowned a little and said sorry again before he dragged Song Yunjia away. Song Yunjia still felt things were not going right even when she got into the car. She turned and looked out the window with eyes filled with a little craziness. Xiao Tianzi had ordered a bodyguard to drive and sat next to her on the rear seat. He had specially called his bodyguard on their way to the Rose Garden to be able to find his son and daughter. However, they were useless. They couldn't find any trace of the 2 children, but instead he let Song Yunxian get Baoli Media for free. He raised his hand to rub his temples and began to think about whether he could still believe in Song Yunjia in the future. Song Yunjia also knew that Xiao Tianzi was very upset since she took him to the Rose Garden and found nothing. So after a few seconds of silence, she said, "Tianzi, it's strange. Even if Song Yunchuan's song enterprise isn't a concern, you should consider that there is Chu's behind her." Xiao Tianzi reminded her. Song Yunxian couldn't do anything by herself, but she had an intimate relationship with Chu Machen. As long as she said something to Chu Machen and Chu Machen decided to fight with him directly, it would be troublesome enough. Hearing the name Chu Machen, Song Yunjia got angry. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "What could Song Yunxian do except for depending on Chu Machen?" Hearing her sarcastic comment, Xiao Tianzi sneered coldly. No one in this Yunqing would dare to provoke her because she just relies on Chu Machen, not to mention anything else. Such powerful backing as Chu Machen was one of the factors that made Song Yunxian live comfortably in Yunqing. Just like a fish in the water. That's the only thing she could get. Song Yunjia's words were full of disdain for Song Yunxian, and Xiao Tianzi was tired of hearing the sarcasm and depreciation in her words. When women said such things, they were full of jealousy. Song Yunjia was very jealous and belittled Song Yunxian because she didn't have the skills of Song Yunxian. Xiao Tianzi raised his hand to rub his temples and slowly closed his eyes, unwilling to talk to Song Yunjia anymore. In Rose Garden, Song Yunxian raised her lips and smiled for a long time after she sent away the angry Song Yunjia. She called Mei Qi and asked Mei Qi to contact Baoli Media quickly. After several rounds of difficult negotiations, Baoli Media had been exhausted among the fights and the bids in turns of Song Yunxian and Xiao Tianzi. Baoli Media had rejected Xiao Tianzi because of Song Yunxuan's high price. Then because they couldn't contact Song Yunxian and were worried that Song Yunxian would give up acquiring, they offered a lower price to Xiao Tianzi, hoping he could buy Baoli Media. Now Xiao Tianzi gave up. Baoli Media suddenly fell into an awkward situation where prices were skyrocketing, but no one was interested in acquiring them. Song Yunxian asked Mei Qi to suppress the price as much as possible. With Mei Qi's ability, this round of price cutting was very successful. Half an hour later, Mei Qi called and reported a purchase price that satisfied her. Mei Qi also notified her to sign the acquisition contract at night. The contract was going to be signed at night, so she had a lot of private time before night. Mei Qi asked if she would go to the office. Song Yunxian said bluntly, "Please take care of the company for me for the time being. I am going to accompany Miao Miao to swim." Song Yunxian had no time to go out with her daughter in the past. She devoted all her time to running goose. Today she had a rare free time and of course she would choose to bond with her daughter first. Mei Qi sighed after knowing that she would not come to the Song enterprise. Then he hung up and started working. Song Yunxian asked a servant to take her to the housekeeper. The housekeeper was good at taking care of children. After receiving Song Yunxuan's order, the housekeeper had taken Miao Miao and Yi to the greenhouse to play hide and seek. The greenhouse was full of carefully cultivated roses. With the thick foliage, some roses were already in full bloom, beautiful and gorgeous. The housekeeper had taken the two children to hide in the greenhouse and told them not to speak. They easily escaped the search of the bodyguards brought by Xiao Tianzi. After seeing the flowers in the greenhouse, the bodyguards did not look closely. They just walked a few circles on the cobblestone path. After hastily looking around, they went back to search the rooms. They did not know that it was these thorny roses that contained a secret space to hide two children. Song Yunxian came to the greenhouse. Under the guidance of a servant, she gently pulled away a bunch of fake roses with thorns cut off. Miao Miao's small face appeared in the rose bush. Her little cheeks were surrounded by big flowers, making people think that this child looked very beautiful and cute. "Okay, I found you." Song Yunxian reached out to Miao Miao. Miao Miao's face was all smiles after being found. She looked at Song Yunxuan's hand and put her small hand on Song Yunxuan's. Song Yunxian hugged her out of the cluster of artificial flowers made of fine silk. Miao Miao complained to her, "I have been hiding here for a long time. Why did it take you so long to find me?" "Because there were troublesome guests just now. As soon as I sent them away, I started looking for you." Song Yunxian picked her up and didn't forget to reach out to pull Gui in the flower bush. Gui had been waiting in the bush for a long time. Because the flowers were high and there were no thorns in the surrounding roses, he had long discovered that the place where the housekeeper took them to hide was full of fake roses. Song Yunxian had reached out and wanted to pull him up. However, he took a glance at her fingers and ignored her, walking out of the bush by himself. Seeing his reserved manner, Song Yunxian resignedly smiled. Then she held Miao Miao with both hands and walked out of the greenhouse. "Miao Miao, you are already full and have played hide and seek. Would you like me to take you to swim?" "Good. I want to wear that cute little skirt." "Okay." Song Yunxian poked her finger on her chubby cheeks and said, "I have prepared a lot of cute swimsuits for you. I will take you to choose now. Wear whatever you want." Hearing what Song Yunxian had said, Miao Miao was even happier. Song Yunxian held her and walked towards outside. When she reached the door of the greenhouse, she stopped deliberately, waiting for Gui behind. When Gui came to them, Song Yunxian asked him, "Do you want to go swimming with us?" Gui walked straight forward and answered her coldly, "No, I don't. Enjoy yourself." It was in the expectation of Song Yunxian that he said no. Miao Miao held Song Yunxuan's neck with both hands. Watching her elder brother leave, she frowned and whispered to Yunxuan's ear, "Brother does not like swimming just like mommy. Then we won't take him." Only you and I will go swimming together. That's great. Holding her neck, Miao Miao kissed her on the cheek. When Xiao Shui arrived at Fanqing magazine, she heard that Xiao Hong said she would go to Baoli Media. Baoli Media was Fanqing's implacable enemy. The two even published their magazines at the same time, and they also would choose the same author to write column articles. Baoli Media had been Fanqing's greatest enemy during its development. Xiao Hong was the editor-in-chief of Fanqing, which was a well-known thing to Baoli Media's employees. How could Baoli Media allow their viral to go to their company? When Xiao Shui was trying to figure it out, Xiao Hong came over and patted her on the shoulder. I think you are going to get a promotion and a raise in salary. Xiao Shui was stunned for a while before laughing. You are kidding me. How long have I been here? Seniors should get the promotion and the salary raise. You know that our Miss Song values the performance more than the seniority. Even so, it shouldn't be me. My performance is not as good as you, Editor Xiao. Since starting working, Xiao Shui had undergone tremendous changes. She had fully adapted to her workplace and could exert all her advantages in the workplace. She got along well with her colleagues and worked well. Xiao Shui helped Xiao Hong run Fanqing magazine well when she dealt with the matters of the Xiao family. Not only had Xiao Hong mentioned it to Song Yunxian, but also Song Yunxian had found it by herself. Xiao Shui still didn't understand why Xiao Hong was going to Baoli Media and couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do in Baoli Media?" Being asked, Xiao Hong couldn't help but laugh. You are not as well informed as I am. What happened to Baoli Media? As soon as she said this, Xiao Hong's smile became bigger. Miss Song won Baoli Media. So quick. Xiao Shui was surprised. Did the Xiao Enterprise want to buy Baoli Media? Why do they give up? Who knows? Xiao Hong shrugged and said in a good mood. Anyway, Miss Song has won Baoli, which is good news. It is really good news. Xiao Shui also bent her lips. Then, Xiao Hong went to the office building of Baoli Media to see how the thing was going on. And Xiao Shui stayed in Fanqing magazine. She went to the pantry room to get a coffee, and then sipped at it while leaning on the table. She had chosen Song Yunxian from the beginning. And during this period, everything had been going on smoothly. Song Yunxian did not let her down. As she approached her goal, the expectation in her heart became stronger and stronger. She was going to revenge her parents' death. Xiao Tianzi became her elder brother and treated her so well on the surface. However, she never knew if Xiao Tianzi had ever confessed for killing her parents. Her parents had raised Xiao Tianzi for so many years as their biological child. However, they had come to such a sticky end. They were killed by their adopted child, not knowing the reason. Every time she thought of it, she felt hatred. She could wear a calm face when she recalled it now since it had passed for so many years. However, she still held intense hatred in her heart. She couldn't understand why Xiao Tianzi could do such things just to disguise his original family background. To cover up his past, he did not hesitate to kill his benefactor. He was a viper. She was busy preparing Song Yunxian's acquisition of Baoli Media. Song Yunxian had already selected the editor-in-chief and had the development plan for the future of Baoli Media. Xiao Shui hadn't got the notice. Xiao Hong said that she heard the news from Mei Qi. She wanted to call Song Yunxian and ask about the details. However, she couldn't get through. Song Yunxian had said that she was going to accompany Miao Miao to swim. So, she gave her cell phone to the housekeeper when she entered the swimming pool. The housekeeper would inform Song Yunxian according to the priorities of the information of calls. She was usually stuck in work. Now she was swimming with Miao Miao in the swimming pool, and the housekeeper still came over from time to report the phone call. Miao Miao was in the shallow water area, holding a swim ring. Seeing the housekeeper kept coming to talk to Song Yunxian, Miao Miao pouted with dissatisfaction. Why the housekeeper comes over? Because there are important things. Song Yunxian coaxed her. Before coming, she had thought about letting the administrator clear the swimming pool. However, when she asked Miao Miao whether she would like to play with other kids, Miao Miao immediately requested, "Don't drive away other children. There will be no fun if they are gone." Hearing Miao Miao's request, Song Yunxian gave up her intention of letting the administrator clear the swimming pool. Miao Miao was still the youngest daughter of the Xiao family. She shouldn't appear in public. So when choosing the swimming pool, Song Yunxian deliberately chose the shallow water swimming pool with partitions. Each shallow water area was separated by something like a fishing net, so there would be fewer people. Miao Miao was less likely to be recognized. She hired a female bodyguard to move around the shallow water and to monitor the surroundings in case someone followed them closely. Her people had checked even every monitor in the swimming pool. Song Yunxian had done everything to ensure that Miao Miao would have fun in this swimming pool. She wore a light pink bikini. Her sexy body was visible. Because she was in shallow water, she didn't take off her three-piece chiffon outerwear. She soaked her half in the water with her arms on the edge of the pool. The housekeeper gently reported to her. Assistant May just called and said the matter of Baoli Media had been settled. The acquisition documents have been reviewed by the lawyer team of the Song Enterprise. There is no problem. Song Yunxian nodded. I will call them back at noon. Please do not disturb me for now if there is nothing else. Miao Miao doesn't like me to do other things. The housekeeper laughed, gently agreed, and left with a smile. Miao Miao spent her morning in the shallow water, using the swim ring. Several children came to play with her. Song Yunxian asked people to confirm the identities of these children. After finding that there was no possibility of divulging Miao Miao's identity, she watched them playing with the swim rings together. Chu Machin called her near noon. He asked her if she would accompany Miao Miao this afternoon. She was surprised. She had thought that Chu Machin would ask where she was first when calling. However, she was wrong. I have planned to come out with her for a day. Of course I will play with her in the afternoon. Will you still swim in the pool in the afternoon?
No.
I want to go to the amusement park with her. She will be recognized. She can wear a mask. Song Yunxian glanced at Miao Miao. She was playing the ball with other kids over there. Hearing Song Yunxuan's plan, Chu Machin said softly, I'll go with you. Chu Machin had rarely gone out with children, let alone accompany a child who was not his relative. Song Yunxian took Miao Miao to dinner in the restaurant at noon. Then she called the rose garden, asking whether Gu Yi was bored at home. Song Yunxian also asked if Gu Yi would go to the amusement park together in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, Gu Yi refused without thinking. Gu Yi didn't want to go to the amusement park. Gu Yi was well behaved in the rose garden now. Although he didn't talk too much with Song Yunxian, he understood what he should do. Song Yunxian didn't hang up until she heard Gu Yi's reluctance to go out. Besides, Song Yunxian told the servants at home to take good care of Gu Yi before hanging up. The servants in the rose garden were specially hired to look after the children. Therefore, they could do very well for what Song Yunxian had instructed. It was over 1 o'clock when Song Yunxian and Miao Miao finished their lunch. Chu Machin contacted Song Yunxian and asked her where she was to pick her up. Song Yunxian told Chu Mosh where she was. Chu Machin drove alone to the place where they were after 10 minutes or so. Song Yunxian and Miao Miao ate in a famous doll restaurant in Yunqing. Song Yunxian took Miao Miao's hand to go out after she saw Chu Machin parked near the restaurant. Song Yunxian said, Well, the uncle who will play with us has come here. Sister, does he know me? Miao Miao was obviously curious about this new playmate. Song Yunxian touched Miao Miao's little head. She said with a smile, He looks cold on the surface, but he likes children very much inside. Don't be afraid. Miao Miao nodded. Song Yunxian thought that Chu Machin really liked children, especially the little girl who looked so similar to Gu Chang'e. Chu Machin opened the car door and waved at them as Song Yunxian and Miao Miao came out of the restaurant. Song Yunxian saw that Chu Machin didn't wear a straight suit like he usually did in the company. Song Yunxian smiled. She pointed at Chu Machin and said to Miao Miao, You see, isn't he a gentle uncle? Miao Miao looked at the place where Song Yunxian pointed. She saw a man wearing a military-colored casual coat and casual pants as well as a sweater in the distance. Besides, the man wore a scarf, which looked not very thick but precious. Miao Miao whispered. She looked at Chu Machin's face and said with sincerity, He is really a handsome uncle. Song Yunxian smiled on her face. She was a little glad to hear that. Song Yunxian and Miao Miao walked to Chumachen's car. Chumachen saw Miao Miao, but he didn't initiate a conversation with Miao Miao. Chumachen just said to Song Yunxian, "Get in the car. You look so handsome today." Song Yunxian didn't forget to compliment him. Chumachen didn't respond, but to open the rear door for her. Song Yunxian watched him open the car door for her. She grabbed Chumachen's wrist. Tipping her feet slightly, Song Yunxian actively kissed Chumachen's lips. Being kissed by her like this, Chumachen was a little startled. Even Miao Miao was a little scared by Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian's kiss was gentle. She simply flitted over Chumachen's lips. People passing by looked at them. They just thought it was a young couple who came out to play with their children. Song Yunxian kissed him. Then she stooped into the car and pulled Miao Miao in. Miao Miao was pulled in. She quietly asked Song Yunxian, "Is this your boyfriend? Do you like him?" Miao Miao answered very cleverly, "It's all right as long as you like him." Song Yunxian raised her hand to embrace Miao Miao on her lap. Chumachen started the car after getting in. Then he threw them 2 caps. There were very cute cartoon patterns on both caps. Miao Miao saw these patterns on the hat. She immediately said with excitement, "Sister, you see, there is a teeny weeny on the cap. Do you like it?" Song Yunxian asked Miao Miao with those 2 caps. Miao Miao nodded violently. "I like it. If you like, you should say thank you to this uncle." Hearing Song Yunxian's words, Miao Miao immediately turned around to speak to Chumachen, who was driving. "Uncle, thank you." Chumachen looked at Miao Miao from the rearview mirror. After saying that, Miao Miao asked for the cap. Song Yunxian put the smaller one on Miao Miao's head. Miao Miao liked the cap too much to part with it. She had been playing with it all the way, putting it on and taking it off now and then. She played by herself in the back seat. Song Yunxian raised the skirt and stepped from the back seat to the front passenger seat. Chumachen drove the car steadily, but he still could not help reminding Song Yunxian, "It's dangerous for you to do this. I believe your driving skills." Song Yunxian sat in the passenger seat. She stretched out her hand to pull the safety belt. Chumachen looked at Miao Miao through the rearview mirror, who was playing alone in the back. "Is it okay not to be with her?" "It's okay, she likes the cap you gave her. It's fine for her as long as she is with the cap." Chumachen heard what she said. He smiled slightly. Song Yunxian asked Chumachen again, "By the way, how do you know that Miao Miao likes Winnie the Pooh best?" "I saw an interview with Gu Chang'e before. In this interview, Gu Chang'e mentioned that her daughter likes Winnie the Pooh. Chumachen said so." Song Yunxian had mixed feelings in her heart. Song Yunxian didn't expect that Chumachen's affection for Gu Chang'e was so deep that even though Gu Chang'e occasionally mentioned it in the magazine, Chumachen could remember it so clearly. Song Yunxian remained silent for a long time without saying anything. Chumachen drove forward. It didn't take them so long to get to the amusement park. Many parents took their children to play because it was Saturday. Some young fathers even lifted their cute little daughters. They let their daughters sit on their necks. Song Yunxian found that there were so many people at the ticket window of the amusement park. Chumachen already took out 3 tickets and handed them to Song Yunxian. "Have you bought them in advance?" Song Yunxian looked at the 3 tickets he passed with surprise. Chumachen opened the door beside the driver's seat. He said, "There are so many people here on weekends. It will take a lot of time if we don't buy the tickets until we arrive." Exactly, as long as people like Chumachen made a call, their subordinates would go out to buy tickets for him immediately. Song Yunxian also got out of the car. Then she went to open the rear door to take Miao Miao out of the car. Miao Miao had never come out to play as freely as other children. Although she was born in a wealthy family, receiving the highest education and the most intimate care from childhood, Miao Miao had always wished her parents to take her and her brother to the amusement park once. But every time she talked to her mother would leave because of a temporary notice or conference. Her mother even let nurses come to play with Miao Miao. At that time, Miao Miao felt pitiful for herself when she saw other children playing with their parents while she was just with nurses and brother. Song Yunxian took Mia Mao out. Then she raised her hand to press Meow Meow's cap, telling Meow Meow, "There may be some strange uncles who kidnap children in the amusement park. Therefore you must always wear this cap and hold my hand firmly." Ok. Meow Meow nodded obediently. Song Yunxian saw her nod. Then she was about to take the child to find Chu Machin. Song Yunxian didn't expect that she was put on a cap as she just turned around. The cap was pressed a little low, which somewhat blocked Song Yunxuan's view. But Song Yunxian could know it was Chu Machin who appeared in front of her. The reason was that she could see Chu Machin's pants and shoes. "Besides Meow Meow, you also need to wear a cap." Chu Machin's voice rose directly in front of her. He also took Meow Meow away from Song Yunxuan's arms. Meow Meow was embraced by Chu Machin without struggling. She even stretched out her small hands to hug his neck. Song Yunxian raised her cap to adjust her view. She saw Chu Machin in front of herself with Meow Meow in his arms. Such a handsome man hugged a cute little girl, just like the father and daughter. After Song Yunxian adjusted her cap, she leaned over. No matter what other people thought, they would consider them a couple playing with their child. "Do you want me to hold her?" Song Yunxian reached out to take Meow Meow from Chu Machin's arms. "She has been eating well in recent days. She has gained some weight. It's fine. Chubby children are cute." Chu Machin didn't mean to give Meow Meow to her. Moreover, Chu Machin raised Meow Meow higher. He smiled at Meow Meow, asking her, "Who does Meow Meow wish to be held, Sister Yunxian or me?" Meow Meow looked at Song Yunxian in a dilemma. Finally, Meow Meow whispered in Chu Machin's ear. Meow Meow probably said something funny, making Chu Machin smile deeper. "Okay, let's go in." Seeing that Meow Meow didn't leave Chu Machin or plead for her hug, Song Yunxian knew that Meow Meow had been convinced by a hug from Chu Machin. Song Yunxian had no way but to propose to enter the amusement park first. The three of them went into the amusement park together. No one could saw Song Yunxian and Meow Meow clearly because they wore flat caps with the Winnie the Pooh. Even if someone saw their profiles, they didn't notice that the older one was Yunxian, often appearing in the magazine of Yuncheng, and the younger one was Meow Meow, the youngest daughter of the Xiao family who had been looked for. Meow Meow felt very happy as soon as she entered the park. Meow Meow cried to ride the Ferris wheel inside the park as she saw it. Chu Machin teased her. "Is Meow Meow afraid of height?" "I'm not scared. You and sister are with me. What if we are not with you? Why don't you accompany me?" The little girl began to be coquetry in his arms. The sweet voice of the child made Song Yunxian unable to resist, let alone Chu Machin. Being conquered by Meow Meow's coquetry, Chu Machin and Song Yunxian took Meow Meow to the Ferris wheel. After boarding the Ferris wheel, they saw the Ferris wheel gradually turn higher and higher with the rotation. Meow Meow no longer leaned by the window to look out. Song Yunxian took her over and asked her, "Why don't you look outside? It's so high."
I'm scared.
Meow Meow stayed quietly in Song Yunxuan's arms. Song Yunxian glanced outside. It was indeed very high. Even if an adult like her looked outside, she would feel a little dizzy. If Meow Meow is afraid of height, don't go to a place that is too high. "Okay." Meow Meow nodded. She stressed, "A high place will be very dangerous. I will not go there." "Then why you still take the Ferris wheel?" Meow Meow reached out her hands and wrapped her arms around Song Yunxuan's neck. "I'm not afraid because Sister Yunxian is here with me." Hearing these, Song Yunxian felt that she was about to be melted by this sweet child. Unlike Song Yunxian, Gu Changel began to face up to the current situation in the Xiao family. Unlike before, the family servants had been very cautious about everything since Nurse Sun had been sent to the police station. Moreover, they had paid more attention on things she ordered them to do. As long as things had been something to do with Song Yunjia, every one of them would have present ambiguous answers. Gu Changel was vexed. Nurse Sun was no longer around, which meant that her confidant had been eliminated. She didn't even have an assistant in the Xiao family. No matter what had happened, she could have only counted on herself. But fortunately, she had still got Dr. Jiang. Although a lot of dramas had happened recently, Dr. Jiang still came on time every day to inquire about her physical condition. Gu Changel felt quite upset, which made her suffer abdominal pain and vomit even more. After Jiang Minjing had auscultated her heart, Gu Changel began to ask her, "How much longer?" Jiang Minjing didn't know what she referred to, so she asked, "Miss Gu, do you mean when the child will be leaving you?" Gu Changel nodded. Though she felt a stab of pain in her heart every time she raised the question, yet she could not sidestep the question now. Now she must face up to the question. Jiang Minjing pressed her lips and said, "I've told you before that I can assist you at any time as long as you come up with a plan. Now the timing isn't right yet." Gu Changel pressed her lips. Hearing her words, Jiang Minjing nodded. "Since it's not the right time, then please bide your time. When it comes, please let me know in advance." Gu Changel nodded. After having left some anti-abortifacients and tonics, Jiang Minjing excused herself. But just at the time she was about to leave, Gu Changel stopped her. "Dr. Jiang." Jiang Minjing was about to walk out of the door. Hearing Gu Changel's voice, she turned to look at her curiously. "Is there anything else, Miss Gu?" Gu Changel pressed her lips and then she asked, "I always want to ask you why you help me like this." Hearing her question, Jiang Minjing pondered for a while and then curled up her lips. "Isn't it my responsibility to take care of you since you are my patient?" Though her explanation sounded reasonable, yet Gu Changel didn't really buy it. She frowned and then continued asking, "Dr. Jiang, I know you are a good doctor and a very clever person. I don't believe that you help me for no reason." Hearing her challenge, Jiang Minjing was speechless. Gu Changel was right. Jiang Minjing would never have helped a patient to this extent if there hadn't been any reasons. There was no need for her to get involved in this trouble. But now she took the trouble for Gu Changel. Gu Changel stared at her. "Dr. Jiang, what is it for?" "For?" Jiang Minjing murmured. Gu Changel's eyes were fixed on Jiang Minjing's face and she observed her facial expressions. A moment later, Jiang Minjing suddenly replied, "It's probably because of your elder sister." As soon as Gu Changel heard Jiang Minjing's words, she felt that her heart skipped a beat. "Because of my elder sister Gu Changga?" She felt surprised and asked Jiang Minjing, frowning. Hearing Gu Changel say Gu Changga's name, Jiang Minjing nodded. "Yes, it's because of your elder sister, Miss Gu Changga." Gu Changel's couldn't help clenching her fingers. She made a fist without letting Jiang Minjing see it. For all these years, she had always been trying to make a clean break with her elder sister Gu Changga, and wanting to turn from an ignoble adopted girl of the Gu family into the official miss. But now it appeared that she had been defeated anyway. Even the doctor wasn't helping her for no reason. Dr. Jiang had always been considerate to her because she owed to Gu Changga. When she thought about Jiang Minjing's words, she felt angry as well as amused. After having answered Gu Changel's question, Jiang Minjing asked her, "Miss Gu, is there anything else?" Gu Changel shook her head. "No, there isn't. You may leave, Dr. Jiang." Jiang Minjing nodded and then she left politely. Soon after Jiang Minjing had left, Gu Changel let out a chuckle. "It's actually all because of Gu Changga. These people all adore and miss Gu Changga. I really don't understand what made them obsessed with Gu Changga." She could not understand what abilities did Gu Changga, a workaholic and a woman who relied on her father to establish herself, have to let so many people remember and feel grateful for her. Since the day she was adopted to the Gu family by Gu Chang, she had been feeling that Gu Changga was not much better off than her. Gu Changga kept a poker face every day. If Gu Chang hadn't announced to Yunqing that his wife, who was Gu Changga's mother, married to him legally, Gu Changga would have had nothing to be proud of. Because she was Gu Chang's eldest daughter, she were pampered and valued so much. Everything belonged to Gu Changga. Even if Gu Changel had been at the Gu family, she would have also enjoyed the treatment that she deserved. But Gu Chang had always been indifferent to her. If he hadn't liked her before, he shouldn't have adopted her. However, he adopted her anyway. Yet he did not give her anything. She watched her elder sister Gu Changga win Xiao Tianzi's heart, because Gu Changga had the halo effect of being the miss of the Gu family. And she watched Gu Changga become a legend in the whole Yunqing. She watched her draw the attention of all the medias and be published in the financial magazines for countless times. quite high-spirited and vigorous.